This is my new boyfriend. Goodbye, Chen Yu. You've treated me well, but I still prefer a more outstanding man. It was midsummer outside the teaching building of Moda University. Chen Yu watched a man and a woman walk out arm in arm, unable to believe his eyes. Zhao Yiqian, are you planning to dump me? You can take it however you like. In any case, this is where we end. The boy linked with Zhao Yiqian affectionately raised his arm and draped it over her shoulder, the Rolex on his wrist gleaming brightly. Chen Yu knew this boy. His name was Lu Xiang, vice president of the student council, and by rumor, a rich second generation. He was very popular among the girls on campus. Zhao Yiqian, are you really breaking up with me just because he has more money than I do? Of course not. Brother Xiang is also an outstanding student council officer. Chen Yu, is it really so hard to admit that someone else is better than you? You? Chen Yu was truly enraged. That so-called student council position of Lu Xiang's was purely bought through connections. It had nothing to do with how capable he was. All of that was merely an excuse for Zhao Yiqian to break up. The real reason was still money. Honestly, Chen Yu, I hope you can see the gap between you and Brother Xiang. Farewell. Zhao Yiqian's face was frosty, as though all their past feelings had already been swept into the trash. Ding. Life winner system binding complete. This system will help you become a winner in life. What kind of system? The sudden voice left Chen Yu utterly bewildered. A true winner in life refuses humiliation. Beginner mission accepted. Strike back against those who have insulted you. Mission reward 5,000 yuan in cash. There really was a system. Half-doubting, Chen Yu looked ahead. Above the heads of Zhao Yiqian and her new boyfriend Lu Xiang, a translucent panel appeared over each of them. Target Zhao Yiqian. Her favorability toward you 10. That icy number sent a chill through Chen Yu's heart. They had at least been together for over a year. Even if she had latched onto a rich second generation, did her favorability toward him really have to drop straight into the negatives? Even a dog he had raised. If one day it followed a new owner, it would still wag its tail if it met him again. Wait. Chen Yu walked over. What else do you want? Zhao Yiqian asked impatiently. Chen Yu silently set down his backpack and took an LV handbag from inside. You should have this. I bought it yesterday and was going to give it to you today. Zhao Yiqian stared dumbfounded at the LV handbag he held out to her. She had never imagined that right after she dumped him, Chen Yu would still give her an LV bag. Though she now felt only annoyance toward him, she simply could not resist the lure of luxury goods. Her attitude shifted from gloomy to bright in an instant, even squeezing out a faint smile. Thank you. She took the LV handbag and said with affected sincerity, Chen Yu, you're actually not that bad. It's just that compared with Senior Lu Xiang, you seem too ordinary. I hope you meet a more suitable girl in the future. Thank you for the handbag. No need to thank me. I just bought it from a street stall for less than 50 yuan. It doesn't even count as a decent knockoff, Chen Yu said wistfully. If I didn't give it to you, I'd have nowhere to put it. It was just in the way. Zhao Yiqian, what did you say? Her little performance instantly exploded. She had only treated him mildly just now for the sake of that handbag. And he was saying it was a fake. The cheapest kind of low-end knockoff at that. You're saying it's fake? Yeah. Chen Yu, don't tell me all the bags and cosmetics you gave me before were fake too. Seriously, did you think they were all real? Chen Yu frowned with open disdain. I'm just a broke student with only a little living expense every month. How could I possibly afford so many genuine luxury gifts for you? Did you think I was an ATM? You? Chen Yu, you're shameless. I let you sleep with me for a whole year, and you gave me fake bags. You scumbag. After just a few exchanges, Zhao Yiqian was nearly driven mad with rage. Target Zhao Yiqian. Her favorability toward you has dropped by 80 points. Current favorability 90. Mission strike back at target, completed. Reward 5,000 yuan in cash, issued. Oh, a faint smile tugged at Chen Yu's lips. With just a few words, he had driven Zhao Yiqian's favorability all the way down to 90. That must already count as extreme loathing. It seemed that in Zhao Yiqian's heart she no longer had the slightest attachment to him. Not a shred of feeling remained. All the better. This way Chen Yu could toy with her mindset without any psychological burden. He took out his phone and glanced at it from the corner of his eye. Your China Construction Bank account ending in 5518 has received 5,000 yuan. Current balance 50510 yuan. The reward was real. Joy surged in Chen Yu's heart. Qian, don't be angry with your junior. He's probably just unwilling to accept the breakup and is deliberately provoking you. Lu Xiang, the senior at Zhao Yiqian's side, wrapped an arm around her waist to coax her. Then he strutted over to Chen Yu, putting on a gentlemanly air. Target Lu Xiang. His favorability toward you 50. Chen Yu was stunned. Why on earth did the guy have such low favorability toward him right from the start? They had hardly even met before. At 50 out of 100, that was already deep into the territory of strong dislike. Junior, to be honest, I don't dislike you, Lu Xiang said, chest puffed out as he pretended to be magnanimous. If not for the panel floating there, Chen, you might almost have believed him. -50, and he said he didn't dislike him. Utterly hypocritical. Chen is a good girl. Rest assured I'll take good care of her from now on. If you have anything left to say it to Chen now. But I hope you won't harass her in the future. Chen Yu nodded and said, all right, senior. Good. It's best that you can think it through. A girl of Chen caliber isn't someone you can handle. When you mature in the future, you'll understand. Lu Xiang began preaching in a solemn tone. He posed like some experienced elder. But before he could finish, Chen Yu continued. You're right, senior. Her heart could never belong to me. All I could ever have was her body. Lu Xiang. Her body. Thinking back on our year together, on every day and night of hard cultivation. She's a good girl. Sometimes she would even split the bill with me when we booked a room. Every now and then she'd change into different outfits. JK uniforms, office lady suits, flight attendant costumes. Alright, she just bought a few new sets last month. Senior, you definitely haven't had the chance to appreciate them yet. Paired with black over-knee stockings, they're truly something. Lu Xiang. In just a few sentences, the smug smile on his face froze. When he turned to look at his new girlfriend again, his face had almost turned green. Chen is what he said true. Target Lu Xiang's favorability toward you has decreased by 30 points. Current favorability 80. Mission counterattack the target, completed. Reward 5,000 yuan in cash, issued. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received 5,000 yuan, current balance 1,00510 yuan. Glancing at his phone, the corners of Chen Yu's mouth were harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK. This was simply heaven-defying. He had just casually said a few words and had cleared a net profit of 100,000 yuan. It was impossible for him not to be excited. Lu Xiang stood there dumbfounded for a moment. He quietly glanced at Zhao Yiqin beside him. She was the class beauty of the dance major at Shanghai University's School of Arts, with naturally outstanding looks and figure. Precisely because of this, she had caught Lu Xiang's attention. Yet he had never expected it. This little girl who looked so pure and innocent was actually playing so wild behind everyone's backs. Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. What he said isn't true. He's just a broke loser, you mustn't believe him. Zhao Yiqin's face was scarlet as she hurried to cover things up. Chen Yu, take your street stall junk and get out of here. I never want to see you again. Senior, you really mustn't believe him. He's just raging out of helplessness. He wants to provoke you into breaking up with me so he can win me back later. Zhao Yiqin glared angrily as she spoke. In truth, having her dirty laundry exposed had left her panicking inside. But it had to be said, her acting was remarkably convincing. She even managed to intimidate Lu Xiang. Clearly in his eyes, this boy named Chen Yu was nothing more than an ordinary poor underclassman. For someone like him, having a beauty of Zhao Yiqin's level agree to be his girlfriend was already a stroke of fortune. How could he possibly have the right to turn around and dump her? He even had the whole uniform temptation routine lined up. Chen, don't be angry. The junior just got dumped. Of course he's in a bad mood. He's just spouting nonsense. I can understand that. Xiang, let's go. Don't bother with him anymore. Urging Lu Xiang on, Zhao Yiqin hurriedly got into a BMW 3 Series parked by the roadside, its model badge deliberately removed. That was Lu Xiang's ride. Though it was already a 10-year-old model, it still had plenty of presence on campus and had long been his most important asset in picking up girls. Watching the two of them walk away, Chen Yu let out a faint cold laugh. He and Zhao Yiqin had met in the freshman group chat. There had been no simping or keeping multiple options. They were simply drawn to each other and hit it off at first sight. Zhao Yiqin liked Chen Yu for his good looks. Chen Yu liked Zhao Yiqin for her stunning figure. From vague flirtation to going on dates, from shallow to deep, sparks flew, and everything progressed smoothly. It had to be admitted, Zhao Yiqin as a dance major had an absolutely top-tier figure. A slender waist, long legs, and more knowledge than one would expect. Accordingly, after they got together, Chen Yu treated her very well. Of the little more than 2,000 yuan he received each month for living expenses, most of it was spent on Zhao Yiqin. To that end, he would even take on part-time jobs now and then to earn extra money for her gifts. On Qixi Valentine's Day, May 20th Girls' Day, and so on, the gifts never stopped. However, once they entered their third year, Zhao Yiqin changed. She grew increasingly frivolous and materialistic. She began to despise the few hundred or 1,000 yuan gifts Chen Yu bought, and the two of them gradually drifted apart. Chen Yu knew that their breakup was only a matter of time. All that talk about excellence and mediocrity was nonsense. Put bluntly, Zhao Yiqin just despised his poverty. In her eyes, there was simply no comparison between a poor student like Chen Yu and a rich second generation like senior Lu Xiang, who was also a student council officer. Yet all of that was already in the past. What Zhao Yiqin did not know was that Chen Yu now held a system daddy in his hands and would sooner or later crush Lu Xiang utterly in terms of wealth. Chen Yu opened his phone and carefully checked his bank card several times. After confirming that he had indeed received a 100,000 yuan rebate, his mood soared. Heartbroken and in a bad mood. That simply did not exist. Isn't that the boyfriend of the dance department's class beauty? Looks like he just got dumped. I think the girl's name is Zhao Yiqin, right? Did she run off with Lu Xiang? Lu Xiang is pretty loaded, isn't he? He's not even finished with grad school, and he's already driving a BMW. I'm so jealous. Not far away, a few students who recognized them whispered among themselves. Chen Yu, however, barely paid them any mind. Ding. You have completed the newbie mission. The life winner level system has been unlocked. What's this? Chen Yu focused his thoughts. You can sign in every day to receive cash rewards. The higher your level, the greater the bonus. Current level, level 1. Daily sign-in reward, 100,000 yuan. In the future, when you complete missions in addition to the mission rewards themselves, you will earn life winner experience points used to increase your level. At the next level, the daily sign-in reward will be 2,000 yuan. So that's how it works. Sign in. Chen Yu gave the order. Sign in successful. Reward of 1,000 yuan has been issued. The next second his phone vibrated twice. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received 1,000 yuan. Current balance 2,00510 yuan. Awesome. Even not counting mission rewards, just by signing in, he could get 100,000 yuan a day. In a single week of sign-ins, he could buy 2 of Lu Xiang's BMW 3 Series, and brand new ones at that. Not those more than decade-old models of his. The mission's cash rewards alone were already quite generous for a student like him. Adding the sign-in rewards on top of that felt downright exhilarating. And that was without even mentioning that as he continued completing missions and raising his life winner level, his sign-in income would only grow higher and higher. Ding. New mission received. To be a life winner, one must understand that only when the old leaves can the new arrive. Mission: take the initiative to get acquainted with a member of the opposite sex with a composite score of at least 70. Reward 1,000 yuan and cash a 10 increase in attractiveness effective upon waking the next day and 100 experience points. Your current life winner level 1 exp 0 300. Good. He would start from this mission. Exactly. Only when the old left could the new come. A tremor ran through Chen Yu's heart, and he swept all matters concerning Zhao Yiqin to the back of his mind. Now there was only one thought in his head. Complete system missions, level up, and make money. Chen Yu allowed himself a faint smile, turned around, and had barely taken a few steps before a chubby guy stopped him. You guys saw everything just now. Don't be too upset about the breakup. Try to think it through, yeah? Later I'll treat you to a meal plus a bottle of cola. The chubby guy's name was Guojiechi, Chen Yu's dorm mate, and the oldest in their room. In the dorm, everyone called him boss. He was straightforward and genuine. Because Chen Yu had managed to win over Zhao Yiqin, the dance department's class beauty, Guojiechi admired him greatly. From then on, Chen Yu called him boss, and he called Chen Yu Yuga, each with their own title. He had witnessed the entire scene just now and was worried that Chen Yu would be too heartbroken, so he had come over to comfort him. I'm not upset. Huh, Yuga, you're really okay. Chen Yu looked completely unconcerned. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's just a woman. If she's gone, I'll just find another one. The next one will have even longer legs. Guojiechi had prepared a whole string of comforting words, yet after hearing what Chen Yu said, he was completely thrown off instead. And what was that about the next one having even longer legs? Zhao Yiqin was the campus belle of the dance department. Back when she and Chen Yu first got together, all the single guys in their class were green, with envy, wailing, and jealousy. What they envied most was Zhao Yiqin's figure, slender waist, and endlessly long legs. After losing a girl like that, could you really find someone even prettier with an even better figure? No matter how you thought about it, it seemed impossible. Come on, let's grab food at the back street. A dozen minutes later, Chen Yu and Guojiechi walked into a noodle shop on the back street behind their school. Because it was close to the school, most students who were tired of the cafeteria would come here from time to time for a change of taste. However, Chen Yu was not here for the food at all. The system's mission required him to take the initiative to get acquainted with a girl whose overall score was above 70. From the moment he sat down, Chen Yu's gaze kept flicking toward the entrance and the street outside, searching for a suitable target. A 70-point standard was actually quite high. Most beauties people saw online were the result of heavy filters and retouching. Those girls who looked like a 90 out of 100 in photos might not even reach 50 in real life. In reality, a girl who could reach 70 points was already very beautiful. Take Zhao Yiqin, for example. She was around 75, and that was enough for her to be crowned the campus belle of the dance department. Brother, you checking out beauties? Guojiechi asked with a grin. There really were plenty of pretty girls on the back street. They had already become a bright, eye-catching scenery line here. Especially in summer at mealtimes, the place was practically filled with fair long legs everywhere, making the guys unable to resist sneaking glances. Chen Yu felt that kind of sneaking peeks was not good at all. If you were going to look, you should look openly. Unfortunately, after more than 10 minutes of observation, the highest system score he saw for anyone was only 65. Chen Yu shook his head, planning to finish his noodles quickly and change to another place. Just then, the expression on Guojiechi's face suddenly turned tense. Brother, you, my goddess Lin Si is here. He snuck a nervous glance toward the noodle shop's entrance. Chen Yu followed his gaze and looked over at the door as well. Two girls, one tall and one short, were walking into the shop. The taller one was Lin Si, about 168 meters tall, with fair skin and long hair cascading past her chest. Today she wore a long t-shirt on top and a pair of light-colored ultra-short denim shorts below. As she walked, the hem of the t-shirt perfectly covered the shorts, leaving only a pair of fair, slender legs exposed. Her lower half looked almost bare, making the boys present inevitably let their imaginations run wild. The girl beside her was not ugly, but at only around 155 meters her legs looked noticeably shorter by comparison. They sat down at a table, and immediately Lin Si drew the gazes of many of the nearby male students. A chime seemed to sound in his mind as the system detected a suitable target named Lin Si. Age 19. Looks 87. Figure 89. Overall 88. Favorability toward you 50. Staring at the number in the favorability field, Chen Yu was genuinely stunned. What the hell was going on? Favorability at 50. Lin Si's goodwill toward him was actually that high. Chen Yu checked carefully out of the corner of his eye several times before confirming he had not misread. The problem was he and her were hardly familiar at all. Aside from occasionally bumping into each other in general education classes, they had virtually no contact. They were in different majors and had never even exchanged a single sentence in private. If not for the system's prompt, he would never have imagined, even in his dreams, that Lin Si would hold such a high level of goodwill toward him. Chen Yu gave his roommate, Guijiechi, a rather strange look. Brother Yu, do you think I should go ask the goddess for her WeChat? I don't even know if she has a boyfriend now. If I walk over like this, would it be too abrupt? Muttering under his breath, Guijiechi was truly smitten with Lin Si, treating her as a goddess. Unfortunately, his own conditions were average. No money, not handsome, and he couldn't play basketball either. So when it came to Lin Si, all he could do was watch from afar without the confidence to confess. Chen Yu patted Guijiechi's arm and said, "Boss, thinking that much is no different from a widow's size." A widow's size? What's that supposed to mean? It's of damn little use. Honestly, I don't think you have much hope. Better not indulge in fantasies. Third bro, that's a bit too straightforward, Guijiechi said with a bitter face. Third bro, then what do you think I should do now? I'm saying, since you can't win her anyway, why don't you see what I can do instead? Chen Yu spoke with a perfectly serious expression. What the heck, third bro, what do you mean by that? Guijiechi was dumbfounded, his eyes widening in shock. For a moment his brain felt like it had knotted up. I can't get my goddess. And you're going to make a move. What I mean is, what if, and I'm just saying what if I managed to win Lin Si over? You wouldn't blame me, right? Chen Yu asked tentatively. He truly did not know why, but Lin Si's favorability toward him was indeed as high as 50 points. Such a high favorability meant that as long as he did not make any overly aggressive requests, in most cases Lin Si would likely not reject him. After hearing him out, Guijiechi froze. With just a few sentences, Chen Yu had practically fried his brain. What the hell, third bro? I treat you as a brother, and you treat me like some cuckolded berserker. What cuckolded berserker? Don't make it sound so nasty, Chen Yu said in a soothing tone, patting him on the shoulder again. It's fine, boss. We live in the same dorm. Once I win Lin Si over, I'll tell you first, so you can at least feel a bit involved. Guijiechi was speechless. He would be the first one informed when his goddess was taken. That was supposed to give him a sense of participation. And then what, push you from behind while you're at it? Damn it, how was any of that something a human being should say? Besides, Chen Yu continued, there are quite a few punks with dyed yellow hair in our school. If I don't step in and a beauty like Lin Si gets taken by one of those guys someday, wouldn't that be a pity? Better I make a move than let that happen, don't you think? Fine, I guess, third bro. You're not wrong, Guijiechi muttered, frowning hard as he mulled it over for a while, finally forcing himself to accept reality. After soothing Guijiechi, Chen Yu stood up and, completely at ease, walked over to Lin Si's table. Hi classmate, may I add your WeChat? The moment he spoke, several tables of students in the restaurant cast their eyes over. Who on earth was this guy daring to go after Lin Si? Trying to hit on the campus flower of Lin University. He really had guts. People silently admired his thick skin and courage. Lin Si lifted her head, slightly taken aback. For her, being approached by strangers when she went out was the most normal thing in the world. Usually a polite refusal would suffice. But this boy standing before her was different. To be precise, she had a certain extra impression of him. One could even call it goodwill. In most people's eyes, a goddess like her had to choose either a handsome guy or a rich second-generation heir as a boyfriend. Yet in reality, as a renowned beauty of the entire school, Lin Si had long since grown tired of all kinds of handsome guys trying to chat her up. She was already sick of the whole handsome or not thing. In her heart, compared to looks, she valued the feeling of that very first glance far more. From the first time she encountered Chen Yu in a general education class, the sense he gave her, able to take things up and put them down, a little mature, yet tinged with a roguish air, had already caught her attention. From that moment on, she had developed a faint fondness for this particular boy. She simply had not expected to run into him here again today. And on top of that, he had taken the initiative to ask for her contact information. Okay, Lin Si nodded lightly. Just like that, Chen Yu added her on WeChat. In his mind, the system's prompts cascaded one after another mission. Take the initiative to get acquainted with an opposite-sex target whose overall score exceeds 70. Completed. Mission reward cash 1000 yuan. Issued. Mission reward appearance 10 effective after he gets up next time. Experience gained 100 points. Your life, winner level 1 daily sign-in reward 1000 yuan. Experience needed for next level 200 points. A text message followed your account ending in 5518 at China Construction Bank has received 100 yuan. Current balance 300510 yuan. Seeing another 100,000 deposited into his bank card, Pei Yu forced down the upward curl of his lips. Immediately afterward, a few new messages popped up. Target Lin Si. Comprehensive score 88. Far exceeds the mission standard of 70 points, triggering an additional mission. Mission content: invite her to have a meal alone. Mission reward 1, 10 times the amount spent on this meal refunded in cash. Mission reward 2, life winner experience points 100. What? There was actually an extra mission. So it turned out that Lin Si's score had vastly surpassed the system's set standard, a full 15 points higher. Invite her to a meal and get 10 times the cash back. After adding her on WeChat, Chen Yu gave a faint smile and waved his hand. I'm heading off first, bye. By Lin Si replied softly. To his roommate, Guijiechi, this scene was nothing short of the sky collapsing, thunder exploding over dry ground. The heavens crumbled, the earth shattered, his heart was bleeding. In all his years, he had never once gotten a girl's WeChat. The last time he held a girl's hand was back in kindergarten. And yet, right in front of his face, Chen Yu had casually asked his goddess for her WeChat. Under Guijiechi's resentful gaze, Chen Yu walked back and sat down at their table. All done. He shook his phone. Guijiechi's face twisted. He forced himself to lower his head and keep eating chopsticks trembling in his hand. His own dream goddess Lin Si had been chatted up so easily by Chen Yu, and he had even gotten her contact. He howled, inwardly sobbing to the heavens about injustice, his heart in tatters. See, so you're here? At that moment, a male voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Guijiechi lifted his head to look. The newcomer was tall, his looks barely qualifying as handsome, his hair heavily set with styling gel. As soon as he stepped inside, he walked straight toward Lin Si's table. I've been looking for you everywhere, Si. There's a movie this afternoon that's supposed to be really good, let's go watch it together. After speaking, he flicked his fringe with such force it looked like he might almost fling his skull off. Chen Yu's brows knitted slightly. Who is this over-the-top clown? Zhao Juanping, captain of the school basketball team, Guijiechi muttered under his breath. He himself had never confessed to Lin Si, but when it came to which guys hovered around his goddess, he had long since done his homework. Zhao Juanping, captain of Shanghai University's basketball team, was one of the many guys fawning over Lin Si. I've heard about him. This guy looks for every excuse to chase after Lin Si. Among all the guys trailing after her, he's one of the more outstanding ones. Oh, Chen Yu merely nodded, unsurprised. As one of the top 3 campus belles at Shanghai University, it would be bizarre if there weren't a few guys orbiting around Lin Si. But however many there were, it didn't matter. If anyone tried to get in the way of him farming missions through Lin Si, he would turn them all into dead dogs in his path. From the moment Zhao Junpeng walked in, he had been posturing nonstop. One moment, he was flicking his hair, the next flashing the Apple Watch on his wrist, then rolling up his sleeves to reveal his biceps, fidgeting like someone with a hyperactivity disorder. See, I happen to be free this afternoon. Let's go watch that movie together, he asked, pretending to be nonchalant. Sorry, my phone's out of battery and turned off. I can't go out this afternoon, Lin Si replied without even looking at him. Uffed. Hearing this, the mouthful of rice Guijiechi had just shoveled and almost sprayed out. She had just added Chen Yu on WeChat, and less than a minute later her phone was supposedly dead. Who was she trying to fool? His mom had been right. The prettier a woman was, the better she was at lying. Zhao Junpeng froze for a moment, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. All right then. I originally wanted to take you to the 4S dealership to look at cars after the movie. You know, it's almost graduation. My dad insists on buying me an Accord or a Magotan as a runabout car once I graduate. Honestly, I can't even be bothered to look. It's such a pain, Zhao Junpeng complained in a show of impatience, all the while watching Lin Si's expression out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't saying this to vent about the hassle of choosing a car, but to indirectly tell her that once he graduated, his family would immediately be buying him a pretty decent sedan. An Accord or a Magotan was far from cheap, around 200,000 yuan. In other words, his family's circumstances were quite good, much better than those of ordinary guys. If she were with him, the future would come with a certain level of security. Unfortunately, after all that talk, Lin Si didn't react at all. Ahem, Si, I won't disturb your meal. I'll get going, Zhao Junpeng said at last, out of tricks and forced to mumble a farewell before slinking out of the noodle shop. The whole time Lin Si never once looked at him directly. To be honest, she had seen far too many boys like this since she was young. They were like animals in heat, eager to flex every muscle the moment they met her, eager to count every last coin in front of her as soon as they opened their mouths. They showed off that little bit of so-called strength which in her eyes was painfully childish and an utterly lowbrow way of putting on airs. Compared with the calm, carefree aura around Chen Yu, they fell short by an immeasurable distance. At 9 p.m., in dorm room 606 of the boys' dormitory, Chen Yu lay on his bed and sent a WeChat message to Lin Si. "Are you free tomorrow at noon? I heard there's a restaurant with excellent reviews. Want to go try it together?" In less than half a minute, Lin Si replied. "Which restaurant?" Chen Yu sent back Xing Rongji. She replied again, "Sounds familiar." Of course it sounded familiar, Chen Yu thought. Xing Rongji was extremely famous, and not just famous but expensive. Since the system's mission was tied to how much he spent, he naturally had to pick a pricier place. Anyway, the more he spent, the more cash he would get back. Lin Si replied, "Send me the address, see you then." Chen Yu immediately sent sure. He let out a long breath. He had actually been worried she would turn him down. After all, they had only met today. Inviting her straight to a meal was not exactly easy. But judging from her straightforward reply, the 50 points of favorability shown by the system were clearly genuine. Without such a high level of goodwill, there was no way he could have gotten her to agree to meet. In high spirits, Chen Yu couldn't help humming the song Yu He Byuk. Guo Jiechi shot him a strange look from below and asked, "Third bro, what's got you so happy?" "Nothing, I just ranked up to king." Chen Yu lied casually. Lin Si had once been the goddess of Guo Jiechi's dreams. If he told him that he was going on a date with his goddess tomorrow, it would be a devastating blow. Chen Yu was afraid that delicate heart of his wouldn't be able to handle it. "Damn, third bro, you're king already. Log into a smurf and carry me, I'm still stuck tribulating in gold." Guo Jiechi shouted from the lower bunk. "Boss, you're insanely bad. After all these years, you're still stuck in gold," Chen Yu complained, but in the end, he opened a smurf account and queued up with Guo Jiechi for 5 games. They ended up losing 5 in a row. "Can't carry you. I honestly can't carry you. Boss, go find someone better," Chen Yu declared. "You're abandoning me, third bro." Guo Jiechi wailed. Guo Jiechi's cries echoed on as Chen Yu closed the game. Just then a new notification popped up on his phone. He tapped it open. It was actually from Zhao Yiqian. "Chen Yu, are you asleep? I know you're probably still awake. I just wanted to tell you shouldn't be flirting with Lin Si." Chen Yu stared for a moment when he saw those lines. News of him pursuing Lin Si had actually reached Zhao Yiqian's ears this quickly. But regardless, they had already broken up. What right did she have to care who he flirted with now? Chen Yu was amused by her reaction. In the past, Zhao Yiqian seldom took the initiative to message him. Now that they had broken up, she was suddenly so proactive. "But the problem is, since we have already broken up, why should it concern you whom I flirt with?" He did not reply. 2 minutes later, Zhao Yiqian sent another message. "I just wanted to advise you as a friend. Chen Yu, I hope you have some self-awareness and give up. Don't make yourself look too pathetic. With your limited resources, you won't be able to win over Lin Si." The more Chen Yu read, the stranger it felt, and he finally replied, "What's wrong? Is it that if I don't have money, I can't date? What does my pursuit of Lin Si have to do with you?" In the girls' dormitory 502, Zhao Yiqian sat at her desk, holding her phone, waiting for a long while before finally receiving a reply. However, upon seeing the content, her expression darkened. Her roommate and close friend Zhang Mingming leaned over and asked curiously, "Qianqian, what's wrong? Is Lu Xiang bullying you?" "It's not him, it's Chen Yu." Zhao Yiqian's chest heaved, her face full of dissatisfaction. But in her view, even though she had broken up with Chen Yu, he shouldn't have gotten involved with another girl so quickly. "How did Chen Yu bully you?" Zhang Mingming sat down beside her. "Mumming, I heard from a friend that Chen Yu is flirting with Lin Si from the art department today." "Oh, and then, I just broke up with him today, and within half a day, he goes to flirt with another girl. Don't you think Chen Yu is being unreasonable?" All this. A few short sentences left Zhang Mingming perplexed. Logically speaking, since they had already broken up, it didn't seem like an issue for Chen Yu to pursue other girls. "Aren't you also in a new relationship? Qianqian, do you still have feelings for Chen Yu? Don't you want him to pursue other girls?" "Of course not. You know, I've already gotten together with Senior Lu Xiang. I only like him now." Zhao Yiqian firmly denied. Zhang Mingming pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, "So do you care about Chen Yu because you want him to wait for you? What if one day you break up with Lu Xiang and then you get back together with Chen Yu?" "Exactly." Zhao Yiqian countered, "If he truly liked me, shouldn't he wait for me?" Zhang Mingming gasped slightly, once again speechless. She felt she was struggling to keep up with Zhao Yiqian's logic. "But if Chen Yu is really waiting for you and Lu Xiang are doing well, wouldn't that mean Chen Yu is waiting in vain? If that really happens, I can't help it if he waits for me for nothing." Zhao Yiqian said matter-of-factly, "Just because Chen Yu is waiting for me, does that mean I have to break up with Senior Lu Xiang and be with Chen Yu? Senior Lu is much better than Chen Yu. Choosing a more outstanding partner is not a problem, right? My youth is only once, of course I should choose the best for myself." Zhang Mingming frowned after hearing this, increasingly feeling that something was off. What do you mean it's not a problem? You've already broken up with Chen Yu and have a new boyfriend. Why should Chen Yu wait for you? Isn't this just keeping a backup? You want Chen Yu to obediently be your spare tire. But your youth is youth while others' youth is not. Why should others waste their youth waiting for you? Zhang Mingming felt a bit speechless, but didn't know what to say. After all, she and Zhao Yiqian were high school classmates and had always been close. So she had no choice but to temporarily change the subject. Qian, how does Lu Xiang treat you? He treats me well. He took me for a drive today and promised to take me to a Michelin restaurant tomorrow. A Michelin restaurant? Zhang Mingming thought for a moment. She had seen it on Douyin. Eating at such a restaurant in the Magic City would easily cost several thousand, if not tens of thousands. One meal could equal their living expenses for a month. If Lu Xiang is really that generous towards Zhao Yiqian, then that's indeed pretty good. But I heard that Lu Xiang used to be quite a flirt, and that some girls have had abortions for him, Zhang Mingming said seriously. Don't worry, Mingming. Senior Xiang has sworn to me that he will only like me from now on, Zhao Yiqian said assertively. On the other hand, Chen Yu will definitely regret it. Lin Xiyu is the flower of the art department. He's not someone who can just flirt with. I advised him to give up for his own good, yet he didn't appreciate it. It's really infuriating. The next morning, ding. Task reward appearance 10. Effective. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Chen Yu got out of bed and went to the dormitory mirror to check. Sure enough, I look more handsome again. In the past, he could only be considered a class heartthrob, but after the boost in appearance, he was noticeably more handsome. Chen Yu sent Lin Xiyu the address of the restaurant and prepared to leave the dormitory. Hey third, where are you going? The dormitory leader behind him, Guijiechi, asked innocently. Nothing much, just going out for a stroll. Are you really just going out for a stroll? Really? 28K guaranteed. Chen Yu casually fabricated an excuse. After all, Lin Xiyu was the goddess that Guijiechi had longed for. It would be a bit cruel to tell Guijiechi about the date so soon. Chen Yu was afraid he couldn't handle it. If all goes well, it wouldn't be too late to tell him when things progress later. Damn third, why do you have such an evil smile? Are you hiding something from me? Guijiechi frowned. Damn, where's my smile, evil? I'm leaving. Bye. What the hell? Guijiechi was usually a silly guy. How did he suddenly become so perceptive today and see through Chen Yu's thoughts? This intuition was a bit frightening. Chen Yu was truly afraid of being questioned further by this guy. So he quickly left the dormitory and took a taxi to the agreed location. In the heart of the Magic City, at the base of a luxurious shopping mall, there was a nationally renowned restaurant, Xingrongji. After arriving, within a few minutes a taxi drove up, the door opened, and a pair of slender straight legs stepped out. Lin Xiyu was wearing a light, thin white long-sleeve shirt today, paired with a light-colored plaid JK short skirt, elegantly exposing her fair, beautiful legs. Fresh, yet somewhat alluring, she was guaranteed to turn heads. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. She shyly greeted him. Was it just her illusion, or did that guy seem even more handsome than when she met him yesterday? She blinked and looked at the sign of Xingrongji. She had heard of this restaurant long ago. It was very famous. Besides holding a Michelin 3-star rating for many years, it also had one notable feature. It was expensive. Just a casual meal would cost around 1,000 yuan. To eat well and fill up, the average cost would probably start at 3,000 yuan. Isn't this place too expensive? Shall we go somewhere cheaper? Lin Xiyu hesitated. Spending over 1,000 yuan on a meal was indeed too extravagant for a university student who had yet to find a job. Even for office workers with years of experience, eating here would probably make them cringe. It's fine, today is not AAM treating. Chen Yu smiled lightly. Going somewhere cheaper. That would waste my opportunity for spending rebates. If we're eating, we should eat something expensive. He stepped inside first, and Lin Xiyu hesitated for a moment before quickly following him. As soon as they entered, a sense of grandeur enveloped them. The restaurant's decor was understated yet luxurious, and the waitstaff were all exceptionally attractive and poised. Sir, may I ask if you have a reservation? Yes, my surname is Chun, and I booked a private room. All right, please follow me. Guided by the waiter, the two entered a quiet and elegant private room. Here's the menu, please take a look. Chen Yu asked the waiter to bring a menu for Lin Xiyu as well, and then he began to flip through the pages. Now he had around 2,000 yuan in cash. As long as he didn't order the 1982 Lafite, he could order anything else at will. Chen Yu flipped through the menu silently, complaining to himself. What the heck is this fried sea cucumber? There's only one, and it costs over 800 yuan. This is outrageous. And this 150 grams of Wagyu beef, just stewed in butter, costs over 1,000 yuan. Do they think customers are easy to swindle? All right, give me 2 servings. This is even more ridiculous. Deep-fried ribbon fish sold by the piece. One piece is over 100 yuan. Can you have some sense of decency? Is this ribbon fish fished out from the Dragon Palace? Very well, give me 10 pieces. Chen Yu was determined not to order anything cheap. The waiter was taking notes beside them, and his attitude became increasingly respectful. It was important to note that even in such a top-tier restaurant, most of the usual customers did not order particularly expensive dishes. Many people came here just to take a few pictures and check in. They generally only ordered the cheapest items. Yet today this young man was clearly different. With casual ease, he ordered several of the most expensive dishes, making it obvious that he was a true wealthy individual. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyu was secretly watching him with her sparkling eyes. Previously, she only felt that this boy had a particularly carefree aura. Now she noticed that he seemed not only carefree, but also extremely confident. And confidence is precisely one of the most attractive traits a man can possess. Although the rich second-generation boys who had pursued her before always tried to put on a confident front when standing in front of her. But to Lin Xiyu, they all seemed too pretentious. In fact, among peers, most girls tend to be more mature than boys. Girls can see right through whether a boy is pretending or not. In contrast, Chen Yu's confidence felt incredibly natural. That casual ease in his every movement was not something one could feign. Unknowingly, Lin Xiyu's face slightly flushed. Upon realizing this, she hurriedly used the menu to cover her face. Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 1. Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 1. Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 1. Chen Yu was originally focused on ordering and did not notice her. But he suddenly discovered that behind the menu several lines of information had appeared above Lin Xiyu's head. How strange. Can simply looking at the menu increase favorability? I'll just order a fried rice, she said to the waiter after glancing at the end. Even though Chen Yu had offered to treat her, she still had a favorable impression of him. However, Lin Xiyu was not willing to let the boy spend too much money on their first date. That single serving of fried rice already cost over 200 yuan, which was very expensive. While waiting for the dishes, Lin Xiyu curiously asked, "Do you often eat at such upscale places?" Chen Yu shrugged and replied, "Sincerely, not often. This place is too expensive. I can't bear to spend money here." This was the truth. However, at that moment, Lin Xiyu clearly thought he was joking. Based on how carefree he had been while ordering, he hardly seemed to be the type to consider anything too expensive. This boy not only has looks and confidence, but also a sense of humor. The more she looked at him, the more pleasing he became. Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 1. Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 1. Huh, no way. Chen Yu was a bit confused. I just casually mentioned that it was too expensive and that I can't bear to spend money. Why did my favorability increase again? When I was with Zhao Yiqian, if she liked something and I said it was too expensive, I would definitely be scolded. But how come the same words increase favorability here? Women's thoughts are truly hard to grasp. After waiting for a while, the dishes started to come out. The food is here, let's eat quickly. You must be hungry by now. Lin Xiyu hesitated for a moment before picking up her chopsticks and taking small bites. She marveled that each dish on the table could almost cover her living expenses for half a month. After the meal, the waiter politely approached them. "Mr. Chen, here is your bill for this meal. The total is 15510 yuan, including service charge." "All right," Chen Yu said without hesitation and paid directly. This scene once again caused Lin Xiyu's heart to tremble. A meal cost over 15000 yuan. She knew that Xingrangji was quite expensive and also recognized that Chen Yu had ordered several dishes that were not cheap here. However, when it came time to pay, it still gave her a considerable shock. At that moment, Chen Yu's nonchalant demeanor, while scanning the payment code, looked even more carefree. "Shall we go?" Chen Yu casually tucked the bill into his pocket and stood up. "Okay." Lin Xiyu also stood up, playfully shaking her phone in her hand. "I ordered some fruit tea at the milk tea shop next door. Let's go pick it up together." She felt that since she had enjoyed a meal treated by Chen Yu, she should also contribute something. Buying 2 cups of fruit tea wouldn't cost much, but at least it was a gesture. After getting the drinks, the two returned to the school and bid farewell at the entrance. "Thank you, this is my first time eating out with a boy, and it was wonderful, but next time we don't need to eat somewhere so expensive." Lin Xiyu smiled slyly, then suddenly went silent, her cheeks flushing, realizing she had said too much. She had a great time with this boy today. Chen Yu's confident and carefree demeanor made her feel very comfortable, and she genuinely wanted to go on another date with him. But saying it directly still made her a bit shy. Chen Yu understood. There would be a next time. No problem. Ding. Invite Lin Xiyu for a solo meal. Task completed. Return 10 times the expenses of 155,100 yuan. Reward issued. Task reward: life winner experience points 100. Current life winner level 1 experience points 200,300. 100 points left to level up. As the notification rang in his mind, his phone vibrated twice. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received 155,100 yuan with a balance of 355550 yuan. The rebate arrived. This meal directly earned over 15000 yuan. How delightful. The savings had grown from a few hundred to over 3000 in less than 2 days. No need to say anything else. Having a cheat is just fantastic. Chen Yu smiled and waved at Lin Xiyu. At that moment, a BMW 3 Series drove up outside the school gate and parked by the roadside. The passenger door opened. However, Zhao Yiqian inside was still somewhat reluctant to get out. Xianggu, I thought you were treating me at the Japanese restaurant. Oh, why did I end up paying? She said in a somewhat spoiled manner. Qian, don't mention it. A brother of mine borrowed over 100 from me yesterday and had an incident. Oh, I really don't have any money. Don't worry, once my dad sends me the 100 yuan living expenses next month, I'll immediately pay you back for this meal. Lu Xiang pretended to explain. Oh, fine. Hearing him say this, Zhao Yiqian still felt a bit pained. She had thought Lu Xiang would treat her to a fancy restaurant, but unexpectedly, she ended up paying the bill herself. This meal cost over 200 yuan, so it was impossible not to feel a pinch in her heart. So Xianggu, when can you transfer the money to me? When she asked this, Lu Xiang seemed to really get a bit angry. What, you don't believe me? Do you think I can't even afford a meal at a Japanese restaurant? No, of course not. Zhao Yiqian quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, Xianggu, I was just joking. Let's consider this meal as my treat to you. Don't take it to heart, okay? Humph. Lu Xiang feigned a slight annoyance and let out a heavy huff. Yesterday at noon, he suggested to Zhao Yiqian that they should go eat at an upscale Japanese restaurant. However, this suggestion was merely for show. He never actually intended to go. He thought that under normal circumstances, girls would typically respond, there's no need to go to such an expensive place, ordinary food will suffice. Who would have thought that Zhao Yiqian took him seriously? She really wanted to drag him to eat. Damn, this is such a headache. Japanese cuisine is very expensive. I was just joking, I meant it lightly, and you really want to go. Yet once the words were out, he had no way to take them back. Thus, Lu Xiang had no choice but to muster his courage and take Zhao Yiqian to the Japanese restaurant. The meal cost over 2,000. After finishing, he found himself in a dilemma when it came time to settle the bill. Because Lu Xiang had no money at all. Although his family was somewhat well off with his parents possessing a few million in liquid assets in the area of Shanghai, he certainly couldn't be considered a rich second generation. He was simply better off than an average family. Knowing this, well, he wouldn't flaunt his wealth by spending real money to play the rich man. In fact, his BMW was rented, his Rolex was a fake, and his AJ sneakers were from a low-cost brand. By spending the least amount of money to create the persona of a rich second generation, he could attract girls at a lower cost. Under the influence of this rich persona, he spent even less money on wooing a girl than those ordinary boys. However, this time, he had his sights set on Zhao Yiqian, who was more difficult to handle than the girls he had encountered before. She could spend money like there was no tomorrow. All right, let's just let it go this time. Qian, you head back to the dorm first. Oh, I need to park the car. Zhao Yiqian nodded obediently and gave Lu Xiang a kiss. Just as she was about to get out of the car, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Isn't that Chen Yu? And is that Lin Xiyu? How could they be walking together? This is impossible. In an instant, Zhao Yiqian felt as if a thunderclap had struck her mind. She had just broken up with Chen Yu yesterday. Yet in the blink of an eye, how could he be involved with Lin Xiyu? The key point is that Lin Xiyu, whether it be her looks or figure, surpassed her by a great deal. This made Zhao Yiqian's heart feel very uncomfortable at that moment. In the car, Lu Xiang noticed her stunned expression and looked over as well. Upon seeing her, his eyes nearly popped out. Lin Xiyu. As one of the top 3 beauties at Shanghai University, there were few boys who didn't know her. Lu Xiang had once considered making a move on her, but after being blacklisted by Lin Xiyu during his first attempt at flirting, he never pursued that thought again. However, in this moment, it was clear that Lin Xiyu seemed to have a rather special relationship with Zhao Yiqian's ex-boyfriend. They were chatting and laughing with flirtatious glances exchanged. Oh, a fool could see that something was amiss. What the hell is going on? How could this poor kid have the audacity? Lu Xiang cursed, inwardly feeling extremely unbalanced. Qian, didn't you just dump that guy? Now he's found a new girlfriend. No, they should just be acquaintances, not in a relationship. Zhao Yiqian spoke heavily. She hoped it wasn't true. Yet witnessing this scene left her heart in turmoil. Ultimately, it was because Lin Xiyu was simply too beautiful. Just the thought of Chen Yu possibly being with Lin Xiyu in the future made Zhao Yiqian feel very uneasy. She had to find out what was going on. After getting out of the car, Zhao Yiqian quietly followed Chen Yu from behind. She waited until he said goodbye to Lin Xiyu, and they parted ways. Only then did she approach from behind. Her face darkened as she said, Chen Yu, didn't I send you a message yesterday? Didn't you see it? Hearing that familiar voice, Chen Yu frowned slightly. What a small world. Turning around, he saw Zhao Yiqian wearing an off-the-shoulder dress with exquisite makeup. However, none of this was for him. It was all for that playboy senior named Lu Xiang. Above Zhao Yiqian's head, it displayed your favorability 90. I saw it. Chen Yu forced out a few words with a blank expression. Then why are you still with Lin Xiyu? Zhao Yiqian asked accusatory. What the hell, did I just hear that right? Chen Yu glanced sideways at the furious Zhao Yiqian, feeling incredulous. We broke up. Why do you care who I flirt with? Is your brain malfunctioning? You. Zhao Yiqian was rendered speechless by this remark. Chen Yu was right. Since they had already broken up, he could do whatever he wanted, and she had no say in it. Yet she just couldn't understand why Chen Yu was able to flirt with Lin Siyu. Chen Yu, are you putting on a show? You found Lin Siyu to act with you at the school gate to deliberately provoke me, right? She questioned, hands on her hips. Huh, me finding Lin Siyu to act. Your imagination is really wild. Chen Yu was almost amused by her anger. With such imagination, you should be a screenwriter instead of wasting your talents. Why would Lin Siyu agree to act with me? What benefit would it bring me to anger you? That's just ridiculous. If it's not acting, then what is it? Were you two really together all day today? Yeah. Lin Siyu and I just casually strolled around, and then went to Xingrongji for a meal. Oh, we just got back. What about it? After saying that, Chen Yu reached into his pocket, and the bill just happened to be there. He pulled it out and flicked it over. Take a look for yourself. Zhao Yiqian hesitantly picked up the bill. Her gaze quickly focused on the total amount figure. 15510 yuan this. Suddenly Zhao Yiqian was left dumbfounded. The bill was with Chen Yu, which meant this money was definitely paid by Chen Yu. She widened her eyes and brought the bill closer for a careful look, confirming she wasn't mistaken. It was indeed 15000. She had heard of Xingrongji restaurant, but had never been there because it was too expensive. But how could this be possible? Chen Yu was actually able to take Lin Siyu to such a high-end restaurant and spend over 15000 on just one meal. At that moment, Zhao Yiqian was completely shocked. She truly did not expect Chen Yu to have such capability. And on the same day, rich second-generation Lu Xiang took her to eat Japanese cuisine, and the average cost per person was only over 1,000. Moreover, when it came time to pay, Lu Xiang was hesitant and even ended up making Zhao Yiqian pay for that meal. In terms of this matter alone, the gap between Lu Xiang and Chen Yu was simply too large. But why did Chen Yu suddenly have so much money? Zhao Yiqian stared at the bill in her hand, unable to make sense of it. Suddenly, she had a moment of enlightenment. I got it. Chen Yu, did you take out a loan? Huh, what are you talking about? Chen Yu was slightly taken aback. Zhao Yiqian pressed on, you must have taken out a loan, right? Otherwise, where did you get all this money? As she spoke, her expression gradually transitioned from shock to calm. It must be like this. She had been too impulsive just now, almost getting deceived by Chen Yu, that loser. Apart from borrowing from online loans, he simply could not have that much money. It's impossible to compare him with the wealthy second-generation Lu Xiang. You think I borrowed money? Damn, your imagination is getting more ridiculous. Chen Yu genuinely laughed, this time shaking his head slightly while chuckling. You say I borrowed money, right? Yes. Whatever you think is what it is. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Zhao Yiqian was momentarily stunned again. In her view, Chen Yu should have been offended and started to rage after being exposed. But why could he maintain such an air of nonchalance? Not only was he not offended, he seemed to be listening to a joke. In Zhao Yiqian's eyes at that moment, there was suddenly an inexplicable aura about Chen Yu, as if his entire presence had changed. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 5. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 5. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 5. Chen Yu caught a glimpse with his peripheral vision, seeing that her favorability rating had surprisingly increased by 15 points. Although it was still negative overall, it had indeed gone up. Chen Yu was left utterly puzzled. What the hell was this woman out of her mind? After being considerate to her for over a year, she turned around and was with someone else, and his favorability rating had dropped to 10. Now that he no longer cared for her, adopting a completely indifferent attitude, his favorability rating ironically began to rise. Could it truly be that saying women only like what they cannot have? What a contradictory psychology. No wonder simps fail the more they chase. Chen Yu scoffed a couple of times and walked toward the dormitory without looking back. As soon as he entered, he found that besides their leader Guojiechi, the fourth roommate, Zhou Zhifei, was also present. Zhou Zhifei, a dark-skinned short guy, immediately greeted Chen Yu as he entered. Brother Yu, where did you go today? On a date. Huh. Weren't you dumped by Zhao Yiqian yesterday? Did you get back together today? No, it's not with Zhao Yiqian, it's with another girl. Really? Zhou Zhifei clicked his tongue, clearly not believing Chen Yu's words. Brother Yu, you can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself. Exactly. Guojiechi chimed in sarcastically. Why don't you tell us which girl you went on a date with today? Come on. Even if you're handsome. It's impossible that you just broke up yesterday and hooked up with another girl the very next day. Chen Yu sat down on the bed with a smile and said, Boss, if I say I went on a date with Lin Siyu, would you believe me? Haha, I believe. I believe you, ghost. Guojiechi had a confident smile on his face, furiously clicking the mouse and keyboard while playing a game and complaining. Brother Yu, I've noticed you're getting better at showing off. Lin Siyu is my goddess, the belle of the entire art institute, ranking in the top 3 on the campus beauty list. Even if you successfully got her WeChat yesterday, it's impossible to get her out on a date the very next day. If you can really date Lin Siyu, I'd eat shit upside down. Damn, boss, your taste is way too heavy. It's truly disgusting. Ew, I don't even need to eat dinner. Chen Yu laughed it off. In fact, mentioning Lin Siyu was just a casual remark. Anyway, these fools in the dormitory wouldn't believe him. If all went well, when they reached the duo Q stage, he could officially tell Guijechi the truth. Brother Yu, regardless of anything, I'm genuinely happy to see you come out of the shadow of your breakup. Exactly. I thought that after being dumped by Zhao Yiqian you might be a bit down for a while. As long as you're fine. Brother Yu, I'll treat you to a stuffed egg pancake tomorrow morning. With spicy strips. I'll treat you to a nutritional fast-track drink. The leader and the fourth roommate bantered back and forth. After changing the subject, the dormitory was once again filled with a lively atmosphere. In the girls' dormitory, 502, Zhao Yiqian pushed open the door and walked in. Her gaze was somewhat vacant and her expression was very unhappy. Her roommate and best friend Zhang Mingming walked over and asked in confusion, Qian, why do you look so unhappy? Didn't Senior Lu Xiang say he would take you to eat high-end Japanese cuisine today? Yes, I want to eat with the senior. Then why aren't you happy? When talking about Japanese food, Zhang Mingming's eyes revealed a hint of envy. She believed that her looks and figure were not too inferior to Zhao Yiqian. After all, they were both from the dance department. However, no boy had ever been so generous to her. Zhao Yiqian sat there numbly for a while, hesitating to raise her head. Mingming. Do you have any leftover allowance this month? Yes, I do. Can you lend me some? Faced with this question, Zhang Mingming was slightly taken aback. It wasn't that she was unwilling to lend Zhao Yiqian money. It was just that since they met in high school, Zhao Yiqian had never borrowed money from her. Not even once. So this request was indeed a bit unexpected for Zhang Mingming. What's wrong, Qian? Do you urgently need money for something? She asked curiously. No, it's just that I paid for the Japanese food today. The total was over 2,800, and after paying, I really had no money left, not even enough for my living expenses. After hearing this, Zhang Mingming was stunned, her face full of disbelief. What did you say, Qian? Senior Lu Xiang took you out for Japanese food. Shouldn't he be the one paying the bill? Even if it's the least, it should be split evenly, right? Why did you have to pay the bill? Zhao Yiqian fell silent. To be honest, she was also quite wronged. She had thought that she would finally have the opportunity to eat at a high-end restaurant, and her mood was very good. Not only did she dress up nicely before going out, but she even mentally prepared herself. If Lu Xiang made such a request after dinner, she would be open to considering it. However, when it came time to pay the bill, Lu Xiang deliberately dodged, signaling the waiter to approach her. Zhao Yiqian was completely dumbfounded. She could never have imagined that she would be dining with Lu Xiang, a wealthy second generation, driving a BMW and wearing a Rolex, who looked so glamorous, and in the end, he would make her pay the bill. A meal cost her over 2,800. When she was with Chen Yu, he had never made her pay for anything, nor had he ever spent so much of her money. Thinking of this, Zhao Yiqian felt even more wronged. Qian, what is that in your hand? Is that your bill from today? Zhang Mingming saw her clutching a long receipt. Taking it over to have a look, she was instantly shocked and widened her eyes. Over 15000. God, Qian, didn't you say you spent over 2,000? How did it end up being over 10000? That bill isn't mine, it's Chen Yu's. What? Qian, are you saying this is Chen Yu's? Zhang Mingming stared at the bill that totaled over 15000 yuan, utterly astonished. Yes, I ran into him when I came back today, Zhao Yiqian said, furrowing her brows. I asked him where he had been, and he said he took another girl out for dinner. I didn't believe him, so he threw this bill at me. So this means Chen Yu took another girl out for dinner today, and it cost over 15000 yuan. Zhang Mingming was utterly shocked, as if she were listening to a fantastical tale. Such a sum of money could nearly cover the living expenses of ordinary girls like them for half a year. A single meal consumed half a year's worth of living expenses. This is too outrageous. Speaking of Chen Yu, Zhao Yiqian wore a look of indignation. I was equally shocked at the time. But then I thought Chen Yu couldn't possibly have that much money. If he really paid, that there could only be one possibility: he must have taken out a loan. Otherwise, how could he possibly come up with that much money to take a girl out for dinner? That way, Chen Yu still wants to pretend to be a rich man. What a ridiculous facade. Suddenly, Zhao Yiqian had a thought. Mingming, what if? Since even a loser like Chen Yu wants to figure out how to pretend to be rich, could it be that someone like Senior Lu Xiang, a rich second generation, might also occasionally pretend to be poor? Are you saying Lu Xiang isn't actually unable to pay but is purposely pretending to be poor? Zhang Mingming blinked in confusion, struggling to keep up with Zhao Yiqian's train of thought. To her, the idea of rich kids deliberately pretending to be poor seemed like something that would only happen in a drama. She had never seen it in reality. Zhao Yiqian continued. After all, high-quality guys like Lu Xiang are bound to attract many girls. For him, he must find a way to distinguish which girls only like him for his money, and which ones genuinely like him and are willing to invest in him. Is it possible that when paying for sushi today, Lu Xiang deliberately claimed he was broke? Is he trying to test me? To see if I'm willing to put in some effort for him? All this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingming was rendered speechless. To be honest, she thought the possibility existed, but the likelihood was very low. Most likely it was just Zhao Yiqian's imagination. Zhang Mingming had privately inquired about Lu Xiang and found out that he not only enjoyed playing with girls' feelings, but also frequently tricked them into treating him. Several girls who had dated him had done the math. They spent far more on Lu Xiang than he ever spent on them. This rich second generation was actually just an empty shell. When it came to romance, Lu Xiang was quite unwilling to spend money on girls. However, Zhang Mingming knew that expressing such thoughts would be futile, because Zhao Yiqian had already been captivated by Lu Xiang's superficial charm and was not receptive to her words. After waking up, the first thing Chen Yu did was check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward 100,000 yuan. Your account ending in 5518 received 100 yuan with a balance of 455550 yuan. Chen Yu looked at the balance displayed on his phone, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Over 400,000 yuan. With that much money, he could probably buy 2 of those old BMW 3 Series cars like Lu Xiang's. 2 cars. As he exited the dormitory, his buddy Guijiechi waved his hand and really ordered Chen Yu a deluxe version of an egg pancake, complete with spicy strips. His other buddy Zhou Zhifei also bit the bullet and got Chen Yu a bottle of nutritional supplement. The 3 of them joked and laughed as they walked in front of the teaching building. Guijiechi pointed ahead and said, "Look, isn't that Zhao Yiqian?" In front of the teaching building around the corner stood a girl. It was Zhao Yiqian. She was wearing a delicate dress today and had applied light makeup, clearly having put in some effort to look good. She was holding a breakfast in her hands, evidently waiting for someone. Soon an older boy walked over. "Xiang, you're here. You haven't had breakfast yet, right?" As she spoke, Zhao Yiqian wore a sweet smile and handed over the food in her hand. Lu Xiang took the breakfast offered by Zhao Yiqian, feeling inexplicably bewildered. He initially thought that after dodging the bill yesterday at the sushi restaurant, making Zhao Yiqian spend nearly 300 yuan, she might be angry. He even thought she might question the authenticity of his rich second-generation identity. But unexpectedly, after a night past, this woman not only wasn't angry, but seemed even more attentive. This is truly baffling. However, during the years he used his rich second-generation persona to charm girls, those who fell at his feet often performed various inexplicable actions. To be fair, Zhao Yiqian's looks and figure were still quite impressive among ordinary students. Having such a girl serve him breakfast made the passing boys cast envious glances at him. Lu Xiang thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being envied. In the crowd, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Why is that guy again? He saw Chen Yu and his 2 buddies strolling along. Yesterday, he had been thoroughly rattled by this guy. The mere thought of Zhao Yiqian having done many things for this guy made Lu Xiang extremely displeased, even if he believed that most of this was Chen Yu's boasting. Damn, what could a poor kid like him compare to me? Just then, many boys suddenly stirred, all turning to look in another direction. Look over there, see who's coming. Isn't that Lin Xiyu? One of the top 3 beauties in the school. She's too stunning. Not far away, a girl dressed simply in a white t-shirt and denim shorts with long hair cascading down her chest walked gracefully towards them. The girl's tall figure and slender fair legs looked dazzling in the morning light. The key was, unbeknownst to her, Lin Xiyu actually walked up to a boy. "Chen Yu, here you go." She stuffed a bottle of water into Chen Yu's hands. Then she softly said, "Thank you for treating me to dinner yesterday." And then she gently walked away. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, completely stunned. God, am I seeing things? Lin Xiyu actually delivered water to a boy. The goddess has fallen for someone else. Damn, my Dao heart is shattered. Who is that boy? Do you know him? Amidst the shocked gazes, Lu Xiang's face turned particularly grim. His expression shifted from the pride and enjoyment he felt when receiving Zhao Yiqian's breakfast to a deep pallor in an instant. Lin Xiyu was a girl he could never have. Even those real rich second generations in school couldn't woo her, the top beauty of the school. Yet here she was delivering water to Zhao Yiqian's ex-boyfriend right in front of him. What the hell is this guy better at than me? Watching Lin Xiyu's figure, Lu Xiang roared inwardly. Although Zhao Yiqian was also good, she was still far behind Lin Xiyu. Thinking of this, he felt that the breakfast in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. Lin Xiyu must have been deceived by that guy. Damn it. This poor guy really knows how to deceive girls. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Chen Yu was holding the water delivered by the campus beauty. He felt somewhat bewildered. However, seeing Lin Xiyu's 55 points of affection displayed above her head combined with what she said, everything made sense. Moreover, it was indeed quite exhilarating. This indicated that the seemingly aloof campus beauty actually had a proactive side. It was just that most people had never witnessed it. At this moment, the dormitory leader Guijiechi had his mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. If one were to say who suffered the biggest blow among those present, it was very likely him. What the hell? Yuga, what on earth is going on here? What kind of potion did you give my goddess? Why is Lin Xiu bringing you water? You didn't really go on a date with my goddess yesterday, did you? Damn, did you do anything inappropriate to my goddess? Guojiechi initially thought that Chen Yu's claim of going on a date with Lin Xiu was just bragging. But Lin Xiu had just delivered water to Chen Yu in front of many people. This indicated that her relationship with Chen Yu was likely more than just adding each other on WeChat. What the hell? I didn't do anything. Faced with the seemingly stunned Guojiechi Chen Yu could only innocently shrug his shoulders. At least up until now he really hadn't done anything. Right, boss, nothing should have happened between you Go and Lin the campus beauty yesterday. Zhou Zhifei interjected. Why do you say that? Think about it. When he was with Zhao Yiqian, he would always come back late at night. But yesterday before it got dark Hugo was back, indicating he didn't go to the hotel. That does make some sense. After hearing Zhou Zhifei's analysis, Guojiechi felt a bit relieved. But soon he began to worry about Lin Xiu. Because if Lin Xiu really had some feelings for Chen Yu, it was only a matter of time before their relationship was exposed. Damn it. Guojiechi sighed helplessly. Ding. A gift from a high-scoring opposite sex has been received, triggering a task. As a winner in life, one must practice reciprocity. Task content: return a gift to the target Lin Xiu, who gave you a gift. Task reward 1, the amount spent on the gift will be refunded 5 times. Task reward 2, 100 points of winner in life experience. With another 100 experience points I can level up, right? Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Yes, your current life winner level is level 1A and you need another 100 experience points for the next upgrade. With this 100 experience points you will advance to life winner level 2. After leveling up, the amount you can receive daily for signing in will increase from 100 to 200. Great. Daily signing in can earn me 200. That's amazing. I must complete this task as soon as possible. Chen Yu made up his mind, filled with anticipation. The morning classes quickly passed. By the afternoon, there were still 2 physical education classes for basketball. After some activities, Chen Yu felt a bit tired, so he found a spot under a tree to sit down and leisurely listened to the dormitory leader Guojiechi and Zhou Zhifei bragging. As they were talking, the topic shifted to Chen Yu. You go when you were with Zhao Yiqian, how many times did you play duo Q in a month? Just 2 or 3 times, I guess. 2 or 3 times a month. That's over 30 times a year. You go, I'm really jealous of you. Zhou Zhifei said, enviously, unable to help but pat Chen Yu's shoulder. The 4 of them in the dormitory. Aside from the 3rd Chen Yu, the others, the leader Guojiechi, the 2nd Huang Bo, and the 4th Zhou Zhifei, had all never been in a relationship. So let alone playing duo Q with girls, they hadn't even touched a girl's hand. Not to mention someone like Zhao Yiqian, who was beautiful, a dance major, had a high appearance, long legs, and was incredibly attractive. Usually when encountering girls of this caliber, they would get nervous just talking to them. By the way, you go, I find it strange. When Zhao Yiqian wanted to break up with you, you didn't even show any signs of sadness. So it turns out you weren't worried about not having women at all. Not only am I not worried, but I can even get a prettier one. Although Zhao Yiqian was great compared to the top 3 campus beauties, Lin Xiu was still on another level. Chen Yu didn't explain much and just laughed after hearing that. He had never thought that Lin Xiu actually had some feelings for him in secret. However, even though she was a campus beauty, she was still just a particularly beautiful girl, and her essence was that of a little girl. She would also develop feelings for attractive opposite sex. But due to shyness, or because being a campus beauty raised her persona too high, she didn't have the courage to express it. This was not unreasonable. By the way, Zhou Zhifei, after a moment of envy, switched to a mischievous smile. Yugo, what does it feel like to play duo Q? Do you have a driver's license? Do you know how to drive a car? Yeah, I've been able to drive for a long time. When driving, you can't just shift to 5th gear directly. You have to start in 1st gear, gradually shifting to 3rd, and when the car is running, accelerate to 5th gear, enjoying the thrill, while also having to pay attention to controlling the headlights, remembering to signal when necessary. What the hell, Yugo, are you talking about driving? Of course. Ha ha ha. To be honest, 4th, don't you also have a girl you like? Why don't you confess? Don't mention it, the girl I like is the class flower of the foreign language class next door. How could she look at me? But how do you know she doesn't like you if you don't confess? Even if you get rejected, you'll be able to move on faster and find another target, saving you from wasting time. You won't lose anything, Chen Yu said lightly. Zhou Zhifei frowned, feeling that it made a lot of sense. Yugo, moi, I feel like you've changed. You've become so much cooler. I think so too, Guojiechi echoed. Because Chen Yu had previously won over the dance department's class flower Zhao Yiqian, they were already quite impressed with him. But for some reason, after Chen Yu broke up with Zhao Yiqian, they seemed to admire him even more. Before they knew it, class had ended. Guojiechi and Zhou Zhifei went to the cafeteria for a meal. Chen Yu headed directly to the nearest shopping center in the financial district of the school. As long as he returned a gift to Lin Xiu, he would receive 5 times the cashback on his purchase, plus 100 experience points. This reward was too generous. Chen Yu went straight to the 5th floor where luxury goods and jewelry brands were located, looked at a few stores, and prepared to choose a gift for Lin Xiu. The system refunds based on the amount spent. The more you spend, the more you get back. However, Lin Xiu didn't seem to be a materialistic girl. If he gave her something too expensive, she definitely wouldn't accept it, and that would make the gift a waste. After thinking for a few minutes, Chen Yu chose a small Hermes wallet. Although no one carries cash these days, it's still quite useful for holding a few cards. The only downside was the price. 58800. Chen Yu secretly complained, this is truly outrageous. Time to pay. Chen Yu scanned the code to make the payment at the Hermes counter. Not far away, Zhang Mingming happened to be shopping and glanced over. Seeing it was Chen Yu, then she noticed he was at Hermes. Zhang Mingming was taken aback. Then she quickly took out her phone and sent several messages to Zhao Yiqian. Qian am at the financial center. Guess who I saw? Chen Yu. Buying Hermes. Zhang Mingming was genuinely shocked. She had once bravely visited this Hermes. She knew that there were hardly any cheap items here. Every item costs several tens of thousands. Chen Yu actually came here to shop. How did he get so rich? Chen Yu returned to school with his newly purchased Hermes card holder. It was already past 9 p.m. After washing up, just as he was about to invite Guijiechi to play some games, Chen Yu's phone rang. Upon opening it, he found it was a message from Zhao Yiqian. Chen Yu, I want to talk to you. What? You want to talk to me? But I don't want to talk to you, go away. Chen Yu didn't reply. He simply closed the chat window and switched to playing games with his roommates. After 3 consecutive matches, he ended up losing all 3. At that moment, Zhao Yiqian sent several more messages. This time her tone was much softer. Chen Yu, you're still awake, right? Even if we broke up, can't we still be friends? Mingming said she saw you at Hermes in the financial center today. What were you doing there? Can you tell me? Chen Yu frowned and tapped out a few words out of boredom. What else would I do at Hermes? Of course I went to buy something. Zhao Yiqian quickly replied. Where did you get so much money from? Did you really take out a loan? Upon reading this, Chen Yu understood. This was the real reason Zhao Yiqian wanted to speak with him. She didn't really care about whether he was awake or about remaining friends after the breakup. She was only concerned about whether Chen Yu had money and where that money had come from. Where did I get the money? Oh, my family just went through a demolition and I received some compensation. Chen Yu thought for a moment and concocted a lie. Because if he didn't give Zhao Yiqian a plausible explanation, she might report him to the homeroom teacher or the counselor claiming he took out a loan. At that point, it would be hard to explain. Oh, then congratulations, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep now, goodbye. Girls' dormitory 502. Zhao Yiqian leaned back against her bed, put down her phone, and sighed in relief. So Qian, did you ask Chen Yu? Yeah. What did he say? He said his family went through a demolition and he received some money. Zhao Yiqian thought for a moment. Chen Yu's family lived in the suburbs of Shanghai City, which wasn't a good area. Even if they were compensated for the demolition, it wouldn't amount to much. It couldn't compare to Lu Xiang. With this thought, she felt relieved. Chen Yu, that loser using demolition money to pretend to be wealthy and buy Hermes to impress girls, he's simply crazy. He's even trying to pursue Lin Xiu. Doesn't Chen Yu know how many rich second-generation kids are lined up to chase Lin Xiu? Who does he think he is? Zhao Yiqian said dismissively. Although the demolition compensation seemed like a lot, it could be several 100,000 or even millions. However, when it came time for resettlement, he would have to use that money to buy a house. Plus, there would be renovations and furniture purchases. In the end, there wouldn't be much left. And if he continued to squander his money like this, he might not even be able to afford a resettlement house later. After venting her frustrations, Zhao Yiqian's phone buzzed twice. She thought it was Chen Yu being unwilling again, wanting to chat with her. But upon checking, she found it was a message from Lu Xiang. Qian, babe, are you still awake? Yeah, I'm still awake. Zhao Yiqian quickly replied, adding a cute emoji. Qian, I have something urgent and need money. Can you lend me some? Oh. She thought Lu Xiang was just here to say goodnight. She didn't expect him to ask her for money. Xiang, what's going on? Sigh. Don't mention it. My BMW's insurance expired a few days ago, and I haven't renewed it. Today I just happened to crash into a careless old man, and I'm deemed fully responsible, needing to pay over 10,000. Over 10,000? Bro, I don't have that much money. I'm not asking you to lend me 10,000. Qian, just help me with 3,000, and I'll figure out the rest myself. All right then. Zhao Yiqian hesitated for a moment, but eventually transferred 2,800 yuan to Lu Xiang. Now she only had a little left for food on her card. Xiang, I need to keep 300 yuan for food, so I can only give you this much. Okay, Qian, 2,800 is enough, bye. Lu Xiang accepted the money and left with a simple goodbye, not saying anything more. At that moment, Zhang Mingming approached curiously. Did Chen Yu contact you again? Not Chen Yu, it was Senior Lu Xiang. Senior came to chat with you? Not to chat, he asked to borrow money. He wants 3,000 from me. Huh, borrow money. Isn't he a rich second generation? Why does he need to borrow money from you? Besides, you went out to dinner with him yesterday. Didn't you pay the bill of over 2,000? Yeah, over 2,000 yesterday, and now another 2,000. Wow, Zhang Mingming couldn't help but comment. So you've spent over 5,000 in just 3 days with Lu Xiang. Faced with this question, Zhao Yiqian was at a loss for words. Indeed, at this moment, she also felt very strange. Why did Lu Xiang, as a rich second generation, expect her to pay for meals? And why did he expect her to help settle his car accident costs? In just 2 or 3 days, she had already spent over 5,000 on Lu Xiang. And how much had Lu Xiang spent on her? If she calculated carefully, it seemed to be less than 100 yuan. This made her feel quite imbalanced inside. When she was with Chen Yu, although he was poor, he had never asked her for a single penny. A night passed. Near noon, Chen Yu walked towards the teaching building of the Art Institute with his newly bought Hermes wallet. At 12 o'clock, 2 classes had just finished and Lin Xiyu was packing her things in the classroom. She was wearing a simple dress today with her long hair cascading down, looking stunningly beautiful. At this moment, only 2 or 3 people remained around, and Chen Yu walked straight in. Just finished class. He greeted her. Lin Xiyu gently turned her head, and upon seeing him, her beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. Yeah, I was bored shopping yesterday, and I happened to see this on sale thinking you might like it, so I bought it for you. Chen Yu opened his palm and said, You absolutely must accept it. I still need to complete a task. Lin Xiyu lowered her head slightly to look. Isn't this too much? I shouldn't accept it. She had never used luxury goods before, but as a girl of her age, she was quite familiar with various brand logos. This was evidently an Hermes item, and it was quite valuable. It could cost several thousand, or even over 10,000. It's fine, it's on sale, only a little over $100. Chen Yu appeared nonchalant. I must admit Lin Xiyu felt a little tempted. After all, she was a girl, and naturally had little resistance to such things. More importantly, this Hermes wallet was given to her by a boy she had a good impression of. Is it really on sale? It's not a fake, is it? Her small face was filled with skepticism. Chen Yu pretended to be flustered, as if he had been found out. See you, how did you figure out this is a fake? 58,800. Bought it at the official store, what a fake. But saying this made it easier for Lin Xiyu to accept the gift. Hee, I was just joking. Even if it's a fake, I'd like it. She smiled happily, lightly accepting the wallet. You give me a gift, and I'll treat you to lunch just right, because I'm also hungry. Sure, where to eat? Since the school beauty was treating Chen, you naturally accepted generously. You choose the place, but it can't be too expensive, I'm very poor. Lin Xiyu playfully said. Ding. Gifted the other party a gift. Task completed. With the current life winner level at 2, signing in could yield a cash reward of 2,000. Check in. At the moment the prompt echoed in his mind, Chen Yu felt a jolt of excitement. Finally leveled up. From now on, just signing in every day could net him a reward of 2,000, truly a soaring success. You have received 2,000 yuan in your Bank of Communications account ending in 5518 with a balance of 949510 yuan. Let's go. Hello, C, you're here. Lin Si was packing her things preparing to leave the classroom. A tall boy with dark skin walked in from outside. He walked straight up to Lin Si. Chen Yu frowned slightly. He recognized this boy. Zhao Jianping, the captain of the school basketball team, was also one of Lin Si's admirers. Last time this guy had approached her at a restaurant trying to invite Lin Si to a movie, but was rejected. Why was he back again? As soon as he entered, Zhao Junpeng spotted Chen Yu, and his expression changed. He had heard that Lin Si seemed to have delivered water to a boy yesterday. It must be this guy. Despite a surge of jealousy and anger, Zhao Junpeng still tried to maintain some composure. See, you just finished class. Are you hungry? Come, I'll take you to eat. Right now is the peak time in the cafeteria, but I've already sent someone to reserve a spot. Facing Zhao Junpeng's invitation, Lin Si coldly shot back a few words, Sorry, I'm not hungry. The smile she had just given Chen Yu instantly turned frosty. Turning on a dime. People are different and attitudes change accordingly. If it were someone she liked, even the coldest goddess would melt and become an adorable girl. Conversely, if a girl appears very aloof, it's simply because she is dealing with someone she doesn't like. But see, I heard you say, just before entering, that you were going to eat. Why are you saying you're not hungry now? Zhao Junpeng asked, his face stiffening. Excuse me, who do you think you are? Whether I'm hungry or not is none of your business. Come on, let's go eat. Lin Si gestured to Chen Yu. Zhao Junpeng. See, you just said you weren't hungry. She turned her head, and in the next moment right in front of him said she wanted to go eat with Chen Yu. This was tantamount to publicly slapping Zhao Junpeng in the face. At this moment, apart from them, there were still a few students left in the classroom. Humiliated under everyone's gaze, Zhao Junpeng's face turned bright red. Watching the goddess he had longed for leaving the classroom laughing and talking with another boy, Zhao Junpeng felt furious. Moreover, he couldn't understand. Why? I have looks and height, and there are several junior sisters interested in me. I can rap, dance, play basketball, and I am the captain of the basketball team. What makes that boy better than me? Why would Lin Si like him? It truly infuriated me. Chen Yu and Lin Si left the teaching building. This meal was treated by Lin Si, as she only had a monthly allowance of 200 yuan, and Chen Yu wouldn't let her spend too much. So they just randomly found a restaurant nearby, and each ordered a dish. Chen Yu and Lin Si ate for over an hour before parting ways at the restaurant. Just as he returned to the dormitory, his phone vibrated twice. You have received 200 yuan in your bank of communications account ending in 5518. It was obvious. His mom had sent him his living expenses again. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then transferred 300 back. He added a note. I don't need it this month. I've teamed up with some classmates on a small project and made some money, so I'm a bit surplus. His parents ran a noodle shop. It was called a noodle shop, but in reality, there were only 4 small tables. Over the years, they had worked hard from dawn till dusk and had a tough life. He now had nearly 1 million in his account and had completely acquired the ability to support his family. But if he gave too much to his mom, it would complicate things. He thought to himself, maybe he should find a time to go home. His home was in the suburbs over dozens of kilometers from the city center, and it took more than 2 hours to take the bus one way. Plus, the road conditions were poor every time he made a round trip but felt like it would be shattered. Ding! Life winners cannot suffer during the journey. Accepting the task, purchase a vehicle of your own. Task reward, double cashback on the amount spent. Task reward, 100 points of life winner experience. Is this asking me to buy a car? Hearing the prompt ring in his mind again, Chen Yu felt invigorated. This perfect life system truly gives what you think about. Just when he thought it was inconvenient to go home, he was given a task to buy a car, which was so considerate. Chen Yu had long since obtained his driver's license, but previously he had never thought he would use it during college. Those who could drive during college were usually the more flamboyant rich second generation. Chen Yu considered himself an ordinary student. The little money he had wasn't enough to spend on Zhao Yiqian, let alone buy a car. But now it was different. With nearly 1 million in his pocket, buying a car was an easy task. Chen Yu opened a car buying app on his phone and casually scrolled through. I brought you food. At that moment, dorm mate Zhou Zhifei walked in with a takeout box, followed by the dorm leader Guo Jiaqin. Old for you actually remembered to bring me food. You really have a conscience. Chen Yu gave him a thumbs up. Do I need to say that? But I've already eaten. Well then I'll save it for dinner. Zhou Zhifei put down the takeout box and leaned over. What are you looking at, you Goa? You're planning to buy a car. Yeah, just taking a look for now. Chen Yu casually scrolled through the screen. What's your budget for the car, you Goa? I think the new Bora is nice. It's suitable for you. If you could add a bit more, getting a Magotan would be even better. The Magotan is a good car. Zhou Zhifei was a car enthusiast. He loved to read various car news and was quite knowledgeable about different models, chatting animatedly and passionately about cars. I really envy you. You haven't even graduated yet, and your family is preparing to buy you a car. After chattering for a while, Zhou Zhifei realized that Chen Yu hadn't even looked at the car models he recommended. Instead, he was switching back and forth between BBA models. Dude, Yugo, are you feeling a bit too good about yourself? Don't think that BBA's entry-level models are only in the tens of thousands. They are essentially just buying a logo, and entry-level cars don't drive well. To buy a BBA, you need at least a 34C model or above, but those cost over 200, which is quite expensive. That's the one. As they were talking, Chen Yu finally settled on a Mercedes-Benz GLS. The final price was about 9,000. The amount of money he had in hand was just about that figure. Within this range, the more expensive the better. After all this time buying a car, the system would give cashback based on the amount spent. The more he spent, the more he received. Boring. Zhou Zhifei noticed Chen Yu's gaze fixated on the high-end model of a Mercedes-Benz and immediately lost interest. Brother Yu, I thought you really wanted to buy a car, but it turns out to be just wishful thinking. He who frequently reads automotive news obviously knows how much these cars cost. The cheaper ones are still close to 1 million. Truly luxurious cars. However, based on Chen Yu's past circumstances, he certainly didn't seem like someone from a family that could afford $1 million luxury car. Muttering a few phrases, he lost interest and walked aside, scrolling through his phone. Chen Yu smiled slightly and began searching for dealers based on the car model. There's a 4S dealership just a few kilometers away. Great. It was getting a bit late and he had a class with attendance in the afternoon, so it looked like he would have to go tomorrow instead. Girls' dormitory 612. Lin Si placed her Hermes wallet on her desk. Instantly, the eyes of the other 3 girls in the room were drawn to it. Hermes. Oh my god. See, you who gave it to you. Just this little wallet, it must cost thousands, right? Not thousands, it's a fake, just over 200 yuan. Lin Si waved her hand a bit shyly. Oh, so it's not genuine. That makes sense. Even if someone gave you a gift, it couldn't possibly be a real Hermes, right? This brand is just too expensive. Although none of them had ever bought a real Hermes, they had heard about the brand's prices. The cheapest were several thousand, and the most expensive could reach over 1 million. Such luxury items are simply beyond the reach of ordinary students. By the way, see you, who exactly gave it to you? Is it Zhao Junpeng, the one who's been pursuing you? Yes, is it him? When it came to relationships, the gossip spirit of the girls ignited. Speaking of which, that Zhao Junpeng is really quite stingy. It shouldn't be him, right? He even asked me before to say something nice about him in front of CU, and the reward was just a cup of milk tea. A cup of milk tea, and he expects me to help him win over the campus belle. That's too cheap. Exactly. So pathetic. Wait a minute. After chatting for a while, one of the girls suddenly opened Lin Siu's Hermes wallet. Inside lay a card from the Hermes boutique. Look, she took out the card, and everyone gathered around to examine it closely. This says Hermes Financial Center store. Does this mean this wallet was purchased from the Hermes boutique at the financial center? You're joking, right? The girls exchanged glances. The financial center is the most upscale mall in the city. Clearly, if this wallet was bought there, it couldn't possibly be a fake. It should be genuine. Could it be that this wallet was indeed purchased from the financial center and is authentic? One quick-handed girl opened the Hermes official website and found the same wallet. And in the price section, it was clearly stated 58800 yuan. In other words, if it truly is an authentic item purchased from the financial center, then its price is not the 200 yuan Lin Siu mentioned, but 58800 yuan. That's a difference of several hundred times. Dumbfounded. At this moment, the girls were all a bit dumbfounded. What happened to you guys? Lin Siu returned from washing her hands and found the room in silence, feeling something was off. Siu, this wallet of yours seems to be authentic, worth nearly 6,000 yuan. Off. Upon hearing this, Lin Siu was momentarily stunned. Authentic over 6,000. So expensive. Chen Yu actually bought her something so pricey. However, she was quite clever. She recalled that earlier Chen Yu took her out for a meal that cost over 1,000. It seemed that purchasing a luxury item worth several tens of thousands should not be difficult for Chen Yu. Thinking of this, Lin Siu's fair ears turned slightly red. She already had some affection for Chen Yu. The feeling of possibly receiving an extremely valuable gift from the boy she liked was almost overwhelming. Alright, you guys don't speculate anymore, I'll ask him next time. If it's really so valuable, I shouldn't keep it, I should return it instead. Don't return it. Since you've accepted it, returning it would be too inappropriate. Exactly. This is Hermes. One girl walked over with a mischievous smile, wrapping her arms around Lin Siu's slim waist from behind. If you think the gift is too expensive, why not reward him a little? Yeah, just a little reward. Oh no. You guys stop talking nonsense. Lin Siu struggled a bit, but her cheeks were already slightly flushed. She understood exactly what the girl meant by reward. But isn't that a bit too fast for their progression? Even though she did like Chen Yu a bit, she wasn't ready to take that step so soon. One night passed. Today is Saturday. No classes, so Chen Yu decides to go look at cars. At 10 in the morning, he took a taxi to a large automotive sales center. This place covers a vast area hosting over 20 mainstream car brands, all with 4S dealerships, including Mercedes-Benz. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, Chen Yu walked directly into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Instantly, a sense of refinement and luxury hit him. Rows of brand new Mercedes cars were displayed in the hall. A quick glance revealed that they indeed exuded a level of prestige far above ordinary cars. Since it was the weekend, there were quite a few people looking at cars, and the sales staff were busy. Chen Yu went straight to the front desk and said, I want to buy a car. Are there any GLS models available? Off. The receptionist was taken aback. Most customers here were either looking for salespeople or after-sales service. It was the first time she had encountered someone who directly wanted to buy a car. Looking at his attire, he looked like an ordinary student. Yet he opened his mouth to ask for a high-end model worth millions. Trained thoroughly, she knew not to underestimate a customer based on their appearance or age. Please wait a moment, we'll check with the sales team. The receptionist hurriedly walked toward an office in the back. Soon a young man was brought out from inside. This is our store sales manager. My surname is Zhang, nice to meet you. Are there any GLS models available? Chen Yu asked directly. He wanted to finish the task early, so he could get the cash back sooner. If there weren't any, he would look for something else. If there are, I can buy one right now. This young manager Zhang took a deep breath and nodded, feeling a jolt within. He had seen customers who were particularly straightforward about buying cars before. But to encounter someone who was both straightforward about buying and dressed so ordinarily was a first. This high-end car is not something you can easily find in regular stores. However, our shop just received the latest model last week. It's right behind here. Would you like to take a look? With that, manager Zhang made a gesture inviting him to follow. No need to look, just give me a price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it right now. Chen Yu waved his hand. Cars of this caliber generally don't have issues. As for the rest, he didn't really understand, so whether he looked or not made no difference. Just buy it directly. This is fine. The young sales manager was momentarily taken aback. No test drive and not even a glance, just a purchase. Impressive. How bold. Are you paying now? Yes. Great, then let me prepare a loan plan for you. Please wait a moment. No need, I will pay in full, Chen Yu said lightly. Huh, damn. This is a car worth nearly $1 million. Not looking or test driving, just buying it. Full payment right away. At the cashier's desk, Chen Yu swiped his card. It wasn't until the receipt was printed that Manager Zhang finally believed it all. Today truly is a stroke of luck. This accounts for nearly $1 million in sales. In today's market, achieving $1 million in sales is no easy feat. Even for a sales elite like him, it usually takes considerable effort and time to secure such a deal. When he looked at Chen Yu again, Manager Zhang's eyes were filled with respect. All the insurance and taxes are settled, the temporary plates are attached, and you can drive the car away shortly. Great. Chen Yu was very satisfied. Is it convenient to add you on WeChat? If there are any questions about the car, you can contact me directly. Of course, Manager Zhang politely inquired. Sure. Chen Yu thought the man was efficient, so adding on WeChat could be useful later on. The process of picking up the car went smoothly, and he even filled up the tank. Approaching noon, Chen Yu drove the car out of the dealership. Behind him, the sales manager Zhang waved with several people, even bowing slightly. This treatment is truly top-notch. I must say, $1 million car is indeed different. The interior of the car has a very luxurious feel, and the exterior looks impressive, exuding a strong presence. However, it had been over 3 years since he obtained his driver's license. During that time, Chen Yu hadn't touched a car, so driving felt a bit unfamiliar. As such, this magnificent car was currently being driven very slowly. Chen Yu was still getting accustomed to it, making a turn after leaving the Benz dealership. After driving a few dozen meters, he arrived at the entrance of the BMW dealership. Brother Wang, can you give me a few more days? Just a few days. Once my dad gives me my allowance, I'll immediately pay last month's rental fee. At that moment, Chen Yu suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. Glancing over, wasn't that Zhao Yiqian's new boyfriend Lu Xiang? Lu Xiang was seen standing next to a man in his 30s at the entrance of the BMW dealership. The two were engaged in conversation, but Lu Xiang appeared very subservient. In front of that man, Lu Xiang was acting like a sycophant. Brother Wang, I beg you, I'm really tight on money lately. Damn it, if you're tight on cash, why are you chasing girls? The man Lu Xiang referred to as Brother Wang spat in disdain and then turned to glance inside the store. A pretty girl stood inside. It was Zhao Yiqian. Kid, I'm not saying this to insult you, but if you can't even afford the rental fee, how can you expect to have a girl like her? You think she would be with you just by bluffing? Does this girl know your BMW 320 is rented? She doesn't know. I didn't tell her. I told her this car was bought for me by my family. What did you say when I took the car back a couple of days ago? I told her it was in the shop for repairs after an accident. Damn, you're really good at fooling girls. The other person shot him a disdainful glare, almost wanting to slap him. Brother Wang, I beg you, just let me take the car for now. Once my dad gives me my allowance next week, I'll pay you back right away. Tisk. Fine. The man referred to as Brother Wang waved his hand impatiently. To be honest, he looked down on someone like Lu Xiang, renting an old BMW just to deceive girls on campus. Just from what he knew, Lu Xiang had dated at least 7 or 8 girls. It said that some girls even had abortions for him. Truly a scumbag. But to be fair, if those girls weren't so materialistic and didn't jump at the sight of a BMW, they wouldn't have fallen for a scumbag like Lu Xiang. Over here, the man referred to as Brother Wang signaled Lu Xiang to follow him. In just a few minutes, a familiar BMW 320 drove out of the garage. If you fall behind on rent next month, you'll never get to drive this car again. Yes, I understand, Brother Wang, thank you. Lu Xiang called him brother more affectionately than his own father. Finally, he managed to rent the car again, letting out a sigh of relief. He really had no money this month. He had spent all 5,000 of his allowance. He was even close to not being able to rent this 3 Series. He lied to Zhao Yiqian that the car was in the shop for repairs. Fortunately, this silly woman believed him and didn't catch on. Lu Xiang wiped the sweat from his brow. Sitting in the driver's seat, he honked the horn. Zhao Yiqian immediately hurriedly jogged over. Today she wore a sleeveless short dress and had put on makeup. Brother Xiang, is the car fixed? It's fixed, let's go. Zhao Yiqian nodded obediently and opened the car door to get in. Are the people in that shop rude to you? Do they have a fierce look? Brother Xiang, maybe you shouldn't go to that shop anymore. It's not worth spending money and having to see their faces. Oh, let's talk about that later. Lu Xiang said, feeling guilty. Zhao Yiqian still didn't know his car was rented. If she found out, she would probably explode on the spot, calling him a fraud and demand to break up immediately. Lu Xiang was feeling a bit anxious and just wanted to leave the car city quickly. He pressed the gas pedal and directly caught up to a Benz ahead. GLS impressive. Just looking at it is so high-end. As he got closer, Lu Xiang couldn't help but marvel at the shiny badge on the rear of the Benz. Brother Xiang, what's wrong? Zhao Yiqian, seeing him excited, asked in confusion. Qian, do you see that car ahead? The car ahead? Oh, that's a Benz. Zhao Yiqian recognized the term BBA. However, like many young girls, she was influenced by the classic saying, I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Among these three brands, she liked BMW the most. She thought that sitting in a BMW would give her a lot of face. Among many girls, she would feel like a winner. Chen, this isn't just an ordinary Benz. This is a GLS, the highest-end SUV from the Benz brand. Above it are only the G-Class and Maybach. Of course, the price is exceptionally high. Lu Xiang explained passionately, his eyes filled with envy. Right now, he could only rent the lowest configuration of the 3 Series. As for whether he could ever own a real 3 Series, that was still uncertain, let alone a GLS, which is several grades above the 3 Series. Is that car very expensive? Expensive? It's super expensive. I estimate it would cost around $1 million when all is said and done. 1 million. That's so much money. Zhao Yiqian was immediately shocked upon hearing this. She knew Lu Xiang's BMW 3 Series should cost over 300,000. This means that the price of that Benz ahead is roughly enough to buy 3 of Lu Xiang's BMWs. It turns out that the price can vary so much between different models. Cough cough. Lu Xiang was momentarily taken aback. He quickly realized that he had perhaps said too much. Admitting that someone else's car was far more expensive than his own could jeopardize his image as a wealthy second generation in Zhao Yiqian's eyes. He hurriedly sought to change the topic. At that moment, as Lu Xiang's car drove parallel to a Mercedes in front of them, Zhao Yiqian, lost in her fantasies about the appearance of the Mercedes driver, glanced over towards the driver's seat. Gradually, she could see clearly. At the same time, Zhao Yiqian's expression shifted to one of shock. At this point, less than 5 meters away, she could see the person's face distinctly. It was Chen Yu. The person driving the car was Chen Yu. What was going on? Why was Chen Yu here? When did he get a Mercedes? Moreover, according to Lu Xiang, it was a Mercedes worth over $1 million, a true luxury car. In an instant, Zhao Yiqian's mind was filled with questions. What's wrong, Chen? Lu Xiang asked. The person driving that Mercedes. It's Chen Yu. Huh? You mean your ex-boyfriend? Yes. Zhao Yiqian couldn't believe it. But the truth was right before her eyes. The one driving that $1 million luxury car was indeed Chen Yu. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang, upon hearing this, was also taken aback and turned to look. Upon seeing, he was shocked. What the hell, it really is that guy's. When did he get a car? And $1 million luxury car at that. What is going on? Lu Xiang was immediately dumbfounded. He had met Zhao Yiqian's ex-boyfriend. Aside from being somewhat handsome, he looked like an ordinary male college student. He didn't seem particularly wealthy. It was precisely because of this that Lu Xiang had dared to show off in his rented BMW 3 Series back then. However, now it seemed that he was driving a GLS. The price could buy 3 brand new 3 Series. Not to mention his was a rented car. But Chen, does your ex-boyfriend have a car too? Lu Xiang asked uneasily. Nope. Then how is he driving a Mercedes now? I don't know either. Zhao Yiqian frowned tightly, her heart in turmoil. Right? When did Chen Yu get a car? And a luxury one at that. She instinctively compared the prices in her mind. It was clear that Chen Yu's car could easily overshadow Lu Xiang's. Easily overshadow. Lu Xiang was utterly defeated. In shock, Zhao Yiqian's heart was far from calm. Once she believed Lu Xiang was far more outstanding than Chen Yu. In her eyes, Lu Xiang's capabilities were unmatched by Chen Yu in this lifetime. That's why she had resolutely decided to dump Chen Yu and turn to Lu Xiang. But what about now? Here she was sitting in Lu Xiang's $30,000 BMW 3 Series, while just a short distance away Chen Yu was driving a $1 million luxury car. Originally, she had every chance to sit on the better side. In an instant, she even began to doubt whether her choice had been wrong. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was focused on driving. Ding. Task completed. Purchase your own vehicle. Task reward 1. 79 million yuan. Double the vehicle purchase fund of 89500 yuan. Your construction bank account, ending in 5518, received 17900 yuan current balance. A full 1.79 million. Such a sum of money would be a fortune even for someone who has been working for years, let alone for a university student. Those ordinary rich second generations in school typically have a monthly living allowance of around 10,000, with only a few $100,000 available to them. It could be said that Chen Yu's current assets were enough to crush those wealthy students. Chen Yu suppressed his inner excitement and focused on driving. This was his first time on the road after getting his driver's license, and he felt a bit nervous. He certainly didn't want to become a road hazard. Fortunately, the handling of this level of vehicle was impeccable. After less than 5 minutes, Chen Yu was already quite familiar with it. After driving for another 10 minutes, he gradually noticed a problem. This car seemed a bit ostentatious. Although it couldn't compare to something as flashy as a Lamborghini or Ferrari, it still turned heads. This level of ostentation wouldn't do. Chen Yu felt a bit numb and rubbed his temples. He pondered to himself. Now that he had money. However, regarding the source of this money, if questioned, he couldn't provide a reasonable explanation. This was also the reason he initially didn't want to buy such a flashy car. It seems it's time to do something serious, Chen Yu thought. Now with nearly 2 million in cash, he could certainly invest in something. Whether it was profitable or not was unimportant. What mattered was that he needed to have an explanation for this money. Starting a business would allow him to say he earned it. Ding. A winner in life must learn to invest. Accept task, make an investment not exceeding 5,000 yuan task, reward amount, invested 5-fold return task, reward 100 experience points side task, enjoy a night out task, reward reasonable range of expenses for the night 5-fold, return. A new voice emerged in his mind, and Chen Yu nodded. That's right, the next step was to find a reliable target. Investment. Oh, and there was that side task. That would be easy. There was a bar street near the school. He could simply stroll around there later. However, since he had bought a car, he could first go home to take a look. Chen Yu drove the car. About an hour later, the brand new Mercedes pulled up near the noodle shop where his family worked. The shop was small but cozy. As soon as Chen Yu parked the car nearby, he called his parents out. His mother Wang Shulan had flour on her hands while his father Chen Juan had grease all over his. Let's go, the noodle shop is closed today. They'll take you out to eat, Chen Yu said. Although both were a bit puzzled, they complied. Ever since Chen Yu turned 18, they had always respected his opinions. His father Chen Juan locked the door and went to push a bicycle at the entrance. He had been riding that bike for nearly 20 years, and it was almost falling apart. It made noise everywhere except for the bell, but he still hadn't replaced it. No need for that, just ride in my car, Chen Yu said, shaking the shiny car keys in his hand. Soon he brought his brand new Mercedes over. When his mother Wang Shulan saw it, her eyes widened. Son, is this car yours? Yes. When did you buy a car? Where did you get the money? I just bought it. The money came from winning the lottery, Chen Yu replied calmly. He thought for now he could temporarily brush it off with the excuse of winning the lottery before completing the investment. His parents cautiously got into the car. After feeling the exquisite leather seats and experiencing the atmosphere and quality of $1 million luxury car, she asked again. This car must be expensive, right? It must cost at least 2 or 300,000. 2 or 300,000. It seems that would only buy a shell of a GLS. You kid, you really know how to spend money. Wang Shulan sighed, but thinking that Chen Yu was about to graduate, he should have a car to drive. Many neighbors' children have to ask their families for money when buying a car. Some ask for tens of thousands. Others might ask for over 100,000 or even 20 or more. At least Chen Yu didn't have to reach out to them for money when buying a car, which is quite good. With that thought, Wang Shulan felt much more at ease. After dinner, Chen Yu transferred 2,000 yuan to Wang Shulan. He told his mother that when she was tired, she could take a couple of days off from the restaurant, and they didn't need to worry about making money. In fact, Chen Yu felt that with his current strength, the noodle shop didn't need to be opened anymore. However, he had heard before that many older people cannot suddenly become idle, otherwise their health may deteriorate more easily. Thus, closing the noodle shop must be done gradually and cannot be rushed. 2 hours later, Chen Yu returned to school. The school had an independent parking lot, and it was quite large. Chen Yu drove his brand new Mercedes GLS over. Student here to handle parking, asked the security uncle. Yes. Are there any available spots? Chen Yu replied while scanning the code. Yes. The security uncle took out a small booklet to check. Student, the parking spots with a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan have all been rented out. The only ones left are 2,000. Will you rent those? The 1,000 yuan spots are relatively narrow, while the 2,000 yuan ones are much more spacious. But a monthly rent of 2,000 yuan is indeed not cheap. Many teachers and professors were reluctant to rent. Chen Yu immediately said rent it. He paid directly after speaking. Ding, payment received, 3,000 yuan. Hearing the sound of the cash register, the security uncle quickly noted Chen Yu's license plate number in the booklet. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. People who drive luxury cars worth millions are indeed straightforward, paying a year's parking fee plus a deposit in one go, unlike some others. There was a student who drove a BMW 3 Series, rented a 1,000 yuan parking spot, but was still in arrears on parking fees. It was said that he was a member of the student council named Lu Xiang. Student, your parking spot is over there, the uncle pointed. Okay. Chen Yu stepped on the accelerator and quickly found his parking spot, parking the car properly. The number of people on campus had noticeably decreased over the weekend. Chen Yu took a shower first, then pulled out his phone, pondering whether to ask Lin Xiyu out for a meal. Just as he was about to type, he saw a message bubble next to Lin Xiyu's avatar. The other party is typing, and then it disappeared. Soon the message bubble appeared again, then disappeared once more. This repeated several times. Chen Yu silently watched, finding it a bit amusing, and thought Lin Xiyu was somewhat cute. This was the state of wanting to send a message to someone, but not knowing how to say it properly. So a few words would appear, then get deleted, then a few more would appear only to be deleted again. He had done the same when messaging Zhao Yiqin before. Wanting to initiate a conversation, yet fearing that the words might not be appropriate. Thus he contemplated repeatedly, carefully typing each time. However, his cautiousness ultimately led to nothing more than a cold and emotionless breakup. From that moment on, Chen Yu completely understood. When you care about someone, anything they say is right. When you don't care, anything they say is wrong. That so-called cautiousness is of no use at all. The key is whether the other person actually has feelings for you. After staring at the screen for several minutes, Chen Yu smiled and simply sent a message. Are you free to go out for a meal? Lin Siyu almost immediately replied, sure. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Siyu was alone in her room, holding her phone and feeling conflicted for quite some time. Throughout the day, Chen Yu's shadow frequently appeared in her mind. She wanted to chat with him, but didn't know how to start. Just at that moment, Chen Yu took the initiative to send a message. Lin Siyu's eyes lit up at once, completely unaware that Chen Yu had already seen her repeatedly typing and deleting messages. After agreeing on a meeting place, Lin Siyu hurriedly got out of bed. She changed her clothes and even put on a bit of makeup. As soon as she stepped out, she unexpectedly bumped into her roommate coming back. Siyu, why are you in such a hurry? Her roommate asked curiously, seeing her in a rush. I am going for a walk. A walk? Do you need to put on makeup for that? Her roommate squinted, sensing something was off. Let alone going for a walk. With Lin Siyu's looks, she usually didn't need makeup when going out. Her roommate scanned her outfit again. A small shirt and a pleated skirt. Is this how one dresses for a walk? You aren't going on a date, are you? Did I guess right? The roommate chuckled and gently pinched Lin Siyu's beautiful leg under her skirt. Who are you going on a date with? Is it that boy who gave you the Hermes before? Since she had already been seen through, Lin Siyu could only nod. It's so late and you're going out on a date. Are you preparing not to return to the dorm tonight? If you're not returning to the dorm, there's no need to elaborate on what you're going to do. Just thinking about it is exciting. Don't talk nonsense, of course. I'll return to the dorm. That's what I'm saying. Why are you dressed like you're going to war? What going to war? What are you talking about? The roommate had a mischievous smile as she winked at Lin Siyu. Lin Siyu certainly understood what going to war meant. In fact, when it came to crude jokes, the girls were no less than the boys. A battle outfit refers to clothing that can stimulate a boy's initiative. Lin Siyu lowered her head and leaned slightly forward to take a look. The pleated skirt was indeed a bit short. Above the knee, it revealed quite a bit of her fair and straight thighs. It was indeed very enticing. It could easily make boys excited. However, returning to change clothes now seemed a bit rushed on time. I can't talk to you anymore, I have to go. Siyu, you don't need to leave the door open for you tonight, right? You dare. A few minutes later, Chen Yu met Lin Siyu, whose cheeks were slightly flushed behind the school. Although she had only dressed up a little, she still looked very striking. Being the school beauty, and at the most youthful age, she didn't need much embellishment to stand out, attracting the attention of passers-by. Chen Yu took Lin Siyu for a walk, and as they walked, they arrived at a nearby bar street and casually entered one of the bars. A young man in a bar uniform immediately approached. Good evening, you two. We have seats available in our store now, and if you spend over 500 yuan, there's a discount. The young man was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly paused. Looking at Lin Siyu, his eyes lit up. Siyu, who are you? Lin Siyu was taken aback. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It's me, Li Ming, from graduate school. Li Ming. Senior Li Ming. Yes. It's me. What a coincidence, Siyu. The man was overjoyed to see Lin Siyu finally remember him. However, Lin Siyu maintained a calm expression, her gaze cold. This Li Ming was a graduate student from the same school. Now in his second year of graduate studies, he was 3 years older than her. Li Ming had set his sights on Lin Siyu back when she was a freshman. Because she was simply too beautiful. Li Ming, who was a freshman orientation guide at the time, first rushed to help Lin Siyu move her luggage. Then he frequently tried to invite her out under the pretext of helping her get familiar with the campus. She had rejected all of his advances. Lin Siyu was aware of Li Ming's intentions and had clearly told him that she did not like his type. Li Ming tried hard for over a year without success and later stopped contacting her. He never expected to run into him today. Lin Siyu greeted him expressionlessly, preparing to walk away. At that moment, Li Ming stepped forward first. This must be our school's junior, right? He said, staring at Chen Yu with a somewhat unfriendly look in his eyes. Despite failing to pursue Lin Siyu, Li Ming still felt uncomfortable seeing another guy getting too close to her. Moreover, even if he had failed back then, it didn't mean he had no chance now. He now had a part-time job with a salary of over 5,000. With an additional 3,000 yuan in living expenses from his family, he had nearly 1,000 yuan available each month. That was his confidence. Additionally, from his observations, Lin Siyu and this boy maintained a certain distance while walking together. This indicated that their relationship was not very close. At least they were not officially a couple yet. May I ask what this junior's name is? Li Ming puffed out his chest and said. He planned to use his senior status to suppress this junior's spirit. Chen Yu merely glanced at him and coolly uttered a few words. Who are you? How can you ask for someone's name without introducing yourself first? Don't you understand this basic courtesy? Li Ming was taken aback by this response, his expression stiffening. The words, "Who are you?" directly undermined his face, especially in front of his dream girl. Instantly, he found himself at a disadvantage. Anger surged in Li Ming's chest, wanting to erupt, but he forced himself to maintain his composure. "Find me a quieter spot," Chen Yu said. "Sure, we still have some available booths here." Li Ming gritted his teeth and adjusted his mood before speaking. "However, if you want a private booth, there will be an additional charge of 3,000 yuan. Additionally, the minimum consumption for drinks in the booth is 5,000 yuan. So what do you think?" Did you catch that?" The corners of Li Ming's mouth curled slightly. A private booth costs 3,000, and the minimum drink consumption is 5,000. In other words, if they chose to book a booth, they would have to spend at least 8,000 yuan for the night. Can an ordinary poor student afford that? If you can't afford it, then get lost and stop pretending to be impressive. Li Ming looked at Chen Yu with a forced smile. Lin Xiyu pursed her delicate lips, feeling a bit angry. She could tell that Li Ming was trying to make things difficult for Chen Yu. An 8,000 yuan expenditure for a bar visit was enough to scare off regular university students. However, this Li Ming didn't know that Chen Yu was not an ordinary student. To Lin Xiyu, just the price of the Hermes wallet that Chen Yu bought for her 5,800 yuan was enough to cover a week's worth of bar visits. 8,000 yuan to Chen Yu was probably equivalent to 8 yuan in the eyes of an ordinary person. Moreover, even though Li Ming pretended to be graceful, his gaze kept drifting to her legs, making Lin Xiyu feel uncomfortable and disgusted. "Xiyu, shall we add each other on WeChat?" Li Ming thought that the guy next to his goddess would back off immediately. Previously, his WeChat had been deleted by Lin Xiyu. "Sorry, I didn't bring my phone." Lin Xiyu replied coldly. "That's all right, just give me your phone number, I can add you as a friend, and you can approve it later," Li Ming said. "I forgot my phone number." Li Ming almost choked on his words. He had been feigning composure, wearing a very forced smile. But after hearing Lin Xiyu's reply, his smile stiffened again. It was one thing to say she didn't bring her phone. How could she forget her phone number? Wasn't this just to make fun of him? Clearly, Lin Xiyu was plainly rejecting him, wanting to give him no chance or hope whatsoever. "Let's go inside." Chen Yu spoke up, just as Li Ming felt an inner surge of anger. After saying that, he walked directly past Li Ming. Taking Lin Xiyu with him, they entered the bar, completely ignoring Li Ming. You guys, this scene made his face flush red. He never expected Lin Xiyu to be so indifferent towards him. Could it be that she had already fallen for that guy next to her? What could a poor ordinary boy have that was good? His entire outfit combined cost less than 300 yuan, and at the bar he would probably just sit in the main hall ordering a cup of plain water and wouldn't even dare to order a cola. He had seen this kind of boy too many times. Yet he was about to graduate soon, and finding a job with a monthly salary of over 1,000 would be easy. His conditions were much better than that kid's. Li Ming couldn't understand. He really couldn't understand. With a dark expression, he also entered the bar. "Xiaozhang, go take care of the guests." Li Ming called out to a girl not far away. "Oh," Xiaozhang replied. She was also in beverage sales, but had joined a few months later, so she usually had to follow Li Ming's lead. Li Ming himself went behind the bar because he didn't want to serve that kid. Xiaozhang approached Chen Yu and Lin Xiyu politely and asked, "Hello, I am the receptionist here, you can call me Xiaozhang." Chen Yu nodded. This girl was about 60 in appearance and dressed quite normally, but she was much more polite than that so-called senior from before. "Is there a booth available?" he asked directly. "Yes, there is." "All right, show me one." "Sure, this way, please." Upon hearing the words booth, Xiaozhang's eyes lit up. From her experience, those who came in looking for booths were usually wealthy clients. As long as the service was good, the consumption would definitely not be low. That was all performance. Xiaozhang respectfully led the two to their seats, still feeling a bit puzzled. In the past, Li Ming always passed the lower quality clients on to her. Why did he give her the chance to serve a client who could book a booth today? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. "What would you like to drink?" Chen Yu picked up the drink menu and started flipping through it. Today's spending here was a task. All expenses would have a 5-fold return. So of course the more expensive the better. However, after turning it over and over, the most expensive drink was just over 1,000 for the Black Spade A. How cheap is that? Chen Yu searched for a long time, but could not find anything more expensive, which made him frown. I never expected such a day would come. Would I really feel troubled because the drinks at the bar are too cheap? Xiaozhang, who was beside him, waited for a while, seeing Chen Yu holding the drink menu without ordering, wondering if it was because he found it too expensive. She hesitated whether to mention it. If he found the drinks expensive, she should suggest that these two go to the hall. After all, the private rooms have a minimum consumption standard, and if they only order cheap drinks, it would be difficult to meet the minimum standard of 5,000. Sigh. I originally thought I would make some sales today, so why not take a look at the drink menu in the hall? The menu over there is different from this one. Xiaozhang said with a hint of disappointment. The sales from a private room for one night are at least close to 10,000, while the hall generally only has 100 or 200. The difference between the two is just too great. After hearing this, Chen Yu asked, are there more expensive drinks in the hall? Oh, what did you say? Xiao Zhang thought he heard wrong. I said, is there anything more expensive than this 1200 black spade, eh? Drinks are fine too. Chen Yu had to repeat it helplessly. How can a bar have the most expensive drink at just over 10,000? That's way too cheap. Do they really want to make money? If there isn't anything more expensive, why not just switch to another place? Chen Yu thought. But then he considered. This bar is located near several universities, and most of the customers coming to drink are likely students from here. The spending power of students is indeed not high. Perhaps that is why the bar has not prepared many expensive drinks. If that's the case, switching bars would yield similar results. At this moment, Xiao Zhang was stunned. It turns out this customer seems to not be complaining about the prices being too high. On the contrary, he seems to feel that these drinks are too low in quality and too cheap. Xiao Zhang had been working here for a while, and this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Are there more expensive drinks? It seems there actually are, Xiao Zhang said nervously. So we also have a limited edition black spade, priced at 5,888. Because it's limited, it isn't printed on the drink menu. 5,888. Chen Yu nodded. This is more like it. If it were only one bottle at 10,000, even with a 5-fold rebate on the task, he could only earn 40 to 50,000. That's too little. At 5,888, he could earn 2,000 for each bottle. That's acceptable. Open me 2 bottles. Chen Yu waved his hand casually, but inside he was excited. Buying 2 bottles would directly earn him over 4,000. The system allows spending within a reasonable range, so he couldn't buy too many and could only start with 2 bottles. Otherwise, he would have bought more. That's great. Xiao Zhang was startled and quickly nodded repeatedly. 2 bottles of the limited edition black spade, totaling over 1,000. This is over 1,000 in sales. I will go get the drinks for you right away. Please wait a moment. Xiao Zhang greeted and excitedly walked towards the bar. Today has been so lucky. Over 1,000 in sales. For her, just the commission from this order could be over 5,000. That's almost comparable to her monthly salary. Not far away, Li Ming was leisurely smoking while watching this scene with a smirk of disdain on his face. Letting Xiao Zhang take care of them was purely because he looked down on ordinary university students. If you want to flirt, can't you just stroll down the street? Why come to a bar to show off? And you dare to ask for a private room? Is that something students like you can afford? The consumption for a night is nearly 1,000. Unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, Li Ming flicked the ash and thought it was just a funny sight. However, when he saw Chen Yu and Lin Xiyu really seated, he gradually felt that something was wrong. Especially when he saw Xiao Zhang walk to the bar, communicate with the bartender for a few moments, then take out 2 bottles of the limited edition black spade, and walk back. Li Ming's head buzzed. Just these 2 bottles of wine over 1,000. No way. Is that kid really going to open the wine? Or is it really nearly 6,000 a bottle of top-tier goods, the ceiling of the drinks in this bar? After a few seconds, Xiao Zhang helped them open the wine. This time Li Ming was completely dumbfounded. The ash fell on his hand, burning him and making him gasp. Damn it, you really dare to buy. Those 2 bottles of wine add up to over 1,000. He had to save and scrimp for 2 years to save up that much. But the kid with Lin Xiyu just opened it without hesitation. Li Ming could hardly believe his eyes. Soon Xiao Zhang came over after opening the wine. It was clear that she was very happy. Brotherly, thank you for letting me have such a high-quality customer. Li Ming choked on his words, almost dying of anger. Thank me for letting you have a high-quality customer. If I had known he could open over 1,000 in drinks, would I have let you have him? Do you think I'm an idiot? Looking back, it seems I really was a bit of an idiot. That was over 5,000 in commission. Working hard for a month, I can't even earn over 5,000. Thinking of the commission, Li Ming felt his heart bleeding. Inside the private room, Lin Xiyu was a bit shocked when she saw Chen Yu open those 2 bottles of wine. She originally wanted to stop him. After all, both she and Chen Yu are still university students. Spending over 1,000 on one visit to a bar is truly extravagant. However, she was a step too late. Chen Yu had already asked the waitress Xiao Zhang to directly open the wine. With a bang, this is truly the sound of money. Can you drink? Chen Yu poured a glass and pushed it in front of Lin Xiyu, asking. Lin Xiyu was about to take the glass, but hesitated for a moment. It wasn't because she couldn't drink. The alcohol content of this sparkling champagne is actually very low. Plus, with the bubbles, it can completely be treated as a beverage. However, there are ice cubes in the glass. Lin Xiyu had heard other girls say online that girls cannot drink iced drinks during their special period. Therefore, when a boy offers you an iced drink, it means he might be testing you to see if you are not in your special period. It also subtly inquires if you can go that far. If you accept his iced drink, it means you are telling him that you are not in your special period. At the same time, you are also tacitly agreeing to his request. Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and her gaze towards Chen Yu became a little shy. Could it be that he really has that intention? If that's the case, should I accept him? Lin Xiyu felt conflicted inside. If I really accept, isn't this progress a bit too fast? Chen Yu noticed that Lin Xiyu's expression seemed a bit unnatural, and he asked, "Don't like drinking cold ones. He'll pour you a glass of room temperature then." With that, he directly took a new cup and filled it for her. Lin Xiyu finally came to her senses and gently accepted the wine glass. Just now she was already contemplating whether to accept it or not. The thought of considering taking that step made her cheeks blush even more. I must say, although the two of them hadn't met many times, Lin Xiyu already had a high regard for Chen Yu in her heart. She had many admirers, but none of them caught her eye. For example, the graduate student senior Li Ming she had just met, and Zhao Juanping, the captain of the basketball team from the sports academy. They all had one common trait: they loved to show off too much. Whenever they were in front of Lin Xiyu, they couldn't help but want to act cool. The key was that they didn't even do it well. It was quite low. As for Chen Yu, not only was he handsome, but he was also charming and generous with a great personality and wealth. He was simply far superior to the likes of Li Ming. "They'll take you back," Chen Yu said after spending half an hour at the bar glancing at the time. Huh. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiyu actually felt a moment of daze. In that daze there was also a hint of disappointment, as if something she had been looking forward to hadn't occurred. Damn, what was I thinking? Lin Xiyu's cheeks flushed as she punched her thigh with her small fist. Could it be that I was really looking forward to something happening between us today? What is wrong with me? Standing up with a hint of coyness, Lin Xiyu's fair long legs and stunning appearance immediately attracted the attention of many wolves in the bar. This girl is so beautiful. Is she from the neighboring university? I don't think I've seen her before. Should I go and strike up a conversation? Those legs are longer than my life. Several men were eager to try, but upon seeing Chen Yu, they all dismissed the thought of approaching her. What a pity. She has a man. I really envy that guy. Why? Because he's sitting in a VIP booth while you're in the main hall. A VIP booth costs at least 10,000 a night, while you're sitting in the main hall drinking 20 yuan beer. What can you compare that to? Damn, that's true. These men were mostly local street thugs along with some graduate students from nearby universities. They would come to the bar to pick up girls when they were bored at night, and occasionally they really could succeed. However, this exceptional girl today was clearly not someone they could approach. Ding. Experience nightlife once, mission accomplished. You spend a total of 129,000 yuan, and the system will return 5 times the amount. After Chen Yu dropped Lin Xiyu back at her dorm, his phone vibrated twice. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 received an income of 645,000 yuan. Awesome. Chen Yu headed towards the boys' dorm. He felt incredibly cheerful. Just going for a stroll on Bar Street earned him hundreds of thousands, equivalent to the annual salary of an average worker in the Magic City. As he entered the dormitory, his buddy Guijechi surprisingly returned as well. "Third bro, where have you been?" As soon as Chen Yu walked in, Guijechi curiously asked. "Nothing much, just wandering around outside." "Wandering around? Really? Really? I don't believe you. You went on a date, didn't you?" Chen Yu casually replied, but Guijechi kept pressing him relentlessly. "Third bro, did you go on a date with Lin Xiyu?" "What the hell? How did he know?" Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, looking at Guijechi in confusion. Although he had seen Lin Xiyu delivering water to him in the teaching building before. However, to spare Guijechi's feelings, Chen Yu decided to wait a bit longer before telling him about the date with Lin Xiyu. Mainly, he was afraid it would hit him too hard. After all, for the past 3 years in college, Lin Xiyu had always been Guijechi's dream girl. Just thinking about telling him that his goddess was dating me felt cruel. It's good that there's nothing. It's good that there's nothing. After Chen Yu finished saying that he wasn't out on a date with Lin Xiyu, Guijechi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, how about you and Zhao Yiqian? What can happen? We broke up," Chen Yu said nonchalantly. "Huh, you really broke up just like that?" Guijechi was very surprised. He also knew that Zhao Yiqian wasn't a good girl. During their time together, she had been asking Chen Yu for everything. Bags, cosmetics, flowers, milk tea, and so on. From Guijechi's perspective, Chen Yu had basically become Zhao Yiqian's ATM. However, I must admit Zhao Yiqian indeed had a good figure. She was quite pretty, even though she was a gold digger who had taken a lot of money from Chen Yu. But she also let him sleep with her. Guijechi thought that if it were him, Zhao Yiqian could continue to take while he continued to sleep. It would be a win-win situation. Not a loss at all. After all, her looks and figure were right there. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't want to break up. Don't you want to win Zhao Yiqian back? Win her back? I see she seems to be getting along well with Lu Xiang. Chen Yu scoffed dismissively, asking him to win Zhao Yiqian back. What a joke. With the life winner system backing him, in just a few days his bank account had increased by nearly 3 million. And this is just the beginning. He would definitely earn more in the future. With money, who needs women? Plus, she was a woman who had betrayed him. From the moment they broke up, Zhao Yiqian no longer had a place in Chen Yu's heart. Third bro, not to say you, but your standards are too high, Guijechi said. Lin Xiu may have some feelings for you, but after all, she is one of the top 3 beauties on campus and many boys are pursuing her. Just because she has some good feelings for you doesn't mean you can definitely win her over. Although Zhao Yiqian isn't as pretty as Lin Xiu, she's not bad either. She's the flower of the dance department after all. I think you should win Zhao Yiqian back instead. Don't set your sights too high, just focusing on Lin Xiu, or you might end up not winning any of them. After he finished saying this, he finally quieted down. Chen Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. There's a saying, isn't there? Betrayal only happens 0 times, or countless times. Zhao Yiqian betrayed him by leaning on the wealthy second-generation Lu Xiang. Once such a thing has happened, it is very likely to happen again. This time it was Lu Xiang, next time it could be some other guy. In short, Zhao Yiqian was beyond redemption. The next day, check-in. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has been credited with 2,000 yuan, the balance. Chen Yu woke up early, and after checking in, his buddy Guijechi was still buried under his blanket, probably worn out from playing with his needle and thread last night. I should go eat something first. After leaving the dormitory building, Chen Yu went to the cafeteria and bought an egg pancake. At this point, he noticed that the stir-fry stall next door was empty, so he asked the lady selling egg pancakes, "Sister, is the one next door out of business?" They're out of business and are about to change hands. Change hands. Hearing the phrase change hands, Chen Yu instantly became interested. Now the system's task was precisely to have him make some investments. Some of the stalls in the cafeteria belong to the school, but there are also those like the one next door that are contracted by individuals. Chen Yu calculated in his heart. Why not directly take over this stall in the cafeteria? It's reliable. Taking out his phone, Chen Yu asked the aunt for the number written on the sign and dialed it. The call was connected quickly. "Hello, I would like to take over the stall at Moda University cafeteria," Chen Yu said straightforwardly. "Oh, that's fine." The other party seemed eager to make a deal. Upon hearing someone wanted to take over, their attitude was very good. "I have 1 year left on the contract, including kitchen equipment, a total price of 450,000. How about that?" "No problem." Chen Yu agreed without hesitation. There was no need to haggle. Because of the investment amount, the system would provide a cash back proportionally. If the contracted price were lowered, Chen Yu would also receive less cash back. The more spent, the more returned. "All right. If it's convenient for you, I can bring the contract over right now." The other party thought to themselves, what a generous person. Nowadays, many people even haggle over a pair of socks, yet Chen Yu was willing to pay over 400 for his stall without any negotiation. Truly generous. In fact, they also wanted to quickly transfer the stall, so they didn't ask for an exorbitant price. The price of 45000 was indeed a discounted rate. Before long, the original owner brought the contract over. Upon seeing it, Chen Yu was completely stunned. While the person who wanted to take over the stall was so young. They looked just like students from the university, probably only in their 20s. "Young brother, you are impressive, starting a business at this age. When I was your age, I was still washing dishes in someone else's restaurant." The original owner exclaimed with admiration, giving a thumbs up. "Honestly, this stall is quite profitable. If it weren't for urgent matters back home, I wouldn't want to part with it. Wishing you prosperous business in the future. May wealth roll in." "Thank you for your kind words." After signing the contract, Chen Yu officially became the new owner. Ding. Complete a single investment not exceeding 5,000 task completed. Reward cashback 4500x 5225000. Your account ending in 5518 at the construction bank has been credited with 22500 balance. Awesome. Once the contract took effect, the task reward was immediately credited. A total of over 2 million. Enough to buy a house in the suburbs of Modu. Moreover, including this money, Chen Yu's account now had around 5 million in cash. Enough to buy dozens of BMW 3 Series cars like Lu Xiang's. To be honest, he used to admire the rich kids like Lu Xiang driving luxury cars. Especially the saying, "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle," made many girls have a mysterious fondness for BMWs. Lu Xiang driving a BMW attracting the attention of many girls was indeed quite charming. Chen Yu thought that was really impressive and satisfying. However, now things were different. After having money in Chen Yu's eyes, the BMW 3 Series seemed quite ordinary. Just an average car. He couldn't be bothered to look at it again. Moreover, he had started driving a Mercedes GLS. Whether in terms of luxury appearance or class, the Mercedes GLS was far ahead of the BMW 3 Series. As a winner in life, one must know how to manage their business. Accept the task, manage your own cafeteria stall, and generate an income of 3,000. Reward cash of 3 million. A new task has arrived. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. An income of 3,000 doesn't mean creating a profit of 3,000, so it shouldn't be difficult. As long as he achieves this goal, he can reap a return of 3 million. A tenfold reward, so generous. Let's go in and see what's going on. Chen Yu nodded, and walked into his stall to inspect. Just now the ant responsible for serving food next door saw him enter and couldn't help but look puzzled. "Young man, why are you here?" "I've contracted this stall." The ant. "What? This young man has contracted the stall?" She was stunned, holding a ladle. She completely forgot to serve food to others. The key to enter the stall's interior was only given to employees and the owner. Looking at Chen Yu, the ant could tell he didn't look like an employee. Could it be that this young man really contracted the cafeteria stall and became the boss next door? The ant was instantly shocked. At that moment, two familiar figures entered the cafeteria. They were two well-built girls, one of whom was more attractive than the other. It was Zhao Yiqian and her best friend Zhang Mingming. Today Zhao Yiqian was wearing a floral dress with thin straps and had done her makeup, looking quite pretty. The two girls found a table to sit at. Soon Zhang Mingming noticed Chen Yu behind the stall. "Qian, look, why is he there?" Zhao Yiqian turned her head to look and was slightly surprised. "He must be working at the cafeteria during the weekend." "Oh." Zhang Mingming nodded. She had heard that when Zhao Yiqian was with Chen Yu, he often worked to earn money to buy gifts for her. "I didn't expect that even after you broke up, Chen Yu is still working so hard." Zhang Mingming lightly praised. "Hardworking." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yiqian could only smile inwardly. What good is hard work? No matter how hard Chen Yu, a loser, tried, could he compare to Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang was a rich second generation in Modu. It was said that they lived in a large villa over 500 square meters. Much richer than Chen Yu. "Qian, is Lu Xiang Sr. coming over later?" Zhang Mingming withdrew her gaze and asked. "Yes. Later Xiang will take us to shop at the World Trade Tianjia, and we will have lunch there." "Kick Lu Xiang." Zhao Yiqian instantly became happy. Yesterday Lu Xiang had proposed to take her and her best friend to the World Trade Tianjia for a visit and also have lunch. World Trade Tianjia. That is the top mall in Modu, and the restaurants inside are naturally very high-end. The average consumption is at least 300 to 500, and the expensive ones can even cost several thousand yuan. Ordinary university students might only have the chance to eat there once a year. Thinking of this, Zhao Yiqian proudly raised her chin slightly. As Lu Xiang, her new boyfriend, took her and her best friend to dine at a high-end restaurant, she felt very proud in front of Zhang Mingming. Looking at her watch, Zhao Yiqian said, "Xiang should be here soon." Sure enough, just 2 minutes later, Lu Xiang hurriedly appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. "Qian, are you all here?" "Xiang, you're here. I didn't keep you two waiting too long, did I?" Lu Xiang walked into the cafeteria and sat down in front of Zhao Yiqian and her friend. "I suddenly had something to do, so I was a few minutes late." "What is that junior doing there?" He raised his eyes to look at Chen Yu, and a flicker of displeasure passed through his gloomy eyes. Lu Xiang did not like Chen Yu at all, not just because Chen Yu was significantly more handsome than him. It was even more because Chen Yu exuded a certain nonchalant charm. That calm, yet somewhat reckless attitude always stirred a sense of frustration within Lu Xiang. It felt as though no matter how he packaged himself pretending to be a superior rich second generation with all sorts of showiness and posturing, Chen Yu would always overshadow him. This made Lu Xiang extremely unhappy, as if he were the true loser. What can he do over there? Just work to earn some money. Zhao Yiqian disdainfully glanced in that direction. Work to earn money. Of course, brother Xiang, not everyone is as rich as you. All right. Upon hearing that Chen Yu worked at a cafeteria stall, Lu Xiang's sense of superiority returned. The junior's usual expenses are not low and his family conditions are poor. It's reasonable for him to work a bit to relieve some pressure from his parents. He feigned sophistication and said seriously while secretly feeling pleased. "You Chen, you work hard for your money while I'm busy flirting with girls. What is this called?" "This is called a gap. So what if you're handsome? I'm still the winner. Qian, shall we head out now? I'm already starving." At this moment, Zhang Mingming looked a bit aggrieved. A glance at the wall clock revealed it was already past noon. "Sure, let's go." Zhao Yiqian lifted her skirt, stood up, and her face was filled with joy. They were going to a high-end restaurant at Shimao Tianjia. She had long had enough of the ordinary food in the cafeteria. Not that the food here was unpalatable. In Zhao Yiqian's view, a cafeteria was a low-end and somewhat shabby place. On the other hand, restaurants in large malls represented high-end dining. Eating in those places would give her a sense of superiority. "Let's go, brother Xiang." Zhao Yiqian eagerly prepared to set off. "Where did you park your BMW? We should hurry. Mingming is also hungry." Just as she was excited, Lu Xiang's face suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment, and he reached out to stop her. "Qian, I forgot to tell you I have a bit of a situation today and can't go to Shimao Tianjia," Lu Xiang said with some frustration. In fact, he had never planned to treat Zhao Yiqian and Zhang Mingming to a meal. The reason he brought it up yesterday was that he had won 3 vouchers for a barbecue restaurant while scrolling through a food live stream on Douyin, which would give them a 90% discount. But he just discovered that the vouchers could only be used from Monday to Friday. And today is Sunday, so they couldn't use them. Lu Xiang was infuriated. That was a somewhat upscale Korean barbecue restaurant, and without the voucher the normal cost would be around 500 yuan per person. For the three of them, that would be 1,500 yuan. Lu Xiang simply did not have that much money. Even if he did, he wouldn't spend it. Huh. Brother Xiang, what happened to you? Nothing. I just got up too suddenly this morning, and my stomach hurts a bit. I have a weak stomach, so I think I'd better not go. Then what should we do? Zhao Yiqian's face instantly revealed disappointment upon hearing they couldn't go to the mall. Her mood suddenly dipped. Qian, how about we just have lunch in the cafeteria? Lu Xiang tentatively suggested. What? Have lunch in the cafeteria? No way. Zhao Yiqian immediately panicked and even felt a bit wronged. She had prepared to eat at a high-end restaurant and had dressed up and put on makeup. Yet Lu Xiang said they weren't going. Instead, they were eating in the school cafeteria. The anticipated luxurious feast had turned into the cafeteria's ordinary meals. This sense of disparity made Zhao Yiqian feel very upset. But faced with Lu Xiang, she dared not express her anger. Any displeasure could only be swallowed back. Then I'll go get some food. Zhang Mingming, on the other hand, showed no hesitation. She stood up and walked directly to the food counter. Hey Mingming, beautiful, please get lunch for me and Qian too. Lu Xiang quickly called out to Zhang Mingming's back. Just get what Qian has and add a chicken leg for me. Make sure to add a little more rice. Zhang Mingming said nothing and returned with 3 servings of food. She sat down and began to eat, though she didn't say much. However, it was clear that Zhang Mingming was in a bad mood. This was not because Lu Xiang didn't take them shopping. For Zhang Mingming, going shopping was whatever. The key was that Lu Xiang initially said they would eat out only to change his mind at the last minute. That was really disappointing. But that wasn't the end. Not going shopping was one thing. Lu Xiang even expected her to swipe her card to treat him to a meal. How shameless could he be? Zhang Mingming angrily ate her meal, feeling extremely displeased. Not just her, even the lady serving the food had some opinions. Oh dear, a boy who looks older than those 2 girls is actually asking them to swipe their cards to treat him to a meal. Such a shameful thing, the lady muttered. Since there were not many people in the cafeteria at the moment, her voice reached Lu Xiang's ears, causing his face to stiffen slightly, going red from his neck to his ears. At that moment, inside the cafeteria stall, Chen Yu strolled around and saw Zhao Yiqian, Zhang Mingming, and Lu Xiang gathered together eating, which inevitably felt a bit strange. In the past, when he was with Zhao Yiqian, they usually went to eat at outside restaurants on weekends. Not that they were high-end places, the average cost would only be 50 to 100. Chen Yu had thought that after Zhao Yiqian got together with Lu Xiang, she would live a life of luxury. In terms of dining, she should have bid farewell to the school cafeteria. Unexpectedly on this Sunday, Lu Xiang actually brought her to the cafeteria for a meal. So Zhao Yiqian not only wasn't living a good life, but her expenses had also declined. Damn, whatever will be will be. Chen Yu shook his head, too lazy to think more. Whether Zhao Yiqian was downgrading or not was none of his business. The only thing that mattered now was to complete the task. As long as he generated 1 million in revenue at the cafeteria stall, he could directly receive a reward of 3 million from the system. 3 million. Maybe even the rich second-generation Lu Xiang doesn't have that much money. Chen Yu didn't procrastinate. He immediately set about his stall's matters. Taking out his phone, Chen Yu called the chef and the kitchen assistant. They were now considered his employees. Starting from tomorrow, Monday, let's triple the meat portion in our dishes. Also purchase 10 boxes of cola. Every student who orders from our stall will receive a bottle. For breakfast, add rice rolls and pancakes, and make sure to use M7 beef. Expensive. I know, but it doesn't matter, just do as I say. After giving these instructions, Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction. With a revenue of 300, normal operations would likely take a few months. But if they upgraded the meals, perhaps they could achieve that quickly. On a Monday morning, the cafeteria of Moda University was more bustling than any other day. While the cafeteria breakfast has rice rolls. It smells so good. So much meat. Looking around, the majority of the students came rushing towards the same food stall. Chen Yu sat at a distance, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. This momentum is quite good. After a night of preparation and transformation, this food stall had been completely revitalized. Not only had the menu undergone significant upgrades, but the ingredients were also exceptionally high quality. As soon as it opened in the morning, it immediately attracted quite a few students to try it out. Then came the word of mouth, triggering a chain reaction among the student body. More and more people flocked to eat here. Eventually, the other stalls on the same floor of the cafeteria were nearly deserted. Chen Yu smiled faintly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could achieve a revenue of 300. The reward of 3 million would be in his hands. At 9:30, breakfast ended. Chen Yu headed to the kitchen. 3 employees, including a chef and 2 assistants, were busy tidying up the kitchen. After entering, Chen Yu wasted no time and directly gave out red envelopes. 500 each. This made the few of them beam with joy, thinking to themselves, this new boss is really great. They had to work hard. After encouraging the few employees, Chen Yu returned to his dorm. He logged into the school forum, where a large portion of the new posts were about the cafeteria. Shocking. Our cafeteria actually uses M7 grade beef. I can't believe it. M7, I wouldn't even dare to eat at an outside restaurant, but here I am eating it in the school cafeteria. The boss is really extravagant. Moreover, they've added rice rolls, my favorite. How did that stall change so dramatically? Did they change the boss? Yes, you guessed it right. The boss has indeed changed, and the new one seems to be a student at our school. Huh, a student? What's his name? I heard he's called Chen Yu. The discussion on the forum was heated and nearly everyone praised Chen Yu's food stall. Before long, Guijechi returned, followed by Song Hao, who ranked second in their dorm. Song Hao was a top student of average build, but slightly plump with a mushroom haircut and thick glasses. He had just returned to school this morning after going back home a few days ago. As soon as they entered, the two roared, "Old 3, that's awesome." We both saw it on the forum. You didn't even mention you became the boss. When did you take over that food stall? Where did you get the money? Just yesterday the money was given by my family, Chen Yu replied casually. You're really impressive. Guijechi and Song Hao both gave him a thumbs up. It was truly commendable. Now the whole school was talking about it. The sixth stall on the first floor of the cafeteria not only served delicious food, but also had fresh styles and conscientious ingredients. The meat was indeed abundant. Moreover, they used very high-quality beef. As the boss, Chen Yu became the focus of attention on campus. He was simply shining. By the way, Old 3 isn't your sister in the student union. She wants to interview you. Do you have time? Song Hao asked. Your sister? Yes, you're the first student in our school to become a boss. The teachers at the academic office specifically asked my sister to interview you. When he mentioned his sister, Song Hao unconsciously straightened his back. Because his sister Song Enya was not only the vice president of the Moda University Student Union, but also a top beauty on par with Lin Xiu. However, Song Enya was 2 years older than Chen Yu and was now a graduate student. Since your sister wants to interview me, that's fine. I'm available anytime. A beautiful senior wanting to meet him was certainly not an inconvenience. Chen Yu had nothing to lose. In fact, he could also use the opportunity to promote his food stall. The task progress could be expedited. My sister said she would come over for lunch. Okay, I'll wait for her. Before long, it was noon. Chen Yu was sitting in the pavilion outside the dormitory. Before long, a graceful and beautiful girl approached him from a distance. She wore a short top and a pair of jeans that hugged her long legs, perfectly accentuating her nearly perfect figure. Her waist-to-hip ratio was astonishing. Chen Yu had seen Song Enya before. She was a campus beauty, very pleasing to the eye. Compared to Lin Xiu, who was 168 centimeters tall, Song Enya was a bit taller, around 171 or 172 centimeters. However, in terms of looks, these two girls were indeed comparable. No wonder they were longtime rivals in being the top two beauties of Moda University. Song Enya, with long hair down to her waist and wearing glasses, exuded a sense of mature beauty compared to ordinary girls. After a brief self-introduction, the two sat down. Junior, when did you take over that stall in the cafeteria? Song Enya gently asked, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Just yesterday, Chen Yu replied calmly. What? Yesterday? So you managed to transform it successfully in just one day? Song Enya seemed a bit incredulous. That's really efficient. Senior, you flatter me. It's actually not that complicated. It mainly involved procuring better beef and ingredients. In the food industry, as long as the ingredients are good, the food produced will certainly not be poor, and everyone will definitely like it. That's true. After hearing Chen Yu's explanation, Song Enya couldn't help but nod repeatedly. This junior not only had clear logic, but also spoke very reasonably. Besides, when facing such a beautiful girl, Chen Yu showed none of the usual nervousness of an ordinary boy. His demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was quite at ease. Usually most boys of his age would be somewhat unnatural when talking to her. But this boy named Chen Yu was very calm, truly different. At this age, he really seemed very mature and full of ideas. Much better than her useless brother. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Song Enya developed even more interest in Chen Yu. Why not invite him to dinner later and chat some more? This could also help her complete the interview task assigned by the teacher. Chen Yu spoke eloquently, making very convincing points. In fact, many of the words were freshly prepared. The purpose was to promote his business. Moreover, chatting with a beauty like Song Enya was something Chen Yu didn't mind doing a bit more. Ding. Detected that target. Song Enya is preparing to invite the host to dinner. Reminder to be a winner in life, sometimes you need to learn to control distance with the opposite sex. Accepting task, reject Song Enya's invitation. Reward cash, 300,000. Experience points 100. What, rejecting an invitation? Looking at the information popping up before him, Chen Yu was somewhat confused. Song Enya tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and gently said, Classmate, can you go eat lunch with me today? Song Enya flicked her hair, her bright eyes glancing over. It was truly her first time inviting a boy to dinner today. However, despite it being her first invitation, Song Enya felt quite confident that he would not refuse. I'm sorry, senior, but I have something to do at noon and can't join you for lunch. Let's do it another day. Chen Yu replied straightforwardly. There was no hesitation. Song Inya. Excuse me, classmate. I have something at noon. Let's have lunch another day, senior. I'm really sorry. Chen Yu repeated his point. Song Inya fell silent, a slight flush on her fair oval face. After mustering the courage to be proactive, she was unexpectedly rejected by a boy in an instant. Song Inya felt a bit flustered and at a loss. Just then Lin Xiyu passed by from a nearby corridor and saw Chen Yu sitting face-to-face with a beautiful girl in the pavilion. Lin Xiyu was slightly taken aback. The girl opposite Chen Yu was incredibly beautiful, nearly on par with herself. Was it Song Inya? She recognized the name. In fact, girls do pay attention to the so-called school beauty rankings among boys. Song Inya was indeed one of the girls who shared the title of school beauty with Lin Xiyu. Is it her? Why is she with Chen Yu? Do they have some kind of relationship? With these thoughts, Lin Xiyu felt an inexplicable sense of crisis rising within her. It was as if something that was about to belong to her was about to be snatched away by someone else. Chen Yu, she blurted out. Huh? Xiyu? Chen Yu turned around. What are you doing here? Lin Xiyu asked, slightly on her toes. This senior came to interview me for a task from the academic affairs office, just to chat a bit. Oh. Lin Xiyu felt somewhat relieved, realizing it was just an interview. Have you had lunch yet? Want to join me later? She continued. Sure, sounds good, Chen Yu replied casually. Lin Xiyu wore a white basketball t-shirt paired with very short denim shorts, her slender legs shimmering in the sunlight. With such a beauty inviting him to lunch, Chen Yu had no reason to refuse. However, at the moment he agreed to Lin Xiyu's invitation. Song Inya's expression suddenly changed. I invite you to lunch, you say you have something to do at noon. But when another pretty girl invites you, you immediately agree. Am I not as good as her? I'm sorry, senior, I have to go eat now. Let's talk later. Chen Yu simply greeted her and stood up to leave. You, Song Inya was genuinely angry. Alright, you call Chen Yu, huh? You don't give me face, I remember you. Seeing it was getting late, Chen Yu directly took Lin Xiyu to eat. I heard a new iron pot chicken place has opened nearby. Do you want to eat chicken? He asked for Lin Xiyu's opinion. I want to eat. Great, let's eat to our heart's content. This was a budget-friendly restaurant where they ordered one chicken and a plate of vegetables for just over 100 yuan. Lin Xiyu enjoyed her meal, finishing off half a chicken by herself. Wow, you can eat a lot. Chen Yu laughed. She can eat and yet isn't overweight. The key was that the meat was in all the right places. The curves were perfect, enhanced by her stunning looks and a pair of fair long legs. It was simply perfect. As Lin Xiyu was eating, she looked up and met Chen Yu's eyes. In an instant, her cheeks turned bright red. However, Chen Yu remained very composed. Sneaking glances at girls is inappropriate. If you want to look, do it openly. As long as he didn't feel awkward, the one feeling awkward would be her. Is this chicken tasty? After watching her for a while, he asked. MMM. Lin Xiyu's mouth was full, so she could only nod vigorously. Occasionally some sauce dribbled down her mouth, which she licked back with her little tongue. It was clear she truly enjoyed eating. Just being looked at by Chen Yu a few times made her heart inexplicably race. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Lin Xiyu's cheeks turned even redder, and she found it hard to meet Chen Yu's gaze. She could only continue to bury her head in her food. Next time I'll treat you. Chen Yu smiled. Ding. Task completed. Rejected Song Inya's invitation. Reward 300,000 yuan. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 receive 300 yuan balance 55151008 yuan. Over 5 million. After glancing at the account balance, Chen Yu tried hard to suppress the corners of his mouth, but it was really difficult. This was 500,000. Enough to buy a slightly off-location apartment in Shanghai. He'll take care of the bill. Wait a moment. Lin Xiyu stopped him. You've treated me before, this time let me treat you. After saying that, she walked directly to the front desk to pay the bill. Lin Xiyu didn't notice that in a corner of the restaurant a pair of eyes was watching her. What? That guy named Chen Yu can get Xiyu out for lunch. And he even made Xiyu pay the bill. The basketball club was recruiting new members today, and a new junior had come to treat Zhao Junpeng to lunch at this restaurant. From the moment he entered, Zhao Junpeng noticed Lin Xiyu and Chen Yu. He was secretly observing the two of them, fearing that Chen Yu might do something intimate to his goddess. That would be worse than taking Zhao Junpeng's life. However, unexpectedly, although Chen Yu didn't make a move, the meal ended with Lin Xiyu paying the bill. Zhao Junpeng's fists clenched hard. What the hell? This kid is too despicable. How could he let the goddess spend money? Is he crazy? He can't even afford a meal and still dares to invite the goddess out to dinner. Zhao Junpeng was so angry he was shaking. How many times had he tried to invite Lin Xiyu to dinner only to be rejected? Yet Chen Yu not only got Lin Xiyu to join him for lunch, but even had Lin Xiyu treat him. Where can he make this right? Penggu, what's wrong with you? A little brother beside him noticed his unusual expression and hurriedly asked. Wow, that girl is so beautiful, she looks like our school beauty, Lin Xiyu, right? Peng, good, do you have a crush on her? Zhao Junpeng shot him a glance, thinking to himself, what good would that do? Lin Xiyu is already being fooled by that poor kid Chen Yu. She's even treating that kid to dinner. Hey, our school beauty came with a guy. Damn, I understand now, Peng Ge, you don't like that kid, do you? He'll go take care of him for you. The younger brother said fiercely. He could tell that Zhao Junpeng definitely had feelings for Lin Xiyu, who was currently having a meal with another boy. Thus, Zhao Junpeng was quite displeased with the boy next to her. This was a good opportunity to show off. The younger brother wanted to make a name for himself in the basketball club, and he would undoubtedly need Zhao Junpeng's help in the future. He'll be right back. He stood up directly. Okay, Zhou Dawei, take it easy. Don't hit him too hard, or he might end up in the hospital. Don't worry, brother Peng. Chen Yu escorted Lin Xiyu back to school. Just 2 minutes after they parted, an arm was draped over his shoulder. He turned his head and saw a stranger's face. Who are you? Damn, Zhou Dawei was nearly 1.9 meters tall with a face full of muscle, and his fierce demeanor immediately startled those nearby, who quickly moved away. Even some of the more delicate-looking students dared not provoke such a person. Many members of the basketball club were athletic students who didn't excel academically and often mingled with society's rougher elements, causing ordinary students to avoid them. Zhou Dawei's opening line intimidated quite a few. You dare to provoke my brother Zhao Junpeng. Seeking death, aren't you? Zhou Dawei shouted and threw a punch at Chen Yu. Although Chen Yu stood over 1.8 meters, he was still more than half a head shorter than Zhou Dawei. He also didn't appear as physically strong. Thus, in Zhou Dawei's eyes, he held an absolute advantage. Seeing him make a move, several students around gasped, feeling nervous for Chen Yu. The next second, Zhou Dawei's fist landed on Chen Yu's chest. He thought the punch would be enough to take the opponent down. However, he discovered that Chen Yu merely swayed slightly in response, and nothing else happened. What the hell, did you take the wrong medicine? Chen Yu shot a sharp glare at him, causing Zhou Dawei to nearly shiver. Let's go, he roared, and regaining his composure, threw 2 more punches. By this time, Chen Yu had already figured it out. This big fool was here to pick a fight. Moreover, shouting Zhao Junpeng's name likely had something to do with Lin Xiyu. It seemed that Zhao Junpeng, this sycophant, was upset about Chen Yu being too close to Lin Xiyu and had found someone to retaliate. Alright, you want to play, huh? Chen Yu smirked and raised his hands, adopting a fighting stance. When he was in high school, he had provoked the school bully and was often picked on, so Chen Yu had trained in combat for 2 years, returning to send the bully to the hospital with just a few punches and kicks, thus gaining fame. It had been many years since he had the chance to fight. Now, seeing a fool come to him, Chen Yu felt a bit excited. Damn, you think you can fight back? Today I'm here to deal with you on behalf of my brother Peng. Bang! Just as Zhou Dawei finished speaking, Chen Yu's fist struck his face, and everything went dark. Then he received a kick to the stomach and was directly sent flying by Chen Yu. Damn, that hurts crap. Zhou Dawei, over 1.9 meters tall, struggled on the ground for quite some time, but couldn't get up. He only felt that after taking those 2 hits from Chen Yu, his eyes were filled with stars, and he couldn't muster any strength. Damn! At that moment, Zhou Dawei was completely dazed. He truly did not expect that the boy competing for Zhao Junpeng's goddess would be so formidable, so skilled at fighting. In the past, he had relied on his tall stature to commit many misdeeds and bully his classmates. But today he had encountered a tough opponent. He had fallen. He was ruthlessly crushed by Chen Yu. His face was swollen. The surrounding students and passers-by were also stunned. This tall, dark-skinned athlete threw a few punches, and the handsome guy opposite him seemed completely unscathed. Yet with just 1 punch and 1 kick from that handsome guy, the athlete couldn't get up. They had originally thought Zhou Dawei was going to bully someone again. But now, upon seeing it, they realized that Zhou Dawei was the one being bullied. So fierce. What's the name of that handsome guy? I don't know, but he looks a bit familiar. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. He's both handsome and capable. I really like him. I want to add him on WeChat. Me too. Chen Yu's 2 moves just now had made several nearby infatuated girls' eyes sparkle with stars. He was simply the embodiment of the perfect male god. Meanwhile, Zhou Dawei, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the defeated dog. And he had brought this upon himself. What a weakling. I barely used any effort, and you're already down. Chen Yu casually tossed out 2 sentences and left. Zhou Dawei was so enraged, he nearly spat blood, trembling all over. Yet he had no way to retaliate. About 10 minutes later, at the cafeteria of Moda University, after dealing with the troublemaker, Chen Yu stopped by his own food stall to check the situation. It was nearly 2 p.m. now, and lunch hour had ended. A chef and 2 assistants were cleaning up the kitchen. Upon seeing Chen Yu, all 3 greeted him with wide smiles. Boss, how was business today? Chen Yu asked. Great, especially great. We've never done this well. All our dishes have sold out. There's a supply shortage. All 3 of them were beaming. Yesterday, hearing about a new boss, they thought things might go badly, worried that the cafeteria business would tank. But unexpectedly, just 1 night passed, and the next day, not only did the business not tank, it was even better and more prosperous. They had been working at this stall for many years and today's business was better than ever. The dishes they prepared sold out completely, a true miracle. The new boss is something else. Chen Yu pulled out the account book and calculated. He found that although he had purchased high-quality beef and vegetables at no cost increasing the quantity, without raising prices they still made a profit in the end totaling over 6,000 in sales, with a profit of 500. Not much, but it was indeed a profit. Ding. Business is profitable. Mission triggered. You may consider expanding. Accept mission. Expand the business from 1 to 3 locations. Reward cash. 1 million reward experience points. 100 your current life winner level 2. Experience points 300,500. Profitable already. Should I expand immediately? This idea is good. Chen Yu nodded. Expansion it is. After all, the rewards from the system far outweigh his costs, and no matter how he does it, it's profit. Work hard. Raises and bonuses are guaranteed. Chen Yu shouted. No problem, boss. Rest assured, boss. After resting for an entire afternoon in the dormitory that evening, Chen Yu sat on his bed, opened his computer, and browsed the school forum. Haha, I've become a celebrity. Looking through several pages, nearly half of the posts were related to him, mostly praising the delicious meals at his stall. Moreover, many girls, upon discovering that the new boss was a student, had developed a strong interest in him. They even imagined a sunny, handsome, and charming image of him. If only I had a boyfriend like that. I want a boyfriend like that too. He's already mine. Ladies, draw your swords. Chen Yu chuckled, turning a few more pages when his gaze suddenly stopped on a post. Breaking news. Today at noon, Zhou Dawei from the basketball club was publicly beaten by another boy until he couldn't even stand. It was a sight too terrible to behold. Next to the title, there was a hot tag indicating the high engagement of this post. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and clicked to see that there were indeed already hundreds of replies. Zhou Dawei from the basketball club. He got beaten. Are you sure? Damn, how is that possible? Are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else? I've seen that Zhou Dawei. He's 6 feet tall and built like a muscle-bound beast. How could he lose a fight? I don't believe it. He must have been ganged up on. In an unknown fight, no student could beat him. He's just a clickbaiter. Let's disperse. The earlier comments expressed skepticism about the post. Especially when someone pointed out Zhou Dawei's notably tall and strong physique, the voices of doubt grew louder. Almost no one believed someone could have beaten him so badly. You guys don't believe it, huh? Wait, he'll post pictures. The poster was irritated by the accusations of clickbait and rushed to upload images. He posted several pictures in a row. In the photos, Zhou Dawei lay on the ground covered in dust and looking disheveled, trying to stand, but unable to do so. Opposite Zhou Dawei stood a boy. Due to the angle, his face wasn't captured, but from the silhouette, he seemed quite handsome. The key point was that he was truly alone. One person had taken Zhou Dawei down to the point where he could not stand. Moreover, it seemed that the boy was unharmed. Damn, it's real. It really is Zhou Dawei from the basketball club. He was actually taken down by just one person. Who is this guy? He could completely dominate the basketball club. Damn, those guys from the basketball club are all built like wild boars. I estimate one of them could take on 5 of me, and yet he was beaten by just one boy. After the poster uploaded the images, the thread exploded. The students below transformed from disbelief to shock. Many boys greatly admired Chen Yu. The girls, seeing the boy was both handsome and capable of fighting, immediately started to swoon. Even those who had previously been bullied by Zhou Dawei or members of the basketball club felt relieved that someone had finally stood up for them. The post reached over 500 replies. Eventually, for some reason, the post was locked, causing it to be pushed several pages back. Chen Yu, intrigued, felt a bit sleepy and simply went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory of the athletes, Zhao Junpeng was on the phone with Zhou Dawei. Bro, how's your injury? Oh, it's alright, but it still hurts. That kid really has some skills. Just focus on your recovery. I've had someone lock that post for you, but it will sink soon enough. Thanks, Pingu. He'll treat you to a meal next time. Zhou Dawei expressed his gratitude. He had seen the post too, where someone had captured him being knocked down and posted it. Everyone at school could see it. It was incredibly humiliating. No need to be polite, bro. Bye. After hanging up, Zhao Junpeng was also quite shocked. He really hadn't expected that someone with Zhou Dawei's physique could lose to Chen Yu. Not just lose, but be utterly crushed. And it happened in public. To dare to hit someone from the basketball club was tantamount to slapping him, the president of the basketball club, in the face. Damn it, this is asking for trouble. Zhao Junpeng's eyes twitched with anger as he clenched his fists tightly. To be honest, at first he did not consider Chen Yu as a rival in pursuing Lin Xiyu. He thought Chen Yu was quite ordinary. He could sing, dance, and play basketball. Lin Xiyu had no reason to choose Chen Yu over him. But now the situation had changed. The two of them had gone out to eat together, and Lin Xiyu had paid the bill. This indicated that Lin Xiyu genuinely had some feelings for Chen Yu. If they were allowed to develop like this, what would happen next? Dates, shopping, holding hands, kissing, and then... Thinking of this, Zhao Junpeng could no longer hold back. Damn it, I've been pursuing Lin Xiu for 2 years, and we haven't even exchanged WeChat. This kid has only known her for a few days, and they're not even exchanging WeChat yet. They can have meals together with Lin Xiu, even paying the bill. The two of them are together laughing and chatting, progressing rapidly. Why? Zhao Junpeng was burning with anger. That damn kid, I must make him pay. Dare to chase my Xiu, and you will regret it. If I don't crush this Chen Yu, I won't write Zhao in reverse. Zhao Junpeng swore fiercely. After a short while, a burly boy walked into his dormitory. Peng Gu, I found something out. What is it? This boy was Zhao Junpeng's roommate and a substitute on the basketball team, usually acting as his underling. What did you discover? Zhao Junpeng asked curiously. Didn't you say there's a guy named Chen Yu competing with you for the school beauty, Lin? Yeah, and then oi. The burly boy took a sip of water and spoke. Today my dad took me to pick up a CC and I drove it straight to school. When I parked in the campus parking lot while I was handling the parking procedures, I saw Chen Yu's name in the security register. Oh, that kid has a car too. It's parked at school. Yes, Peng Gu, and you won't believe what kind of car it is. What kind of car? A Mercedes. That guy Chen Yu drives a Mercedes GLS 450. What the hell? Hearing this, Zhao Junpeng was directly stunned. He wasn't a car enthusiast, but he understood a bit about cars and knew the models and prices of some common luxury cars. If he remembered correctly, the Mercedes GLS 450 his roommate mentioned should be a luxury car worth around $1 million. Chen Yu looked quite ordinary in his clothing, not like a rich second generation at all. Could he really afford such an expensive car? Zhao Junpeng was instantly dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, did you see it wrong? Could it be a namesake? Is the one you saw not the Chen Yu I mentioned? No way, Peng Gu. I checked the major and class on the registration. It matches the Chen Yu you mentioned. Damn, this kid is actually so wealthy. After hearing his roommate, Zhao Junpeng's head buzzed as if drums were beating. He had previously been showing off to Lin Xiu. He had claimed that his dad would buy him a Magotan or Accord after graduation to let Lin Xiu know about the financial power of the Zhao family. A car worth around 2,000 yuan is something an average family might struggle to afford. However, unexpectedly, this Chen Yu was driving a luxury car worth $1 million. If a 2,000 yuan car could be bought with a bit of effort, then at the level of $1 million, it was no longer a matter of putting in effort. Ordinary people truly could not afford it. No matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't buy it. For a moment, Zhao Junpeng felt despair. Chen Yu had such strength. He was completely at a disadvantage in trying to compete with Chen Yu for Lin Xiu. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. I must teach this kid a lesson. Zhao Junpeng stood up, stuffed a key into his pocket, and hurried downstairs to the campus parking lot. This parking lot was surrounded by trees with no fence. He entered from the side, avoiding the camera at the entrance. Soon he found the only Mercedes GLS in this area, and stealing himself, scratched the key roughly from the front door all the way to the back door. Feeling unsatisfied, Zhao Junpeng also scratched the 2 doors on the other side. After doing all this, he immediately escaped back to the dormitory. Since it was late at night, he wasn't seen by anyone throughout the whole process. The next morning, Chen Yu woke up and first signed in. Sign in completed. You have received 2,000 yuan in cash. Then another phone call came in from the security guard at the school's parking lot. What? Someone scratched my car. All right, I'm on my way. Chen Yu immediately rushed to the parking lot. He soon saw his Mercedes, which had deep scratches on both sides. The security guard and a teacher from the school's logistics department were already waiting for him. I didn't see who did it. I only found out about it when I was patrolling this morning. I'm really sorry, student. Don't worry too much. We have new cameras installed. We should be able to find the culprit soon. Chen Yu smiled faintly. It's fine. I'm not in a rush. Why should he be anxious? The money spent on the car had already been reimbursed double. Moreover, he currently had nearly 6 million yuan in cash in his account. There was no need to feel distressed over a car. On the contrary, Chen Yu was curious about who bore such a grudge against him. Could it be Zhou Dawei, whom he had beaten up yesterday? Have you checked the cameras? The logistics teacher asked. I checked. The entrance camera didn't capture anything, the security guard replied, looking disheveled. The entrance didn't capture anything. What about the inside? Didn't we install another camera in the parking lot last week? Oh, the inside. Right? How could I forget? The security guard slapped his thigh in frustration. Originally, there had only been one camera at the entrance of the parking lot for many years. But just last week, the school's logistics department added another inside the parking lot. Why didn't I think of that? Hurry up and check. Chen Yu followed the logistics teacher and the security guard to the monitoring room of the parking lot. They pulled up the footage from the internal camera and began to watch. Soon in the footage from around 9 p.m. last night, they discovered a suspicious person. It was a tall boy holding something and circling around the Mercedes. As he moved, scratches began to appear on the car doors and body. That's him. Found him. This guy looks familiar, isn't he? Zhao Junpeng from the basketball club. The logistics teacher had interacted with many students and recognized the person caught on camera immediately. It's definitely Zhao Junping, no doubt. How could it be this kid? The logistics teacher was extremely angry. It's important to know that vehicle damage occurring in the school's parking lot is not covered by insurance. If the culprit couldn't be found, the parking lot management would have to cover the damages. In other words, if Zhao Junpeng wasn't caught, the school would have to pay for the damage to the Mercedes. And the school would blame him for not managing logistics properly, leaving him to take the fall. Even if he managed to keep his job, his year-end bonus would likely be gone. He had to settle the score with Zhao Junpeng. With that thought, the logistics teacher quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, on the other end, Zhao Junpeng was having breakfast while boasting with a few of his basketball club buddies. Scratching Chen Yu's car last night made him feel very satisfied. He felt refreshed and exhilarated. Furthermore, he believed that the incident would never be discovered. Even if there were cameras, they surely wouldn't capture it. Zhao Junpeng had noticed the parking lot cameras before and remembered that there was only one at the entrance. As long as he avoided that spot, everything would be fine. Damn it, let you drive a Mercedes. Let you steal my lens, see you. Scratching your car, let you feel the pain. Huh. Baby, our relationship feels like a free fall, suddenly soaring high, then crashing down again. Just as Zhao Junpeng was reveling in his thoughts, his phone rang suddenly. After a brief conversation, he was called to the vicinity of the parking lot. Zhao Junpeng was still a bit confused until he saw Chen Yu there too. In an instant, his smile froze on his face. The satisfaction he had just felt vanished completely. Chen Yu and the parking lot instantly reminded him of the good deed he had done last night. Crap, could it be that he's been found out? It shouldn't be. Teacher, did you need something from me? Come and see for yourself. The logistics teacher threw out a line directly bringing Zhao Junpeng to the security room's monitoring screen. When he saw his own figure appear in the footage, Zhao Junpeng was completely dumbfounded. What the hell, wasn't there only one camera in the parking lot? When did another one appear? The key point was that the angle of this new camera captured the entire process of him scratching Chen Yu's car along with his face clearly. There was no opportunity to argue. What do you mean? Contact your parents immediately. The logistics teacher roared. Zhao Junpeng had caused economic damage to others and must compensate. If he couldn't afford it, his family would have to pay. Then the teacher turned to Chen Yu and said kindly, "Student, you should also contact the 4S store for an assessment." All right. Chen Yu responded cheerfully and immediately dialed the number of the manager he had added on WeChat when purchasing the car. Upon hearing about the assessment and repair, the manager hurried over. "Hold on, handsome, let me take a look." After arriving, the manager circled the car twice, then took out a calculator and started pressing. "I estimate it's about this price." He turned the calculator around to show everyone. It displayed a number 92000. What the hell? Zhao Junpeng was stunned, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He knew full well what an assessment meant. It meant he had to pay. Since he was caught, he had no choice but to accept. But 92000 yuan. What the hell? I only scratched a bit of paint. Does it cost that much to repaint? Why don't you go rob someone? The 4S store manager explained. One section of paint costs 360 yuan, and there are 6 sections scratched, so the repainting only costs over 200 yuan. The key point is that I saw one of the headlights was scratched too, which needs to be completely replaced. The headlight costs over 600 yuan, and combined with the repainting it comes to over 800 yuan. Finally, adding the labor cost, the total comes to 920 yuan. He calculated it clearly. Damn it, after hearing the manager's explanation, Zhao Junpeng nearly cried on the spot. His heart felt like it was being twisted. He thought it was just a minor scratch, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. The repair cost was actually over 900 yuan. This is too expensive. How should I explain it when my dad arrives? After more than half an hour, a Sonata approached from the distance. The car door opened, and a middle-aged man with a serious expression resembling Zhao Junpeng to some extent got out and hurried over. The middle-aged man is Zhao Junpeng's father. After coming over, he first gave Zhao Junpeng a hard slap on the face. Then he began to politely apologize to Chen Yu and the logistics teacher. Seeing the other party's very good attitude, Chen Yu reluctantly accepted the compensation. Otherwise, such a large amount of loss would be enough to send Zhao Junpeng inside for a while. Leaving a criminal record would mean no connection with the system for a lifetime. Even his next generation would be affected. But if things were blown up to such an extent, it would also tarnish the reputation of the teacher and the school after all this incident happened within the school. Thus, Chen Yu decided not to pursue the matter further. He hoped Zhao Junpeng would behave himself in the future. "Handsome guy, I can just drive this car away, and I will personally bring it back after it's repaired." The sales manager walked over and said, "All right then." Chen Yu was about to say, "Let's leave it at that." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Winners in life never drive damaged cars." Accepting the task exchange for a new car at the original dealership, task reward cost of purchasing a new car refunded double what? Winners in life don't drive damaged cars. After hearing these words, Chen Yu was stunned. but after thinking it over he found it quite reasonable. To be honest, although the matter seemed resolved, the car had been repainted and had its headlights changed. Even if it was repaired, he would still feel uneasy driving it. Change it immediately. Chen Yu smiled. After all, he would get double the refund, so why not change it? What's wrong, handsome? The sales manager asked cheerfully. Are you wondering how long the repairs will take? It will probably take at least half a month. Don't worry, I'll have the maintenance department expedite it. No, I want to ask if there are any new cars available. I no longer want this one, I want to exchange it for a new car, Chen Yu said calmly. Sales manager. Oh, wait, am I hearing things? Handsome guy, what did you say? You don't want this car anymore and want to exchange it for a new one? Yes. The sales manager fell silent. He thought that if he wasn't dreaming, then the other party must be joking with him. This GLS 450 had only been driven for a few days. The total mileage on the odometer was less than 500 kilometers. And you're telling me you don't want it anymore and want to exchange for a new car? The sales manager scratched his head, unable to believe it. He really couldn't believe it. However, as the head of luxury car sales, he had seen quite a few rich and willful tycoons. They are all about spending money without reason. If you have money, you should spend it on the best. This kind of behavior logic of the tycoons is not something he can understand. Handsome guy, do you really want to change to a new car? All right, when will you come to the store? Right now? Chen Yu looked at the task reward and couldn't wait any longer. Exchanging for a new one at the original price would earn him nearly $1 million. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his bank card balance reached 8 digits. By then, he could refer to the system prompts to do some business and keep rolling the funds, which would be a great prospect for wealth. Instantly, Chen Yu set off, riding in the sales manager's car to the 4S store. He directly paid in full for a brand new fully equipped car. Just the color was different. The old car scratched by Zhao Juanpeng was black. The new car he picked up was silver gray, looking younger and more stylish. As for the old car, Chen Yu left it at the store for consignment and planned to sell it once repaired. While the sales manager was running around handling the procedures for him, Chen Yu's phone rang. When he took it out, he saw that the caller was actually Song Enya. What does this beautiful senior want from me? Hello, Chen Yu. Yes, is there something you need, senior? Look outside. Chen Yu. He tilted his head to look outside the store. Song Enya's figure was walking towards him. She was still wearing a short shirt paired with a pair of perfectly fitted jeans, completely outlining her exquisite curves and long straight legs. The moment she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of many people in the store. In fact, many stars lose their charm and look only about 7,080 points in reality, without filters and retouching. A real beauty like the one in front of him, achieving a score of 90, was almost mesmerizing. Song Enya walked over to Chen Yu with her long legs and slim waist, instantly drawing envious gazes from the surrounding men. Wow, she's so beautiful. That waist, those legs, which lucky guy gotta have her. Hee, if I could have a girlfriend like that, I'd feel like I could live 10 years less. Chen Yu looked up and couldn't help but admire her. Song Enya indeed had an exceptional figure, complemented by slightly wavy long hair and black-rimmed glasses, along with her stunning curves, perfectly fitting many people's imagination of a sexy senior. He greeted her. Senior, what brings you here? Because the last interview is not yet complete. Song Enya sat down beside him. I heard your car got scratched and is being repaired. The teacher is urging me for the task, so I came to pick you up. Let's go back in my car later. I have to say, not only is Song Enya beautiful, but she is also quite thoughtful. Knowing that Chen Yu's car was in for repairs and might be inconvenient to return to school, she specifically came to pick him up. Just this point alone is something many young girls cannot compare to. Besides this, she has another purpose. That is because last time she invited Chen Yu for dinner, but he rejected her. Moreover, he immediately accepted Lin Si's invitation afterward. This made Song Enya feel a strange sense of defeat. It was as if her charm had been denied, falling short of Lin Si's. Thus, deep down, she always had the urge to turn the tables. Handsome guy, the procedures are done, and you can take the car away now. At this moment, the sales manager hurried over, particularly respectfully, saying, all right, thank you for your trouble. Chen Yu politely expressed his thanks. Not at all. It's not hard at all. The manager waved his hands repeatedly, his face blooming with a smile. Handsome guy, in just a few days you bought 2 GLS from me. You are truly taking care of me. I should be thanking you, not the other way around. Who said it's hard? The manager bowed and smiled again. His smile was sincere, not fake. He was genuinely grateful to Chen Yu. The 2 GLS sales filled his monthly quota and earned him over 10,000 in commissions. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Yu was much younger than him, he would have wanted to call Chen Yu bro on the spot. The manager was full of emotional value. At the same time, his words left Song Enya, who was sitting beside Chen Yu, a bit baffled. She even found it hard to understand. What? In just a few days, Chen Yu bought 2 Mercedes GLS here. Song Enya had also gone with her family to buy a car and had some knowledge of various car models. The GLS is a luxury car worth $1 million. How could Chen Yu manage to buy 2 in just a few days? She furrowed her brow and blinked her large eyes. Immediately, she saw Chen Yu taking a stack of documents from the sales manager's hands, clearly labeled car purchase agreement. The manager smiled apologetically, glancing formally at the stunning beauty beside Chen Yu, and asked, "Handsome guy, is this your girlfriend?" "I'm his senior, not his girlfriend," Song Enya quickly replied. "Oh, I see you're a senior, my apologies." The manager said this, yet his face revealed an expression of "I understand." Having come to the store, how could she not be his girlfriend? Purely stubborn. But to be fair, this beauty was indeed stunning. He thought she looked like a celebrity. If it weren't for politeness, he would have liked to stare a little longer. Chen Yu stood up with the contract. "Senior, you said you would drive me back to school. Did you come by car?" "Yes," she replied. "Where is your car?" Hearing Chen Yu's question, Song Enya pointed outside. He followed her gaze and saw an Audi A7 parked outside. "Impressive, senior. You've got an A7. Chen Yu praised. "It's not an Audi, but it's the one next to it." Song Enya corrected. "Next to it." Chen Yu searched again. Finally, near the A7, he spotted a Yachty. "Is it that one?" "Yes." Song Enya nodded. Chen Yu, "Wow, so it's not an Audi but a Yachty." Thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, Song Enya is just a graduate student, not a rich second generation. Where would she get the money for an A7? "Senior, are you planning to ride this to take me back to school?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Nothing, it's quite good." Chen Yu checked the time. It was already 6 p.m. So he suggested, "Senior, why don't you take my car back? It'll save some time, or I still have some things to do at school." "Your car? Didn't you say it was being repaired?" "I'm not repairing my old car. I sold it directly and got a new one." "Let's go." "Oh, all right." Although she had already guessed the gist. But upon confirmation, Song Enya was still shocked. A luxury car worth millions, just like that. Between buying and selling, he probably lost tens of thousands. Yet looking at this junior's demeanor, he seemed completely unconcerned. That was tens of thousands. Enough to buy how many Yachties? "Wait a minute, what about my car?" Song Enya asked, pointing at her Yachty. "No problem, or just put it in my trunk." Chen Yu said, loading the Yachty and starting the engine. The Mercedes roared and quickly returned to Moda University. After parking in the lot, he returned the electric bike to Song Enya. As Chen Yu walked, he asked, "Senior, do you have any questions for me?" "Well, it's not really a question. I just want to record your work at the cafeteria." Song Enya gently brushed her long hair. "Perfect, just follow me." "Oh, I was about to head back to the cafeteria to check it out." Chen Yu led her along. They attracted the attention of several passing students. Hey, that beauty, isn't she our school's flower?" "Yes, one of the school flowers. Our school has 2 flowers, one named Lin Siyu and the other Song Enya. This one should be Song Enya." "Wow, no wonder, she's truly beautiful." "Absolutely." It seems she hadn't heard of her having a boyfriend, but that guy beside her is indeed quite handsome. Song Enya walked beside Chen Yu, unfazed by the occasional whispers around her. Her face also remained cold, exuding an aura of a strong woman. They arrived at the cafeteria. 3 employees had just finished their evening shifts and were tidying up the kitchen. Each of them was working hard. You can't take advantage of someone who has helped you. They had just received the red envelopes Chen Yu had given them yesterday. How could they not work hard? "Welcome back, boss." Upon seeing Chen Yu return, the chef and assistants greeted him respectfully. Having made money, their spirits were completely different. Each of them wore smiles. "How was business today?" Chen Yu asked. "Good. Especially good. Better than yesterday. Boss, as you instructed, we increased the stock by half, yet it still wasn't enough. We sold out in just over half an hour at noon, and the evening was similar. Overall, it sold exceptionally well." "Huh." The 3 employees said, their faces beaming with joy. This stall, while the business was decent before, was definitely not as good as it is now. In the past, meals often went unsold and leftovers had to be dealt with. But now there were hardly any leftovers. All could be sold out within an hour of opening. They even saved the steps for dealing with leftovers. "Not bad," Chen Yu nodded. This situation was better than expected. Initially, he thought about investing in some good ingredients and just finishing the task. But now it seems that just this business alone could make money. If they expand further, the future looks bright. Chen Yu chatted a bit more with the chef and assistants, assigning some tasks, ensuring they pay attention to food hygiene and such. Throughout the process, Song Enya quietly listened. Gradually, she began to see Chen Yu in a new light. It turned out that the success of this cafeteria stall wasn't by coincidence or luck. It relied on strength. It was Chen Yu's strength. He was truly dedicated to every step, had strict requirements for the quality of ingredients, organized tasks well, and was very detail-oriented. More than half an hour passed, and Song Enya's gaze towards Chen Yu unconsciously changed. There was a new sparkle in her eyes. A handsome and reliable guy always attracts girls. Song Enya appeared to be a cold school flower, but after all, she was just a girl in her 20s, and she too could be attracted to such a guy. After assigning tasks, Chen Yu said, "I plan to buy 2 more stalls, expanding from the current 1 to 3. "That's right, 3. This small cafeteria stall is just the beginning." Chen Yu's boldness left Song Enya momentarily stunned. Alright, that's it for today. Everyone work hard, there will be red envelopes every month, and those who do well can also get a raise. He said flamboyantly. Don't worry, boss. What red envelopes, as long as the business is good, we're comfortable. Of course, having red envelopes is even better, haha. Leaving the cafeteria, Chen Yu asked, is the material sufficient now? Yes, this is enough to write an article about you. Song Enya snapped back to her senses. The school is currently encouraging students to start businesses and urgently needs publicity, which is why the teachers are pushing so hard. Chen Yu, you're quite a successful example. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. Within 3 days, he had brought the stall business to this level, making it a hit across the school. It was indeed quite successful. Thank you for the compliment, senior. When I open the 3rd stall, I hope you can come again to interview me and help write some promotional articles. No problem. Song Enya nodded gently. She thought Chen Yu would be modest in response to her compliment. Unexpectedly, he accepted it directly. He even casually wanted her to help him gain some traffic in the future. This junior was truly pragmatic, unlike many boys of the same age who only played around. Am I starting to be a bit interested in him? By the way, senior sister, you've been busy all day and haven't eaten yet, right? Let me take you out for a meal, let's go. Sure. Oh. After accepting Chen Yu's invitation, Song Enya furrowed her brows. Why did she agree? She had never gone out to eat alone with a boy before. She was very strict about maintaining boundaries with boys. This had given others the impression of being a cool and aloof campus beauty. However, for some reason, the moment Chen Yu extended the invitation, she subconsciously agreed. The Mercedes-Benz drove out of the school and headed straight to the World Trade Center. After parking, Chen Yu walked ahead, while Song Enya had no choice but to follow. Do you often come here to eat, Chen Yu? Not often, but I'm in a good mood today, so I wanted to have something nice. Just don't choose anything too expensive, or I won't be able to afford it, senior sister. No worries, it's on me. Now Chen Yu was also someone with a fortune of several million. Eating at the World Trade Center was like throwing away water, it didn't matter. However, Song Enya had a bit of understanding about the dining costs there. For 2 people, a meal would cost at least several hundred. If they went to a high-end restaurant, it could easily be in the thousands, or even tens of thousands. She suspected that coming to such a nice place to eat, this little boy wasn't trying to impress her, was he? They wandered around, but most restaurants were packed due to the dinner rush. In the end, they had no choice but to settle for a less crowded tea restaurant. Let's eat here, how does that sound, senior sister? Sounds good. Chen Yu ordered a plate of roasted meat, a plate of sauce meat, and clay pot rice, while Song Enya ordered a vegetable and fish salad. The total came to over 600. The dishes were served quickly. Chen Yu devoured his food heartily after a busy day. After a while, from not far away in the adjacent Korean barbecue restaurant. Qian, how does the barbecue here taste? It's delicious. Xiong, you should eat more too. I've had enough, you and Meng should eat. Lu Xiong was sitting with his legs crossed in the adjacent Korean barbecue restaurant. At the same table were Zhao Yiqian and her friend and roommate Zhang Meng. He was boasting while trying to impress, Zhao Yiqian acting like a big shot. Glancing casually, his attention was suddenly caught by a beautiful woman next door. Isn't that Song Enya? Lu Xiong's eyes widened. The campus beauty of Magic City University, renowned alongside Lin Ce. What a coincidence, she was also here for a meal. If it weren't for Zhao Yiqian being next to him, Lu Xiong would have considered approaching Song Enya. What a missed opportunity, sigh. Wait, why is that guy here too? In the next moment, Lu Xiong saw Chen Yu sitting across from her. Instantly, Lu Xiong's face was full of confusion. He had never liked Zhao Yiqian's ex-boyfriend. Whenever he thought about how Zhao Yiqian had been with him, it made him feel a surge of frustration. What the hell, why is he with Song Enya? Wasn't that guy dating Lin Ce before? Now he switched to Song Enya. Damn it, what gives, eh? What kind of charm does he have? After seeing clearly, Lu Xiong couldn't hold back anymore. Jealousy. Pure jealousy. Originally, he had brought Zhao Yiqian and Zhang Meng out shopping, which was quite enviable for passers-by. Both girls were from the dance major with great figures, looks, and temperament. With the 2 of them accompanying him, Lu Xiong felt immensely satisfied and pretentious. He thought he was the most handsome guy on the street tonight. However, after seeing Song Enya having dinner with Chen Yu, Lu Xiong immediately couldn't keep up the pretense. Zhao Yiqian and Zhang Meng were fine, but compared to a campus beauty like Song Enya, they instantly fell short. What's wrong, Xiong? What are you looking at? Zhao Yiqian noticed something was off and immediately asked. Following Lu Xiong's gaze, she also saw Chen Yu. He actually came to the World Trade Center to eat. The key point is there was a stunning beauty sitting next to him. Zhao Yiqian quickly assessed and found that in terms of looks and figure, that beauty far surpassed her. So beautiful that it made her feel extremely envious. How could this be? When did Chen Yu hook up with such a beautiful girl? Chen Yu is too much. Just a few days after breaking up, first he flirts with Lin Ce, and now he switched to another equally beautiful girl. Zhao Yiqian frowned and angrily asked, Meng, do you think he's gone too far? Is he trying to make me jealous? You tell me. After hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng was stunned. She couldn't understand Zhao Yiqian's logic at all. Since they had already broken up, what Chen Yu wanted to do was his freedom, wasn't it? What does it matter if it's too much or not? What's it to you? Besides, if we're talking about the speed of changing partners, you're even faster than Chen Yu. Just a second ago, you were still Chen Yu's girlfriend, and right after breaking up, you were with Lu Xiong. Even if Chen Yu flirted with other girls, he's not faster than you. Why do you always use a magnifying glass to scrutinize others and find faults with them instead of looking at yourself? Hey Qian, let's not worry about Chen Yu. Let's finish eating and head back to the dormitory, it's getting late. Zhang Mengmeng suppressed her inner complaints and tried to smooth things over. Fine, I don't want to see him either. Zhao Yiqian disdainfully glanced at Chen Yu again. They'll go pay the bill, Lu Xiong announced. He was genuinely very jealous of Chen Yu. If he could woo a beauty like Song Enya, he would be willing to stop being a playboy. But the fact is Song Enya is now with Chen Yu, not with him, Lu Xiong. This is too unfair to that guy. Damn it, out of sight, out of mind. Lu Xiong was getting more and more angry, feeling increasingly unbalanced. He stood up directly and walked towards the waiter near the door to prepare to settle the bill. Because he had won a 90 off coupon on Douyin, which could save a lot of money. If it weren't for the coupon, he wouldn't have taken Zhao Yiqian to such an expensive place to eat. However, he couldn't let Zhao Yiqian know about the coupon. Otherwise, it would seriously undermine his image as a rich second generation. Hello, how can I help you? A waiter politely turned and asked. I'm at table 22. I'd like to settle the bill using this coupon. Lu Xiong carefully took out his phone to show it. Oh, so you want to use a coupon, got it. The waiter immediately responded. But his voice was a bit loud. Damn bro, keep your voice down. Lu Xiong made a shrewd gesture, afraid of being heard by Zhao Yiqian and the others. They three of them spent over 1,700, and after using the coupon, they only paid a little over 170. But Lu Xiong still felt a little pained. However, to completely win over Zhao Yiqian, he had to spend this money. After paying, he went to the underground parking lot and brought the two girls to the car. Coincidentally, he saw Chen Yu and Song Enya again, here getting into a Mercedes-Benz GLS. Oh, Chen Yu changed cars. Damn, it was black a couple of days ago, and now it's silver gray. I knew it. This guy must have rented the car. How could the color change in just 2 days? Lu Xiong confidently stated. Qian, it's a good thing you didn't get together with him. This guy is too extravagant. Renting a GLS must cost over 1,000 a day. At least 20 or 30,000 a month. This guy is really crazy. All for the sake of wooing Song Enya. He spends so much on renting a car and comes to eat at the World Trade Center. Whether he'll actually win her over is still uncertain. But once the money runs out and he's burdened with loans, what will his future look like? At this moment, Zhang Mengming, sitting in the back seat, suddenly interjected, could it be that Chen Yu has made some money? Chen Yu, has he made money? Zhao Yiqian didn't understand. Chen Yu is just an ordinary loser. Where could he make money? Haven't you heard? Chen Yu has contracted a food stall in a school cafeteria, and it's really popular now. It's probably quite profitable. Zhang Mengming explained. What? Is that true? Mengming, you're not joking, are you? Of course not. If you don't believe it, just check it out. There are many posts about this on the campus forum. Wait, Chen Yu has contracted a stall in the school cafeteria. And it's quite successful. How is that possible? Zhao Yiqian couldn't believe it at all. To her, Chen Yu was just a regular poor student, at most working part-time for some pocket money. How could he suddenly have his own business? She had heard others say before that food stalls in school cafeterias could be quite profitable. If done well, a boss could earn 30 to 50,000 a month quite easily. An annual income of hundreds of thousands is not a problem at all. How could Chen Yu, just a few days after breaking up with her, transform from a poor student into a small boss earning tens of thousands a year? With doubts, Zhao Yiqian opened the forum on her phone. To her surprise, among the 20 posts on the homepage, several were about Chen Yu. She clicked on them one by one. The content inside was exactly the same as what Zhang Mengming had said. Chen Yu really became popular. He has become a boss. That boy she had looked down upon a few days ago has now transformed into someone with an income of several thousand a month. It's true, all of this is true. Zhao Yiqian carefully read several posts and finally believed it all. Chen Yu actually has money now. In an instant, a question arose in her heart. Did she really make the right choice by breaking up with Chen Yu? Suddenly, Lu Xiong, driving the car, laughed loudly. Haha, Mengming, don't joke with Qian. Even if Chen Yu made some money, he couldn't possibly change 2 luxury cars worth millions in just 3 days. And they're the same model. Huh, I bet this Benz is definitely rented. Maybe something happened to the last car, so he changed to the same model, but the color is different from the last one. Lu Xiong said nonchalantly. He was very confident in his judgment. This car of Chen Yu's is definitely rented, just like his BMW 3 Series. Just earned a little money and rented a car to show off. This guy is really something. Boom. Lu Xiong slammed on the gas, pulling up next to Chen Yu. He honked twice. Then he overtook Chen Yu. Kid, you start to show off just because you have a little money. Just wait until you spend it all. Damn, isn't that Lu Xiong the idiot? Is Zhao Yiqian sitting next to him? Chen Yu frowned. What terrible luck. He keeps running into these two. What bad luck. Lu Xiang is showing off again. But Chen Yu couldn't figure it out. He is already driving a GLS, while Lu Xiang is still in that old 3 Series. Logically speaking, when they meet again, this guy should feel ashamed and avoid him. Why is he coming up to show off instead? And also speeding like this in the parking lot. Is this idiot racing to reincarnate? Crash. Indeed, just as Chen Yu thought of this, he heard a sudden screech of brakes followed by a loud collision. Lu Xiang's car couldn't dodge in time at the corner. It collided head-on with an oncoming Cadillac. The front end was dented and the headlights shattered. Instantly, the smile that had just been on Lu Xiang's face vanished. Panic. Shock. At a loss for what to do. He couldn't even force a smile. Oh no. Something bad happened. He had been so full of himself, and now it backfired. He crashed. This car is rented. How will he face the dealership about this? Although the car can be repaired with such a big accident, it will definitely depreciate. The manager is going to skin him alive. Even more terrifying for him was that the door of the Cadillac he crashed into opened. 4 big men emerged from inside, each with elaborate tattoos, gold chains around their necks, and shaved heads. An overwhelming aura of intimidation exuded from them. Oh no, I'm finished. I've encountered the local gang. Lu Xiang almost wet himself. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He truly was a king of the bathhouse. They opened the door and came out like a few big brothers. But hey, big brothers, shouldn't you go to the bathhouse to take a shower? Why come to the World Trade Center? Meanwhile, Chen Yu drove away, glancing in the rearview mirror to see the big men striding angrily toward Lu Xiang. That should be enough to give him a hard time. After dropping Song Enya off at the dormitory, Chen Yu returned to the boys' dorm 606. Task changed to the new car. Completed. Cash returned 179,000 yuan. The reward was credited, and he felt refreshed. Pushing open the dorm door, the other 3 were there. Third brother, why are you back so late? It's already 9 o'clock. Song Hao asked curiously. I had something to do. I just dropped your sister off, Chen Yu replied, taking a sip of water. What? Third brother, can you say that again? Chen Yu's words seemed to explode in the dorm. You were with my sister tonight. Yeah. You third brother, you didn't do anything to my sister, did you? Song Hao instantly panicked. This guy is a protective brother. Many boys had tried to get close to him to pursue his beautiful sister, but they were all sternly rejected by Song Hao. He always put on a fierce front. If anyone wants to get close to his sister Song Enya, they must first get past him. Hearing that Chen Yu had just been with Song Enya so late, Song Hao immediately became alert. Why are you so anxious? I just had a meal with your sister. Just a meal? Yeah, really. But I can't guarantee what will happen with your sister in the future. Chen Yu joked. What? Song Hao's eyes gradually widened. He was furious. Third brother, I consider you a brother, and you want to be my sister's husband. Damn, I'm going to fight you. Huh. I'm going to laugh myself to death. Huh. Boss Guo Jiaqing and the 4th Zhou Zhifei were laughing so hard they could barely breathe. But speaking of which, all the boys in the school, if they are straight, I'm afraid there are very few who don't want to be her brother-in-law. Song Enya is so beautiful that even in a school like Magic City University, where the ratio of girls is high, she stands out as an exceptionally stunning beauty. It's hard for a normal boy not to be moved. Even the boss and the 4th in their dormitory were actually tempted. However, they were aware of their own conditions and appearances, knowing they had no chance, so they didn't think too much about it. However, Chen Yu is different. Chen Yu is better looking than them, and now he has become one of the celebrities in the school. If he wanted to pursue Song Enya, he might actually have a chance of success. My sister only met you twice because she has a task at hand. You can't take advantage of the situation. Third. Alright, what advantage? Even if I wanted to, it would have to be that your sister is interested in me, otherwise how would I take advantage? What Third said makes sense. Guo Jiaqing and Zhou Zhifei both expressed their agreement. A night passed. The next morning, Chen Yu called the 2 stall owners next to the cafeteria one by one. He planned to take over both of them. The conversations with the 2 stall owners went quite smoothly. In just a few minutes, the deal was struck. In fact, they hadn't intended to sell their business. However, Chen Yu's stall was just too popular. After Chen Yu became popular, the 2 neighboring stalls suffered. The vast majority of students were drawn to Chen Yu's stall, and their daily turnover had directly halved. If this continued, not only would they lose the funds accumulated over the years, but they might even end up with nothing. After negotiating, the 2 owners rushed to the school and signed the contract. The 3 connected stalls officially became Chen Yu's property. Ding. Expand the business to 3 stalls. Task completed. Reward cash 1 million. Experience points 100. Your current life winner level 2 experience 400,500 daily sign-in can earn 2,000. Awesome, soaring high, another 1 million in the account. Chen Yu allowed a smile to creep across his lips, feeling utterly exhilarated. In the following days, Chen Yu remodeled the other 2 stalls based on his previous experience. The first stall focused on Cantonese cuisine and snacks. The second stall specialized in Sichuan cuisine, while the third served various types of noodles. Dishes like roasted meats, mapo tofu, and hot dry noodles were all arranged, and the best ingredients were used, hiring top chefs. Whether it was profitable was irrelevant. As long as the turnover was substantial, Chen Yu could profit immensely from the rewards. On this day, Chen Yu had just gotten out of bed. Boss Gui Jiaqing yelled at the computer screen. Damn, third, you've stirred up public outrage. What? What public outrage? Chen Yu had just woken up and was still groggy. He had no grievances with anyone. How could he incite public outrage? You should check the forum quickly. It's a complete mess. Oh, alright, let me see what's going on. Chen Yu opened the campus forum. Instantly, he exclaimed in shock. The entire first page 20 posts were almost all about him. Moreover, they expressed dissatisfaction towards him. However, this dissatisfaction was not an attack on him. Instead, they complained that the cafeteria food was prepared in too small quantities. Not enough to eat. I was only 20 minutes late, and there was no food left. I didn't get enough from my portion and wanted to ask for another, but it was already gone. The boss business is so good, why doesn't he prepare more? It's just not enough to eat. Now every day after class I run to the cafeteria like it's a 100-meter dash. I'm about to develop an 8-pack abs. Such posts were everywhere. The cafeteria business was simply booming. Didn't we increase the preparation of food yesterday? Why is it still not enough? In the past few days, Chen Yu had been asking the kitchen to prepare more food, and he had been pushing for it. But unexpectedly, it still wasn't enough. That shouldn't be the case. Chen Yu scratched his head and looked for a while. Finally, he found the problem. That was because the dishes from his 3 stalls were just too delicious, too genuine. Thus, it attracted students from a nearby school as well. They also came to eat at the cafeteria stalls opened by Chen Yu. Damn, no wonder there wasn't enough food. With so many extra mouths, it would indeed be strange if there was enough. Moreover, in terms of numbers, the school Chen Yu was at wasn't particularly large. The students from the neighboring school outnumbered those at his school. Suddenly, with so many more people appearing, even if the chefs were overwhelmed, they couldn't possibly prepare enough food for everyone. So it turns out that a booming business can also lead to troubles. Chen Yu opened the task data to take a look. Task: manage your cafeteria stall and create an income of 3,000. Completion 299,678,99. Upon completion, you can receive a reward cash 3 million. It was almost achieved. In the past week, the turnover had directly reached over 299,000. Now only a few hundred were left to meet the task requirement of 3,000. Since it was breakfast time, the numbers were still increasing. Soon it broke through the 3,000 mark. Ding. Create an income of 3,000. Completed. Reward cash 3 million. Experience points 100. Your life winner level has increased. Current level 3 experience 0, 500 daily sign-in, can earn cash 3,000. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received 3,000 yuan balance, 119,01518. 6 yuan. Chen Yu looked at the text message notification on his phone and confirmed it several times. It was indeed correct. Over 10 million. His account already had over 10 million. For a college student, this is simply astronomical. Chen Yu was in high spirits, changed his clothes, and went to the cafeteria. Thank you all for your hard work, here's a little bonus. He sent out a series of red envelopes, each worth 1,000. Wow, the boss is generous. Thank you, boss. This is all part of the job. Working hard is what we ought to do, hee. Boss is awesome. The employees were all smiling. What they said was not flattery. They truly meant it. Working for Chen Yu not only meant salary increases, but also receiving bonuses, which was really delightful. And it was easier than other places. Because after selling out the meals, all they had to do was clean up the kitchen, and then they could clock out. It was incredibly comfortable. So no matter how many compliments they gave, they were sincere, not a word was false. After sending out the bonuses, Chen Yu made himself some breakfast. In a corner behind him, 2 girls were quietly having their meal, namely Zhao Yiqian and her roommate Zhang Mingming. Qian looked. Chen Yu is here, Zhang Mingming whispered. Yeah, I see, Zhao Yiqian replied, expressionlessly casting a covert glance. He went into the kitchen, and everyone inside is calling him boss. Qian, it seems that Chen Yu is indeed the boss here, Zhang Mingming whispered. Her words fell like bricks, pressing heavily on Zhao Yiqian's heart. In recent days, she has read many posts on the campus forum and learned quite a bit about the cafeteria. Looking back now, it is clear that Chen Yu has indeed taken over the 3 stalls here, becoming a small boss, which is likely true. In other words, Chen Yu has become wealthy. Things are looking up. However, if that were all, Zhao Yiqian wouldn't regard Chen Yu with newfound respect. She would certainly not regret breaking up with him. After all, Zhao Yiqian is now with the wealthy, second-generation Lu Xiang. However, after spending time together, she found that Lu Xiang's attitude towards spending money on her was far less than that of Chen Yu in the past. Though Lu Xiang is a rich second-generation heir, he is not very willing to spend money on her. Chen Yu, despite being less wealthy than Lu Xiang, was always willing to spend whatever he had on her. This comparison occasionally left Zhao Yiqian feeling conflicted. Mumbling, do you think Lu Xiang treats me better, or does Chen Yu treat me better? Well, that's a no-brainer, of course it's Chen Yu. Zhang Mingming answered without hesitation. In her view, there was no comparison between the two. She could see that Chen Yu had once been sincere toward Zhao Yiqian. Yet, this Lu Xiang likely just wanted to have some fun, often shrinking back when it came to spending money. To put it bluntly, he seemed to want to get something for nothing. In fact, Zhao Yiqian had started to sense this too. She liked money, but she wasn't foolish enough to that extent. In recent days, Lu Xiang had only taken her out for Korean barbecue once, gone for a few drives, and that was it. Yet she had already spent nearly 10,000 yuan on him. Once she had several thousand yuan in savings. Now not only were the savings gone, but she also owed her classmates 3,000 yuan. Lu Xiang's various behaviors had left her feeling somewhat disappointed, causing her inner resolve to waver. Mingming, do you think I should give Chen Yu another chance? Huh? Zhang Mingming did not immediately understand. You want to get back together with Chen Yu? Well, sort of. Zhao Yiqian nodded. But aren't you still with Lu Xiang? Zhang Mingming asked again. Zhao Yiqian replied. Right, so I want to see how Chen Yu performs first. If he shows good behavior after I give him a chance, then I will consider him. Otherwise, I will continue to be with Lu Xiang. Zhang Mingming exclaimed, wait a minute. You want to give Chen Yu a chance while not planning to break up with Lu Xiang? Isn't that like trying to have your cake and eat it too? You don't plan to break up with Lu Xiang, but you want to flirt with Chen Yu at the same time. Are you going to figure out who you want to be with after you completely understand both of them? Is that what you mean? Zhang Mingming gasped in disbelief, a chill running down her spine. Zhao Yiqian's logic was becoming increasingly outrageous. Even more terrifying is that from Zhao Yiqian's own perspective, she was merely trying to find a way to make the choice that best served her interests. She had done nothing wrong. She was just a pure white lotus. Ahem, Qianqian, but it seems that Chen Yu is already with another girl now, right? Zhang Mingming adjusted her emotions and said, we saw him getting close to Lin Xiyu before, and recently, it seems to be Song Yinya. So what? I don't believe Chen Yu really has anything going on with them, Zhao Yiqian replied confidently. Although Chen Yu had recently become a prominent figure at the school, he probably still couldn't land girls of Lin Xiyu and Song Yinya's caliber. As long as she showed a little goodwill, Chen Yu should come to her first, considering their past feelings. By then she could set her price and decide who to be with. With that thought, Zhao Yiqian picked up her phone and sent Chen Yu a message. The cafeteria food is delicious. Such bland words are the easiest to pique a boy's curiosity, making him wonder whether the girl is interested in him, prompting him to initiate a conversation. However, the reply Zhao Yiqian received was a red exclamation mark. You are not yet friends with the other party. Please send a friend verification request first. Only after they accept can you chat. Chen Yu had deleted her. Zhao Yiqian was instantly stunned. She had already mentally prepared a follow-up script. But this sudden red exclamation mark completely disrupted all her plans. She had been deleted by Chen Yu. Chen Yu, you're here too. At this moment, two girls walked in from the cafeteria door. One was tall, about 168 centimeters, wearing a sports t-shirt and hot pants that showed off her fair long legs. The other was only 155 centimeters, wearing glasses, yet still quite cute. It was Lin Xiyu and her roommate Lu Xiaowen. Hello Xiyu, come eat with us. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said. He had been a bit busy these days, but he often chatted with Lin Xiyu. In fact, many people's goddesses are just young girls at heart. Once they became familiar, they could joke around, gossip, and when feeling lonely, they wanted someone to chat with. After this period, she and Chen Yu had almost no barriers between them. Today, they met at the cafeteria and naturally sat down together for breakfast. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, your car wouldn't have been scratched. Lin Xiyu said. That incident has nothing to do with you, but it's that Zhao Junpeng who is too malicious. Chen Yu waved his hand. I have long seen him as a bad person. Did he compensate you? Yes, 92000. That much. Hearing this number, Lu Xiaowen was shocked. Her family also had a car, a Chevrolet Cruze, which she had heard her family say costs about 900 when it's just off the lot. She never expected Zhao Junpeng would have to pay over 900 just for scratching Chen Yu's car. That's too exaggerated. What kind of car does Chen Yu drive? That Zhao Junpeng usually flaunts his power at school, relying on being the president of the basketball club with a group of tall subordinates. He has bullied others many times. This time he ran into a hard wall and took a huge fall. It's only 900, not much, Chen Yu said with a faint smile. If it weren't for saving face for the teacher, if I pursued this matter, Zhao Junpeng might have to spend a few months in detention. Oh, that's serious. Lu Xiaowen's mouth fell open. Of course, that's over 900 in losses, which is enough to be criminal. Zhao Junpeng should be thankful to the school, it saved him. By the way, Chen Yu, I happen to have something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Just say it, Chen Yu replied with a grin. Lin Xiyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. My family is in the vegetable business, and we haven't found a market for this year's vegetables yet, so I wanted to ask. She had become quite familiar with Chen Yu. However, when it came to this matter, Lin Xiyu still felt a bit shy. After all, it involved money. But if Lin Xiyu didn't say anything, it wouldn't work. The market for her family's vegetables was getting worse. Many of their previous clients were struggling, some had closed down, while others had reduced their orders. If this continued, her family's small business would go bankrupt. The hardworking farmers who had always cooperated with them would also suffer. How much unsold stock do you have each day? About 300 gene of organic vegetables. All right, I'll take them all, Chen Yu said casually. Lin Xiyu, this is it. It's settled. Why, you agreed? Yes. Lin Xiyu couldn't quite believe it. Originally, she thought Chen Yu would need to think it over. She didn't expect him to agree so nonchalantly. Aren't you going to ask about the price? Organic vegetables are a bit more expensive than regular ones. All right, let me ask, how much is it? Lin Xiyu was speechless again. At the same time, her heart was filled with gratitude. Although Chen Yu seemed nonchalant in his dealings, Lin Xiyu understood that he was definitely a very reliable person. After all, it was impossible to run the cafeteria so successfully without a reason. So there must be a purpose behind Chen Yu's actions. Was it possible that he was doing this for me? With this thought, Lin Xiyu's heart began to race and her cheeks flushed. From the very first glance, she had felt an attraction to Chen Yu. What she liked about him was this reliable, yet carefree demeanor. It could be said that this aspect of Chen Yu struck a chord deep within her heart. She felt a bit teary. Quickly, she wiped the corner of her eye. Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 5, Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 5, Lin Xiyu's favorability towards you 5, goal Lin Xiyu favorability towards you exceeds 70 points. Trigger task, spin once for Lin Xiyu to receive 5 times the return. Note: cooperation with the target's family business does not count as part of the spending. Looking at the favorability numbers popping up above Lin Xiyu's head, Chen Yu felt a bit bewildered. In fact, he was already planning to increase the vegetable purchase volume. It wasn't just to help Lin Xiyu. The cafeteria's business was simply booming. The original stock was nowhere near enough. An additional 300 gene might be just right. The key was that Lin Xiyu's favorability towards him had increased by 15 points. Previously, when he bought her Hermes, it didn't have such a strong effect. Moreover, it triggered a task. Then it's settled. So you go tell your family and prepare the contract. Well, sign it this afternoon, and the supply will start tomorrow morning. Okay. Lin Xiyu nodded happily, looking as obedient as a little bird. 2 hours later, Lin Xiyu was ready with the contract and met Chen Yu at the back street of the school. 300 gene of organic vegetables, daily payment of 1,500 yuan, settled monthly. Chen Yu frowned. Yes, what's wrong? Lin Xiyu was puzzled. Should I ask my dad if he can give a discount? No, that's not what I meant. Chen Yu waved his hand. I mean, settling monthly is too troublesome. I'll just give you a year's worth up front. Oh, is that possible? Lin Xiyu felt a bit lost trying to keep up with Chen Yu's thinking. Previously, her family always settled accounts monthly, and it was already impressive if the other party didn't delay payment. Some would even hold on to the payments for half a year or a year. Chen Yu was the first to propose paying up front like this, and his reason was simply, he found it troublesome. A total of 547,500 yuan, it'll give you 550,000. I've already transferred the money to this account on the contract. Chen Yu tapped his phone a few times, and the transfer was complete. He was straightforward. Chen Yu, thank you. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Lin Xiyu was very grateful, even moved. She knew that being able to pull out hundreds of thousands in cash immediately meant that a meal was nothing to Chen Yu. But she had to express her gratitude. Today you can choose any shop in this snack street. Snack street. Chen Yu's mind raced as he asked, you seem to really like eating at this snack street. Yes. Then I'll take over this street for you. Lin Xiyu. This statement made Lin Xiyu's brain freeze for a moment. Take over this street for her. Did she mishear him? The entire snack street had 2 or 3 dozen shops. The combined rent each month would likely be at least over 500 yuan. If he took over the whole street, even for just half a year, the rent would conservatively be estimated at 3 million. Why, you can't be joking, you've already helped me enough. Lin Xiyu said sincerely. No, I'm not joking. Chen Yu said as he found someone from the restaurant and got the property management's phone number. Hello, I want to lease the entire back street of Magic City University. 600 yuan per month, 6-month minimum lease. Alright, I'll rent it for a year. Okay, I'll be here, you can just bring the contract over. After finishing the call, Lin Xiyu was in shock. Clearly Chen Yu was serious. He wasn't joking, he was really preparing to take over the entire back street. And he was leasing it for a whole year. The property management was only a couple of 100 meters away, and it took just 5 minutes to print the contract before a middle-aged man with a property manager badge came over. Chen Yu checked the documents twice. When he got to the contractor section, he pushed it towards Lin Xiyu. Here, you sign it yourself? Huh, I really can't do this. Lin Xiyu quickly refused. This contract was worth over 7 million. Chen Yu wanted to give it to her directly. More than 7 million. That was enough to buy a house in Magic City. Chen Yu said he would give it as a gift. The key was that she and Chen Yu were still just ordinary friends, not even a couple. Even if they were really a couple, she wouldn't dare accept such an expensive gift. Chen Yu, I really can't sign this. You should write your own name. Lin Xiyu was firm in her stance. This left Chen Yu a bit troubled. This wouldn't do. If the contractor's name wasn't Lin Xiyu's, there likely wouldn't be any cash back. Chen Yu quickly smiled and explained, don't be nervous, it's just under your name for you to help manage it. Moreover, with this snack street, your family can also sell vegetables here in the future. This way your family's problems will be completely resolved, and it will also help the upstream farmers have a better life. This is a good thing for many people. But, Lin Xiyu knew he was right. Yet she still felt a bit guilty inside. But what? Chen Yu looked at her with a smile. Lin Xiyu, you don't want your family's business to lose its security, do you? You're so bad. In fact, the girls in the dormitory often shared some jokes. They could understand many of the memes. Lin Xiyu lowered her head under Chen Yu's gaze, her neck turning red to the tips of her ears. Oh no. How did she seem to have really immersed herself into certain storylines? Honestly, how could I be thinking about these things? You are truly despicable. She raised her small fist and lightly punched Chen Yu. Then let's agree that the contract will be under my name. I'm just helping you safeguard it, and I won't take a single cent from the rental income. ITLL, all go to you. All right, no problem. It's a deal. Only then did Lin Xiyu feel relieved enough to sign her name. Chen Yu wasted no time and promptly transferred 7.2 million. The contract took effect. After the property manager left, Lin Xiyu held the contract in her hand, feeling it was surreal. The rental rights for this street had just been signed over to her. This was over 7 million. Throughout the process, Chen Yu seemed particularly relaxed, even a bit eager. It was as if a few million was nothing to him. Spending it was just spending it. Lin Xiyu was once again astonished by Chen Yu's capabilities, and she felt deeply moved. Because Chen Yu was not only considering her family's business, but also taking care of the vegetable farmers, wanting to ensure everyone had some level of security. Such kindness and conscience were truly rare. A good heart, handsome, capable, and strong. Was there anyone more perfect than this? Chen Yu had so many admirable qualities. After finishing their meal, the two walked back to school together. The atmosphere gradually became a bit ambiguous. At this moment, Lin Xiyu, who had vowed never to date before graduating from university, felt her heart racing. Is this the feeling of being moved? Why was her heart beating so fast, and her body feeling a bit warm? Lin Xiyu suddenly got a little angry at herself. She realized she was really moved. Yet she had no idea what Chen Yu was thinking. She couldn't even figure out if Chen Yu had any feelings for her in that regard. It was precisely this ambiguity that scratched at her heart, making her feel particularly uncomfortable, yet unable to let go. Chen Yu, if you like me to, just confess. What do you mean by saying nothing? As a girl, I can't be the first to speak up, can I? Lin Xiyu shot a reproachful glance at Chen Yu. Seeing Chen Yu smiling at the front, looking very happy without saying a word, she wondered, what are you really thinking, Chen Yu? Was there something interesting in front of them? Lin Xiyu, who had always been adored as a goddess, even began to doubt her own charm. Is my leg not wide enough, or is my waist not slim enough? Could it be that I've gained weight from eating too much these past few days? Completed a consumption task for Lin Xiyu. Task finished. You have received a 5-fold cashback, 36 million. Your bank of construction account ending in 5518 has received 3600 yuan balance. Chen Yu looked at the information that appeared before him, unable to suppress the smile on his face. This time it was truly exhilarating. Winning was exhilarating. The reward for today's task was simply too satisfying. With a 5-fold cashback, the reward of 36 million brought Chen Yu's wealth close to $500 million. What does $500 million even mean? With the street he just rented, Chen Yu could directly buy it now. Such extravagance. However, Chen Yu certainly wouldn't actually go by that street. What good would all this money do? As for Lin Xiyu, Chen Yu could tell that this girl was somewhat moved. If he took the chance to confess, he probably had a 70% chance of winning her over. But after experiencing the pain caused by Zhao Yiqian, Chen Yu had already come to terms with it. In fact, the more one values emotions, the less one should take the initiative, otherwise the one who gets hurt will definitely be oneself. Not taking the initiative, not rejecting. This way he could always keep himself in an invincible position. After dropping Lin Xiyu off for class, Chen Yu returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, his buddy Guijechi shouted, "Old 3, you're finally back. Come and take a look, you're almost black as a dog now." "That's right, hurry and check the forum." Old 4, Zhou Zhifei echoed. Chen Yu was utterly confused. The forum? Hadn't the major renovations he did for the cafeteria stalls received good reviews these past few days? How could it have suddenly turned sour, and why would he be called black as a dog? "Old 3, you'll know when you take a look." Chen Yu responded and quickly opened the school forum. A post marked hot pinned at the very top immediately caught his eye. The title read, "I, a naturally righteous warrior with a holy body, exposed the #1 scumbag at Magic City University." Upon clicking it, there were both text and images. The comments below were extremely heated with replies exceeding 1,000. The content stated he, an ordinary junior male student, had just dumped his ex-girlfriend and immediately sought to win over the school beauty. He, not satisfied with deceiving one girl, also set his sights on a graduate sister, intending to deceive another, wanting to have his cake and eat it too. The righteous basketball player couldn't stand it and attempted to intervene, only to be sneak attacked and seriously injured. The captain, seeking justice for his teammate, was extorted of 1,000 yuan by him. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? Please remember, his name is Chen Yu. He is the #1 scumbag at Magic City University. The text concluded. Below were accompanying images. The first picture was of Chen Yu and Lin Xiyu dining together at a restaurant. The second picture was of Song Enya getting out of Chen Yu's car. The third image was of Zhou Dawei, unable to get up after being beaten. The fourth image was of Zhao Juanpeng, the basketball club president, and Lin Xiyu's sycophant being taken away by a staff member looking disheveled. These pictures were all taken very clearly over the past few days. At the bottom, a line was specially written, "Where there are images, there is truth." What the hell, who took all this? Chen Yu was shocked. Because these images were not edited, they were indeed things he had done in reality. They were not intentionally fabricated false images to frame him. But the problem was, with these images paired with the preceding absurd fabricated descriptions, the original facts had turned completely twisted. They had become evidence to nail Chen Yu as a scumbag. Old 4 Zhou Zhifei scratched his head and asked, "Old 3, what's the story behind these images?" Chen Yu was also at a loss. The first image is just me having a casual meal with Lin Xiyu. What about the second one? Zhou Zhifei asked again. The second image is of Song Enya, representing the school's publicity office, coming to interview me. It got late, so we went out to eat together. What about Zhou Dawei? In the third image, Zhou Dawei was sent by Zhao Junpeng to find trouble with me. He struck first, but ended up getting beaten up badly. In Zhao Juanpeng, he secretly went to the parking lot at midnight to scratch my car's paint, which was clearly captured on surveillance. In the end, the appraisal from the 4S shop made him pay over 9,000 yuan, which he brought upon himself. In fact, Chen Yu was neither angry nor nervous at all. This post was clearly an attempt by someone to smear him. It was alright, Chen Yu had long been psychologically prepared. Since he had become a prominent figure at school, it was inevitable that some people would be envious, some would be jealous, and some would scheme behind his back. True powerhouses never fear facing adversity. Ding. Your broad-mindedness, not caring about rumors, has triggered a hidden reward. You have received a cash reward of 5,008 yuan. Chen Yu was taken aback in his seat. Is this even possible? Can a generous heart lead to rewards? You have acquired the basic qualities to become a winner in life, and your personal assets have exceeded 50 million, unlocking the second phase of the Life Winner task system. It's even divided into phases. Pay attention to the 3 main tasks of the second phase. 1. I create a company and achieve a monthly revenue of 100 million. Reward 100 million cash. 2. Raise the affection level of 2 individuals with an attractiveness score of over 85 to above 80 points. Reward 100 million cash. 3. Purchase a residential property of your own with a total price of no less than 25 million. Reward 100 million cash. Is this really the second phase? Compared to this, the rewards in the first phase seem significantly weaker. Chen Yu sighed. The rewards for these 3 tasks are all small goals, far surpassing the previous rewards. However, he indeed learned a lot from the previous phase. What needs to be fought for must be fought for, and what needs to be given up should be decisively abandoned. Among these 3 tasks, the simplest should be the third one. As long as I buy a house priced over 25 million, I can complete it immediately. It's not difficult. I already have 50 million on my card. Buying a house isn't that hard, is it? However, after slightly calming his emotions, Chen Yu took out his phone and made a call. Hello, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Did you run out of living expenses? Should I transfer you some more? The voice of his father Chen Juanxiu came from the other end after the call connected. No doubt I saved some money before, invested in several food stalls, and made a bit of profit. I'm sending you some first. After saying that, he directly transferred 500 to his father. Chen Juanxiu was taken aback. However, after the previous transfer of 500 from Chen Yu, he was more capable of accepting this. Xiaoyu, you earn so much money. Yeah, the business at the food stalls is quite good, and it should continue to earn. You take this money. First, I have enough left for myself. Alright, I'll keep it for you. Chen Juanxiu always felt reassured about Chen Yu. He believed Chen Yu was reliable and didn't want to interfere too much. Yeah, bye. Chen Yu hung up the phone. Transferring only 500 wasn't being stingy, it was just that he was afraid of having to explain too much if he transferred more. With his current financial strength, there was no need to keep the family noodle shop running. But if his parents at their age suddenly had nothing to do, their health could deteriorate more easily. Many elderly people work their whole lives in good health, but once they relax, they immediately develop various ailments. So it's better to take it step by step. First, reduce old Chen's pressure, and then gradually close down the noodle shop. This approach seems more suitable. After finishing these, Chen Yu fell asleep peacefully. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 9 a.m. There were 2 unread messages on his phone. One was a WeChat message from Song Inya sent last night. The matter about you on the forum has caused quite a stir. If you don't explain, it might spread outside of school. The other message was a text from Zhao Yiqian. Chen Yu, why did you delete me from WeChat? This message had just been sent a few minutes ago. While Chen Yu was reading, Zhao Yiqian sent several more messages right after this one. Chen Yu, I think we can still be friends. You know I'm just a little willful. If I said anything that hurt you, it was unintentional. I hope you won't take it too seriously. You haven't gotten together with Lin Siyu, have you? Did you really take out a loan? Is your family really being relocated? These messages were sent in quick succession, indicating that Zhao Yiqian was eager to know something, especially after not receiving replies to the first 3 messages. In the 4th message, Zhao Yiqian probably couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question she really wanted to know, which was the actual purpose of her messaging. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to clarify how Chen Yu made his money. Apologies and explanations were all just a cover for her true intentions. She wasn't genuinely apologizing to Chen Yu, nor did she truly want to mend their relationship. Now Zhao Yiqian had merely noticed Chen Yu's career was on the rise. She didn't want to entirely give up on this emerging potential stock, which is why she took the initiative. 1, she wanted to restore contact. 2, she wanted to see if he was with any other girls. 3, she wanted to understand his financial situation, and that was all. But why do you want to restore my feelings for you when you no longer have feelings for me? Don't you think that's absurd? Chen Yu lightly tapped his phone and quickly sent her number to the blacklist. Out of sight, out of mind. There's no turning back once the bow is drawn. Once the text messages quieted down, Chen Yu opened the chat box with Song Inya and replied, Senior, those rumors on the forum are false. I am innocent and I know you must believe me. The message was sent less than a second ago. Song Inya's avatar changed to typing. I believe you. However, even if I believe you, you still need to explain yourself. Otherwise, this matter spreading outside will negatively impact our school's image. All right, no problem. Chen Yu felt a bit of a headache, but there was no choice but to agree. By the way, Senior, could you do me a favor? What is it? I plan to buy a house. Do you know any seniors who graduated and work in real estate? Could you introduce me? After Chen Yu sent this message, there was silence on Song Inya's side for a while. Chen Yu wants to buy a house. He's only in his 3rd year of college and can afford a house already. The housing prices in the Magic City are world famous. In good locations, it can cost tens of thousands or even 20,000 per square meter. Even in less desirable areas, it's around 1,000. Calculating it, buying a house would at least cost several million. Is Chen Yu really that wealthy? However, since he could buy a luxury car worth millions, it seems reasonable that he has the capability to buy a house in the Magic City. After a full minute or 2, Song Inya finally sent another message. I know a senior who is currently a real estate sales manager. If you want to see a house, I can take you to meet her. Okay. Chen Yu replied immediately. Although it was to complete a system task, buying a house is a complex matter, and if not done properly, he could get taken advantage of. So it's better to find someone who knows the ropes. Senior, I want to see a house today, preferably now. Do you have time? Now? Are you in such a hurry? Yes, very urgent. How could he not be anxious for the reward of a small goal? All right, I'll inform them in advance. Let's meet at the parking lot in 15 minutes. Sure, thank you, senior sister. After arranging with Song Inya, Chen Yu got out of bed to wash up. Looking in the mirror, he felt he had become even more handsome. With a previous 10 boost in his appearance as a reward, and having had a good time recently, his mood was uplifting and his overall mental state had improved significantly. Dressed casually in a cool black t-shirt and regular jeans, he was already at a school heartthrob level. Chen Yu went downstairs to the parking lot and arrived on time to pick up Song Inya driving off. Senior sister, the one you found should be reliable, right? On the way, Chen Yu asked while driving. She's reliable? I just greeted her on WeChat. All right. Half an hour later, outside the Jinggan Huafu community in the Magic City, Song Inya got out of the car first, and Chen Yu drove to the parking lot. From the outside, the community seemed average in size, but the architectural style was quite elegant, clearly a high-end project. As soon as Song Inya walked over, a young man with a slick hairstyle came out of the hall. Inya, you're here. The man waved with a smile. Upon seeing him, Song Inya frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Zhonglong, why are you here? She asked coldly. Wasn't I supposed to meet senior sister Li Weiwei? Ali Weiwei had a last-minute issue and can't make it, so I'm here to host you instead. The slick-haired man explained with a certain charm, but it felt very insincere. From the very start, his eyes had been darting towards Song Inya intentionally. That little glance combined with his greasy hairstyle exuded a lewd aura that made one want to kick him. His name is Zhang Long, a peer of Song Enya during their undergraduate years, who had pursued her back in their freshman year. He had engaged in all sorts of petty tricks, pestering her to the point of annoyance. Fortunately, by their senior year, Song Enya successfully secured a spot for postgraduate studies, while Zhang Long failed his entrance exams. Reluctantly, he had to give up on pursuing her and started working in real estate sales. Later, it was said that Song Enya's senior sister Li Weiwei worked at the same company, and the two quickly got together. "Enya, I didn't expect you to be buying a house even before graduation. Congratulations. By the way, we haven't been in touch since graduation. Let's add each other on WeChat." Zhang Long smoothly pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. However, Song Enya instantly coldly replied, "I don't want to have any contact with you, nor do I want to add you on WeChat." Zhang Long, who had just been smiling warmly and acting charming, froze. In the next moment, his expression stiffened, a surge of anger rising in his chest. But he managed to suppress it. "Enya, don't overthink it, it's just adding a WeChat. I don't want to add you, do you understand?" Zhang Long was once again choked, his face unable to hide its redness. To be honest, facing a beauty like Song Enya, even though he already had a girlfriend, he couldn't help but feel his heart stir. It was precisely because of this that when he heard Song Enya was coming to look at houses, he found a way to send Li Weiwei away and personally came to host her. Though he had failed in pursuing her before, who could guarantee that he wouldn't have a chance now? "Since you're already with Li Weiwei, I suggest you put away those disorganized thoughts and focus on your senior sister wholeheartedly." "What? Li Weiwei? Enya, you know I've always liked you the most. If you're unwilling to keep in touch because of her, I'll break up with her now." "Huh?" Zhang Long's words left Song Enya completely speechless. She knew this man was pathetic, but seemed to have underestimated him a bit. Zhang Long and Li Weiwei had apparently been together for 2 years, and after seeing Song Enya, he immediately wanted to dump Li Weiwei for her. It's rare for someone to be so shameless in such a manner. "Enya, I know you look down on me a bit, but I'm trying hard too. I'm now working in real estate sales, earning 300,000 to 400,000 a year is no problem, and during good times I can make over 500,000. Enya, I've always been sincere towards you," Zhang Long said in a desperate whisper. But this only made Song Enya feel increasingly disgusted. "Senior sister, why aren't you going in to wait?" At this moment, Chen Yu parked the car and walked over. His appearance instantly stunned Zhang Long. Who is this person? He's quite handsome. The hostility in Zhang Long's small eyes flashed away. Ever since he met Song Enya, he particularly disliked seeing other males around her. Especially when it came to someone like Chen Yu, who was more handsome than him, it made him feel increasingly uncomfortable and inferior. "May I ask who this is?" Zhang Long tried to regain his composure and asked about the young man's identity. However, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Song Enya actually reached out and hooked her arm around Chen Yu. "Shall we go see the house?" She looked up at him, her eyes filled with affection. He. This scene left Zhang Long utterly dumbfounded. Like a bolt from the blue, his heart shattered. Without a doubt, from Song Enya's actions, this newly appeared handsome young man must be her boyfriend. At this moment, Zhang Long felt as if the sky had fallen. Song Enya had never dated anyone before. Therefore, he instinctively thought she must still be single, now harboring the hope of pursuing her again. Never did he expect that his goddess would actually have a boyfriend. Moreover, they came together to look at houses. Wasn't this preparing to choose a love nest? Thinking about the potential developments after Song Enya and Chen Yu bought a house, Zhang Long felt utterly petrified. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, Chen Yu was also quite bewildered. Song Enya's affectionate gesture was too sudden. The key was that with her height of around 171 centimeters, when she leaned in, a soft and ample sensation pressed against Chen Yu's arm. The sensation was simply incredible, large and perky. Chen Yu, now 21, was at the age of youthful vigor. How could he withstand such a test? Wow, this is definitely larger than Zhao Yiqian's. One hand couldn't measure it. It was overwhelming, really overwhelming. "Senior sister, let's hurry and get to business," he reminded her. Song Enya softly replied. The two linked arms and walked towards the sales hall together. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Long felt his spirit had suffered a heavy blow. The automatic door opened, and a woman around 23 years old walked over. "Yaya, you're here. I'm sorry I was a bit late due to an unexpected matter." "It's all right, senior sister Weiwei." Song Enya smiled charmingly. This is Li Weiwei's gaze shifted to Chen Yu, and then to Song Enya, who was linked to him. She then revealed an "I understand" smile. "Our big beauty Yaya has a boyfriend now. Huh? Come, let me take you to see the house. We primarily have 2 types of units, 165 to 275 square meters, all flat layouts with total prices ranging from 18 million to 26 million. All right, take us to see the 275 square meter one." Chen Yu signaled. "The system requires a home purchase of no less than 25 million. The reward is a fixed sum of 100 million. Therefore, choosing a property just over 25 million offers the best cost-effectiveness. As Chen Yu stepped into the show apartment, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, "So big." At that moment, Song Enya realized she had been holding on to Chen Yu's arm and quickly withdrew her hand. "So annoying. Huh? Why did you take it away?" Chen Yu replied with a hint of disappointment. "Haven't you taken enough advantage?" A blush appeared on Song Enya's face, contrasting with her cool, elegant demeanor. "I didn't really touch you, senior." "Then what do you mean by so big?" "I mean, this house is big. Look at this living room, this kitchen, and the 4 bedrooms. How is this not big?" "What did you think I was talking about?" Chen Yu countered with confusion. I thought you were saying." Song Enya felt a mix of shame and anger, but she couldn't do anything about it. It felt like this time she was truly at the mercy of her younger brother Chen Yu. She had initially thought to use him to get rid of the annoying Zhang Long, making him think that Chen Yu was her boyfriend. She had approached him willingly, and no one forced her. Speaking of which, despite her affectionate gestures, which seemed like a seasoned flirt, this was actually her first time being so close to a boy her age. So even after releasing his arm, Song Enya still felt a warm current coursing through her body, her heart thumping rapidly. Is this what it feels like to be close to a boy, hey? She lifted her gaze, slightly colliding with Chen Yu's eyes, causing her heart to race even faster. "Hurry up and look at the house, then we can leave," she urged, trying to sound tough. "But senior, isn't it inappropriate? For something over 20 million, I need to take a good look and understand it before buying." "You really do plan to buy it?" Song Enya was momentarily stunned. She thought today was just for viewing, whether to buy or not was another matter. "That's over 20 million. How many people earn that much in a lifetime? You want to buy the house today?" "Yes." Chen Yu nodded lightly. As long as he purchased a property worth no less than 25 million, he could receive a reward for achieving a small goal. Such a simple task, naturally he wanted to complete it quickly and secure the money. "So what do you think of this house?" "It's okay, but the floor isn't ideal. Do you have any other properties?" "Yes, follow me." After viewing 3 more properties, Chen Yu still seemed dissatisfied, but in reality, he was pretending. All these houses were quite nice. With low density, understated luxury and decoration, and a great location, Chen Yu was very satisfied. However, he had to find some flaws to negotiate a better price. After all, even for the sake of completing the system's task, he couldn't let himself be taken advantage of. Even if Li Weiwei was a senior, he couldn't fully trust her. "There are only a few top-tier layouts left. Would you like me to negotiate a bigger discount? Or would you like to see some smaller layouts?" Li Weiwei seemed a bit troubled. "Then give me a price. I want look at the smaller ones." Chen Yu replied casually. "All right, this house is 275 square meters with exquisite decoration, originally priced at 28.99 million. He'll apply for a discount and aim for under 28 million. Is that acceptable?" "Sure, you go ahead and apply." "Okay, please wait a moment." Li Weiwei turned to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Song Enya walked around the house to calm her emotions. "I must say this house is truly high-end. Her own house is over 90 square meters, which is considered large for an ordinary family. However, it cannot be compared to this one. Just the living room here is almost as large as her entire house. It has a dressing room, study, and activity room, all complete. As for the decoration, it is exquisitely done. It has a modern atmosphere without losing a luxurious feel, and the layout is excellent and reasonable. Living in such a house would surely be very comfortable." "Sorry to keep you waiting. I managed to get the price down to 27.59 million. What do you think?" Li Weiwei returned and said. 27.59 million is still a bit expensive. How about this 25 million flat? If you can sell it at that price, I'll pay in full right now." To cut the price from nearly 28.99 million to 25 million was quite a bold move. However, the housing market has declined significantly in the past 2 years. If he didn't negotiate firmly, he might get stabbed in the back in a couple of months. Li Weiwei clearly understood this point. Given the current market conditions, as long as the cut isn't too outrageous, they should sell it. Otherwise, next month, they might not even get this price. "I need to consult about the 25 million. This time she was gone longer. When she returned, she said decisively, "If you can pay the full amount today, I can sell it for 25 million. "All right, I'll buy it. You go prepare the contract." About half an hour later, they finished signing the contract, and Chen Yu transferred the money on the spot. Song Enya and Li Weiwei reminisced for a while before they left together. At the entrance, the slick-haired man was leaning against the wall smoking. It was Zhang Long. He just heard that the house had been sold and immediately regretted it. Not only did he fail to pursue Song Enya, but signing for a house would have been good too. He could have earned several tens of thousands in commission. But when he saw Song Enya, he lost control and started persistently chasing her again. Not only did he fail to add Song Enya on WeChat, but the property deal also went back to Li Weiwei. That could have made him tens of thousands. Just one deal could equal 3 months of his salary. Damn, my heart is bleeding. As Chen Yu approached the entrance, he suddenly raised his arm. What are you doing? Song Inya asked in confusion. Since we're pretending, shouldn't we go all the way? She understood his meaning this time. After hesitating for a moment, her face slightly reddened as she stretched out her arm again, wrapping it around Chen Yu's. While so big, the soft round sensation on the outer side of her arm returned. Chen Yu immediately felt a tendency to look up, quickly taking a couple of deep breaths to force himself to suppress it. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. This sensation could easily drive a man to madness. Song Inya heard him mutter under his breath. But this time she didn't bother to argue with him. Instead, she unintentionally raised the corner of her mouth. Zhang Long, witnessing the two seemingly cozy together, felt his already crumbling mentality take another hit, almost spitting blood on the spot. Ding. Purchase a property worth no less than 25 million. Task completed. Reward cash of 100 million. Reward has been issued. Chen Yu looked at these two lines of information, feeling immensely pleased. Back in the car, he casually asked while driving, "Senior, how's the dormitory environment for our graduate students?" "It's okay, but I'm about to look for an internship job, so I'll have to live outside then." "Oh, then what do you think of the house I bought today?" "The house I bought today?" Song Inya pondered. Regardless of its size, floor decoration, quality, or layout, it was all very good. It could be considered one of the best houses in the entire Magic City. "I like it. You have a good eye," she admitted, even though she usually didn't give compliments. "If you like it, why don't you move in first?" Chen Yu casually said. After all, he intended to stay at school for the time being and didn't plan on living outside alone. Although the school's dormitory conditions were average, the atmosphere was good, conducive to his development. Besides, there was another important reason for offering the house to Song Inya. Song Inya's favorability towards you, 50 points. That's right. In addition to buying the house, the system had given a task to raise the favorability of two individuals with a beauty score above 85 to over 80 points. Finding girls with a beauty score of 85 or above is no easy task. Those girls online with scores of 90, 95, or even 100 when the beauty filter is turned off are basically around 50 points like ordinary people. To find two girls whose looks genuinely exceed 85 points is quite a challenge. Fortunately, there are two right beside him, Lin Xiu and Song Inya. During the house viewing earlier, Chen Yu noticed that Song Inya seemed to really like the place. So he decided to see if he could use this house to boost his favorability. "Chen Yu, are you joking with your senior sister?" "I'm not joking, senior sister. To be honest, how about I rent you the house for 2,000 yuan a month? What do you think? Since you won't accept it for free, let's see if you will agree if I say it's a rental." Sure enough, Song Inya didn't respond immediately, but entered a state of contemplation. If she could live in such a house while job hunting, she would indeed be quite tempted. But the price of 2,000 yuan was just too cheap. It was obviously a friendship price given to her by Chen Yu. There might be ulterior motives behind it. Should she really accept it? Seeing Song Inya hesitating, Chen Yu pretended to sigh dramatically. "It seems that senior sister doesn't think much of this house. It must not be that great, so I might as well go back and return it." "Don't!" Song Inya hurriedly exclaimed. "I just chatted with senior sister Li Weiwei for a bit. She's not doing well right now. Her elderly family members are bedridden, and she has to take care of them while making money from medical bills, constantly strapped for cash with over 100,000 in debt outside. For your house, she could earn 5,000, which is quite important for her." After saying this, Song Inya appeared somewhat sad, and her usually aloof and delicate face rarely showed signs of turmoil. In fact, Chen Yu had also overheard a lot from her conversation with Li Weiwei, anticipating that Song Inya would not let him return the house. Back at the school parking lot, her mood finally returned to normal. Walking side by side, Song Inya finally made a decision. "All right, Junior, I'll rent your house. But first, the rent will be an additional 1,000 yuan each month, making it 3,000 for you. Second, besides the rent, you better not have any other special ideas, okay?" "Other special ideas? I'm a serious person. How could I have any other ideas?" Chen Yu retorted with a straight face. But at the same time, he couldn't help but recall the thrilling sensation from earlier. And that was still through clothing. It's hard to imagine what it would feel like if they were to touch directly. "You better not. Just to let you know, I seen your sister have practiced Taekwondo for 3 years. Song Inya raised her fair and delicate fist. "Taekwondo? 3 years? That's right. That thing, it's called Taekwondo for boys. When girls learn it, it's called boyfriend exciting fist." "You?" Song Inya was furious. "I won't let you take advantage of your senior sister." Without caring for her usual image and persona, she was ready to strike. Chen Yu was startled. "Take it easy, senior sister. I called that boyfriend exciting fist, but I'm not your boyfriend. Why are you hitting me?" Song Inya thought for a moment. Right, Chen Yu wasn't her boyfriend. If she were to hit Chen Yu according to his reasoning, wouldn't that mean treating him as her boyfriend? Wouldn't that mean he would gain the upper hand? But soon she reacted from this mental twist. No. This was clearly Chen Yu's conceptual trickery, his sophistry. What boyfriend nonsense? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Saying that, she swung her fair little fists again. each punch aimed directly at Chen Yu's chest. Damn, every move is lethal. Senior sister, if you hit me again, I will really get excited. Excited. I'll let you be excited enough. Song Enya's favorability towards you increased by 3 points. Chen Yu was astonished. This schoolflower senior sister, seemingly aloof and regal, could actually increase her favorability when teased. Could it be that she is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, a proud ice queen on the outside, yet an M at heart? In the parking lot under the setting sun, one was running and the other was chasing, and soon they were noticed by others. Hey, isn't that the schoolflower Song Enya? It seems like her. Why is she playing around with a boy? Is he her boyfriend? No way, I've been lurking on the campus forum every day and I haven't heard that Song Enya has a boyfriend. Wait a minute. That boy looks a bit familiar. Isn't he the Chen Yu mentioned in the forum? Oh my god, I didn't believe it at first, but he actually managed to get close to the schoolflower Song Enya. Damn it. I'm heartbroken. She's my goddess, my white moonlight. Hey, why do I feel like I have horns growing on my head? As Song Enya ran, she finally got tired. Mainly with the extra weight in front of her, she couldn't outrun Chen Yu. Senior sister, I'll let you off today. Looking at Chen Yu, who had already vanished, Song Enya lightly scolded, but her eyes clearly showed a few different emotions. This junior Chen Yu is quite interesting. No wonder Lin Xiu gets along with him so closely. Back at the dorm, Chen Yu entered and found the other three were busy playing 3 games. With a defeat sound, Guojiaqing almost smashed her phone in anger. Damn, we've lost 15 times in a row. 15 in a row. Can you believe it? It's all because of those 2 wild players earlier. We definitely would have won otherwise. What a pity. Chen Yu didn't disturb them, but went to bed and opened the campus forum again. The post that criticized him was still on the first page. However, the comments inside had gradually begun to become more rational. Many people started saying the author was taking surreptitious photos, which is unethical. There were also more observant individuals who began to realize that these photos were actually disconnected, lacking any context. Get lost, it's taken out of context. Don't come here trying to seek attention. It's just a picture at the start. The story is all made up. Get lost. Seeing his reputation starting to reverse again, Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, a stranger suddenly added him as a friend on WeChat. The note read, Jinggan Huafu Owners Committee, Zheng Tiansong. After clicking to add, within a few seconds the other party sent a message. Hello, handsome. My name is Zheng Tiansong. I also live at Jinggan Huafu. My family runs a small business in Magic City. There's a WeChat group with business people living at Jinggan. If you're interested, I can add you to the group so we can look out for each other in the future. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. He had only purchased the house less than an hour ago, yet the other party had already obtained his phone number. It was unlikely to be a scam. He could be added to take a look. All right, add me to the group, Chen Yu replied. Soon Zheng Tiansong invited Chen Yu into a small chat group. The group contained just over 20 members, yet it was surprisingly lively at this hour. As soon as Chen Yu joined, over a dozen people immediately welcomed him warmly. Chen Yu was unaware that before adding him, Zheng Tiansong had already gathered much information about him from the sales office. He was 20 years old. It was his first time viewing the house, and he bought the most premium unit on the spot. 25 million yuan. Paid entirely in cash. Although many in the group had also purchased premium units in Jinggan Huafu, their payment methods were mostly mortgages. Even for them, it was difficult to produce 25 million yuan in cash all at once. They knew very well that anyone able to pay such a sum immediately must possess considerable background and strength, making them worthy connections. Good evening, brother. I live in Building 3. Nice to meet you. I'm from Building 6. Looking forward to supporting each other. Building 5 here. Let's prosper together. A series of greetings and pleasantries flooded in. Chen Yu politely responded, Good evening, esteemed seniors. I live in Building 8. I look forward to your guidance. Not at all. You're welcome. Brother, when do you plan to move in? Let's arrange a gathering and have a meal together, someone asked after the small talk. For them, adding friends online was only the first step. To truly establish connections, face-to-face meetings were essential. Firstly, it could advance the relationship. Secondly, it allowed them to verify the newcomer's actual strength personally. Seeing this question, Chen Yu immediately understood their intentions. They were all seasoned veterans. After some consideration, Chen Yu sent, Apologies, esteemed seniors, I have some matters to attend to recently and am unavailable. In a few days, a female friend of mine will move in first. As for myself, the timing is uncertain. Once he sent the message, the group fell silent. Each member pondered the meaning behind Chen Yu's words. A house purchased outright with 25 million yuan. Yet he himself would not live there, only a female friend would. From their perspective, this was clearly a lavish golden chamber concealing a beloved. The question was, is it not enough to use an ordinary house as a golden chamber? To do so with a 25 million yuan house. This brother was extravagantly indulgent to an extreme. Moreover, he had produced 25 million yuan in cash immediately after viewing the house. To spend so freely for a woman effortlessly acquiring a large luxury flat downtown, this brother's strength was truly formidable. Suddenly, several group members with average means were too stunned to speak. However, Zheng Tiansong became even more excited. Though the group's leader, he was the youngest at just 23. Being the leader implied some family strength. His father ran a transport company with a net worth of 5 or 600 million yuan. Zheng Tiansong usually befriended wealthy peers of similar age. Hearing of Chen Yu's impressive strength, he immediately initiated a private message. Ping. Soon Chen Yu received a direct message. Zheng Tiansong, brother, you don't mind those old guards for now. Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you to dinner so we can get acquainted. He was usually invited to meals rather than initiating. This time he chose to take the initiative because he truly valued this new young member in the group. His respect stemmed from the fact that this newcomer had casually drawn over 25 million yuan in cash during his first house viewing. Though his family had supposedly hundreds of millions in assets, assets did not equal cash. It was nearly impossible for him to casually produce 20 million yuan in cash. Even a few million would be difficult. By inference, Chen Yu's strength was unquestionably extraordinary, most likely far surpassing Zheng Tiansong's own. Therefore, despite Chen Yu being younger, he insisted on addressing him as Brother Yu. In the outside world, only strength mattered, not age. Chen Yu thought about it. A wealthy second generation inviting him to dinner could not be harmful. He replied, I'm at Moda University and will be free tomorrow. Great. Then I'll come find you tomorrow. How about noon at 12 at Rong Jian restaurant opposite Moda University? No problem. By the way, Zheng Tiansong added, a girl will also be coming tomorrow. Brother Yu, I hope you don't mind. If you mind, I can ask her to come another day. No worries, I don't mind, Chen Yu replied. All right, then see you tomorrow. Putting down his phone, Chen Yu prepared for a good sleep. Today, his account balance officially exceeded 100 million yuan. For an ordinary university student, this was a staggering sum. However, he still had two main tasks ahead. He could gradually increase the favorability of Lin Si and Song Enya. Regarding the company launch, he needed to plan carefully. Befriending another wealthy second generation might prove beneficial. After all, in the world outside, having more friends meant more opportunities. At the same time, in a female graduate student's shared dormitory, Song Enya entered somewhat exhausted. Her roommate greeted her before sighing in despair. Yaya, it's so hard to find a good place to live. The internship is about to start, yet I haven't found a suitable house. The good locations are too expensive and the cheaper places are too remote. Commuting takes over 3 hours each way. Who can endure that? I have the job secured, but renting is such a big problem. By the way, Yaya, where did you go this afternoon? Did you go house hunting? After venting, the roommate looked up and asked. Song Enya hesitated, her expression strangely complex. House hunting? Well, sort of. What do you mean by sort of? Her roommate asked, confused. I took a junior to see a house this afternoon. That junior bought a house on the spot and immediately rented it to me. Song Enya tried her best to make the story sound reasonable. Even now, she could hardly believe she would soon live in such a luxurious mansion. Although the monthly rent of 300 yuan sounded substantial, it was relatively cheap in Modu. Moreover, Song Enya's internship salary was 800 yuan, so affording the rent was no issue. Your junior bought a house and decided to rent it to you. Yes. How big is the house? Where is it? How much is the rent per month? Her roommate asked after taking a sip of water. 275 square meters, located right beside the subway in Jing'an district, only 300 yuan per month, Song Enya answered calmly. Her roommate immediately sprayed out the water she had just swallowed. Cough, cough, cough. Could you say that again? Jing'an district, 275 square meters. Yes. Only 300 yuan a month. That's right. Yaya, are you kidding me? Her roommate was incredulous. Jing'an district has convenient transportation, but the houses there are all outrageously expensive. Even a one-bedroom costs over 400 yuan. And the 275 square meter house you mentioned, that must be a large flat, right? Such a big place would cost at least 200 yuan per month in rent. How could it possibly be only 300 yuan for you? The roommate was stunned on the spot. This price could only be rented if that junior was out of his mind. Wait, junior. Junior. Yaya, is what you told me true? Did you really rent such a good house? It's true, I'm not joking with you. Then tell me, does that junior have a thing with you? The roommate asked seriously. No doubt about it. To rent a house that should cost around 200 for only 300 per month, unless the junior was out of his mind, or there was some secret between him and Song Enya. What do you mean by that? How could it be possible? Song Enya hurriedly denied. But for some reason, when her roommate mentioned her relationship with Chen Yu, her heart started to race. There's nothing between me and the junior, don't make wild guesses. Is it temporarily that there's nothing yet? The roommate approached with a mischievous grin. With both hands stretched out, she wrapped around those two ample areas. Hey, what are you doing? Song Enya tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Yaya, I'm really envious of you, such a slim waist, yet so full on top. I really wonder what you eat to grow up like this. The roommate was unwilling to let go easily. Hee, at this rate it won't be long before that junior gets a bargain. Why not let me try the feel first? No, you mustn't. Although Song Enya was tall, she was slender and not as strong as her roommate, so she immediately fell into a disadvantage. During the playful scuffle, with a thud, the key to the house that Chen Yu gave to Song Enya fell to the ground. What's this? The roommate picked it up. It's the key to my rented house. How about you come live with me? After all, you haven't found a good place yet. And with such a big house, I'm a bit scared living alone. Is this okay, Yaya? Of course, and if you come, you can protect me in case that junior really has any ulterior motives towards me. Song Enya said seriously. All right, no problem. Then it's settled. I will definitely protect you. You're my good roommate, good sister, good best friend. The roommate patted her chest. If he wants to touch you, he has to pay extra. Song Enya. The next noon, Chen Yu left the school and strolled to the Rong family banquet. This is also a well-known Michelin 2-star restaurant in Magic City, with an average meal costing around 2 per person. He had never been here before. He reported Zheng Tiankong's name to the well-dressed waiter. Chen Yu was led to a SVIP private room. As soon as he entered, a young man around 23 years old was already seated inside. He wore a Balenciaga t-shirt with a jade pendant the size of a baby's hand hanging from his chest, and at least a carat diamond stud gleaming in his ear, exuding an air of wealth. Are you Chen Yu, brother Yu? That's me, sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Yu smiled slightly and sat down calmly. Zheng Tiankong's expression changed. To be honest, he was a bit dumbfounded. Is this really the person who casually pulled out 25 million to buy a house yesterday? His attire was just too ordinary. Though it looked decent, it couldn't be called shabby. But altogether, it probably didn't even add up to 1000. He really didn't look like a rich second generation who was wealthier than him. Brother Yu, are you hungry? Let me call the waiter to order. Zheng Tiansong hesitated for a moment and immediately adjusted his attitude. After being in this circle for a long time, he understood a principle. One must not judge a book by its cover. Not every wealthy person buys a pile of designer and luxury goods to flaunt their wealth. In fact, some true bigwigs prefer simplicity and returning to the essence, because the ultimate luxury is themselves. Realizing this, Zheng Tiansong suddenly felt a bit ashamed, wishing he could take off all the diamond and jade accessories on him right then and there. Damn, why am I so tacky? What are these cheap things I'm wearing? So vulgar and unbearable. Brother Yu, please wait a moment, the food should be coming soon. Oh, I've ordered the luxurious package worth 6,666. All right, I'll go to the restroom first. At this moment, outside the Rong family banquet restaurant, a BMW 3 Series slowly parked. Inside the car, Lu Xiang said to Zhao Yiqian, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Qian, when you go in, don't forget to say good things for me. Whether I can get through this crisis depends on you. Zhao Yiqian had carefully done her makeup today and wore a halter short skirt. Xiang, I understand. By the way, how much did you borrow from that person? 500,000. Please help me plead with him to give me 2 more months. Otherwise, I really will be finished. Lu Xiang said almost pleadingly. A few days ago, he had borrowed money from a bigwig through a friend due to being strapped for cash. He had planned to come up with an excuse to ask his family for money to return to that bigwig. But unexpectedly, his parents had also run into problems and wouldn't give him money. In a panic, Lu Xiang thought of using Zhao Yiqian's beauty to plead for him, hoping that the bigwig could give him a bit more time. Qian, it's getting late. You should go up. Okay. Zhao Yiqian nodded. Aren't you going up, Xiang? I'm not going up. Oh, I have other matters. Lu Xiang fibbed. In reality, he knew very well that there was no place for him at the dining table. What was he even? Compared to that bigwig, he was not even a small player. He had no right to dine with the bigwig. Zhao Yiqian entered the restaurant. Instantly, she was enveloped by an air of exquisite elegance. High-end. Exquisite. These were exactly the things she yearned for. The waiter led her to the SVIP private room. Upon opening the door, a young man dressed in high-end fashion, exuding a vibe of wealth, was sitting there. In comparison to this rich, second-generation, Lu Xiang's outfit looked exceedingly shabby. You are. I am Zheng Tiansong, take a seat. Zheng Tiansong pointed to a seat further away. Zhao Yiqian, as the class flower of the dance department, was attractive and fit. But Zheng Tiansong had seen many beauties and was not easily swayed. He knew very well that this girl was here to plead, so he got straight to the point. Beauty, just say it. Lu Xiang must pay back the money today and not a penny less. Handsome, could you please give Xiang a few more days? Zhao Yiqian timidly asked. In front of such a bigwig, she couldn't feel even a little proud. A few more days? Don't make me laugh. You say to extend, and I just extend. Where would my face go? Sister, don't blame me. 50,000 yuan isn't much to me, but Lu Xiang has to maintain some credibility when he is out there doing business. He can't treat his promises as mere words. Don't you agree? Zheng Tiankong's words sounded reasonable. His attitude was very firm. However, after glancing at Zhao Yiqian, he shifted the topic and continued speaking. How about this, sister? I have an older brother I'm meeting for dinner today. When he arrives, you can accompany me and make sure he enjoys himself. As long as that older brother is happy, Lu Xiang won't have to pay back that 50,000 yuan. He'll consider it a reward for him. How does that sound? What? Accompany someone for dinner? Zhao Yiqian hesitated immediately upon hearing this. She wasn't against dining with wealthy individuals. But the problem was, what if that older brother turned out to be a sleazy middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s? Would she have to accompany him too? That would be quite embarrassing. At that moment, Chen Yu returned from the restroom and appeared at the entrance of the SVIP room. Zheng Tiansong, the little rascal of the wealthy circle, was indeed a character. His previously serious and arrogant face instantly transformed into a modest smile. The high and mighty demeanor vanished, and his posture immediately lowered. The speed of this change left Zhao Yiqian beside him dumbfounded. Zheng Tiansong stood up and pointed at Chen Yu, saying to Zhao Yiqian, "This is my brother Yu. Come on, sister, quickly greet brother Yu. Say hello to him." Zhao Yiqian also stood up. "Brother Yu, good afternoon." As soon as she finished calling out, she looked up and was immediately stunned. The person who walked in was actually Chen Yu, the brother Yu that the wealthy second generation was talking about. It was actually Chen Yu. How could this be possible? Chen Yu was also taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, giving a faint nod before returning to his seat. However, Zhao Yiqian couldn't suppress her immense doubt. "Chen Yu, why are you here? What are you doing here?" Faced with her questions, Chen Yu couldn't even be bothered to respond. "Sister, what are you shouting about? Why are you speaking to my brother Yu like that?" Zheng Tiansong raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother Zheng, are you mistaken? He is just an ordinary student from our school. How did he become your friend? And you even call him brother Yu?" Zhao Yiqian completely couldn't understand the situation before her. Lu Xiang had mentioned that Zheng Tiansong was a well-known, wealthy young man in the area with a family-run transportation company worth billions. How could Chen Yu have become a guest of this wealthy second generation? It was impossible. There must have been some mistake. Zhao Yiqian was utterly flabbergasted. Zheng Tiansong looked at her and couldn't help but smile broadly. "Ordinary student. Can the ordinary students you know casually pull out 25 million to buy a luxury apartment in Jing'an district? Look into my eyes and tell me, do you consider this ordinary?" Silly girl, if this is considered ordinary, then what does Lu Xiang, who owes me 5,000 yuan and can't pay it back, count as? A worthless fool who can't even pay back the 5,000 yuan. Zheng Tiansong didn't care whether this woman knew Chen Yu before. Right now, Zhao Yiqian was pleading for Lu Xiang, and in Zheng Tiankong's eyes, Zhao Yiqian was practically like a beggar. In contrast, Chen Yu was a mysterious rich man who had genuinely bought a house with over 20 million in cash. "What level do you think you were trying to get close to my brother Yu?" At this moment, Zhao Yiqian was almost petrified. What? Chen Yu bought a luxury apartment worth 25 million. This? Zhao Yiqian's brain almost froze. She couldn't believe her ears. However, Zheng Tiansong spoke clearly. He was a wealthy second generation whom even Lu Xiang deeply respected, a presence that overshadowed Lu Xiang. People of this caliber had no reason to make up a lie to deceive her. But how could this be possible? Chen Yu had said his family was relocated, but the compensation couldn't possibly reach over 20 million. The cafeteria's business probably only earned a few thousand each month. Altogether, it wouldn't be enough to buy a luxury apartment. How on earth did Chen Yu manage to do that? Zhao Yiqian was completely puzzled. Could it be that he had concealed his family's situation from me? In reality, he is an exceptionally wealthy second generation. If that's the case, then it would explain how Chen Yu managed to date Lin Si and Song Inya consecutively. Zhao Yiqian suddenly understood. If that were true, hadn't she missed out on several hundred million? A wave of immense pain swept over her. Regret. Heartache. "Sister, you don't need to accompany me here. Go back and tell Lu Xiang that'll give him 3 more days. If he still doesn't pay back the money by then, he can forget about surviving in Modu." "Go," Zheng Tiansong said with a cold face. Zhao Yiqian was shaken, standing up in a daze before slowly walking out of the private room. Chen Yu. He actually bought a luxury apartment located in Jing'an district. A solid mansion. Total price of 25 million. Had she known Chen Yu had such capabilities, why would she have had to cling on to Lu Xiang? Now Chen Yu was a guest of the wealthy, while Lu Xiang in front of such people was merely a drowned dog with its tail between its legs. After Zhao Yiqian left in the SVIP room, Zheng Tiansong kept apologizing. "Sorry, brother Yu, this sister caused you some trouble. Next time I'll treat you to a meal to make amends." "Don't worry about it, it's nothing," Chen Yu replied calmly. During the meal, the two enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Zheng Tiansong shared some interesting stories from his circle, and Chen Yu also talked about running the cafeteria business. The business wasn't that big. However, in Zheng Tiankong's eyes, it was a compelling story of a young master from a prestigious family starting from small businesses. especially when he heard that Chen Yu's cafeteria business could sustain stable profits. It made this young man admire him even more. He felt that if he were to try it at least, he wouldn't lose too much. Brother, can I give you a ride back to school later? After finishing the meal, Zheng Tiansong asked proactively. No need to walk. It's very close. In fact, the university Chen Yu attended was just across the street from the restaurant. But Zheng Tiansong insisted several times, all of which Chen Yu declined, and he finally gave up regretfully. All right, brother, let's gather again next time. If there's anything you need me for, just call me anytime. Sure, let's meet again next time. As the two chatted and walked out of the restaurant, passing through the parking lot, Zhao Yiqian and Lu Xiang were still sitting in a BMW 3 Series, not leaving. Qian, what did you say? 3 days. Just give me 3 days. Lu Xiang asked with a face full of despair. Yes, Zheng Tiansong said so. But I didn't ask you to speak a few good words for me and ask for more time. 3 days isn't enough. In such a short time, where can I get 5,000 yuan? I can't help it, brother Xiang. The other party is very firm, and I couldn't persuade them at all. Zhao Yiqian said with great grievance. Since talking doesn't work, think of some other way. Lu Xiang said, glancing at her chest and thighs. Zhao Yiqian understood his implication. Brother Xiang, are you suggesting that I? Qian, there's no other way. Lu Xiang said with a feigned expression of pain. You know that I am sincere with you, but I am really short on cash lately. I can't produce the 5,000 yuan, so I can only ask you to endure a little. I really don't want to force you into that kind of situation. However, what I mean is not to have you do anything with young Master Zheng. You just need to let him take advantage a bit. If he is happy, he will likely agree to extend my repayment deadline by a month or two. Then everything will be easier. Qian, just think of it as me begging you. Will you try again? Zhao Yiqian listened to him and could not help but shiver all over. When she first arrived today, she thought it was just an ordinary dinner and Lu Xiang would go with her, while she would only need to say a few good words for him. But unexpectedly, she was completely wrong. Lu Xiang not only wanted her to attend the banquet alone, but also wanted her to use her body to seduce a stranger just to buy him some time to repay his debts. Zhao Yiqian felt wronged, utterly wronged. Lu Xiang insisted he was sincere towards her, but how could someone who truly loves her push her to take advantage of other men? Is there? Lu Xiang rambled on, but Zhao Yiqian couldn't hear a word. She was so wrong that she just wanted to cry. But when she inadvertently looked up, in her blurred vision, Chen Yu was being respectfully escorted out of the restaurant by young Master Zheng. That young Master Zheng, who was once so unattainable in her eyes, had turned into a different person in front of Chen Yu. His demeanor was very humble, and his smile was filled with flattery. Chen Yu, the ex-boyfriend she had treated like trash just over 10 days ago. Now he seemed to have undergone a transformation, rising to a level she had never even dared to imagine, making him feel utterly unreachable, brilliantly shining. Regret, helplessness, despair, an unparalleled heartache. At that moment, Zhao Yiqian's emotions completely shattered. She just wanted to cry. She just wanted to shout. If there really were such a thing as reincarnation in novels, then please let it happen to me just once. If I had another chance, I would absolutely not disdain or leave Chen Yu. If I had another chance, I would definitely love him wholeheartedly. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Qian, are you listening to me? Stop crying for now. If you ruin your makeup, you won't look good, and how can you face young Master Zheng later? Damn, this is bad. Young Master Zheng has already finished eating and is coming out. Qian, hurry up and go over. Lu Xiang was almost out of breath from urgency. He was really anxious. As long as Zheng Tianxing is still here, he still has a chance to buy time. If Zheng Tianxing leaves, everything will truly be over. But Zhao Yiqian did not move, she just cried. Damn, this useless woman. If it weren't for the thought that Zhao Yiqian was still useful, Lu Xiang would have been furious. At that moment, two figures appeared at the restaurant entrance. One was Zheng Tianxing. The other was Chen Yu. After seeing clearly, Lu Xiang was dumbfounded. If it weren't for the close distance allowing him to see clearly, he would have doubted his eyesight. It was indeed Chen Yu, the ex-boyfriend who had been dumped by Zhao Yiqian. How did he end up here? And he's with young Master Zheng. Lu Xiang felt an overwhelming disbelief, shocked to the point where his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Zheng Tianxing was the true second-generation rich kid from the wealthy circle. A person like Lu Xiang from a middle-class family found it hard to even have a conversation with him. But why could Chen Yu dine with Zheng Tianxing? And they were even laughing together. The key was that Zheng Tianxing's attitude was courteous. He was not at all like the overbearing young Master Zheng that Lu Xiang knew. The two people in the car looked outside. One was crying. The other was dumbfounded. Together they watched Chen Yu walk away. Then they saw Zheng Tianxing, after sending Chen Yu off, get into an Aston Martin DB12 parked in the lot and drive away. Lu Xiang, you have disappointed me so much. Let's break up. Zhao Yiqian could no longer suppress her emotions and shouted loudly. What are you saying, Qian? I said I want to break up with you. You have hurt me too much, or we're done. Zhao Yiqian angrily pushed open the car door wanting to get out. I've really had enough. Wait. Lu Xiang reached out his hand. What do you want to do? Zhao Yiqian paused and turned back. Qianqian, even if we break up you still have to return the red envelope I sent you, right? You Lu Xiang. The total amount of red envelopes you sent me is less than 500 EU. Do you really want to get that little money back? You are so shameless. You can say I'm shameless, fine, I admit it, but you really have to return my money. I am in urgent need of it. Lu Xiang said, sticking to his ground. Now 500 yuan was also a significant amount for him. Zhao Yiqian was almost driven mad after hearing this. It was simply infuriating. An overwhelming rage. Lu Xiang was as disgusting as a pile of dog shit. How was I ever bewitched to like him back then? Zhao Yiqian was trembling with anger. Lu Xiang, you only sent me such a small amount of money in red envelopes, but I've spent almost 10,000 on you. How should we settle this? That's your money. Let's first consider what I owe you. Just return my red envelope money to me. I truly need it. Fine. Here you go. Zhao Yiqian angrily took out her phone and immediately transferred 500 yuan. With a whoosh, it was immediately received by Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang, you are such a jerk. Looking at you back then, I must have been blind. Take your 500 yuan and get lost. Zhao Yiqian was hysterical. All right, Qianqian, then I will take my leave. First, I still need to hurry and borrow money. Goodbye. I don't want to see you again. Get lost. Lu Xiang said as he stepped on the gas, and the BMW 320 quickly drove away, leaving Zhao Yiqian alone in the parking lot, burying her head in tears. Lonely and helpless. Only pain and regret remained in her heart. On the other side, Chen Yu returned to school in high spirits, sending out 10 red envelopes of 100 yuan each in the cafeteria staff group. Boss is generous. Boss is getting rich. Wishing the boss to have a son soon, 10 at a time. Everyone work hard. As soon as next month arrives, I will raise everyone's salary. Chen Yu sent. Damn boss, don't worry, everything is left to us. A great boss from Huaxia. To be honest, giving them red envelopes didn't earn Chen Yu any system rewards. He just felt it was the right thing to do. They were all hard-working individuals making money with their hands. If business was good, everyone should get a bite of the meat. In the evening, the other 3 people in the dormitory clamored to go eat on the back street. The reason was that the cafeteria's food was too delicious. Having been eating at Chen Yu's cafeteria stall recently, each of them had gained several pounds. So they wanted to go to the back street for a meal to lose some weight. Boss lady, 1 pig trotter rice. Me too. The 4 of them entered a rice bowl restaurant. After chatting for a while, the food was served. Here is the pig trotter rice you ordered. Please enjoy. A pair of slender, fair arms brought their food over. Lin Xiyu, what are you doing here? Me. I'm working here. The dorm leader Guijechi became excited upon seeing Lin Xiyu. He was extremely nervous and trembling. After all, Lin Xiyu was the goddess of his heart for 3 years in university, the perfect campus beauty. Chen Yu remained much calmer. The goddess was just a young girl, not a monster, so what was there to be afraid of? The more tense you are, the more it will lower the goddess' opinion of you. Chen Yu, this is yours. Lin Xiyu deliberately separated him from others while serving him food. The other 3 quickly noticed. Chen Yu's pork knuckle rice was different from theirs. It even had an extra egg. Damn Laos, and why do you get special treatment? Song Hao said indignantly. Why is this happening? Is it just because you are better looking than us? Lao Xizhou Jifei also felt wronged. So they asked the departing Lin Xiyu, Lin the campus beauty, we also want eggs. Lin Xiyu turned around gracefully and smiled. If you want them, you can get them yourself. Why does Lao Sin get eggs directly, and we have to go get our own? Exactly. Why is that? Why is Lao Sin so special? Several roommates were puzzled. What kind of magic did Chen Yu cast on the campus beauty Lin Xiyu to make her actively give him special treatment? This was simply unscientific. With Lin Xiyu's presence, this small restaurant seemed to be particularly popular. Customers kept coming in. Fortunately, Chen Yu and his dorm mates arrived early, otherwise they might have run out of seats. After finishing their meal, Chen Yu and a few roommates helped clean up a bit. Gradually, most of the diners had left, and only 1 or 2 customers remained in the restaurant. The boss lady came out and said seriously to Lin Xiyu, Little girl, there isn't much work left here, so you should hurry back. If that group from a couple of days ago comes back, I worry you'll get hurt. As soon as the boss lady finished speaking, 5 or 6 young men walked in at the restaurant's entrance. Among these young men, half of them were bare-chested, showing off various tattoos. Their hairstyles were diverse, with crew cuts, mushroom cuts, and dyed in various colors. Some wore slippers, while others wore loafers, looking rough as they smoked. The restaurant instantly fell silent. Hey, beautiful, about to get off work, right? Why not go shopping with your brother? As soon as he entered, the leader, a yellow-haired guy with a buzz cut, walked towards Lin Xiyu, his eyes filled with lewdness. I don't know you. Lin Xiyu took a step back. Hey, if we didn't know you before, we'll know each other after going out a few times. Exactly. Just a few outings, and we'll be familiar. Come on, beautiful. The tattooed guys behind him chimed in, laughing heartily. I've already asked you out twice. They say things come in threes. Beautiful, why not come with me today? Lu Kai, if you keep messing around, I'll call the police. The boss lady shouted, trembling a bit. Haha, call the police, go ahead, what can they do about me? Lu Kai said nonchalantly. Even if you send me in for a few days, they'll have to release me eventually. Just wait and see if I let you do business again. His threats instantly intimidated the boss lady. Faced with this group of ruffians, she had no good options. With a lewd grin, Lu Kai walked towards Lin Xiyu, completely ignoring the few students in front of him. Lin Xiyu's face turned pale with fear as she kept backing away. Bang! Just then Lu Kai hadn't taken a few steps when he was blocked by a shoulder. Damn it, you blind fool, can't you let me pass? He was used to being arrogant in the area. The boys from nearby universities never dared to provoke this group. They always had to give way when they saw them. After all, even if they were of similar ages, students were still students, generally afraid to confront people like them. So at this moment, Lu Kai exploded. You stupid punk, what the hell are you doing? Lu Kai roared, raising his fist to smash the person blocking him. At this moment, Guo Jiechi, Song Hao, and Zhou Zhifei were all intimidated. This was not their fault. Students who have only been studying diligently at school definitely cannot match the imposing presence of street thugs. But the one blocking the way was different. Chen Yu, during high school, not only sent school bullies to the hospital with a few punches. Even the few thugs called in by the school bully to help him were thoroughly subdued by Chen Yu. So at this moment, seeing the opponent's fist coming, Chen Yu was not afraid at all, but rather excited. It had been a long time since he had fought. He really missed this feeling. Chen Yu lightly dodged to the side, avoiding the incoming punch, and swung a punch straight to the opponent's face. Bang! Lu Kai immediately swayed and staggered back 3 meters, almost falling over if not for his gang supporting him. Damn, how dare you hit me? Damn, I think I lost a tooth. This is infuriating. Brothers, get him. Kill this punk. Ouch, damn, that hurts. Lu Kai was hit by Chen Yu's punch and saw stars, barely able to stand. With his command, his underlings immediately rushed forward. Chen Yu was completely unflustered, neither dodging nor retreating, taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't surrounded him yet. Left punch, right punch, 1 punch for each yellow-haired guy. Quick action replay with right punch and left punch. Due to the small space, even though there were many opponents, they couldn't all attack at once. Chen Yu was only facing 1 or 2 people at a time. Relying on the advantage of 2 years of intensive training in mixed martial arts, within less than 2 minutes, he had beaten these 5 people into whales. Although Chen Yu also took some punches and kicks, it wasn't a big deal. His resilience from training was exceptionally strong. As long as he wasn't struck in vital areas, it was no problem. You hit me 3 times and I'm fine. But when I hit you, you're guaranteed to be down within 2 punches. This is the difference. Looking at Chen Yu, who had gained the upper hand alone, the remaining 3 finally regained their senses. Damn it, dare to lay your hands on my goddess, I'll kill you, you big fool. Guo Jiechi shouted and charged forward. Then came Song Hao and Zhou Zhifei. With 3 helpers, the pressure on Chen Yu instantly reduced significantly. Earlier, when he was fighting 5, he had to be cautious to protect his vital points. But now it was 4 against 5 and the opponents were already half dead, making it much simpler. A thug with blood gushing from his nose charged up, but was immediately kicked by Chen Yu 2 to 3 meters away, unable to get up. Lu Kai took a moment to recover, sneaking around to the side, grabbed a stool, and smashed it towards Chen Yu. You little punk, I'll show you who's boss. Chen Yu turned around and kicked, sending Lu Kai along with his chair flying out once again. What followed was a one-sided crushing victory. Soon these little hoodlums were all beaten to a pulp. Get lost. You are not allowed to come here and harass her again, do you hear me? Guo Jiechi had just taken down a thug who was almost beaten to death by Chen Yu, and was now panting heavily as he shouted. He was now feeling a surge of warmth throughout his body, a heat building up in his chest. This fight today was for Lin Xiyu. He used to think the distance between him and the goddess was too great, and that in this lifetime they would probably never have any interaction. But unexpectedly, he threw himself into protecting Lin Xiyu today, and even showcased his abilities in front of her. Lin Xiyu, are you okay? Guo Jiechi mustered his courage, preparing to ask the goddess for credit. Even if he couldn't get it, at least he could take this opportunity to say a couple of words to her. However, at that moment he realized that Lin Xiyu had already rushed to Chen Yu's side, grabbing his arm and asking with concern, "Are you hurt? Does it hurt? Should I go to the pharmacy next door and buy you some medicine?" The goddess asked, her face filled with worry. Seeing this scene, Guo Jiechi was instantly petrified. It seemed that no matter how much he had performed earlier, Lin Xiyu hadn't even glanced in his direction. Her gaze seemed to be solely focused on Chen Yu. She completely ignored him, the insignificant one. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was actually fine. But when he turned his head, he met Guo Jiechi's intense gaze as if he wanted to eat him alive. Ouch, see you, my arm. Chen Yu began to feign a moan. What's wrong with your arm? Are you hurt? Does it hurt a lot? Oh no, what should we do? Seeing him acting as if he was in pain, Lin Xiu looked worried, her expression frantic, like a little wife in distress. How about I help you massage it? And then we can go apply some medicine later, okay? All right, then you can help me massage it first, Chen Yu said as he was supported by her to find a chair to sit down. He stretched out his arm and Lin Xiu sat beside him, carefully helping him massage. Her hands felt a bit cool, delicate, and smooth. Is this okay? Is the pressure too much? Does it hurt? It's fine, just like that is good. Oh my god. The third one did it on purpose. It was definitely on purpose. Song Hao and Zhou Zhifei walked over together, patting Guijiechi's shoulder. They all looked at Chen Yu, who was enjoying the massage from the campus beauty. The scene was too beautiful. All of them had faces filled with jealousy. Damn it. You little bastards, just wait for me. At this moment, Lu Kai and the others finally climbed up from the ground, howling in threats before fleeing out the door. Damn trash. Hurry up and get lost. Guijiechi and the others cursed wildly. They had enjoyed the fight. But in terms of benefits, the attention of the school beauty Lin was almost entirely taken away by Chen Yu. This was a significant loss. The landlady looked at the retreating figures of the thugs and said with some worry, "They are not good people. This time they were driven away, but they will probably come back in the future and they might cause you trouble. Thank you for today, but you guys should avoid coming here in the future. If you run into them again, you might end up suffering." Upon hearing this, the other three in the dorm slowly realized the seriousness of the situation, their expressions gradually becoming grave. Just now after their fight, they hadn't thought about the consequences. People like Lu Kai, being professional thugs, surely had more underlings than just those few. Having beaten them this time was equivalent to making a big enemy. They would definitely come back with more people for revenge. So how are you feeling now? Lin Xiu asked with concern while using her fair little hands to massage Chen Yu. Much better. That's good. Thinking back to Chen Yu's performance earlier, he fought 1 against 5 unafraid and was able to take the upper hand like a tiger, descending the mountain unstoppable. Lin Xiu's heart unconsciously raced and her cheeks flushed with a rosy tint. He was truly amazing. So suave, so full of justice. And he could fight exceptionally well. Moreover, he fought against so many bad guys for me. Lin Xiu's heart raced wildly. From Chen Yu, a strong masculine aura rushed toward her, making her feel an impulse to kneel and submit. Oh dear, what am I thinking about? What is wrong with me? Lin Xiu suddenly found herself lost in thought, feeling like she wanted to smack herself. Lin Xiu's favorability towards U5, current favorability 75 points. Seeing the information that popped up, Chen Yu felt quite pleased. The task is to achieve 80 favorability points, so now only 5 points are left. Alright, it doesn't hurt anymore. So it doesn't hurt now? Do you still need me to buy you some medicine? Lin Xiu asked with concern. No need, your hands must be sore too, right? Chen Yu said as he naturally took her little hand and examined it. So beautiful, so fair and tender, like a fine piece of art. Damn, he's holding her hand. Damn it, the third one, how infuriating, I could explode. Truly ungrateful. Quickly let go of your dirty paws. You are not allowed to touch my goddess. Oh. The 3 roommates were furious. Especially Guijiechi, who was howling in agony inside. Heart-wrenching. Goddess, please shake him off. Hurry. However, Lin Xiu only slightly trembled her body before quietly extending her hand for Chen Yu to hold her cheeks, turning even redder than before. It was her first time being held by a boy like this. Her heart raced, and she didn't know what to do, so she just let Chen Yu hold her hand. Alright, there's nothing wrong now. Let's all go back first. Chen Yu held hands with Lin Xiu and walked her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. This dealt a consistent blow of 10,000 points to their spirits. It was nothing short of torture. The 3 of them could only walk away with long faces. Speaking of which, they did enjoy the fight. But the landlady was right, Lu Kai and his gang wouldn't let this go easily. They usually hung around nearby causing trouble. They did everything but good. They were extremely arrogant. Generally, they only bullied others who would bully them. So Lu Kai's gang would definitely not let this go. Boss, I think we should avoid going to the back street for a while and be cautious about our safety. Zhou Zhifei said with a dark face. Yeah, I think fourth is right. As long as we don't leave the school gate, no matter how arrogant those thugs are, they shouldn't be able to bring people to school to beat us, right? Song Hao echoed, still feeling fearful. Just now they had all acted bravely 1 against 1 without losing ground, but after all, that gang was numerous and didn't play fair. If next time Lu Kai brings people with weapons, they would be in for a tough time. That night, almost no one slept well. The next morning, Guijiechi opened his eyes and habitually checked the school forum. A post marked hot was at the top of the first page, instantly catching his attention. Damn. You guys hurry and check the forum. Damn it, boss, why are you yelling so early in the morning? I just fell asleep at 5 a.m. Oh, and it's only been a little over an hour. Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? Let me see. Song Hao also opened his phone to check. He saw a post with images dated from last night around 10 p.m., with replies already exceeding 2,000. The title was Outsiders Harassed Our Schoolgirls Beaten Up by Our Schoolboys, with pictures to prove it. He opened the post. Inside were more than 10 pictures, all depicting the scenes of their fight with Lu Kai and his gang at the backstreet restaurant last night. What the hell? Were we filmed yesterday? Song Hao scrolled down the article where the entire process of their fight was documented, starting from Lu Kai's sleazy conversation with Lin Si. At the crucial moment, Chen Yu struck, taking on 5 opponents and pushing back several thugs. Then came Guijiechi Song Hao and Zhou Zhifei, who joined the fray. Within minutes, they had completely taken down the opponents, and in the end, Lu Kai shouted as he and his underlings fled in disgrace. It was all captured on film. I must say the footage is quite thrilling. The scenes of them beating up the thugs are exhilarating to watch. Especially Chen Yu's initial 1 against 5. He was simply like a mighty warrior descending from the heavens. His physique, though not exceptionally muscular, possessed astonishing explosive power. His strength was immense and his strikes were precise. With each punch he threw, even if the opponent didn't fall, they would stagger. Damn, Laos, and I didn't pay much attention to you during the fight yesterday. Turns out you're quite formidable. Guijiechi exclaimed as he climbed out of bed. You were with Zhao Yiqian for a year before, and I thought you had been completely drained by that little vixen. Chen Yu was also awakened by their chatter. Groggily, he opened his phone and glanced at the forum. He was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell, why am I on the front page again? Who took these photos? Flipping through the 10 or so pictures, it could be said that the process of him defeating the thugs was captured very thoroughly. However, the photographer's angle seemed rather poor, as they never captured Chen Yu's face directly. Only a few shots showed his handsome and fierce back, along with several side views from a diagonal angle. In any case, there wasn't a single frontal shot. The comments below were filled with praise. Damn, this guy is too handsome. Impressive daring to confront off-campus thugs. That's a real man. Indeed, a real man. Those thugs clearly look like bad news. I certainly wouldn't dare provoke them. I usually avoid them when I see them around. These guys often show off and harass girls nearby. This time they met their match. Desperately seeking this handsome guy's contact information. If you see this, add me on WeChat directly. The vast majority of the onlooking students were giving Chen Yu's actions a thumbs up. Some girls, seeing his fearless 1 against 5 photos, were nearly drooling. Their hearts were racing, filled with admiration. Yet there were a few who focused on the details of Chen Yu's fighting process. I've trained in boxing for 2 years, and I can at most take on 3 at once. Even thinking of taking on 5 is unimaginable. Honestly, I feel like I wouldn't last 10 seconds in front of this guy. Exactly. This guy's skills are no joke. If he hadn't trained, I'd perform a handstand and eat shit for everyone. Here comes another one trying to scam food and drink. Always talking about eating shit, you've driven the price up. Guys, I have a theory. What if these thugs were hired to act? To stage a hero saving a beauty and then gain some favor with the girl, ultimately getting a chance to embrace her. Damn, why didn't I think of that? There might actually be some truth to it. Chen Yu, upon reading this, was both amused and angered. What era is this? The Qing dynasty is long gone, and people still believe in staged heroics. It's not that it can't be acted. It's just that ordinary people can't evoke that kind of feeling. It looks completely fake. A girl is just delicate, not stupid. Can't she tell the difference between real and staged fights? Heroes saving a beauty. Even professional actors need to perform a fight scene multiple times before getting a take that looks good. How could you expect ordinary people to pull it off? Exactly. It's unlikely this was staged. The pictures show solid punches being thrown, and the expressions are very genuine, not fake at all. Soon someone began to analyze. By the way, who is this guy? Can't tell, just looking at the back seems a bit familiar. Looks like that Chen Yu from before. Chen Yu quickly scrolled to the end of the post, and indeed someone had guessed that it might be him. However, due to the poor angle of the photos, none captured his face directly, so they couldn't be totally sure. Several people in the dormitory scrolled through their phones, going from initial excitement to gradually regaining their composure. Let's go get breakfast. For the next few days, let's just eat in the cafeteria and avoid the backstreet. Guijiechi said, somewhat apprehensive. Lu Kai's gang felt like a heavy stone pressing on their hearts, leaving them constantly uneasy. Chen Yu didn't pay it much mind, but this matter still needed to be resolved completely, otherwise even Lin Si wouldn't be safe going out. After some thought, Chen Yu opened WeChat and tried to message Zheng Tiansong. Young Master Zheng, I want to ask you something. Within 10 seconds a reply came back. Brother, you just call me Tiansong. If you need anything, just ask. Is there a thug named Lu Kai near Magic City University? Do you know him? Chen Yu inquired. Lu Kai? Brother, are you talking about the one with dyed yellow hair? Yes, the one with yellow hair. Oh, I know that Lu Kai. He's a subordinate of a friend of mine. Zheng Tiansong replied. Chen Yu felt a surge of joy upon seeing this message. What's up, brother Yu? Did that idiot provoke you? Sort of. Damn, how dare he provoke you? This guy must be out of his mind. Brother Yu, wait a moment, I'll call my friend right now. Alright, thanks a lot. Chen Yu expressed his gratitude. Hey, why are you being so polite with me? Zheng Tiansong, a smooth talker, had only met Chen Yu once for a meal, yet they had become quite close. His emotional intelligence was quite high as well. However, he wasn't this attentive towards everyone. For instance, Zhao Yiqian, whom he met during the previous meal, and Lu Xiang, who owed him money. In Zheng Tiankong's eyes, they were nothing. Even a glance felt like a waste of emotion. Naturally, the attitude and treatment they received were worlds apart from Chen Yu. There was no other reason. It was simply because he felt that Chen Yu deserved this treatment. He deserved to be called Brother Yu. Brother Yu, I've already spoken with my friend. Quickly set a time. They'll go with my friend and make that idiot Lu Kai kneel down and apologize to you in person. Let's meet today at 4:30 p.m. at the back street of Magic City University. Thanks a lot. Chen Yu sent. No problem, Brother Yu. What gratitude. That idiot Lu Kai always acts tough around there, causing trouble every few days. My friend also wants to teach him a lesson. If he can't handle it, he should just scram. Don't think you can mess around in this territory. We'll see you then. I won't disturb you any longer, Brother Yu. Closing the chat window, Chen Yu smiled faintly. Don't say it, he's right. Knowing a few more friends is indeed useful. Zheng Tiansong has been mingling in the rich second-generation circle here for so long, and it wasn't for nothing. He really has some connections. Moreover, he is quite reliable. When something happens, he genuinely puts in the effort. After chatting with Zheng Tiansong Chun, you clicked on Lin Si's profile. He sent, I want to go eat pig's trotter rice this afternoon. In less than 5 seconds, Lin Si's avatar changed to typing. Do you still want to go? MHM. That's not good, it's too dangerous. The moment she saw Chen Yu heading for the restaurant where they fought last night, Lin Si became anxious and sent several messages. Chen Yu, you should really not go. The thugs you scared off yesterday will definitely come looking for trouble again. You are safe at school. What if you run into them in the back street? I'm worried about you. What worried? You'll get beaten up. Chen Yu added a cheeky expression at the end. MHM. I'm afraid you'll get beaten into a pig's head and won't be handsome anymore. How could I, being so powerful, ever get beaten into a pig's head? Chen Yu's heart warmed as he typed. He could feel that Lin Si actually cared about him. This kind of concern was something he had never felt from Zhao Yiqian. You're not going to work there today, right? Chen Yu asked. MHM, I've already taken leave from the landlady. Lin Si continued. But Chen Yu, if you plan to go this afternoon, I want to go with you. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you there? Okay, I'll wait for you at the back gate of the school at 4:30. I guarantee you'll be safe. Chen Yu sent. MHM. After making the agreement, Lin Si still felt a bit nervous. After all, those thugs had initially come for her yesterday. Lu Kai's lewd smile was still fresh in her memory. However, she was still very worried about Chen Yu and didn't want him to go alone. Plus, since Chen Yu had promised, Lin Si thought he was usually reliable and must have some preparations. If it really came to it, Lin Si would just call the police. A few anxious hours passed. At 4 p.m., Lin Si finished her class and walked towards the back gate of the school. See, so you are here. I've been looking for you. A tall figure blocked her way. It was Zhao Junpeng. Are you going to the back street? What does it matter where I want to go? Can you please step aside? Lin Si's face was cold. See, I heard about what happened yesterday. Someone harassed you. Don't worry. I've already settled this matter. Zhao Junpeng said proudly. What? You settled it? Yeah. See, trust me, Lu Kai and his gang will definitely not trouble you again. Zhao Junpeng patted his chest in assurance. Lin Si was taken aback. It was normal for some students to have seen what happened yesterday and for it to reach Zhao Junpeng's ears. After all, he was the president of the basketball club and knew quite a few people. He might even know some outsiders. But the problem was, could he really handle Lu Kai? Are you talking about the restaurant where I want to work? See, you can go, I will protect you. It will be absolutely safe. Lin Si was puzzled for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. She bypassed Zhao Junpeng and continued towards the back gate while he shamelessly followed her. See, don't worry, I'm with you. It was only 4:15 p.m. Most students were still in class. Usually this area wouldn't start to get lively until around 5:30. The back street was still very quiet with only a few people wandering about. The moment Lin Si stepped out of the school gate, she felt very anxious. It was still a bit early, and Chen Yu was clearly not there yet. She looked up towards the back street. Suddenly her heart tightened. She saw a group of over a dozen young men gathered about 100 meters in front of her. These young men had hair dyed in various colors. Some were smoking, some were playing with lighters. It was obvious they were not good people. The key point was, Lu Kai was among them. He stood at the front of the gang with 3 band-aids on his face, probably from being beaten by Chen Yu yesterday. All the passers-by lowered their heads and walked around them. Lin Si's face turned pale. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat. Kaiga, you're here. At that moment, Zhao Junpeng shouted from behind. Then he ran over eagerly, taking out a cigarette from his pocket as he ran. When he reached the gang of thugs, Zhao Junpeng bowed and scraped like a servant, handing out cigarettes one by one. Kaigu hu gubo gu, jie gu feng gu, he showed utmost respect. All of them were addressed as brother. The dozen or so thugs took the cigarettes, looking at him with disdain. Zhao Junpeng didn't care, smiling as he helped Lu Kai and his little brothers light their cigarettes. He stood there with the thugs, then turned back and waved proudly at Lin Si, giving her an okay gesture. Lin Si, Kaiga, why did you come today? Zhao Junpeng asked while bending over. Damn, why can't I come here? Lu Kai replied impatiently. Yes, my Kaigu can come whenever he wants. By the way, Kaigu, about what we discussed yesterday. Oh, you mean whether I can avoid touching that beauty? Yes. Zhao Junpeng nodded repeatedly. I'll kick your head. Lu Kai spat. He raised a foot and kicked Zhao Junpeng in the stomach, almost knocking him over. What a stupid thing. You say I should do as you say. Who the hell are you? Huh? Exactly who the hell do you think you are? The surrounding thugs holding cigarettes laughed loudly. Zhao Junpeng struggled to stay upright, leaving a clear shoe print on his clothes, looking extremely embarrassed. Please, Kaigu. Please, my ass, get lost. I have something to attend to today, or I need to meet a big brother. If you keep being a nuisance, watch out, or he'll hit you. Zhao Junpeng had a bitter expression and dared not speak, retreating a few steps. Lu Kai pointed at Zhao Junpeng's face and said, You little punk, remember what I said. If you lack the ability, don't think about being the hero for the girl. You can't play that role. Do you understand? Lu Kai was extremely arrogant. But Zhao Junpeng had no way to respond. He was about to be humiliated. He had just patted his chest in front of Lin Si, assuring her that everything was fine. In the blink of an eye, he was publicly slapped in the face. Humiliated thoroughly. It was all because he wanted to show off in front of Lin Si. He had only spoken a few times with Lu Kai and added him on WeChat. He had heard that Lin Si was harassed by him. He thought he could step in and resolve the matter to gain a wave of good favor. However, he had no such status. When it came to Lu Kai, Zhao Junpeng felt like a clown, utterly insignificant. Failing to show off, he was instead seen by Lin Si, in this humiliating state, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Boom, boom. At that moment, the roar of a car engine quickly approached. A silver-gray Aston Martin DB12 sped towards them. Zheng Tianzong parked the car and sent a message to Chen Yu. Brother, you, my buddies, and I have arrived. You'll see us when you come out. Chen Yu replied, Got it, it'll be there soon. The door of the Aston Martin DB12 swung open. A tall, slender young man, around 23 years old, stepped out from the passenger seat. He was adorned in luxury designer brands, a gold chain draped around his neck, and wearing Yeezy sneakers. As soon as he got out of the car, he walked up and kicked Lu Kai. Brother Hui, you're here. Upon seeing the young man, Lu Kai immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and went to greet him, but before he could finish his sentence, he received a kick and fell to the ground, rolling over. With so many underlings behind him, not a single one dared to come to his rescue. Zhao Junpeng was stunned. What kind of big shot is this? Just moments ago, Lu Kai had been so arrogant. Yet upon encountering this young man referred to as Brother Hui, all that bravado vanished instantly. Like a dog. Even after being kicked to the ground, he didn't dare to utter a word. All his underlings immediately became obedient, extinguishing their cigarettes and lining up like they were being punished. Now this is a real big shot, Zhao Junpeng remarked. Before Lu Kai, he was a boss. Yet in front of this Brother Hui, Lu Kai seemed not even like a grandson, but merely a dog. But how did such a high-level big shot happen to come here? Also, that car is so cool, it must cost over 2 million, right? Zheng Tianzong got out of the driver's seat, took 2 cigarettes, and lit one for himself and one for Brother Hui. The two leaned against the car, smoking with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, Zheng Tianzong tossed his cigarette aside, took off his sunglasses, and called out to someone not far away, Brother, you over here. Zhao Junpeng looked up as well, another big shot. Huh, Chen Yu. How did that guy come here too? He saw Chen Yu walking out from the school gate accompanied by Lin Si. Damn, he actually got involved with Siyu again, what a scoundrel. Zhao Junpeng gritted his teeth. But he quickly realized who were the 2 big shots in the Aston Martin greeting. Aside from Chen Yu, there was no one else. Could it be Chen Yu? No way, absolutely impossible. How could that guy have such clout to make 2 outside big shots wait for him alone? Brother Hui, please wait a moment, let me take care of that kid first. Brothers, follow me. Damn it, Lu Kai shouted as he got up from the ground. Brother Hui, that kid dared to lay hands on me yesterday. We came here today to confront him. You damn brat. Brother Hui kicked Lu Kai again, knocking him down once more. Brother Yu, you're here. Zheng Tianzong greeted Chen Yu with a smile. Let me introduce you, this is my buddy Wang Hui, and this is my new acquaintance, Brother Yu, Chen Yu. Hello, Brother Yu, just call me Xiao Hui. Upon meeting Chen Yu, the two instantly changed their demeanor. The arrogance they had when dealing with Lu Kai vanished, and they all wore smiles. Their attitude was incredibly polite. Zhao Junpeng was completely stunned. His eyes widened. He looked like a fool. This is impossible. The big shot who had just beaten Lu Kai into submission was actually being so respectful towards Chen Yu. This was utterly unscientific. Wasn't that kid just an ordinary student before? Even if he later drove a Benz GLS, it was likely rented. When did he get to know such impressive people? What the hell is going on? Not only the 2 big shots who got out of the car had a great attitude towards Chen Yu, But even Lin Siyu at that moment looked at Chen Yu with unusual emotions, even showing a hint of shyness. It's over, it's over. Zhao Junpeng felt like he was about to explode. However, this was just the beginning. You all come here. Apologize to brother Yu one by one. Wang Hui waved to the group of hoodlums. Over a dozen people, including Lu Kai, were instantly dumbfounded. Then, like obedient subordinates, they lined up to apologize to Chen Yu. Bro, I was wrong. Sorry, brother Yu, I won't dare again. Each one's attitude was incredibly good. So are you satisfied? Zheng Tianzong asked with a smile. It's fine, Chen Yu nodded. As long as you're satisfied, Xiao Hui, hurry and have them get lost. Don't let them be a nuisance. Okay, did you hear that? Get lost, get lost. Don't let brother Yu see you again. Yes, yes, yes. All right. And just like that, these dozen people who had just been showing off while smoking at the street corner were completely subdued in just a few minutes and dispersed in a hurry. Zhao Junpeng was dumbfounded. Throughout the encounter, Chen Yu had said less than 2 sentences. Yet he had made them all bow down. Of course, Zheng Tianzong and Wang Hui had their own reasons for giving Chen Yu this face. Building connections. They estimated that since Chen Yu could pull out over 20 million in cash to buy a house, just to support a girl, his true worth must be at least in the billions. Perhaps even in the tens or hundreds of billions. Keep in mind that even the famous second-generation rich Wang Xiaozhong never bought a woman a house worth over 10 million. So Chen Yu's background could indeed be very formidable, completely worth their effort to befriend him. Thank you this time. It's nothing, this is no trouble at all, brother Yu, Zheng Tianzong replied with a smile. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Siyu, his eyes lighting up. This girl is so beautiful. Big shots really do attract stunning girls. Now that the matter is settled, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Zheng Tianzong noticed that Chen Yu was with such a beautiful girl and thought they might go have a deep conversation after dinner. So he prepared to leave immediately. Building good relationships with big shots doesn't mean you should show up too much. You must disappear at the right time. You must not be a third wheel. All right, let's meet up again. Next time, you all take care. Chen Yu politely replied. Boom. The Aston Martin quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Huh, what is he doing here? At that moment, Chen Yu noticed Zhao Junpeng standing in the corner. There was a shoe print on his clothes, and his face wore an expression of distress. He looked like someone who had just been bullied. Let's go, don't mind him. Lin Siyu said softly, casually linking her arm with Chen. Yes, the two resembling a young couple just out of class. At that moment, Zhao Junpeng's heart shattered into pieces. Lin Siyu's affection for U5 current affection 80 points. Main quest raised the affection of 2 individuals with an attractiveness score of over 85 to above 80 points. 12 completed. Great, this quest is halfway done. Chen Yu felt a surge of joy. Lin Siyu was currently holding on to him, her chest pressed very close to him. At the same time, the soft touch on his arm was really quite intoxicating. Unexpectedly, Lin Siyu, who looked quite delicate, seemed to have quite the figure, truly hiding her strengths. As they walked to the back street, Lin Siyu suddenly seemed to realize something and blushed, hurriedly retracting her arm. By the way, Chen Yu, my roommate, just asked if I was okay. I told her I was safe and she wants to come over to have dinner with us. What do you think? Sure, that's fine, Chen Yu replied indifferently. Okay, then I'll message her. Lin Siyu sent a message, and shortly after they sat down at the Zhu Shou Fan restaurant, another girl walked in from outside. The girl was dressed in a JK uniform, wearing white socks, and had on a light, alluring makeup. Hello, are you Chen Yu? Yes, I am Chen Yu, nice to meet you. Chen Yu replied politely. Hello, my name is Zhou Mingyuan, just call me Yuan Yuan. The other party smiled sweetly. Lin Siyu's roommate has decent looks. Although she is not as pretty as Lin Siyu, she would likely score around 75 points, similar to Zhao Yiqian. After exchanging greetings, Zhou Mingyuan plopped down right next to Chen Yu. Lin Siyu was puzzled. There was a small table with 2 chairs facing each other, and she thought her roommate should definitely sit beside her. How could she sit next to Chen Yu? Moreover, she was sitting so close to him. Chen Yu, is this pig trotter rice you ordered tasty? Zhou Mingyuan pointed and said. It's okay, quite delicious. Chen Yu also felt a bit awkward and casually replied. Let me try it. Huh. Before Chen Yu could react, Zhou Mingyuan directly extended her chopsticks, picked a piece from Chen Yu's bowl, and put it in her own mouth. It's indeed very delicious. No wonder you like it. Something's not right. This girl is acting strange. Generally, only couples share food like this. Such behavior was indeed crossing a line, and it felt a bit ambiguous. Could it be that this girl has feelings for me? At this moment, Lin Siyu's expression also changed. Girls know girls best. In her view, Zhou Mingyuan's intentions were becoming obvious. This flirtatious girl is probably trying to seduce Chen Yu. Lin Siyu then remembered that when Chen Yu gave her a Hermes wallet earlier, her roommate, Zhou Mingyuan, showed great interest. She often took that wallet out to play with, clearly infatuated. Moreover, she had subtly asked for Chen Yu's phone number several times. So she had been thinking about it for a long time. Ahem, Yuan, why don't you come sit over here? Lin Siyu spoke up. Right, it's a bit cramped here. Chen Yu quickly agreed. Okay then. Since even Chen Yu said so, Zhou Mingyuan reluctantly stood up and moved to sit opposite. By the way, Chen Yu, I heard from Siyu that some delinquents from the back street are looking for trouble with you. Is that true? She initiated the conversation again. Sort of. Then why would you still dare to eat here? Oh, that matter has been settled. Those delinquents have calmed down. Chen Yu casually said. Wow. Really? You're so impressive. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan immediately made a cute expression, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Yu. I've been especially afraid of delinquents since I was little. Ooh, I wish there was a boy who could protect me. Unfortunately, I just can't seem to meet reliable boys, she said pitifully. This was no longer a hint, it was a clear statement. Look at me, so weak and pitiful, and so in need of a reliable shoulder. And you just happen to meet my standards. I've given you the chance. Why aren't you taking it? To be honest, this move is a killer tactic for dealing with straight men. First, show a cute and weak side to evoke a straight man's protective instincts. Then tell him he perfectly meets her criteria and she's opened a door for him. In the end, it just asks if you'll take the plunge or not. If time could rewind a few months, Chen Yu might have truly been unable to resist this. A girl who genuinely scores over 70 points when made up could reach nearly 80. Oh, she's not like those scammers online who look like they don't even hit 50 points after turning off beauty filters. Moreover, she was dressed in a JK uniform with a short skirt and over-thinny socks, a surefire outfit that straight boys would struggle to refuse. Yet now he merely took a sip of water and said, I'm full. Zhou Mingyuan had touched his food. Honestly, he didn't care much and could continue eating, but he couldn't let Lin Siyu misunderstand. So he decided not to eat. He could just come out for a late-night snack later. Lin Siyu nodded approvingly, saying, Then Chen Yu, you should head back. Well, stay a little longer, and Lu Kai and the others probably won't come looking for trouble again. All right, if anything happens, call me immediately, Chen Yu instructed. After Chen Yu left, Lin Siyu turned to Zhou Mingyuan and said, Aren't you being a bit too much? What did I do that was excessive? Zhou Mingyuan replied nonchalantly. Weren't you just trying to seduce Chen Yu? So what if I was? What does it have to do with you? Who are you to Chen Yu? You, Lin Siyu's face flushed with anger. However, now that it had come to this point, she couldn't refute it, because she indeed wasn't officially Chen Yu's girlfriend yet. But we were the first to know him. Lin Siyu said. This made Zhou Mingyuan laugh. Haha, my dear campus beauty, you're too funny. What era are we in? Still talking about who came first or second? A boy as excellent as Chen Yu, both handsome and wealthy and capable of resolving conflicts. Just because you met him first, I can't pursue him. Haha, let me tell you, Lin Siyu, that's impossible. Zhou Mingyuan's attitude was very firm. The purpose of her coming today was to pursue Chen Yu. She also knew that Lin Siyu seemed to be in a somewhat ambiguous stage with Chen Yu, but that was hardly a concern. Even if one were married, a mistress could still rise to prominence. Let alone the situation between Lin Siyu and Chen Yu, where they hadn't even established an official romantic relationship. And she understood that Lin Siyu was prettier than her with a better figure. In terms of appearance, she was clearly at a disadvantage. To win Chen Yu's heart, she had to leverage other aspects. For instance, she could be more open than Lin Siyu. Lin Siyu, let me speak sincerely. You are the campus beauty, and those pursuing you line up for miles. Every rich kid and potential talent is at your disposal, but I can't do that. A girl like me who isn't particularly high or low, seeing that my youth is running out when I spot a boy I must seize the opportunity while I still have my youth and take a chance. Otherwise, in the end, when my blooming days are over, I will end up with nothing. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Mingyuan said coldly. Goodbye. Ding. Resist the temptation from the opposite sex. Trigger hidden conditions. Reward 5 million cash. Please check your account. Your Bank of Construction account ending in 5518 has received a deposit of 50 yuan. What the hell? There's a reward for this. Chen Yu was walking back to the dormitory. He was stunned to see the notification. Zhou Mingyuan's looks weren't low. She was comparable to Zhao Yiqian, just a bit shorter, barely over 1.6 meters. But overall, she could definitely be considered a beauty. Moreover, she was quite proactive. If he were still single, he probably wouldn't refuse. And it seemed he could soon enter the stage of discussing life. However, now that he had met top beauties like Lin Siyu and Song Enya, he had lost interest in girls scoring 75 points. What the hell, am I getting carried away? Chen Yu chuckled, pulling out his phone to check unread messages. It was from Song Enya. Next week, I have an interview task that's quite far, about 300 kilometers. Can you give me a ride, Junior? No problem, Chen Yu replied. In less than 5 seconds, Song Enya sent him a smiling emoji. How rare. It turns out this cool campus beauty also uses emojis when chatting. Song Enya majors in journalism, trained to become a host. So occasionally, she would go a bit farther, adapting to various roles in the news field in advance. Senior, the travel fee is 1,000 yuan. How do you want to pay? Chen Yu asked. A travel fee of 1,000 yuan. That's quite expensive, isn't it? Are you trying to make a profit off the senior sister, Junior? Song Enya replied. Haha, just kidding. The school subsidizes $500 for the fare, it'll cover it all at once. Let's meet at the parking lot next Monday at 8 a.m. Okay, senior sister, see you then. Closing the chat box, Chen Yu pondered. Song Inya's invitation came at just the right time. Now that Lin Siyu's favorability task was completed, all he needed was to find an opportunity to boost Song Inya's favorability enough to obtain a reward for a small goal. After agreeing with her, Chen Yu opened the wealthy group of Jinggan Huafu. There weren't many people in this group, only about 30. But each of them had considerable strength, either rich or noble. Chen Yu typed in the group, "Thanks for today, and please thank your brother for me too. He'll treat you both to dinner another day, Zheng Tiansong." A few seconds later, Zheng Tiansong replied, "Brother Yu, you're too polite. It was just a small favor. Let's have a proper meal together next time we have the chance." This was Chen Yu trying to give Zheng Tiansong some face. Zheng Tiansong also knew that Chen Yu was trying to elevate his status, so they decided to engage in some mutual flattery. Chen Yu was very clear. Today he had Zheng Tiansong help him, so he had to show his appreciation. After thanking Zheng Tiansong, many people in the group were feeling anxious. Damn, Zheng Tiansong really knows how to build relationships. The new rich guy with the surname Chen has only been here for less than 3 days and is already familiar with that little brat. We can't fall behind either. Otherwise, we might not even be able to talk to each other in the future. People like them are very aware of the importance of connections. With connections, the road ahead will only get broader and money can only be earned in greater amounts. So when it comes to building relationships, we absolutely cannot fall behind. Brother Chen, you just come to us next time you need something. Oh, well, look out for each other. Yes, that's right. Well, support each other and make money together. Ha. Brother Chen Yu, I work in home furnishings. If there are any unsatisfactory places in your new house, feel free to reach out to me. I can send a design team to take care of everything for you. I work in tourism. If Brother Chen Yu wants to travel with a girlfriend, feel free to contact me. I'll ensure everything is arranged perfectly. I run a law firm, so I should be able to help with legal matters. Looking at the messages coming in one after another, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh. So this is what it feels like to be wealthy. At this level, money is no longer just money. It can also create a network of relationships. With this network, doing many things will be much simpler than for ordinary people. Many ordinary folks have to rack their brains and run around just to get things done, but here it might be resolved with just a WeChat message. Of course, the reason these people are willing to offer their resources is that they see Chen Yu as valuable. According to their conservative estimates, this young man's net worth is at least close to 1 billion. This already surpasses many of them. Moreover, if what Chen Yu has shown is just the tip of the iceberg of his full capabilities, then that would be even more terrifying. Such a level of wealthy individual is definitely worth their investment in building relationships. The group was quiet for a moment. At this time, Chen Yu's phone buzzed with a private message from someone named Qianfan Yujin. Brother Chen Yu, you've bought a house. Are you planning to check out cars soon? I sell high-end cars, and we have most luxury brands. If you're considering it, feel free to contact me. Seeing these two messages, Chen Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This Qianfan Yujin is truly a talent. While others showcase their resources in the group, he comes here to do business. But to be fair, Chen Yu didn't remember many of those who messaged earlier. Instead, this car salesman left a deep impression on him. Ding. Detected that the host is dissatisfied with the current vehicle. Accepting side quest, replace with a new vehicle not exceeding 5 million. Quest reward, triple reimbursement for the purchase cost. Chen Yu was just pondering how to politely decline this brother. He didn't expect the system to directly give him a quest. Triple reimbursement. Then I have to buy it. Since he bought that GLS, Chen Yu was indeed not very satisfied. Because that car feels a bit outdated and formal. It doesn't match his vibrant and charismatic young rich persona. Chen Yu deleted the pre-typed, "Sorry, I'm not considering buying a car for now." Replaced it with, "Brother, your timing is perfect. I was just thinking of checking out cars." He sent it out. The other party was probably overjoyed and replied immediately, "No problem. If you're too busy, you don't have to come to our store right away. Just let me know which models you're interested in, and I'll have my staff send you pictures. If you like any, you can come to the store to see them in person." Chen Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Please recommend cars priced between 2 million to 5 million. Sure. Soon a series of pictures of new cars from the store were sent over. All of them were luxury cars Chen Yu had never even dared to dream of before. After browsing for a short while, Chen Yu quickly settled on a Bentley Continental GT with a 4.0T V8 engine, 550 horsepower, and a 0-100 km/h acceleration in 4 seconds. Chen Yu didn't care too much about these specs. After all, a car costing several million surely wouldn't lack in performance. As long as it looked good, was expensive enough, and could complete the system's task, that was all that mattered. He'll take this car, no need to see it in the store. Just issue the sales order, and he'll transfer the money to you. Chen Yu said directly. Okay. Amazing. A wealthy individual is indeed a wealthy individual. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man in his 40s excitedly slapped his thigh. He had sent a few messages with a try-it-out mindset. He didn't expect the other party to buy a Bentley worth over $4 million. If only the business at his few stores could be this easy, he would soar directly from where he stood. However, clearly that kind of situation wouldn't happen. Because not every customer is that wealthy. Even if his stores sell luxury cars, the truly rich ones he encounters are few and far between. Most people can barely afford to buy. Those who can finalize a Bentley just through casual conversation are extremely rare. In his many years of selling cars, he had encountered only 3 to 5 of them. These were all real wealthy individuals. The one with the lowest net worth was close to $5 billion. Now he was even more convinced of one thing. This young man Chen Yu is definitely not simple. He truly has considerable standing. If it weren't for his age, he would even want to call him Brother Yu in the group. Soon he provided a stamped sales order and sent a photo of it. In less than 5 minutes, he received a transfer of $4.8 million. Brother Yu, the user has retracted a message. Brother Chen Yu, the car is now at my store. You can come pick it up anytime. They'll have my staff help you with the paperwork. You just need to drive it away. Okay, thank you very much, Chen Yu replied. No, it's me who should thank you. Thank you, Brother Chen Yu, for taking care of my business. I should be thanking you. Chen Yu felt that this back and forth of thanks was pointless and didn't fit his current direction toward becoming a wealthy individual, so he simply closed the chat box. Just then a friend request popped up on his phone. The note read, Zhou Mingyuan. Chen Yu frowned slightly and clicked ignore. He had already noticed that this girl was definitely interested in him after their meal this afternoon. This is quite impressive. Lin Xiyu was so close to Chen Yu, and Zhou Mingyuan, as their roommate, must be aware of it. Yet even so, she actively approached Chen Yu. She was truly willing to risk her roommate's basic dignity just to dig a corner. Putting down his phone, he decided to sleep. A night passed. The next morning, Chen Yu first contacted the manager he spoke to about buying a Mercedes-Benz, intending to sell his current GLS at a low price. Then he prepared to head directly to the Bentley dealership of his friends in Jinggan Huafu to pick up the new Continental GT. With a slight smile on his lips, Chen Yu walked outside. At that moment, a Bora pulled up. The window on the driver's side rolled down, and Zhou Zhifei poked his head out. Brother Yu, are you heading out? When did you buy a car? Chen Yu asked curiously. It's not new. It's an old car from my family, nearly 10 years old. Zhou Zhifei parked the car and looked a bit nervous. Brother Yu, I arranged to have lunch with Wang Xiaoman from class 2 today. Wang Xiaoman. Chen Yu couldn't quite remember. The one who often wears short skirts and glasses. Oh, hearing him say that, Chen Yu recalled a bit. Their major's 3 classes often attended lessons together. They were in class 1, and it seemed there was indeed such a girl in class 2. Wang Xiaoman had decent legs and often liked to wear short skirts. Some boys would chat privately and say this bespectacled girl must have some appeal. Fourth brother, are you aiming for Wang Xiaoman? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. So that's why you brought your family's car over to show off. Exactly, he. Zhou Zhifei scratched his head awkwardly. Though this 10-year-old Bora was a bit old and not a great car for a college student who hadn't graduated, yet having a car was already quite a status symbol. I remember Wang Xiaoman is quite attractive. How did you manage to ask her out? I don't know why either. I just mustered the courage to ask, and to my surprise, she actually agreed. Dude, she just agreed to have lunch with you. Are you already thinking about baby names? Chen Yu felt goosebumps from his laughter. Zhou Zhifei checked himself in the mirror a few times excitedly saying, Brother Yu, I can't chat with you anymore as Xiaoman will be looking for me soon. I'll head off. Alright, bye. After greeting, he drove the car to the parking lot preparing for his romantic date with the bespectacled girl. Chen Yu then exited the school gate. The Bentley dealership of his friends was not far from Moda. After about an hour, Chen Yu picked up the brand new Bentley Continental GT. Ding. Side quest, replace your new vehicle with one not exceeding 5 million completed. Reward triple purchase amount 14.4 million yuan. Your Bank of Construction account ending in 5518 has received 144,000 yuan. With a smile on his lips, Chen Yu had just driven the car into the school gate when he spotted a familiar figure ahead. She was about 162 centimeters tall, wearing a cropped t-shirt and a pleated skirt, and from the side it appeared she was wearing glasses. Isn't that Wang Xiaoman? He saw her walking while talking on the phone. A boy from class 1 asked me to lunch today. He asked for 9 o'clock. Haha, isn't that funny? Coming out at 9, which is more than 2 hours away from lunch. He must want to use these 2 hours to take me shopping or to a movie. He might even try to hold my hand. Who can't see through his little scheme? Just thinking about it is disgusting. So of course I have to wait a bit longer before going to meet him. You asked me why I agreed to come out with him if I don't like him. Because he said he has a car. I saw him in class. He isn't handsome at all, quite ordinary, not tall, and can't play basketball. However, I really didn't expect that he actually has a car. What if he's a rich second generation? So I agreed to meet him. If he really drives a luxury car, I wouldn't mind giving him a chance. BMW is great. I like BMW. I think it's very impressive. Hee. Listening to this, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. Here was another girl brainwashed by the idea of ID rather cry in a BMW. Soon Wang Xiaoman arrived near the parking lot. Zhou Zhifei was wandering around inside. They agreed to meet at 9, and he arrived 10 minutes early. As a result, he had been waiting until now. He had been waiting for an hour. He even began to doubt whether Wang Xiaoman had something else to do and stood him up. Or perhaps she found him unappealing and changed her mind about meeting. In any case, the longer he waited, the more anxious and desperate he became. Just then Wang Xiaoman finally arrived. "Xiaoman, you're here." Upon seeing her, Zhou Zhifei immediately put on a flattering smile. The gloom of waiting for an hour vanished in an instant. For ordinary people, Wang Xiaoman's looks and figure were actually quite good, reaching above average. Being able to attract such a girl would generally bring great satisfaction. Thus, Zhou Zhifei automatically switched to his dog-like mode. "Xiaoman, are you thirsty? I can go get you some water. It's a bit sunny today. Oh, I brought you a sunscreen umbrella. Are you hot? I brought tissues to wipe your sweat. No need, let's just go to the restaurant. I'm already a bit hungry," Wang Xiaoman said directly as she walked over. "All right, I'll drive right away." At this point, Zhou Zhifei had completely transformed into a dog. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoman's words, it was as if he had received a command from his master. He immediately turned and walked into the parking lot to get the car. Though Wang Xiaoman's face showed no expression, she secretly felt excited, like scratching a lottery ticket. Seeing Zhou Zhifei's clueless demeanor, it was clear he was the type who could be easily manipulated. Wang Xiaoman thought if this guy really drives a luxury car, she would hit the jackpot. In the future, she would have great status among her friends. As they walked along, Zhou Zhifei stopped and pointed to the side. "We're here." Wang Xiaoman turned her gaze over and was instantly dazzled. Before her stood a black sedan, the shape of which looked very upscale, with a round emblem on the front featuring 3 prongs. She didn't know many car brands, but she was quite familiar with this emblem. Is this a Mercedes-Benz? Among BBA, BMW seems to be the best. Mercedes-Benz is a bit lower, but it's still a luxury car and very expensive. It seems I've really hit the jackpot this time. Wang Xiaoman's heart blossomed with joy, yet her face maintained a nonchalant expression. She was well aware of what it meant to encounter a boy who took the initiative to approach her. No matter how good the boy's qualities were, she could not show enthusiasm. She had to uphold her reserve. Only by doing so could she keep him in a state of believing he had a chance to win her over, yet always remain just out of reach. Ultimately, he would become a devoted admirer, completely under her control. Ahem, it just so happens that I'm feeling a bit warm too. Let's get in the car and turn on the air conditioning. Wang Xiaoman made an effort to suppress her excitement. This was a luxury car. It was her first time getting into one. She felt a bit nervous. "All right, Xiaoman, you get in first. I'll turn on the air conditioning." Zhou Zhifei greeted her enthusiastically. Wang Xiaoman pretended to be calm as she walked towards the passenger seat of the Mercedes. She reached out to pull the car door, couldn't open it. "Hey, why can't I open it?" "Zhou Zhifei, could you open the car door?" Wang Xiaoman looked at Zhou Zhifei with confusion. At that moment, Zhou Zhifei pulled out a key from the hole in his jeans and pressed it. Then she saw the headlights of another car blink twice beside the Mercedes. "I've opened the car door, Xiaoman, come over. Aren't you feeling warm? Come on, get in, I'll turn on the air conditioning for you." Zhou Zhifei smiled broadly. "Wang Xiaoman, wait a minute. Which one is your car?" she asked, frowning. "It's this one." Zhou Zhifei pointed at his Debao. "What about this one?" Wang Xiaoman asked, pointing at the Mercedes. "That's a Mercedes E300, someone else's car. Ew, I don't even know whose it is." Zhou Zhifei explained warmly. "What? This Mercedes isn't your car? That Volkswagen is." Wang Xiaoman was stunned after hearing this. It felt like she had just won the lottery, only to discover that the winning numbers were from the previous draw. Wang Xiaoman recognized the Volkswagen Zhou Zhifei pointed at. Volkswagen. Her family also owned one which cost around a little over 100,000 when they bought it. The contrast from a Mercedes to a Volkswagen almost made her faint on the spot. The key point was that Zhou Zhifei's Volkswagen was quite old. It looked like it had been around for at least 10 years. Its appearance was even inferior to the one her family owned. "I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Oh, I want to go home." Wang Xiaoman immediately pulled a long face. "Xiaoman, what's wrong? Didn't we agree to go for a buffet together yesterday?" Zhou Zhifei was struck dumb, panicking. "I'm sorry, but I suddenly feel unwell, and I really don't want to eat a buffet." "If you don't want to eat a buffet, I can choose another place. In New World Gourmet City, you can pick anything as long as it's not too expensive." Zhou Zhifei still didn't want to give up. "You are really annoying," Wang Xiaoman said with utter disdain. At this point, she had lost all patience. "Zhou Zhifei, I don't think you're my type. There's no chemistry, so I don't want to go out with you. Do I have to say it this way for you to understand?" "You?" Zhou Zhifei was stunned. Didn't they agree on this? Why was it that as they were about to set off, Wang Xiaoman suddenly changed her mind? No chemistry. That excuse was too ridiculous. They had seen each other in class before, and Wang Xiaoman knew what he looked like. But she had still agreed to go out with him, right? So why was she backing out now? What was the reason? Zhou Zhifei was utterly perplexed. He truly couldn't understand. On the verge of breaking down, Wang Xiaoman couldn't be bothered to explain any further and turned to leave. There was nothing to say to this poor guy. Even saying one more word would be a waste of time. Hey, that car looks so cool, oh, I wonder what brand it is. But after a few steps, she saw a pure white car approaching. The design of this car was very unique, clearly different from ordinary cars. There was a shiny silver emblem with wings shaped like the letter B on the front. As she got closer, she could distinctly sense a luxurious aura of wealth rushing towards her. Is this car a Bentley? But it didn't seem like Bentley's emblem looked like that, right? Wang Xiaoman was completely captivated by this car. Although she didn't recognize it, she instinctively felt that it must be very expensive. It might even be more expensive than a Bentley. While she was pondering, the car stopped beside her. The window rolled down, and Chen Yu leaned out slightly to speak. Hi, beautiful, do you know Zhou Zhifei? Wang Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback. I know him. Are you looking for him? I have a bit of business with him. I'm here to deliver a car to him. Chen Yu said calmly. Deliver a car? You mean this car belongs to Zhou Zhifei? Yes, he just bought it. May I ask how much this car costs? You mean this Bentley? Chen Yu replied clearly. It's about 4 million or so, not quite 5 million. Wang Xiaoman had overheard everything she had said on the phone, including their conversation after she met Zhou Zhifei. She could guess what had happened just by observing their reactions from a distance. That guy Zhou Zhifei was definitely humiliated by Wang Xiaoman. You dare to humiliate my dorm brother, a flashy and cheap person. I must get revenge for him. Sure enough, when Wang Xiaoman heard that this car was worth nearly 5 million, she was so shocked that her phone fell to the ground. As far as she knew, a BMW 3 Series only cost around 3,000, and a mid-range 5 Series was only around 4,000 to 5,000. But this car in front of her was actually worth over 4 million, which meant it could buy 10 BMW 5 Series. A beautiful Zhou Zhifei seems to be just ahead. Ooh, I'll go deliver the car to him now. He said he needed to drive a girl out shopping today and was in a hurry. I'm off by. Chen Yu said playfully and stepped on the gas. The V8 engine roared with a powerful wave of sound, utterly shocking. Feeling smug before speeding off, it was truly exhilarating. At that moment, Wang Xiaoman was completely dazed. She stood there at a loss for what to do. Her mind was in utter chaos. Wasn't Zhou Zhifei's car a 10,000 yuan Volkswagen? How did it turn into a luxury car worth millions? Could it be that he was driving the Volkswagen because his new luxury car hadn't arrived yet? If that's the case, I rejected him just because he was driving a Volkswagen. Oh, I kicked him away. Oh my God, how could I be so foolish? After imagining this scenario, Wang Xiaoman was almost stomping her feet in anger. This time she was not angry at Zhou Zhifei, but at herself. She was almost driven to her wits' end by her own foolishness. That was a luxury car worth millions. Just think about how rich Zhou Zhifei must be to afford such a vehicle. She couldn't even dare to imagine. If she could keep such a wealthy admirer under her thumb, not just as an admirer, but with his affluence, giving him a chance to be her boyfriend wouldn't be out of the question. If that were the case, how comfortable would her life be in the future? With that thought, Wang Xiaoman could no longer hold back. She mustered her courage, put on a thick face, and swayed her waist as she walked back towards Zhou Zhifei. Zhou Zhifei was on the verge of collapse when he saw a Bentley approaching, startling him into quickly clearing the way. Fourth, it's me. Chen Yu greeted him in a lowered voice. What the hell, third? You've got a new car again. It's rented. Damn, renting a car must cost quite a bit, right? This Bentley must cost several thousand a day, Zhou Zhifei said with envy. Forget about that, just act according to my eyes. Chen Yu slowly parked the car, theatrically handing the car keys to Zhou Zhifei. Here. Zhou Zhifei was momentarily stunned. But seeing Chen Yu glance sideways, he followed his gaze only to see Wang Xiaoman's figure, which had just left, returning. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Zhifei finally understood Chen Yu's intentions. This was giving him an opportunity to save face. In fact, after Wang Xiaoman left, Zhou Zhifei had already figured out why she suddenly changed her mind. At first, her gaze was fixed on the Mercedes-Benz E300 and everything seemed fine, until Zhou Zhifei signaled for Wang Xiaoman to get into his Bora. Wang Xiaoman immediately exploded in anger, starting to backtrack. This clearly showed that her sudden change of heart had only one reason. That was she found Zhou Zhifei's car too shabby. She thought he was too poor, unworthy of her. Zhou Zhifei, Wang Xiaoman approached looking somewhat embarrassed. Xiaoman, what's wrong? Weren't you feeling unwell? Why are you back? Zhou Zhifei asked, feigning ignorance. I feel like I'm better now, there's no discomfort anymore. I'm just a bit hungry now, can you drive me to eat? Is that okay? Wang Xiaoman said shamelessly, as if she had eaten back all the words she had just said about having no chemistry and not being her type. Eating? It's only 10 o'clock, isn't it a bit early for that? Zhou Zhifei glanced at his watch. If you think it's early, we can also go shopping first, or watch a movie. By the way, Avengers Alliance 9 is out today. I've been wanting to see it. Let's go watch it together. Wang Xiaoman eagerly suggested. She was completely different from when she saw Zhou Zifei's Bora earlier. She thought she was acting brilliantly. So good that it should make up for the mistakes she had just made. But in reality, the better she acted, the more Chen Yu and Zhou Zifei looked down on her. If you think I'm ugly, you could have just rejected me from the start. But why did you have to give me hope only to crush it and sweep it into the trash? Just because I don't drive a luxury car. Then may I ask, what car do you drive? You're on a yachty, just like me, yet you say I'm unworthy of you and demand I drive an Audi, as if it's only natural. Please buy a mirror and take a good look at yourself. Can a real rich second generation who can drive a luxury car in college even look at you? Damn. Watching a movie. Sorry, Xiaoman, I suddenly remembered I have other things to do. Let's skip the movie. Bye. Zhou Zifei clearly said, turning to get into Chen Yu's Bentley. Seeing him about to leave, Wang Xiaoman was completely anxious. She didn't expect that with her charm and actively extending an invitation, she would still be rejected by this seemingly ordinary boy. What makes you so amazing? It's just a car worth several million. What are you pretending for? Zhou Zifei, wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking yet. A luxury car worth millions is simply irresistible. So she couldn't help but reach out again towards Zhou Zifei's departing figure, trying to earn herself another chance. If she could be with such a guy, she would definitely have a lot of face in front of her girlfriends, and she would surely enjoy the infinite envious and jealous gazes from her peers. Xiaoman, is that you here? At that moment, a voice came from not far away in the parking lot. A tall, somewhat handsome boy walked over. What a coincidence, Xiaoman, I didn't expect to see you here. Let's go have lunch together, the boy asked nervously. Zhou Zifei and Chen Yu looked over curiously. Sorry, Senior Zhongbin, I've already made plans with someone else. Wang Xiaoman immediately said with a dark face. She didn't want Zhou Zifei to misunderstand. Why you made plans with someone else? Is it a boy? Yes. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression stiffened. But we had lunch together twice last week, and I took you to see a movie. Then I asked you to go shopping. Haven't we already been together? Senior Zhongbin, please don't say such things, okay? When did I agree to be with you? Did I? You didn't formally agree, but we. Don't say anything more. Wang Xiaoman said coldly, her attitude the same as when she spoke to Zhou Zifei just now. This time, however, her target was the unfortunate boy. Senior Zhongbin, you and I really have no chemistry. You are not my type. Please don't come looking for me again, okay? Zhou Zifei and Chen Yu, who were watching this unfold from a distance, were almost speechless. Chemistry type, these terms are simply universal. They can be applied to anyone. But the key issue is they probably wouldn't even be able to clearly explain what chemistry or type is, even if Wang Xiaoman herself were asked. She says it is, then it is. She says it isn't, then it isn't. It's ridiculous. Xiaoman, have you fallen for someone else? The boy was almost heartbroken. Sorry, Senior Zhongbin, you're a nice guy, and I wish you find someone who truly likes you in the future. The boy received a good person card and had his heart shattered. Brother, you does this count as me greenlighting someone else? Zhou Zifei said with a strange expression. I seem to see a shadow of myself in that boy when I was rejected by girls. Third, you're still impressive. Honestly, have you already won over the school beauty, Lin? Zhou Zifei asked enviously. Not yet. Maybe soon, Chen Yu replied calmly. Lin Siyu's favorability level is now at 80 points. However, Chen Yu felt he wasn't yet at the stage where he could duo with her. In fact, favorability and duoing are not inherently linked. Girls are different from each other. Some girls might agree to duo with just 50 points of favorability, while some girls might be at 99 points, and if you asked them to duo, they would still refuse you. It varies from person to person. The heartbroken boy slowly wiped his tears and left. Wang Xiaoman finally nodded, slightly satisfied that she had sent away a clingy admirer. Zhou Zifei, she was just about to try to be nice again, when she saw Zhou Zifei speaking to the handsome guy in the Bentley. Brother, you're so bad. Clearly it's your rented car, but you insist on saying it's mine. I didn't expect her to actually believe it. Ha. Wang Xiaoman. Brother, are we really putting that senior named Zhongbin in a tough spot? Will he blame us? Asked Zhou Zifei. Maybe he's about to win over Wang Xiaoman. Chen Yu waved his hand and said, Haha, don't be ridiculous. Look at Wang Xiaoman. Does she have any intention of being with him? Still together? It's just fishing. He's about to be hooked. What we're doing not only doesn't harm him, but actually helps him. He won't blame us. He might even thank us. Zhou Zifei felt a sudden clarity after hearing this. To be honest, what brother you said really made sense. But brother, you're so bad. It's obviously your rented car, yet you insist it's mine. I didn't expect her to actually believe it. Ha. Zhou Zifei's mouth almost stretched from ear to ear, laughing uncontrollably. The frustration of being rejected was completely gone. Instead, he felt extremely pleased. It was incredibly satisfying. So this is the feeling of acting cool alongside brother you. At this moment, Wang Xiaoman walked over, having overheard their earlier conversation. She was once again stunned. Zhou Zhifei. Oh, I'm on your back. What's up? Zhou Zhifei feigned ignorance. What did you just say? You said this Bentley was rented by the handsome guy in the car. Wang Xiaoman asked in disbelief. Yes, that's right. But isn't this car new to you? How did it become someone else's and rented at that? Oh, my dear friend, do you know what this car is called? Zhou Zhifei extended a hand, counting on his fingers. This is a Bentley Continental GT top configuration, costing nearly 5 million upon delivery. So what? Wang Xiaoman puffed out her chest. So what? If I could afford this car, why would I even look at you? Zhou Zhifei laughed heartily after saying that. You. Wang Xiaoman realized the mask had completely fallen, feeling humiliated once more, and directly broke down. Zhou Zhifei, you're such a scumbag. With this attitude, you'll never find a girlfriend. After saying that, Wang Xiaoman walked away with a stride, as if she didn't care. Fourth brother, you did great, Chen Yu affirmed. Being able to see through the essence of a gold digger and cutting losses in time, you are commendable. Although today it was him who helped Zhou Zhifei act cool, Zhou Zhifei had to hold his own too. Otherwise, when Wang Xiaoman turned around and sweet-talked a bit, other guys might have softened up and gone back to her. In that case, he would inevitably become a dog licking its owner's feet. Haha, to thank brother you for helping me act cool and fly high, I'll treat lunch. Let's go eat at Qiandao Plaza. Fourth brother, you better think this through. Eating at Qiandao Plaza isn't cheap. If you end up broke, don't blame me. Come on, eat as much as you want. Anyway, I saved 500 yuan, originally meant to treat Wang Xiaoman to a meal. Since she's not worth it, isn't it better to treat my brother you? Without further ado, they set off. Zhou Zhifei pointed at his Dabao Lai, saying, Brother, you ride in my car. Let's see my driving skills. Oh, I haven't driven in years and wanted to practice today. Damn, just take it slow. If it's not working out, let me drive. Sure, brother you. Chen Yu parked his Continental GT in the school parking lot. He then got into Zhou Zhifei's Dabao Lai, and they quickly arrived at Qiandao Plaza, located 3 kilometers away. Because this area has many universities, and it's Friday, there weren't many classes, so numerous students came to shop. In summer, places with many female college students are usually quite eye-catching. Zhou Zhifei seemed to have completely forgotten about Wang Xiaoman at this point. As they walked, various short skirts and hot pants revealed fair legs everywhere. He could hardly keep his eyes off them. Chen Yu didn't want Zhou Zhifei to spend too much. After all, he came from an ordinary family and had a monthly living allowance of less than 2,000 yuan, often scraping by at the end of the month. So Chen Yu chose a barbecue place with an average cost of 100 yuan per person, and they enjoyed some skewers together. While eating, Zhou Zhifei's phone received a message. It was from Lin Siyu. Chen Yu, I think I just saw you. You also came to Qiandao Plaza. Chen Yu replied. Yes. I'm eating with my roommate. I'll treat you to milk tea later. Sure, I'd like a matcha grape, no sugar. I didn't expect to run into her here. Chen Yu wasn't being polite. My best friend has something to do, and we'll leave first. Let's head back to school together later. Alright, see you at the parking lot in trance. Okay. After finishing their meal, the two headed to the parking lot to get their car. Wait a minute, Lin Siyu, we'll be over soon, Chen Yu said. What? Brother you, the campus beauty is coming to find you. Zhou Zhifei was surprised and envious. As a regular guy, after leaving school, he wouldn't even have the chance to meet a campus beauty. Even if he was just with an ordinary girl, he could boast about it for a week. Yes, she just so happens to be in this mall. She sent me a message saying she wants to go back to school with us later. What? Lin Siyu is joining you and me in this car. What's wrong with your car? Isn't a Volkswagen a car? Chen Yu felt a bit speechless. Some guys just overly underestimate themselves in front of girls, which is completely unnecessary. The campus beauty is also just a girl, not a fairy, so there's no need to put her on a pedestal just because she's pretty. Alright, but I suddenly need to use the restroom. Damn, look at you. Hurry up and come back. Okay, brother you. Zhou Zhifei dashed off to the restroom. Chen Yu had to wait in place, idly wandering around. Suddenly, a Maserati roared into the parking lot, accompanied by the sound of its engine. As it passed by Chen Yu, the car didn't even slow down. It brushed past him at almost less than 10 centimeters. It was so close that it almost hit him. Damn it, can't you drive? Are you blind? Chen Yu shouted angrily at the Maserati. Driving a Maserati and acting like this. Going this fast in the parking lot and not slowing down when seeing people. Pure idiocy. Just after he finished cursing, the driver inside the Maserati seemed to go, huh? And immediately stopped the car, even backing it up. Chen Yu thought the other party was triggered by his scolding and wanted to confront him. But when the car stopped beside him, the driver's window rolled down, revealing a very young man who simply raised his chin towards Chen Yu and asked, Are you Chen Yu? Oh, this person knows me. Chen Yu looked closely. The young man in the driver's seat of the Maserati also seemed to be of similar age, and he did look somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. I am Chen Yu, and you are? My name is Li Zhiyuan. We attend the same school, you should have heard of me, he. The other party's voice was bubbly, and his smile was quite warm. However, it felt very pretentious. Li Zhiyuan, huh? Oh, sorry, but I really haven't heard of you, Chen Yu said seriously. His O was drawn out, and he ended with a never heard of you. Li Ziyuan's expression stiffened. He had long been ranked among the top 3 in the school beauty rankings on the Magic Capital University Forum. He was a well-known heartthrob. He was a rich second generation with assets worth 30 to 40 million, owning 3 apartments in the Magic Capital. He had never been treated with such disregard, with someone directly stating they had never heard of him. You're just a recent nobody with a bit of fame at school, and you dare to slap my face right off the bat. You really are incredibly arrogant. A surge of anger arose within Li Ziyuan, but on the surface he still tried to maintain the demeanor of a heartthrob. By the way, did you know you almost hit me just now? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and questioned. It was my mistake, though I apologize to you. Li Ziyuan chuckled his smile, not reaching his eyes. Apologize? If you really had hit me, I would have had to go to the hospital. If I were to stab you a few times and send you to the hospital, and then apologize, would you forgive me? Chen Yu snorted coldly. Li Ziyuan was again on the receiving end of a verbal blow, unable to retort, feeling utterly frustrated. He had no choice but to clear his throat and change the subject. Chen Yu, did you drive here too? The roads nearby seem quite congested today, Li Ziyuan asked again. Yes, it is a bit congested. Chen Yu replied without turning his head. Where is your car? It's this one, he casually pointed to the nearby Bora. Li Ziyuan glanced over. A cold smile instantly crept onto his lips. He could tell at a glance that this car was at least 10 years old. Moreover, it was a low-end model from a Volkswagen brand. The Bora was only worth a little over 100,000. Damn, I thought you had some real ability. You were just driving a Volkswagen while I'm in a Maserati, and you dare to act cool in front of me. You drive a Volkswagen. No wonder you're stuck in traffic. Li Ziyuan instantly felt a sense of superiority. His Maserati was worth over $1 million, enough to buy 10 Boras. I drive a Maserati, and it feels fine and not much traffic. This statement made Chen Yu frown. Are you implying your Maserati can take off from the ground? Can it fly over traffic? Does the Maserati have that feature? How come I haven't heard of it? If it does, I'd sell my Continental GT right now and get a Maserati instead. Chen Yu suspected that Li Ziyuan was just trying to show off. However, he was too lazy to engage further, so he simply shifted his gaze elsewhere. Fortunately, Zhou Zhifei returned from the restroom rather quickly in under 5 minutes, allowing Chen Yu to escape the pressure from Li Ziyuan. Less than 2 minutes later, Lin Xiyu appeared at the stairs. Today she wore a pure white tank top paired with loose sports pants, perfectly showcasing her excellent body proportions, embodying the essence of a lively athletic girl. Chen Yu, I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? She was holding 2 bags of milk tea and jogging over. No. Chen Yu was about to answer when Li Ziyuan rushed over. See you, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Lin Xiyu glanced at him, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, ignoring him. Are you planning to go back to school? If you don't mind, let me drive you back. Li Ziyuan bent slightly, making a gesture of invitation. His pretentious demeanor was enough to give anyone goosebumps. While that car is beautiful, what kind of car is it? Is it very expensive? You don't recognize the Trident. It's a Maserati, worth 1 to 2 million. Oh, I wish my boyfriend could drive a car like that to pick me up, several passing girls whispered, admiring. Li Ziyuan felt even more confident, his arrogance swelling. Sorry, I've already made plans with a friend, so I won't trouble you. Lin Xiyu replied without a second thought. Li Ziyuan had pursued her many times, and she had clearly rejected him each time. Yet somehow this guy remained brimming with confidence. Being rejected multiple times while still trying to pursue Lin Xiyu was quite annoying for her. Chen Yu, here's your milk tea, and your roommates too. Turning her head, Lin Xiyu smiled and handed the bags to Chen Yu. Wow, you even got mine. The school flower Lin is truly beautiful and kind. Huh. Zhou Zhifei took a cup of milk tea, laughing heartily. You're riding my coattails. Chen Yu also laughed and took a couple of sips. Li Ziyuan was completely ignored. Lin Xiyu and Chen Yu were chatting and laughing, entirely disregarding him, treating him as if he didn't exist. As for the Maserati behind him, it was one of the key reasons for his confidence, yet Lin Xiyu didn't even glance at it. Li Ziyuan's face darkened. Chen Yu, shall we leave? Lin Xiyu asked softly after chatting for a bit. Let's go get in the car. Chen Yu immediately opened the car door and got in. He could barely tolerate Li Ziyuan any longer. This guy couldn't seem to stop pretending for even a second. No wonder Lin Xiyu seemed to dislike him so much. Chen Yu started the car, and as the old Bora sputtered out a cloud of black smoke, it directly hit Li Ziyuan in the face. Cough, cough, damn it. What a piece of junk. How long has it been since it was maintained? It's choking me. Li Ziyuan cursed while coughing, his neck turning red. After a while, even when he stopped coughing, his expression was still extremely ugly. He hadn't expected Lin Xiyu to be so hard to deal with. Li Ziyuan was a year older than Lin Xiyu. Since his sophomore year, after he saw Lin Xiyu for the first time among the new students, her beauty and sunny, playful temperament had struck his heart. He had never seen such a perfect girl, and he vowed to win her over and make her his girlfriend. However, nearly 3 years had passed, and he had barely exchanged a few words with Lin Xiyu. Li Zhiyuan genuinely couldn't understand. He was a prominent figure at school, skilled in rap and dance, played basketball, and could drive a Maserati with one hand. Why then would Lin Xiyu rather ride in that old Bora than accept his Maserati? In the car, Chen Yu finally shook off the brainless Li Zhiyuan and let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiyu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute, Chen Yu, slow down a bit. What's wrong? Is it too fast for you?" Chen Yu slightly adjusted his speed. "No, that's not it. I remember I still have to go to the driving school today to pick up my driver's license." Lin Xiyu glanced at the clock. "Can you take me to the driving school first?" "Of course, no problem." Chen Yu nodded. "Old 3, the boss asked me to go back and play games together. Can you take me back to school first?" Zhou Zhifei organized. Chen Yu understood immediately. Clearly this guy didn't want to continue being a third wheel. Old 4 is a good person, very self-aware. "All right, then I'll take you to school first." MHM. The largest driving school base in Magic City isn't too far from here. Chen Yu first took Zhou Zhifei back to school, and then brought Lin Xiyu to the driving school base, taking just over half an hour in total. After Lin Xiyu got out of the car, she greeted him and went to the service hall. Chen Yu waited by the car, wandering around. Detected that target Lin Xiyu is picking up her driver's license. Since the target's favorability towards you is above 80 points, the host may consider purchasing a vehicle for her after she obtains her license. Yes or no. Note: if yes is chosen, the host will receive 10 times the amount spent on a vehicle costing no more than 5,000. Seeing the suddenly pop-up notification in front of him, Chen Yu read it and immediately selected yes. Of course, he wouldn't let go of a task that offered cashback, no matter how much. Soon Lin Xiyu came back with her driver's license. "I'm also a licensed driver now." The school bell was just like a little girl beaming with joy after receiving her license. "Congratulations, congratulations. From today, there's one more female driver in the world." "How annoying." Lin Xiyu playfully nudged Chen Yu. She was aware of the stereotype about female drivers, often used to mock those who confuse the gas pedal with the brake. But she believed she had studied very seriously, and if she was careful, there shouldn't be any issues. "But just having a driver's license isn't enough, right? I still need a car to drive." Chen Yu joked. "My dad said he would buy me a car after I graduate." "Really? Do you have a car you like?" Chen Yu asked. "Yes." "What is it?" "I like the Chang'an Binbin." Lin Xiyu blurted out. Chen Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing that. What on earth is a Chang'an Binbin? He expected her to mention something like an A4L, a 3 Series, or a C-Class, cars often favored by young women. Or maybe a Mini or a Beetle, models that are cutely designed. But you gave me a Chang'an Binbin. What's wrong? Is the Chang'an Binbin not good?" Lin Xiyu asked in confusion when she noticed his strange expression. "No, it's great, Lin Xiyu, you have excellent taste. The Chang'an Binbin is a good car." Chen Yu gave her a thumbs up. "It's just that this car is a bit small. With our school bow ties, long legs, it might be a bit cramped, and you won't be able to stretch out your legs. So what car do you think I should buy?" "I think Audi is good. It looks great and suits young people. But Audis are very expensive, right?" Lin Xiyu tilted her head and asked. "It's not too bad, just a few $100,000. Chen Yu replied casually. Now he had over 100 million in cash in his account. For him, the mainstream Audi models priced around a few $100,000 were really just ordinary, like pocket change. Huh, a few $100,000 isn't expensive. Those are luxury cars, way too expensive. Lin Xiyu exclaimed, her mouth agape, shaking her head. Her family is in the vegetable business. Although they are technically business people, due to the reasonable price margins from reselling, their income is just average. During good times, their net profit for a year is less than 3,000. A 5,000 car is too expensive for her family. I think I'll just buy a Chang'an Binbin. Oh, I can't afford a car that costs hundreds of thousands. It's fine, I'll buy it for you. Huh? Lin Xiyu blinked, a little confused. Chen Yu, are you joking? I'm not joking, I'm serious. Let's go check out some cars now. Chen Yu said as he used his phone to navigate to an Audi dealership. Seeing that he really didn't seem to be joking, and knowing that Chen Yu indeed had the financial strength, Lin Xiyu quickly said, Chen Yu, don't do this. I know you're good to me, but you really don't have to buy me a car, really. If we don't buy a car, wouldn't our driver's license be pointless? It's decided, then let's go look at cars first. Chen Yu was very assertive. This made Lin Xiyu's heart race, and his assertiveness left her momentarily unable to refuse the suggestion. When she looked at Chen Yu again, he seemed like a domineering CEO from a novel. In fact, Lin Xiyu herself wasn't very fond of domineering CEOs in novels and films. She thought the plots featuring domineering CEOs were a bit awkward. They wouldn't happen in reality. But at this moment, a similar scene seemed to be unfolding in her life. And she truly felt like a novel's female lead, overwhelmed by the imposing aura of the domineering Chen Yu, leaving her at a loss for words. The reason was that Lin Xiyu had a strong liking for Chen Yu. If it had been that arrogant Li Zhiyuan from earlier, Lin Xiyu would have refused him without a second thought. In a daze, Lin Ce followed Chen Yu to an Audi dealership. "Hello, are you two here to look at cars?" As soon as they entered, a sales representative approached them. In the past 2 years, the number of people buying fuel cars has significantly decreased. Yes, this young lady is looking at cars. Without waiting for Lin Ce to react, Chen Yu pushed her to the front. Lin Ce, who was quite shy, had to walk in as the sales representative was particularly enthusiastic. "Hello, do you have a model you are interested in?" Lin Ce opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. At this moment, Chen Yu gave the sales representative a nod from behind and then nodded towards the white A7 beside them. These sales representatives were quick-witted and instantly understood Chen Yu's intentions. "Miss, I think this A7 is particularly suitable for you. Let me introduce it to you." "Huh? A what 7? Lin Ce hadn't fully grasped the situation before she was half pushed into the driver's seat. Even though she was still a bit confused at this point, once she sat down, her eyes lit up. Her family already had a very old Passat which her father used for commuting. She had only sat in it a couple of times and didn't feel much. But now sitting in this Audi, she couldn't help but admire how it was indeed worlds apart from the old Passat at home, entirely different classes. This car was far more beautiful. Girls tend to subconsciously like beautiful things, and Lin Ce was no exception. Seeing her show signs of liking it, Chen Yu smiled with satisfaction. Then he whispered to the salesperson, "Go prepare the paperwork. I'll buy this car in full quickly." Chen Yu specifically urged the sales action to be quick. He was worried that if Lin Ce reacted and changed her mind, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of the rebate. The salesperson nodded and hurried off to print the sales order. When Lin Ce got out of the car, Chen Yu greeted her with a smile, asking, "Do you like it?" "I do like it, but if you like it, just sign here and the car is yours." Immediately, the order was placed in front of her. "Please don't refuse. I still want to take advantage of the rebate. So you look at how bad the market is right now. The salespeople here are having a tough time. They might be on the verge of losing their jobs. At their age, with both elderly parents and young children to support, if they lose their jobs, how will they manage their household expenses? Buying a car might just save a family." After persuading her for a long time, Lin Ce still hesitated, as this wasn't a matter of just a few dollars, it was a matter of hundreds of thousands. She couldn't accept such an expensive gift all at once. "How about this? You just sign your name, and the car will be under your name. You can help me take care of it, all right?" Okay then." Lin Ce was finally swayed. Chen Yu let out a sigh of relief. He chuckled. The idea of helping him take care of it was just a pretext. As long as you sign, the car is yours. After the contract was signed, Chen Yu immediately paid the full amount for a pure white mid-range A7, costing 4,900. He didn't buy the top model because the horsepower of the top model A7 was much higher, and he was a bit uneasy about letting Lin Ce, a novice female driver, handle it. Sure enough, as soon as they drove out of the 4S store, Lin Ce looked extremely tense. Her long legs were stiff and beads of sweat were breaking out on her forehead. Chen Yu had no choice but to ask her to pull over. Behind them, several salespeople had watched them leave. Seeing them stop again, less than 200 meters away, several salespeople thought something was wrong with the car and hurried over to inquire about the situation. "It's fine, the car is okay," Chen Yu shouted. "All right, if you have any problems, feel free to reach out to us." After sending the 4S store personnel back, Chen Yu sat back in the car. He saw Lin Ce gripping the steering wheel tightly with her delicate hands, droplets of sweat forming on her forehead, and her body squirming in the seat, looking quite comical and adorable. "Don't be nervous, let's go. The more nervous you are, the worse it will be. Relax a bit, Lin, the campus flower." Chen Yu glanced at her and couldn't help but want to laugh. "It's easy for you to say if this car costs several $100,000. What if I crash it right after leaving?" Lin Ce said, taking deep breaths. Chen Yu had no choice but to wait for this female driver to adjust her state. After several minutes, the brand new A7 finally began to move slowly again. "Chen Yu, what about your old car?" Lin Ce asked. "That car belongs to my roommate. Oh, I gave the key to someone at the Audi 4S store to help drive it over," Chen Yu explained. Gradually, the new car finally got moving, but the speed was still slow. Lin Ce strictly controlled the speed at 50 km/h. She was driving very cautiously, because this car was bought by the boy she liked for her to drive. If she accidentally scratched it, she would definitely feel heartbroken. "By the way, Chen Yu, there's something I haven't told you yet," Lin Ce suddenly spoke while driving. "What is it?" Chen Yu asked, curious. "Actually, I am preparing for an internship." "Aren't you only in your 3rd year? Why are you going to intern already?" Chen Yu found it a bit strange. "Yes, because we are in the art department. We basically need to start looking for internship jobs from the second half of our 3rd year. I haven't found one yet, so it's already considered late." "Oh, when are you planning to start looking? Do you have a target?" "Yes, I do. It's an animation company where I will work as a character designer." Saying this, Lin Ce appeared quite excited. "But don't worry, Chen Yu, I will still go to check on our school side regularly. Actually, there isn't too much work there, so if I intern, it won't delay anything." That's fine. Focus on your internship. If it really doesn't work out, I can personally manage the school side," Chen Yu said. I rented a place and will go back to school to get some things, then I will move into my rented place tonight. Lin Xiu took a gentle deep breath. For a girl like her, this meant she was about to step into society. Where did you rent? Chen Yu casually asked. Yangwang Bun Community. Lin Xiu drove all the way to Moda University, returned to her dormitory, and after half an hour got back in the car and drove to Yangwang Bun Community with Chen Yu. Chen Yu felt that the road was becoming increasingly familiar. This place is not near the Jinggan Huafu apartment he bought, is it? Lin Xiu parked the car in a parking space and finally relaxed. All right, now I can rest assured. I'm leaving, goodbye. Chen Yu greeted as he prepared to leave, but Lin Xiu suddenly called out. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Chen Yu turned around. Kiss. He hadn't reacted yet when Lin Xiu had already pecked his cheek. Then she ran away like a startled little bird, her face as red as a sunset. I'll go upstairs first. You should head back quickly too. Bot. Chen Yu touched his face. Lin Xiu's lips were soft, and after being kissed his face felt tingly. Should I take a step further? I could chase after her, go upstairs and push her against the wall. Who knows, I might not have to return to the dorm tonight. Of course, doing so has a significant chance of being rejected. With an 80-point favorability, trying to do OQ with a serious girl like Lin Xiu might still be a bit difficult. Playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, commemorating my lost love. The sound like the night wind heartbreak sounds so beautiful. Just as he was pondering, his phone rang, breaking his thoughts. When he picked it up, it turned out to be his mother. Hello Xiaoyu, are you in class? Wang Shulan's voice came from the other end, sounding worried. I'm not in class, so what's wrong? Is there something at home? Chen Yu immediately asked. Sai, there is a bit of a situation. Can you come home now? Is that okay? All right, I'm heading back now. Wang Shulan, his mother, rarely called him unless there was something urgent at home. Chen Yu hung up the phone and took a taxi home without saying a word, arriving home after more than 2 hours. As soon as he entered the main house, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. Wang Shugang. He was Wang Shulan's younger brother, Chen Yu's uncle. To be honest, Chen Yu had a very poor impression of this person. Since he could remember, this Wang Shugang had been idle, occasionally engaging in petty theft, and had even spent time in detention. In the living room of Chen Yu's home, Chen Guanchuan and Wang Shulan sat together, their brows furrowed. Wang Shugang sat opposite them, wearing a forced smile. Sister, brother-in-law, I see your business is doing quite well. I've raised the rent for the noodle shop to 1,000. Isn't that reasonable? As his words fell, the expressions of Chen Guanchuan and Wang Shulan darkened further. Chen Yu reflected for a moment, seemingly grasping the reason behind Wang Shugang's visit today. The land for Chen Yu's parents' shop was inherited from his maternal grandparents. At that time, it was agreed that the elderly couple would invest 5,000 to build the shop. It would belong to Wang Shulan, while the land would belong to Wang Shugang. In other words, Wang Shulan operated the noodle shop and made a profit, but she had to pay rent to Wang Shugang regularly. For the first 10 years, everything went smoothly. However, later on, Wang Shugang started spending excessively, and his funds gradually dwindled, leading him to set his sights on the noodle shop. He wanted to raise the rent for his own sister. In recent years, the monthly rent for the noodle shop had increased from the initial 3,500 yuan to 6,000 yuan, nearly doubling. Shugang 1,000 a month is really too high. The noodle shop can't possibly earn that much. Wang Shulan said, clearly distressed. That's not my concern, Wang Shugang shrugged. The landlords of nearby shops have all raised their rents. Why can't I? His shameless demeanor made Wang Shulan very uncomfortable, and her eyes began to redden. Xiao Gang, your words are too heartless. Chen Guanchuan couldn't help but speak up. You are siblings, why can't you discuss this properly? Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? I'm just having a good discussion with my sister, Wang Shugang sneered. But a rent of 1,000 yuan is really too high. The noodle shop's profit is only about a little over 1,000 a month. You previously collected 6,000, which already accounted for half the profit. If it rises to 1,000, there won't be much left for you and your sister. What will we eat? That's not my problem. Wang Shugang leaned back in his chair, shaking his leg. I know that others have raised their rents, so I must raise mine too. No matter what you say, it's useless. Wang Shulan and her husband were left speechless. There were many shops on this street. Among them, there were indeed some with rents exceeding 1,000 or even 2,000. However, the issue was that those shops were larger, with incomes far surpassing that of their small noodle shop. Wang Shugang's desire to collect rent comparable to that of larger stores from this small noodle shop was utterly unreasonable. Let me say something. Suddenly, Chen Yu stood up. Although he was younger, and it was not his place to interrupt, he simply could not hold back any longer. Raising the rent is out of the question. How about this? I'll give you 1,000 directly, and from now on this shop will have nothing to do with you. How does that sound? Wang Shugang did not expect Chen Yu to speak up. Even more surprising was that he proposed a solution that sounded a bit outrageous to him. You want to give me 1,000 yuan to completely give up this shop from now on? Yes, Chen Yu nodded affirmatively. Are you joking with me? Wang Shugang laughed disdainfully. I own this shop and can collect money every month. You want to give me just 100 yuan and expect me to completely hand it over to you? That's not out of the question, but the price is too low. I think it should be 500 or even 100 for me to consider. Then you can think about it. We no longer want this shop and you can rent it to whoever you like, Chen Yu said casually, as if discussing something trivial. Wang Shugong. Chen Yu's parents were taken aback. They truly did not expect Chen Yu to be so tough. If the conditions could not be negotiated, he would simply give up the shop. What if Wang Shugang really agreed? Wouldn't their noodle shop be gone? However, when they anxiously looked at Chen Yu, they found him remarkably calm. What a joke. For such a small shop you expect to collect 100 from me every month. That's simply absurd. Chen Yu was very clear. On this street, shops of similar size had a monthly rent of around 400. That was already not cheap. The previous willingness to pay 600 was mostly due to his parents having worked there for a long time, developing feelings for the place and not wanting to part with it easily. But now wanting to raise the rent was purely taking advantage of the situation. I want to indulge you. Wang Shugang was momentarily taken aback by Chen Yu's assertiveness. He was actually a bit scared. If Chen Yu's family really gave up, he could never rent the shop out again for 100. Even the current 600 would be impossible, at most 400. That's assuming someone was willing to rent for a long term. If the market was poor and it sat vacant for a year or two, he would face huge losses. Wang Shugang dared to pressure his own sister because he was betting on their family's reluctance to let go of the noodle shop. So when Chen Yu said they didn't want it anymore, he was completely stunned. Chen Yu was overturning the table. He was done playing. If you think 100 is too high, then let me lower it a bit. How about 800? Wang Shugang finally relented. Not acceptable. Chen Yu said flatly. Either drop the rent to 300 or take 100 and say goodbye to this shop. You choose. You? Wang Shugang choked, unable to speak. He truly did not expect that Chen Yu would not only dare to stand up, but also confront him directly. Reducing the rent to 300 meant not only no increase from the current 600, but also a significant cut by half. It felt like cutting into his flesh. Is there no other choice? Wang Shugang gritted his teeth and asked. There is. The third option is for our family to withdraw, and you can find someone else to rent it. Chen Yu explained, looking completely indifferent. Now it was Wang Shugang's turn to feel conflicted. Just moments ago he had been lounging, but now he was no longer relaxed, rubbing his hands nervously, looking completely flustered. This was not only because Chen Yu was acting unexpectedly, confronting him heated. The main reason was that Wang Shugang had recently racked up a significant amount of debt from drinking. His creditors had already visited him several times. He really needed money. However, being pressured by a younger generation like Chen Yu, he found it hard to accept. Okay. You don't want to raise the rent, right? Fine, I'll go find someone else to rent it. After saying that, Wang Shugang stood up abruptly and walked out. Seeing this, Chen Guanchuan and Wang Shulan immediately stood up in a panic. What should we do? They knew Wang Shugang was being unreasonable, but they were indeed very reluctant to part with this noodle shop, fearing they would lose their source of income. At this moment, Chen Yu calmly said, Don't worry, I think he will come back. Even if he didn't return, it would be fine. After all, there was already a small target sitting in his account. If this little business at home didn't work out, it wasn't worth it to suffer because of it. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Wang Shugang came back. I choose to take 100 and leave, he said helplessly. All right, let's write a receipt. After Wang Shugang completed the receipt, he received the 100 yuan from Chen Yu and left disgruntled. At this moment, Chen Guanchuan and his wife approached to ask, Xiao Yu, did you make money again? It's a bit of a profit. Chen Yu pondered, estimating it to be around 200 million. So thinking about it, it wasn't too surprising that he could immediately take out 100 yuan to send Wang Shugang away. The issue was resolved, and that was what mattered. Chen Yu had dinner at home and went to sleep. When dawn came, he was woken up by the ringing of his phone. It was a call from Song Inya. It turned out that her task had started early, so Chen Yu got up and rushed back to school. In the office, Song Inya was organizing some miscellaneous items. She wore a white long-sleeve shirt with an OL style on top and blue tight jeans on the bottom, perfectly highlighting her shapely legs and curvy figure. Her forward-leaning posture accentuated her ample curves even more. Chen Yu couldn't help but glance over, marveling that she must be at least a size 36D. Song Inya's favorability towards U59, there was still a long way to go to meet the task requirement of 80. He needed to work harder. Chen Yu entered and greeted her. Senior, do you need my help? Just in time, Junior. Song Inya straightened up, adjusted her glasses, and walked towards the nearby cabinet. There are a few file bags up there that I can't reach. Can you help me get them? You didn't need to trouble yourself. Senior Wu Haitao, who was supposed to accompany me for the interview, has gone out with the items. Are there others going with you? Chen Yu asked. Yes, there's another senior who stayed on after graduation to work responsible for guiding us on such tasks. Oh, I see. Chen Yu nodded and walked towards Song Enya's cabinet. He was 185 centimeters tall, significantly taller than the 171 centimeters Song Enya. He reached up effortlessly to touch the items on top of the cabinet. However, the proximity was a bit too close. As Chen Yu leaned forward, he felt his protruding body touch something soft yet firm. Song Enya's breath quickened, her face flushed. She had just approached the cabinet when Chen Yu came up from behind. With another lean forward, the distance between them shrank to almost nothing. With her curvaceous figure, she felt a distinct sense of pressure. Did you get it yet? She asked, slightly flustered. Not yet. Chen Yu replied, feeling around the top of the cabinet. How many are there in total? Five of them. Song Enya urged, her face still red. Hurry up. I'm already quick, don't rush me. After searching for a full minute or two, Chen Yu finally retrieved all 5 files. He handed them over, and at that moment Song Enya's face was still flushed. This guy was really infuriating. Taking so long to retrieve a few bags, was he doing it on purpose? I'm so mad. Remembering the sensation from just now, Song Enya's heart was still racing. Her face still bore 2 distinct blushes. Just then a man in his late 20s walked in. It was Wu Haitao. He stood about 168 centimeters tall, dressed in a standard shirt and trousers, looking very formal. However, he seemed to have some dust stains on him, likely from moving things. Enya, I've moved everything out. Is there anything else you need from me? Before he finished, he froze. He saw Song Enya nervously tidying her clothes, her cheeks flushed and her hair disheveled. In this office at some point another unfamiliar boy had appeared. And this boy was standing beside Song Enya, looking rather peculiar. Who is this boy? What is he doing here? Why was Song Enya's face so red? What had happened between the two of them? Wu Haitao was dazed for several seconds, his mind flashing with countless inappropriate images. There's nothing else, let's head out. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Yu drove Zhou Zifai's Bora out of the school. After all, this was a school public arrangement. Driving the Continental GT would be too ostentatious. In the car, Song Enya sat in the passenger seat and hadn't said much for quite a while after getting on the road. She kept mumbling to herself. There wasn't much else. The main thing was that she had felt a hint of excitement and thrill during their close encounter just moments ago. She even vaguely anticipated some further action. All these thoughts left her both astonished and embarrassed. Moreover, she could have easily avoided it, but ended up enduring nearly 2 minutes. Why didn't I move away back then? Her face alternated between red and pale. Every time Chen Yu glanced at her while driving, it felt particularly strange. Senior, is it that I'm driving too fast or accelerating too abruptly, making you uncomfortable? Chen Yu casually asked. No. Song Enya replied with a stern face. Oh, that's good. Chen Yu relaxed slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Haitao in the backseat spoke up. Junior, please focus on driving. Do not look around. Be careful. Young people need to be focused in their work. Don't be distracted. This guy spoke with a tone that carried a seriousness. Moreover, he always had an air of reprimanding others. It was very uncomfortable to listen to. Chen Yu continued driving, as usual, too lazy to pay attention to him. Who cares about me? Who the hell are you? Wu Haitao felt a surge of anger when he realized his words were ignored. In simple terms, he just didn't like this junior. He had secretly liked Song Enya for many years. Choosing to stay on at school after graduation was to be near her. He believed that even if he couldn't be with his goddess, as long as he could watch her, he would be satisfied. Perhaps over time Song Enya would notice his virtues and might give him a chance. Such beautiful fantasies lingered in Wu Haitao's heart. However, the appearance of this junior named Chen Yu was a significant threat to his beautiful fantasies. Wu Haitao was familiar with Song Enya. In the past, the goddess had never been too close to any boy. There had never been any overly intimate contact. But just before they set off today, Wu Haitao had seen the goddess nervously tidying her clothes in the office with that junior standing right next to her. Wu Haitao couldn't help but wonder what might have occurred between them. Song Enya and that junior. Every time he thought about it, Wu Haitao felt he was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he wanted to verbally reprimand this junior to vent his anger. By the way, is there a hotel at our destination? No hotels. Song Enya replied softly, but there is a guest house I've booked. It's a farmhouse with 3 bedrooms. Senior, your task this time is to last for 2 days with just 1 night in between, right? Chen Yu asked. 3 hours later, the car drove into a small village in the suburbs and stopped in a small courtyard. Song Enya and Wu Haitao packed their documents and equipment and headed directly towards their destination in the village. Chen Yu, feeling idle, also went out with them. This time Song Enya had already recovered from the awkwardness of the office incident, and walking with Chen Yu was no longer uncomfortable. After a while they were chatting and laughing, feeling very relaxed and natural. However, this meant Wu Haitao could only silently follow behind the two of them. He wore a scowl, very dissatisfied. Why should this be the case? It should have been him and Song Enya discussing work together. This was a rare opportunity that he had painstakingly applied for from the school, a chance to work alone with the goddess. But now it seemed that this opportunity had been snatched away by Chen Yu. Wu Haitao had turned into a mere follower. Damn it. Soon the three of them entered a small school. In fact, this place was not far from Modu, only about 300 kilometers away, but because it was in the mountainous area, the conditions were still quite limited. Song Enya went to chat with the teacher who was receiving them. Wu Haitao couldn't find an opportunity to join in, so he could only wander aimlessly outside. During lunchtime, the three of them ate together at the school. The food here is really not that great, Wu Haitao muttered under his breath. Isn't this pretty good? Chen Yu casually replied. There were 3 dishes, meat and vegetables, balanced in nutrition, but they were just prepared rather simply. It's just that the tables and chairs here are too old. They look like they've been used for at least 10 years. Wu Haitao thought that Chen Yu was deliberately provoking him. Finally finding an opportunity, he immediately spoke up. Junior, if you really think so, you should find a way to gather some funds to genuinely help this school, not just talk about it. After saying this, Wu Haitao secretly smiled. His words held a certain level of sophistication. It was a way to put Chen Yu on the spot. Since you say the tables and chairs are old, then you should go buy new ones. Go ahead and do it. Look at you. Wu Haitao was quite displeased with Chen Yu, feeling that this junior was unnecessary between him and Song Enya. If he didn't put him down a notch, he would feel very unhappy. Well, you do have a point. Over here, Chen Yu not only didn't feel awkward, but even praised him. Senior, how many students are there in this school? About 500, Song Enya thought for a moment before answering. All right, I will donate 500 to replace the tables and chairs for all the students. Chen Yu said calmly, continuing to eat as if nothing happened, as if he was just mentioning an ordinary matter. 500. Wu Haitao was about to swallow a mouthful of rice when he almost burst out laughing. You driving a Baojun? You want to donate 500 right off the bat? That broken car of yours is only worth 100, okay? He suspected that Chen Yu was just putting on a show. The motive for showing off was, of course, to gain the goddess' favor in front of Song Enya. But isn't that a bit too much? Wu Haitao continued to eat, neither laughing nor frowning, merely expressing his disdain through his eyes. However, Song Enya didn't share his foolish thoughts, because she knew that Chen Yu truly had this capability. He had bought a 25 million mansion, and it was paid in full. For someone like Chen Yu, if he really wanted to casually donate 500 to this school, it would probably be like playing around. All right, it's settled then. Senior, could you take me to find the principal later? Chen Yu said while eating. Sure. Song Enya answered clearly. Their back-and-forth conversation left Wu Haitao dumbfounded. You can't be seriously believing what he's saying, right? Damn. 500,000. My annual salary is only 100,000. He can donate 5 years of my salary all at once. Wu Haitao was utterly perplexed by Song Enya's attitude. Soon the three of them finished their lunch. Song Enya really took Chen Yu to the principal's office. Wu Haitao, with a frown and a skeptical expression, followed them. Hello, Mr. Principal. This is a student entrepreneur who is a classmate of mine. His name is Chen Yu. Song Enya first gave a brief introduction and then continued. Student Chen Yu intends to donate 500 to your school to replace the students' desks and chairs. I wonder if that is appropriate. Replace the desks and chairs. That would be wonderful. This is a huge help. After a rigorous process, Chen Yu directly transferred 500 to the school's account. The principal and the director even specially wrote a joint thank you letter, which they solemnly handed to Chen Yu. After leaving the office, Wu Haitao was stunned. He was completely bewildered, because this junior, who was 8 years younger than him, actually raised his hand and donated 500 in cash to the school. That's 500,000. It could really cover 5 years of his salary. But for this junior, it seemed like just a very trivial matter. It was completely not worth being surprised about. This made Wu Haitao wonder if this junior Chen Yu was a super-rich second generation. Otherwise, earning that little bit of canteen business wouldn't be that easy to make so much money. How could he spend money without even blinking? A heap of shocks and speculations made Wu Haitao's mood grow heavier, because it seemed that Chen Yu was not only handsome, but also particularly wealthy. This further increased his stakes in pursuing Song Enya. What if the goddess really couldn't withstand this kid's advances? That would be terrible. Ding. The host has done a good deed, triggering a hidden reward. The donated amount will be returned tenfold. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received an income of 5 million. There are actually rebates for doing good deeds. Seeing the prompt, Chen Yu was stunned. That 500,000 was simply his pure intention to donate. Not for fame or profit, but unexpectedly it triggered a hidden reward. He directly received 5 million. It seems this system has quite the right values. Song Enya's favorability towards you 3. Song Enya's favorability towards you 3. Song Enya's current favorability towards you is 65 points. In the evening, After casually having a meal in the village, the three returned to the small courtyard of the inn. Having been tired all day, they were all ready to take a shower and then quickly go to bed to rest. However, there was only one place to take a shower. Enya, you go first. This is solar-powered. The water might get cold later. Wu Haitao took the initiative to be courteous. Song Enya said nothing and walked into the shower room. Soon the sound of whooshing water could be heard from inside. Wu Haitao believed that to show his grace, he must return to his room and wait. Otherwise, when Song Enya comes out later, she would certainly be dressed rather lightly, which would be somewhat awkward to see. Chen Yu, however, was less particular and simply sat down nearby to cool off. In less than 2 minutes, Song Enya let out a surprised cry from the shower room. Oh no, it seems the water can't flow out. Chen Yu tilted his head and asked, Senior, do you want me to come over and take a look? Yes, but you wait a moment. They'll get dressed, and then you can come in. Chen Yu stood up from the lounge chair and walked into the shower room. At this moment, Song Enya was only wearing a nightgown, her fair long legs exposed to a large extent, and she emanated a pleasant fragrance. Chen Yu glanced twice and said, It's nothing. The drain is just clogged. They'll clear it for you. What are you talking about, Junior? Song Enya looked at Chen Yu with a strange expression. It's right here. Chen Yu pointed downward. Look, there are too many weeds here, it's all blocked. I just need to clear it a bit. Oh, Song Enya nodded, biting her lip. Then can you close the door? I'm a bit cold. Sure. With a bang, Chen Yu shut the bathroom door. Wu Haitao, who was in the room, was startled by the sound of the door slamming. He walked out of his room in confusion. Huh? Where did the junior go? He clearly remembered that before he entered the house, the junior, named Chen Yu, was sitting right in the middle of the courtyard. Why is he missing now? Wu Haitao felt somewhat puzzled. His room was directly opposite Chen Yu's. At that moment, the door to that room was open and there was no one inside. Where did that kid run off to? Wu Haitao looked around the courtyard. The courtyard gate was locked properly, there was no one in the car, and he couldn't find Chen Yu anywhere. This is really strange. He frowned and scratched his head. Just as he hesitated about whether to go outside to look, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the bathroom. Wu Haitao stealthily approached the bathroom. The bathroom door was tightly shut. Moreover, there were the sounds of 2 people talking inside. One of them was Song Enya, and the other was the junior named Chen Yu. Senior sister, I'm about to start. Okay, go ahead. Don't worry, it will be quick, it won't delay your shower. Just try to be quick about it. Alright, I understand. Wu Haitao. Well, what did I just hear? What are they doing together in the bathroom? Wu Haitao's mind felt like it had exploded with thunder. He was already 28 years old, no longer the naive young boy he once was. From just those few lines of dialogue, he could easily infer what the 2 behind the door were doing. To be more specific, what that junior Chen Yu was doing. No way, this is absolutely unacceptable. Wu Haitao thought about that scene and felt he couldn't bear it. Song Enya was his goddess, cherished in his heart for so many years. How could he just stand by watching his beloved goddess so close, less than 2 meters away? She must be forced. Should I kick the door open and save Enya? It must be. But even though he thought so, he lacked the courage to lift his foot to kick the door. At that moment, the voices inside spoke again. Are you done yet? This was Song Enya speaking. Almost done. This was the junior Chen Yu. Then it seemed like Chen Yu exerted some strength. All right. Phew. I'm done, I'm so tired. If you're done, hurry up and pull that out, I want to take a shower, Song Enya said, sounding relieved. At this point, Wu Haitao completely broke down. The sky was falling. His heart shattered into pieces. He couldn't even piece it back together. It's over. Everything is too late. He could only silently turn and leave, his every step trembling. Inside the bathroom, Chen Yu poked the drain pipe again with a wooden stick. After confirming that it was completely unobstructed, he pulled the stick out of the drain. Chen Yu walked out of the bathroom and moved around a bit in the courtyard. Then he let out a long breath. Phew, after driving for so long and being busy for half a day, I'm really tired. Late at night, at 1 a.m., Chen Yu still couldn't fall asleep. Vaguely, it seemed like someone was knocking on the door. Who is it? He asked tentatively. It's me, came Song Enya's hushed voice from outside. Chen Yu helplessly got up from bed and opened the door. Senior sister, you're still not asleep. Aren't you awake too? Song Enya retorted, then simply walked into his room and sat on the bed. Since neither of us can sleep, why don't you keep me company and chat? Chen Yu yawned. Sorry, senior sister, I still have to try to sleep. Staying up late is bad for my health. Saying this, he dove into the covers and turned over. However, the next moment, he felt a soft, slippery body squeeze in beside him. He instantly jolted awake. Senior sister, what are you doing? At this moment, Song Enya also lay down beside him. Though they weren't pressed against each other, he could feel her breath on his face. Adding to that, the side-leaning position emphasized the cup weapon. Chen Yu, a 20-year-old man, could hardly resist this. I can't look up, I can't look up. Junior, didn't you say you wanted to sleep? Song Enya asked with her big eyes blinking. I meant sleeping, not sleeping. Chen Yu explained while trying to clear his mind. It was impossible to not have thoughts when the top school beauty actively lay beside him. However, even in this situation, Chen Yu's mind remained the last bastion of clarity. Song Enya's current affection for you 65. Looking at this number, Chen Yu felt it was still a bit low. From what he had learned about her during this time, this senior sister, though occasionally exuding a seductive aura, seemed to be teasing while in fact her inner self was entirely different. She was definitely not a casual girl. A 65-point affection rating should be considered quite high for her. That's why she would show some intimate gestures. But with this level of affection, did he think he could play ball with her? That was definitely out of the question. So Chen Yu thought since he couldn't play anyway, it would be better to resist more thoroughly. Being too eager might actually lower his affection rating, an unworthy trait. Not noticing any change in Chen Yu, Song Enya furrowed her brow. Junior, do you have some kind of problem? Chen Yu, what about it? Is there a problem with being well endowed? If I were to show it, would you be able to handle it? Song Enya realized this tactic wasn't working, and Chen Yu continued to sleep. She had to change her approach. She moved to behind Chen Yu, lifting his head and letting him lean back against her embrace. At this point, Chen Yu really couldn't hold on. The spot where his head rested felt so soft, it was like waves undulating, unfathomable. Then she placed her hands on Chen Yu's shoulders. Come on, you must be tired from driving today. Let senior sister give you a massage. Immediately, a gentle touch came from his shoulders. To be honest, the massage wasn't that great. It was obvious she had no experience. But now Chen Yu couldn't sleep no matter what, and had to give up on sleeping. Opening his eyes, two peaks blocked half of Song Enya's face. I really can't do anything about you, senior sister. Then I'll chat with you for 10 minutes. They didn't even know what time it was when they fell asleep in a daze. In a daze, Chen Yu felt that tonight's pillow was really nice. It was big, soft, and very elastic. Squeezing it felt so satisfying. Chen Yu had already fallen into a comfortable sleep. However, at this moment, Song Enya's eyes were wide open, her whole body stiffened. She had almost drifted off herself. But she was forcibly awakened by Chen Yu's pinch. This brat. Chen Yu faced her with a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, his palm reaching out to firmly grasp hers. Not only that, he would pinch her from time to time. More than pinching, he would also need. You're infuriating me. Song Enya tensed her whole body nervously, her face flushed deeply like a ripe apple. Yet she dared not move. Because in this situation, Chen Yu might not be conscious, so it was not overly awkward yet. But if she woke him up, he would see the scene with his own eyes. That would be even more embarrassing for Song Enya. Damn it. So infuriating. I shouldn't have come to chat with you. In the middle of the night, I could have just slept if I was bored. Even if I couldn't sleep, I could have played on my phone or enjoyed some casual games. Why on earth did I come to find you? Song Enya was already beginning to regret it. To be precise, she was the one who brought this upon herself. Chen Yu was about to sleep when she sneaked over, teasing and provoking, insisting that Chen Yu accompany her for a chat. That was what led to the current situation. Sigh. Song Enya was shy beyond words, yet unable to free herself, so she gave up struggling. Let's just say I'm giving you a break tonight. She tried her best to calm herself, preparing to sleep. Yet at this moment, Chen Yu's hand moved again. One hand held the original posture, while the other slowly wandered downward. It was over. Today she was completely at the mercy of this troublesome junior brother. This was far more than just giving him a favor. It was practically rewarding him. Song Enya felt both ticklish and tingling, as if a warm current flowed through her entire body. She could only force herself to stay calm. Looking at Chen Yu's face again, she sighed softly. Today had indeed been hard on him. During rest time, she had come over to keep him company, making him even more exhausted. More importantly, she realized unconsciously that she had developed a peculiar affection for this junior brother. A feeling that was difficult to explain. Really, what am I thinking? Forget it, I'll just reward him a little. After some time, Song Enya finally fell asleep with fatigue. The night was enchanting. At dawn, the loud crowing of the village rooster roused Wu Haitao. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 5 in the morning. Yet he chose not to continue sleeping. Instead, he immediately got out of bed and took out the bread and bacon he had prepared in advance from his backpack. Along with the leftover dishes he bought in the village yesterday, he worked quietly in the kitchen, doing his best to keep the noise down. He prepared 2 sandwiches. This was the breakfast he had made. While preparing it, Wu Haitao recalled the conversation he overheard in the bathroom yesterday, and his chest still felt as if it was being torn apart. The perfect goddess in his heart now had flaws. But he asked himself, does that mean he no longer loves her? Does that mean he is unwilling to sacrifice for his goddess anymore? Unwilling to wait for her? No, I am willing. True love does not change because of such things. Even so, I am still willing to wait for her. My heart remains unchanged. With this in mind, Wu Haitao neatly arranged the sandwiches on a plate and walked to Song Enya's door. Why was the door open? Wu Haitao furrowed his brow in confusion. A girl like Song Enya would never leave her door unlocked while sleeping. Summoning his courage, he walked over and peeked inside, noticing the bed was empty. She's not in her room. This puzzled Wu Haitao even more. As he pondered where Song Inya might have gone, a casual glance revealed that Chen Yu's door was also ajar, just slightly open. Immediately, a strong, ominous premonition surged through his heart. Wu Haitao tiptoed cautiously, his anxiety mounting. One hand held the sandwich he made for Song Inya. The other gently pressed against Chen Yu's door, slowly pushing it open just enough for a two-finger gap. He peered through the crack. The next moment, Wu Haitao took a deep breath and shouted inwardly, no. Grief. Pain. An overwhelming spiritual shock. After more than an hour, Song Inya awoke from her sleep. In a daze, she felt something hard pressing against her. Stop pressing, let me sleep a little longer, please. Wait, no. Wait, how is there something pressing against me? Realizing something was wrong, Song Inya quickly regained some clarity. She opened her eyes. An arm appeared in front of her. Behind her, Chen Yu was holding her. This brat is still pressing. Without the haze of night to cloak her, Song Inya's consciousness was much clearer than the previous night. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She immediately pushed Chen Yu's arm away and slipped off the bed. Then she checked her clothes. Why did I come here last night wearing only a night dress? Am I crazy? Fortunately, there were no suspicious marks on her body. She lifted the blanket and carefully examined the sheets. No bloodstains. She finally exhaled a long breath. Luckily, nothing seems to have happened. At this moment, her movements woke Chen Yu. What the heck? Senior sister, why are you here? Chen Yu asked in confusion as he opened his eyes. Then he recalled that last night Song Inya had sneaked into his room, insisting on chatting. They seemed to have fallen asleep unknowingly. Sleeping itself was not an issue. But Chen Yu remembered that during the sleep, he had felt something soft, springy, and fragrant in his arms. He had even comfortably touched for quite a while. Damn it, I didn't do anything inappropriate, right? I hope not. Chen Yu quickly got up. His gaze met Song Inya's standing by the bed for a few seconds. Song Inya's affection for you 5, Song Inya's current affection for you 70, what's going on? Taking advantage of her like this could even increase her affection. Although it was somewhat hard to understand after a day and night together, Song Inya's affection had indeed risen. The system's displayed information certainly would not lie. At this moment, Song Inya felt both shy and angry. Yet in her heart, she could only look at Chen Yu in a new light. With her beauty and figure defenselessly dressed, having spent the whole night alone in a room with this junior brother, she thought she was doomed upon waking. But Song Inya soon realized that nothing had happened. Although this junior brother's hands were rather unruly, having touched virtually everywhere he could and could not. He had boundaries. He was not the kind of lecherous scoundrel who lost control at the sight of a beauty. Chen Yu resolutely did not cross that line. So even though she was somewhat angry now, it was mainly at herself, not at Chen Yu. Her impression of Chen Yu did not worsen, but rather improved. After exchanging gazes for a few seconds, Chen Yu hurriedly pulled up his pants and said anxiously, "Senior sister, don't be afraid, I didn't do anything to you, right?" Seeing his nervous expression, Song Inya found it somewhat amusing. Nothing happened. Chen Yu instantly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as nothing happened, that's good. Otherwise, Chen Yu would truly feel guilty. After all, this school beauty senior is not the kind of girl who is casual. For such girls, it doesn't matter if something happens, it's not a big deal. But if something truly happened to Song Inya, it would definitely hurt her deeply. Ahem, senior, excuse me, I need to go to the restroom. Chen Yu scratched his head and walked over. Song Inya silently turned to the side. At the same time, she said, Hee, are all men like this? After a sleep, they just want to pull up their pants and leave. Chen Yu turned back and smiled. Of course not. If something really happened, senior, you would have hit the jackpot, and I would definitely take responsibility for you. Go to hell. Song Inya playfully punched him lightly. You still want senior to hit the jackpot. Dream on. Chen Yu laughed awkwardly and quickly pulled up his pants to go into the restroom. He saw Wu Haitao continuously washing his face next to the sink. He kept washing, not stopping. When he looked up, Chen Yu noticed his eyes were very red, almost like he had conjunctivitis. Chen Yu thought about asking him if he needed to go to the village committee for some medicine, but then again, Wu Haitao left a very bad impression on people. He often acted arrogantly, taking advantage of his few years of seniority. Damn, let him be. I can't be bothered with him. Chen Yu turned his head and went about his business while Wu Haitao was still shedding tears in the morning. After the three of them cleaned up, Chen Yu drove back to the school. When Song Inya got out of the car, she reminded him, don't tell anyone about what happened last night, understood? Don't worry, senior, I won't tell anyone, but I can't guarantee that I won't slip up someday. No one can guarantee that. Chen Yu said with a mock wicked grin. You dare? Song Inya pretended to raise her fair little fist again. Hee, senior Song, you wouldn't want me to spill that matter, would you? Chen Yu asked in a certain tone. Forget it, I'm not joking with you anymore, I have things to do. Song Inya's face flushed, and she retracted her fist. Ever since Chen Yu referred to her fist as the boyfriend excitement punch, she had become somewhat hesitant each time she thought about taking action against him. She always felt that taking action against Chen Yu was akin to admitting that he was her boyfriend, which would mean this annoying younger student was taking advantage of her. You should hurry and go. All right, senior, you go get busy too. After helping to move the things, Chen Yu greeted her and walked into the dormitory, preparing to rest a bit more. As soon as he stepped inside, Gui Jiechi shouted, "Damn, Lao Sin, you're back. Something big has happened." Zhou Zhifei also exclaimed. What happened? Chen Yu asked, thinking to himself, didn't I just leave for 2 days? What big deal could happen at school? During lunch you should go to the cafeteria and see for yourself. Song Hao also said from the side. The cafeteria? Did something happen at the cafeteria stall? Chen Yu took a short break since he had just driven for over 3 hours. About 30 minutes later, around 1130 a.m., it was time for the cafeteria to serve lunch. Chen Yu felt mostly recovered and went downstairs toward the cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria and looking around, Chen Yu couldn't help but say, The cafeteria at Magic City University has 3 floors, each with tens of thousands of square meters and about 10 stalls. At this moment, there were about 100 students in the first floor cafeteria. They were almost all gathered in front of 2 stalls with a long queue. The key point is that those 2 stalls were not his. Clearly, his 3 stalls should be the most popular, and that kind of popularity had lasted for almost a month. Damn, what's going on? I was gone for less than 2 days and the business is about to collapse. Why is everyone going to other stalls? Chen Yu frowned and walked into his 3 stalls. Although there were basically no customers, the spirits of the more than 10 employees were still okay, because Chen Yu treated them very well. Boss. Hello, boss. After the employees greeted him, Chen Yu found a not-so-busy assistant and casually asked, What's the situation with those 2 stalls across? Why are all the diners going over there? Well, because just yesterday those 2 places also got a new boss, the assistant explained. Did they also renovate the kitchen like us? And then buy high-end vegetables and meat? Chen Yu asked again. No, their ingredients and dishes are exactly the same as before. Then why is that? Chen Yu glanced over there again, somewhat confused. Because their new boss started handing out coupons to students as soon as he arrived. They hired people to start distributing them from yesterday. I saw many students receiving their coupons, some even got more than 10 each. I see now. Chen Yu nodded. Distributing coupons, huh? A regular meal at the cafeteria generally costs around 10 yuan, if not deliberately economizing. Don't underestimate this 10 yuan, since students eat 3 meals a day, it adds up to nearly 1,000 yuan a month, which is definitely a substantial part of their living expenses. Thus, many students have realized this and often look for ways to save money on meals. For them, coupons are very attractive. Alright, I understand now. Chen Yu reassured his employees. You all relax, don't worry, just keep doing what you need to do. Salaries and bonuses will be paid as usual. Okay, boss. I understand. After letting the employees return to work, Chen Yu temporarily left the cafeteria and wandered around the campus. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Chen Yu found a student handing out coupons at the entrance of the teaching building. I want some coupons too. Sure, here you go. The other party directly handed him a small stack. Chen Yu was astonished. They can give out so many coupons. That's too generous. He picked them up and counted. There were 5 in total, and all of them were 50 off. Damn, what a bold discount. As for the cafeteria's business, Chen Yu had calculated that it could generally have around 20 gross profit. If they offered a 50 discount, they would definitely lose money. Is the new boss over there losing money to attract customers? Doing this doesn't make any profit. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? Chen Yu was indeed quite curious about this new boss. He picked up the coupon and took another look. Flipping it over, he saw a prominent photo printed on it along with some text. Outstanding student entrepreneur, Li Zhiyuan. The new boss of those 2 stalls is Li Zhiyuan. What the hell is this idiot? Chen Yu glanced at the photo above and was reminded of that afternoon 3 days ago. In the underground parking lot of Qiandao Plaza, Li Zhiyuan was showing off in a Maserati, almost bumping into Chen Yu. Chen Yu was puzzled for a moment, but quickly understood. The profits from the school cafeteria were indeed minimal. His 3 stalls combined only earned around 100 a month. He now just needed to sign in on the system every day to directly receive 300. In comparison, the money earned from the cafeteria was negligible. However, while Chen Yu looked down on this money, others might not. If done well, it could be a business that generates $1 million a year. Before long, the other 3 roommates arrived. After bumping heads with Chen Yu, the 4 of them went to the cafeteria together coincidentally, choosing Li Ziyuan's 2 stalls. Each chose 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish plus 3 portions of rice, costing only 6 yuan after using the discount coupons. And they even got a bottle of cola. You don't blame us for not eating at your place, it's just too cheap here, Zhou Zhifei said, while picking at his food. It's fine, eat however you want. I'm just like you guys. Chen Yu smiled lightly unconcerned. If there's a bargain and you don't take it, that's just silly. Indeed, it would be foolish not to, Gui Jiechi exclaimed. As Song Hao ate, he pondered aloud. We each ordered so many dishes for just 6 yuan, considering the school's subsidies. Li Zhiyuan probably only nets around 10 yuan, right? Yeah, roughly. The prices displayed in the university cafeteria are after the school's subsidies. Every month the school provides subsidies based on sales volume, Chen Yu replied. But even if it's 10 yuan, it certainly can't cover the costs, right? With so much meat including chicken legs plus he has to pay the chefs, isn't he bound to lose money? Definitely losing money, Chen Yu affirmed. In my opinion, selling this meal Li Zhiyuan must be losing at least 10 yuan. What? Losing 10 yuan per meal and serving 3 meals a day. If he can sell 1000 meals, isn't that a loss of 1000 every day? That's a loss of 3000 a month. Guojiechi's eyes widened in shock. With rent and salaries, how much would he lose in total? 500,000, 600,000, 100 yuan is a lot of money for college students. 500,000 is even more substantial. Li Zhiyuan really dares to do this, truly a rich second generation. Driving a Maserati is indeed impressive, several of them remarked. Ding. New task triggered. A lives winner shouldn't be brought down by competitors. Task objective: ensure your business stands strong until your competitor collapses. Reward 10 million in cash. As Chen Yu continued eating, his eyes suddenly focused. Holding out until the other side collapses grants a reward of 10 million. After pondering, he realized sustaining himself wasn't difficult. As for making the other side collapse, he glanced at the current situation in the cafeteria. A large portion of the students were eating at Li Zhiyuan's stalls with many more in line. Based on this foot traffic, losing 100 to 200 a day seemed certain. With Chen Yu's current strength, his 3 stalls could easily hold out indefinitely. It was just uncertain how long Li Zhiyuan could last. Meanwhile, at a certain spot within Magic City University, Li Zhiyuan was looking at his phone screen, where the sales data from his 2 stalls was constantly refreshing. He smirked. Chen Yu, you made me lose face in front of Lin Siyu. Let's see if I can take you down. The reason Lin Siyu likes you is that you manage that little cafeteria business, right? He sneered. Well, if you can do it, so can I. I refuse to believe I can't outdo you. Li Zhiyuan's smile faded as he gritted his teeth. A few days ago at Xianda Plaza, Lin Siyu had yet again rejected him in front of him only to get into Chen Yu's car. At that moment, Li Zhiyuan was utterly baffled. He couldn't understand where he had lost to Chen Yu. Sure, he might not be as handsome as Chen Yu, but he could drive a Maserati with one hand. Wasn't this just a beatdown of Chen Yu's old junk? After an hour of deep thought, Li Zhiyuan finally understood. It was because Chen Yu had a career while he did not. Lin Siyu likely valued Chen Yu more for this reason rather than him. It's just running a cafeteria stall. Oh, what's so difficult about it? Not only can I do well myself, but I can also drive you to bankruptcy. He grinned. Most of the students coming to the cafeteria have already been pulled over to my side. No one goes to yours anymore. Let's see how long you can last. This time I'll let you know who the boss is. And let Lin Siyu see who the truly outstanding one is. Just then a phone call came in. The caller ID read Dad. Li Zhiyuan shivered and quickly answered. Hello, Dad, is there something you need? He asked respectfully. Son, how is your cafeteria business doing now? A commanding middle-aged voice came from the other end. Things are going great on my end. At least 60 of the students come here to eat. Good, keep it up, the middle-aged man affirmed, but then his tone shifted and he continued. However, you must also consider long-term plans. In the beginning, you offered a lot of discount coupons and many people came for the cheap prices. But you can't keep handing out coupons indefinitely. That would just mean losing money. We are running a business, not a charity. That I understand. Li Zhiyuan nodded nervously. Son, how much do you have left from the 600 I gave you? I used 4500 to take over the cafeteria stall and have issued coupons for 2 days. Now, I have less than 100 left. Keep up the good work. It's great that you want to start a business. Don't embarrass me, he said reassuringly. Don't worry, I got this. After hanging up, Li Zhiyuan took a deep breath. His father was right. Handing out coupons was not a long-term solution. It was merely a facade of thriving business while in reality, he was losing money. But it doesn't matter, as long as I can ruin that kid Chen Yu's business, I win. As long as I can make Chen Yu collapse before I run out of money, my goal will be achieved. So Li Zhiyuan believed he didn't need to think too far ahead. He never intended to keep the stall business going. What he wanted was simple: beat Chen Yu. That evening in the boys' dormitory 606. As usual, the chat session began after lights out. Old 3, all the people who used to eat at the cafeteria have gone to Li Zhiyuan's place. Oh, what are you planning to do? Is your business still viable? Guojiechi asked. Of course I plan to continue it, Chen Yu replied casually. But there are hardly any customers left. How will you run a business? Hey, it doesn't matter. I have my ways. Chen Yu spoke in a calm tone, leaving the other 3 roommates utterly confused. What solution do you have, third brother? The others clearly showed skepticism. In their view, over the last 3 days, Li Zhiyuan had almost brought Chen Yu down with his aggressive distribution of discount coupons. Moreover, it seemed that this wave of discount coupons would continue. What could Chen Yu possibly do in response? Should he also distribute coupons? Actually, the solution is quite simple. Chen Yu smiled and sat up straight from his bed, sharing his thoughts with the other three. Instantly, the three were shocked. Damn, third brother, that's too ruthless. Li Zhiyuan might not be human, but you are definitely a dog. Awesome, you came up with such a plan, you've completely outdone him. The others, Gui Jiaqing, Song Hao, and Zhou Zhifei, applauded Chen Yu's strategy. They were utterly impressed. The next noon, the students at Moda University noticed something was off on campus. It seemed that the number of people had suddenly increased. In addition to their peers, there were also many middle-aged and elderly individuals. Each of them held several discount coupons and flocked towards the cafeteria. The two food stalls that were most popular in the past 2 days became even more bustling. Li Zhiyuan was walking around the school. Gradually, he noticed something unusual. For the past few days, there had been people distributing coupons all around the campus. However, at noon today, he couldn't see any. After walking for nearly half an hour, he hadn't seen a single one. What was going on? Had these people gone to slack off? Li Zhiyuan was puzzled, feeling an ominous premonition. He hurried across the campus and arrived at the cafeteria. 2 lines stretched from his food stalls all the way outside. Damn, it's so popular today. There were lines the past few days, but nothing to this extent. Li Zhiyuan took a closer look. He was instantly dumbfounded. He saw many unfamiliar faces in the line, looking like they weren't students from this school. Even more ridiculous, there were quite a few elderly individuals in their 60s and 70s. These people were all holding his discount coupons, waiting to get their meals. Because the cafeteria at Moda University is semi-open, it occasionally allows outsiders to dine as long as they don't come regularly. This gave these outside visitors a chance to eat here. Li Zhiyuan hurried to the kitchen. With so many people coming to eat, do we have enough food prepared? Yes, boss, plenty, the staff replied. That's good to hear. After leaving the kitchen, Li Zhiyuan let out a slight sigh of relief. I'm not afraid of crowds, just of not having enough food prepared. By the way, why have so many people suddenly appeared? At the same time, Chen Yu, along with the other 3 from the dormitory, was also enjoying a meal using the discount coupons. Third brother, do you think Li Zhiyuan has figured out what's going on now? Gui Jiaqing asked while eating. Goodness, with so many people coming to eat, he was losing 1.0 to 2.0 a day before. Now, he must be losing at least over 3.0, right? He can lose as much as he wants as long as he's happy. Chen Yu laughed heartily, enjoying his meal. This morning, he had promoted Li Zhiyuan through online forums and phone calls. Sure enough, by noon, many people from nearby universities and communities had arrived. These individuals first collected the discount coupons, then surged into Li Zhiyuan's stalls. He loves giving out coupons and enjoys losing money for publicity, right? They'll give him a super boost. Let him lose enough. Chen Yu chuckled. Based on his calculations, if this continued, he would be losing about 1.0 every 3 days. How long could Li Zhiyuan hold out? Third brother, you're bleeding Li Zhiyuan dry. I almost feel guilty eating. Song Hao pretended to say. Damn, you say you feel guilty, but you're the one piling on the most food. You saw through me. Oh, fine, I won't pretend anymore. Let's dig in. Haha, eat. Enjoy it. Chen Yu and his roommates chatted and ate, having a great time. At that moment, Song Enya sent a message. Chen Yu, our school's publicity office, is selecting outstanding entrepreneurial student representatives. Currently, the main candidates include 5 people, including you and Li Zhiyuan, who is also running the cafeteria. The senior wants to know your thoughts. Seeing this message, Chen Yu chuckled and replied succinctly. My view is Li Zhiyuan is about to go bankrupt soon. Song Enya responded with confusion. Chen Yu's statement was too sudden. Song Enya replied. Li Zhiyuan has been doing well. Business has been thriving lately. Why do you say he's about to go bankrupt? Well, I guess you'll understand soon enough, senior. Chen Yu didn't elaborate further. After thinking for a moment, he sent another message. Senior, I'm planning to start a company. This time I'm not doing it on campus. I want to venture outside. When the time comes, I'll need your help with publicity. After all, starting a business on campus can only be considered an experiment. A real venture has to be done outside where there's a broader horizon. Song Enya hesitated and didn't reply. It seemed she was taken aback by his words. Starting a company outside would require a substantial amount of funds, certainly much more than just running a few stalls on campus. Was Chen Yu really about to officially start developing his own career? Unexpectedly, this mischievous junior not only knew how to tease the senior, but was also contemplating building his own business. Great, I'll definitely help you with publicity outside then. Sure. Chen Yu put down his phone, having nearly finished eating, and left with Gui Jiaqing and the others. Among the 3 main tasks of the system, one remained, requiring the establishment of a company of his own and achieving a monthly revenue of 100 million. This was the most challenging of the 3 tasks, so Chen Yu planned to leave it for last. Moreover, before tackling this task, he felt he should first set up a small experimental company to test the waters. As for Li Jiyuan, on the first day, the number of diners suddenly increased. He didn't feel much, only reminding his staff to increase the food preparation. By the second day, he vaguely sensed that something was off. Why did the number of people suddenly increase? Could someone be promoting for him? But why would someone help me? And they're doing good deeds anonymously, not letting me know who they are. Never mind, print another 2,000 discount coupons. Let's go all out, the advantage is mine. It wasn't until the third day that Li Jiyuan began to gradually realize the problem. Damn, I had 1,200 cash before. How come after just 2 days I'm left with less than 5,000? When there was 1,200 in the account, Li Jiyuan was full of confidence. His plan was to use that 1,200 along with over 7,000 in his savings, totaling 2,000 to sustain himself for a month. Chen Yu's business seemed to be collapsing. However, unexpectedly, just 2 days later, his father's startup capital had dwindled to less than 5,000. Strange. Why did I spend it so quickly? Li Jiyuan scratched his head and pondered for 2 hours before finally realizing. The customer flow at his 2 stalls had nearly doubled in the past 2 days. As a result, the daily expenses for ingredients in the kitchen also doubled accordingly. In simple terms, too many people were eating, so the cost of purchasing ingredients increased. However, Li Jiyuan was used to spending lavishly, which caused him to overlook the amounts he was transferring to the ingredient supplier. Transferring 5,000 here, 8,000 there, it didn't take long for him to send out several tens of thousands. Damn it, the money is disappearing so fast, what should I do? At this point, Li Jiyuan finally began to panic. There was still over 4,000 left from his father's money. Combined with his own private stash, he had about 1,100. This amount seemed quite substantial. However, if he continued spending at the same rate as the past 2 days, it would last at most another 3 to 4 days. Damn. Li Jiyuan was stunned. Are you telling me that in another 4 days, if Chen Yu doesn't collapse, he'll be the one to go down? This was truly a result he had never anticipated. Despite the dismal business at Chen Yu's stalls these days, the employees and chefs inside were all cheerful, appearing to have an excellent mindset, looking nothing like they were on the verge of closure. Li Jiyuan had once believed that as long as he captured most of the cafeteria's customer flow, Chen Yu wouldn't be able to last long. But now, looking at the situation, it seemed that Chen Yu was remarkably stable, not a hint of panic. Instead, it was Li Jiyuan himself who was on the verge of collapsing. Damn, 4 days. At most, I have 4 days before I collapse. From the glory of the past 2 days to this very moment, it felt like standing on the edge of a cliff. This sudden feeling of plummeting from the clouds was almost unbelievable for Li Jiyuan. Just then his phone rang, and he immediately answered. Hello, is this Li Jiyuan? I am Song Enya from the school's publicity office. A very pleasant voice from a mature woman came through the phone. Well, that's me. Is there something I can assist you with, senior sister Song? Li Jiyuan certainly recognized Song Enya's name, and upon hearing it was her, he immediately perked up. Well, the school is planning to document your entrepreneurial journey and write an article to promote it, encouraging students to start their own businesses. Li Jiyuan, promote me. But I'm about to go bankrupt. Are you going to promote how I lost over 6,000 in just over a week and drove my business to the ground? Damn it. Just thinking about it is embarrassing. Embarrassing to the max. Li Jiyuan, why are you silent? Is there a problem on your end? No, what problem could I have? Haha, senior sister, you know my situation here is very good, no issues at all. That's good. In that case, a week from now, I will send someone to interview you. Please cooperate and answer a few questions at that time. All right, senior sister. Also, there's a networking event tomorrow evening inviting you and 4 other student entrepreneurs to dinner. I will send you the time shortly. Please don't be late. Don't worry, I won't be late. After hanging up the phone, Li Jiyuan felt numb. Just now he had pretended to be cool in front of the campus belle Song Enya. But now that he had acted cool, what was he supposed to do next? He told Song Enya that everything was fine on his end, but in reality, he was just a step away from bankruptcy. Damn, it's so annoying. They even organized a networking event for entrepreneurial students. Are they expecting me to give a speech about my impending bankruptcy? Damn, this is driving me crazy. Can someone tell me what to do? All right, money. The biggest problem now is the lack of money. I need to quickly get some money. Li Jiyuan immediately took out his phone again and started calling his friends to borrow money. However, after making over a dozen calls, not a single person was willing to lend him money. In fact, for someone like him, a rich second generation with assets worth tens of millions, this situation was most common. Unable to rise high or fall low. The truly resourceful circles were beyond his reach. The people he could interact with were just some drinking buddies. It was fine to show off and chase girls together. But if he wanted to borrow money from them, they would all run away faster than a deer. Damn it, not a single useful person. Li Jiyuan cursed and sighed repeatedly. What should I do? Should I just admit defeat? If I directly sell off the stalls, I might still recover 4,000. That would mean I only lost a little over 1,000, which isn't too significant. However, if I really did that, it would be utterly humiliating. Not only would I be scolded as a fool, but I couldn't even do better than Chen Yu in the food industry. Moreover, I would have to face the school's publicity office and embarrass myself in front of the campus belle Song Enya. Li Zhiyuan imagined the scene of explaining to Song Enya, "I'm sorry, senior sister, when I said I had no problems, I was actually pretending. I was just putting on a brave front, or I actually have a huge problem. A problem so big that I'm about to go bankrupt. So please don't send anyone to interview me. I'm just a clown." Just thinking about it was unbearable for Li Zhiyuan. He usually carried himself with such confidence at school, and now being forced to humiliate himself felt worse than death. Just as he was in deep thought, he casually reached into his pocket and felt the key to his Maserati. His expression changed in an instant. An idea suddenly surged into Li Zhiyuan's mind. Right, who said I have no money left? This car of mine must be worth at least several $100,000, right? Although I'm a bit reluctant, I really have no other choice now. If I get this money, I can save face and outlast Chen Yu, killing two birds with one stone. With that thought, Li Zhiyuan quickly found the number for a second-hand car dealer and called to sell the car to the platform directly for a quick cash transaction. A few hours later, Li Zhiyuan received a transfer of 6,000. Compared to consignment, he indeed lost quite a bit. But thankfully, it was quick cash that could solve his urgent problem. Now, adding in his private stash, he had 7,000 in cash, which made him feel very secure. Haha, little brat Chen Yu, let's see if I can outlast you this time. Early in the morning, Chen Yu took his 3 roommates out for breakfast. Old third, with you acting like this, that kid Li Zhiyuan probably won't dare to issue discount coupons anymore, right? That's not necessarily true. He's a rich second generation driving a Maserati. Can he really care about that little money? Zhou Zhifei shook his head. Hey, what does rich second generation even mean? In this day and age, how many people pretend to be rich after just making a little money? They might not be that wealthy. Song Hao rationally analyzed. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. However, according to his estimates, the capital that Li Zhiyuan put forth this time should not exceed 1 million. Because if he could easily access over 1 million in funds, he surely wouldn't just be driving a Maserati worth over 100,000, he would buy a more expensive car. That's why Chen Yu made such a judgment. With a capital of several 100,000, renting 2 stalls plus all the discount coupons issued in the past couple of days, his funds should be nearly exhausted by now, right? It's likely that if Li Zhiyuan had any sense, he wouldn't issue coupons anymore from now on. At least he wouldn't dare to issue them as aggressively as before. Chen Yu thought this way. However, as the 4 of them strolled along, they still encountered many classmates issuing coupons. Li Zhiyuan showed no signs of reducing his coupon distribution. To be honest, this was indeed a bit unexpected for Chen Yu. But it didn't affect the outcome. Chen Yu earned 3,000 just from signing in for a day, which was enough to easily keep the cafeteria running for a month. So even if business was a bit bleak for the time being, Chen Yu remained incredibly calm. He wasn't anxious at all. After enjoying 2 meals that Li Zhiyuan provided at a discount, in the evening, Chen Yu arrived at a restaurant not far from the school based on the address given by Song Enya. At the entrance, Song Enya was waiting for him. Over here. Today, she wore a lightweight short shirt paired with deep blue skinny jeans, her hair tied back, complemented by a pair of black-framed glasses, exuding both youthfulness and an intellectual mature vibe. Next to her stood 3 people, 2 girls and 1 boy, who also looked like students. The boy wore thick glasses, dressed in a checkered shirt and jeans, looking a bit awkward. Both girls were around 162 centimeters tall, reasonably attractive, but when standing next to Song Enya, they were completely overshadowed. Senior, are we still waiting for someone? Li Zhiyuan, he's the only one missing. As soon as Song Enya finished her sentence, a loud boom echoed from a distance. It was the sound of an engine. Shortly after, a cream-colored Maserati rushed over, screeching to a halt in front of the restaurant. A fair-skinned young man got out of the car. It was none other than Li Zhiyuan. Hello everyone, I am Li Zhiyuan. He greeted them as soon as he got out. Song Enya, Chen Yu, and the awkward boy all responded normally. But at that moment, the 2 girls brightened up upon seeing him. Hello, Li Zhiyuan. I'm Wang Lele. I'm Su Meixian. Hello, junior sisters. Li Zhiyuan, who was already quite refined in appearance, further enhanced his charm, instantly captivating the 2 girls. To them, this senior not only looked handsome, but also exuded great charisma. With his hairstyle done by a stylist and dressed in high-end clothing, he resembled a Prince Charming or a young CEO straight out of an idol drama. Moreover, he could drive a Maserati with 1 hand. With such an outstanding young man, what girl wouldn't be moved? Watching the 2 girls, whose eyes were almost sparkling with hearts, Li Zhiyuan couldn't help but curve the corners of his mouth. It felt great to show off right from the start today. To pull off this entrance, he even rented another Maserati Quattroporte, which cost several thousand a day, but it was worth it. Li Zhiyuan walked over feeling like a king of show-offs. However, a sideways glance revealed that the most important girl present today, Song Enya, seemed to not notice him at all. Senior, you look really good in this outfit today. Chen Yu joked. Really? This is just a very ordinary outfit. How could it be as good as you say? Song Inya blushed slightly. Chen Yu stole a few more glances. Not only did she have an A4-sized waist, but her luxurious curves were also eye-catching. What else could be called beautiful? Song Inya felt almost embarrassed under his gaze. Yet this annoying junior didn't hold back at all, staring openly. Li Jiyuan, the two of them chatted casually as if they hadn't noticed him at all. I mean, is this a bit too much for you two? Didn't you see me showing off? Why aren't you looking at me? Can you show me some respect? Li Jiyuan felt like he was putting on a perfect act, yet the response was very mediocre. The six of them arrived at the pre-booked private room. Song Inya introduced everyone once. But honestly, since this was basically their first meeting, it felt a bit awkward. Only Li Jiyuan seemed to get along well with the two girls. Senior, can you share some stories from your childhood? Asked Wang Lele in a somewhat cute manner. Li Jiyuan smiled slightly. This girl was quite clever. He understood that Wang Lele wasn't really interested in his childhood stories, as she wanted to glean some information about his family background. Isn't this just the perfect opportunity for him to shine? Actually, my upbringing was quite strict. While other kids were playing outside, I hardly ever left the family villa. Sigh. Wow, Senior, your family has a villa in Shanghai. That's so rich. Wang Lele immediately caught on to the key point. Not that rich. My parents work in a real estate company. Aside from a 500 square meter villa, we only have around 30 to 40 million. It's pretty average. Li Jiyuan waved his hand nonchalantly. 30 to 40 million is average. Then aren't we all beggars? Senior, you really know how to joke. Huh? The two girls immediately began to laugh politely. Senior, can I add you on WeChat? Su Meixian was the first to take out her phone. Of course. Senior, I want to add you on WeChat too. Sure, go ahead, just scan me. Li Jiyuan was surrounded by Wang Lele, and Su Meixian feeling very pleased. After all the dishes were served, Song Inya briefly explained the purpose of this gathering, bringing together several entrepreneurial students to exchange experiences, and if anyone faced difficulties, they could raise them for potential help from others. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Lele spoke up. Thank you, Senior Song, for gathering everyone together. To be honest, I've encountered some issues with my milk tea shop. I've been running it for 3 months, but am not yet profitable, and my funds are running low. So I'd like to ask if anyone is interested in investing in my milk tea shop. Wang Lele's voice fell. The dining table fell into silence for a moment. 100,000 yuan, just 100,000 yuan, and I can give up 30 of the shares, she added. But the others remained silent. No one responded. The milk tea business is indeed hard to run these days. Although there are still students here, they have all seen relevant news. Investing money in it has a high probability of resulting in losses. In fact, even Wang Lele herself only started this shop because her family has some assets and she loves drinking milk tea. She realizes now that running a milk tea shop is truly difficult for making money. Senior Li Jiyuan, may I ask if you are willing to help me? Seeing that everyone was so indifferent to her request, Wang Lele had no choice but to take the initiative. If 100,000 yuan isn't possible, how about 80,000? If you help me with 80,000 yuan, I will give you 30 of the shares. After she finished speaking, Li Jiyuan's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly scoffed. He chuckled, 80,000. Do you think I'm a fool? Your milk tea shop hasn't made a profit in months. It's been losing money. Now you want to recruit me thinking I would be the easy target, right? Who would care about your worthless equity? Cough, cough, junior sister, I'm sorry, but I happen to be a bit short on cash these days. Oh, why don't you ask someone else? Li Jiyuan awkwardly deflected the ball. Senior, please, I really need your help right now. If that doesn't work, I can count 2,000 yuan from this 8,000 as a debt I owe you, and I will pay you back when I have money in the future. Is that okay? Wang Lele continued to act cute towards Li Jiyuan. It seemed she had set her sights on him. The reason was simple. Among the other three, Su Meixian she knew, but her family was just middle class and couldn't come up with that much money. As for the two boys, Zhang Chaoyang and Chen Yu, it goes without saying. They walked here and couldn't even afford to hail a cab. Only you. Li Jiyuan, you drove here, and it's a Maserati. You must have money. Facing Wang Lele's offensive, Li Jiyuan was really struggling to hold on and started considering whether to use the art of escape. At this moment, Song Enya saw that the situation was a bit awkward and came out to mediate. How about this? Let's put Wang Lele's issue aside for now and hear what the other students want to discuss. All right. Chen Yu immediately agreed. Then he gave Song Enya a look. See how cooperative I am. Song Enya also gave him a gentle glance which resembled a playful interaction between a couple. Li Jiyuan felt a pang of discomfort in his stomach. Can I speak? A boy named Zhang Chaoyang said cautiously. Of course, Song Enya nodded at him. My name is Zhang Chaoyang. I like coding, and I created a mobile app that is ready to be launched, but I don't have the money to rent a server. I want to ask if anyone is willing to invest in me to cover the server rental costs. He said it very hesitantly and nervously. As his words fell, both Wang Lele and Su Meixian lowered their heads, pretending it had nothing to do with them. Li Ziyuan's face turned dark. Damn it, why is there another one asking to borrow money? I came here today to show off, not to lend you guys money. I just managed to silence one borrower, and now another one appears. Is this never-ending? Damn. Excuse me, how much do you need to rent a server? Song Inya asked. 100,000 yuan will suffice, but if the user base grows rapidly, the server will need to be upgraded. Ideally, I would need 300,000. No, actually 50,000 would be best to rent more and larger servers. This way the app can run stably for about 2 months. As for after 2 months, it might require further investment, probably at least 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lele, Su Meixian, and Li Ziyuan could no longer hold their composure. Big brother, we are still students. Our so-called entrepreneurship, if placed outside, is just small-scale hustle. But you open your mouth and directly ask for 1 million. Do you see anyone here who looks like they have 1 million? The boy named Zhang Chaoyang secretly raised his head and scanned the room. His mood was very low. After all, among the people present, the one who looked the wealthiest was Li Ziyuan. Since he chose to remain silent, there was no hope from anyone else. Faced with this situation, Zhang Chaoyang sighed inwardly and had to settle for a lesser option. How about this? Everyone contributes a few thousand yuan to raise 1,000 yuan to launch the app, and I will give 50 of the ownership to everyone. Is that okay? He asked very unconfidently. Meanwhile, Wang Lele, Li Ziyuan, and Su Meixian still turned their heads away, not looking at him at all. They even nonchalantly resumed eating. Seeing this, Zhang Qiuliang's expression turned gloomy, and he felt quite disheartened. Classmate, how about you tell me more about the app you made? At this moment, Chen Yu spoke. His intention was to let this person talk a little more to lighten the atmosphere. But as soon as Zhang Chaoyang heard this, he instantly regained some hope and began to speak excitedly. It's like this: the app one made is a second-hand trading platform. Yes, you know, there are many fake personal sellers and scammers on current second-hand platforms. My platform is different. It specifically targets students. Anyone who registers must undergo student identity verification, and only after verification can they trade. This ensures that everyone on my platform is a student, which greatly enhances the trustworthiness of both buyers and sellers. Many people should be willing to use it. Wow. After hearing Zhang Qiuliang's explanation, Chen Yu pondered for a moment and felt that there might be some potential here. Many people are hesitant to use second-hand platforms like Chen Yu because they fear being scammed. But if a platform is established that only consists of students, where both buyers and sellers are students, the chances of being scammed would be significantly reduced. Because students are generally the ones who get scammed and are unlikely to scam others. If they do, and someone finds out and makes a big deal out of it, they might not graduate. Why, you can't say this thing might actually work? How do you want to divide the ownership or shares? Chen Yu asked. If you can invest 1,000,000, I can give you 10. If you can invest more, I can give you a bit more. Zhang Chaoyang replied immediately. Li Ziyuan turned his head to look at the two of them. He thought to himself, Chen Yu actually started chatting with this guy. Is it fun to play with him? What if I invest 1 million? You are putting in 1 million. Then I can offer you 60, no 70 ownership. Deal. Chen Yu nodded lightly. Come on, senior sister Song, be a witness. Let's draft a simple agreement, and then we can register the company tomorrow and sign a formal contract. As long as the contract is signed, the 1 million will be transferred immediately. Li Ziyuan, what? Chen Yu is going to invest 1 million in this person. Are you kidding me? Li Ziyuan frowned and looked over. He suspected that Chen Yu was joking. First of all, this guy can't possibly have that much money, right? Secondly, if Chen Yu really has 1 million, then it's not just a matter of whether to invest in Zhang Chaoyang. It means that the coupon offensive initiated by Li Ziyuan cannot possibly bring Chen Yu down. He sold his Maserati and only managed to gather 7,000. If Chen Yu has 1 million now, then all his efforts, including selling the car, would be in vain. He still can't compete with Chen Yu. So subjectively, Li Ziyuan was determined not to believe this was true. In his view, Chen Yu must be showing off. It's impossible for him to have 1 million in cash. That's great. Over here, Song Inya clapped her hands, immediately revealing a happy and charming smile. Having accomplished something, it counts as an important achievement from this gathering, and she can report back. Taking out paper and pen, she quickly wrote a very simple letter of intent, having both Zhang Chaoyang and Chen Yu sign it. Pleasure doing business with you. Chen Yu smiled lightly and shook hands with Zhang Chaoyang. At this moment, Zhang Chaoyang was still a bit in disbelief. 1 million is not a small number. Even though he was quite confident in what he was doing, he felt that it would be very difficult to secure such a large investment on his own. Otherwise, he would have sought investment outside long ago. In this day and age, without a background or qualifications, a newbie like him would not even get a chance to meet investors out there, let alone secure funding. Congratulations, Zhang Chaoyang. At this time, Wang Lele, who had been silent nearby, also looked over. Her eyes sparkled, losing the indifference from earlier, because she now vaguely sensed that Li Ziyuan only seemed glamorous but was actually stingy. He only knows how to show off. On the contrary, this Chen Yu was very low-key since he arrived. Yet he might be the one with the most strength here. 1 million. He really wants to invest 1 million. Since this guy is so wealthy, maybe he could also invest some money in my milk tea shop. And congratulations to you too, Chen Yu. Wang Lele cleverly made a bowing gesture, her eyes sparkling as she began to flirt. But Chen Yu merely raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded at her. Aren't you also looking for money? There's really no need to act. This Wang Lele's looks are probably just over 70 points similar to Wang Xiaomon, whom Zhou Zhifei had previously met. She could be considered a cute girl. But if you think you can tempt me with just this little charm, you are overestimating yourself. Excuse me, Chen Yu, are you interested in my milk tea shop? Could you invest some funds for me? Wang Lele asked in a coy tone. Sorry, I'm not interested in milk tea shops. Chen Yu said with a smile, stating the truth. This industry is already a red ocean. Ordinary people who get into it will most likely become cannon fodder, so I advise you to make plans early. Withdraw now, find a sucker to transfer the shop, and you might lose less. Wang Lele didn't expect Chen Yu would refuse her so straightforwardly, not giving her any face. Thus her expression immediately turned a bit ugly. After finishing his words, Chen Yu continued eating as if nothing had happened, treating it like she had never said anything. At first you treated me like air. Now that you've realized I'm the financial backer, you come back to butter me up. Sorry, it's too late. Moreover, I'm truly not interested in your mess. After the gathering ended, Chen Yu returned to his dormitory and had a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Zhang Chaoyang proactively came to show Chen Yu the app he developed in detail. To be honest, it was a bit rough around the edges, but the app worked perfectly. After registering the company and signing the contract, Chen Yu immediately transferred 1 million. Zhang Chaoyang received the money and hurried off to rent a server. Meanwhile, Li Zhiyuan was still concerned about this matter. Although he felt it was impossible, he was genuinely worried about what would happen if Chen Yu really had that much money. So he found someone close to Zhang Chaoyang to inquire. He heard that Zhang Chaoyang really received the 1 million investment from Chen Yu, and it was transferred immediately after the company was registered. Damn it. Upon learning this, Li Zhiyuan was completely stunned. The thing he feared the most actually happened. Chen Yu really has that much money. 1 million. He really invested it. Moreover, based on how quickly Chen Yu agreed and transferred the funds, he clearly had much more cash than just 1 million. Maybe far beyond 1 million. The fact that Chen Yu held such a large amount of cash meant that Li Ziyuan's plan to ruin Chen Yu's canteen business with coupon offensives was impossible to succeed. Chen Yu's confidence was much thicker than his. No wonder despite the poor business lately, the employees in Chen Yu's 3 stalls remained very calm, chatting happily even without customers. It turned out that he truly had the strength. Now Li Ziyuan was really dumbfounded. He originally thought that by selling his car and gathering over 700 cash to confront Chen Yu, he would surely bring Chen Yu down. But in the end he realized, the clown was actually me. The more Li Ziyuan thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. His heart felt like it was dead. Tell the brothers not to issue coupons anymore, just withdraw, he said in the coupon distribution WeChat group he organized. Then he made several phone calls, definitely planning to sell off the business at the stalls. At this point, this was the best way to minimize losses. 2 days later, the campus forum exploded. On the homepage, there were countless posts about Li Ziyuan's business closure. Several of the titles even had hot tags indicating that many people were clicking to view and discuss. In the boys' dormitory 606, Guijiaqing and the others were looking through the posts, laughing uproariously. Old 3, you're amazing. Li Ziyuan's 2 stalls have already been transferred. You really caused him to go bankrupt. What the hell, he couldn't hold on for just a few days. This idiot shows off everywhere in school, almost shouting that he is a rich 2nd generation. Damn. I thought he had so much money. He closed down after just a little over a week of issuing coupons. EYC, he doesn't have much money after all. Exactly, it turns out the rich 2nd generation persona was all an act. Now let's see if he can still show off in school. These 3 fellows belong to the category of those who love to stir up trouble. Not only do they view posts, but they also reply. They add fuel to the fire stirring the waters. Li Ziyuan's situation is indeed quite embarrassing. However, after they fanned the flames on the forum, it turned into something far worse for Li Ziyuan. He became someone who had lost all face. Chen Yu also browsed the forum, but said nothing. Winners and losers have always been like this. In this round, Li Ziyuan was thoroughly defeated. The surrounding ridicule was enough to drown him. He was already embarrassed enough. As for Chen Yu, he didn't need to intentionally show off or act pretentious. He was the winner. Winners naturally have someone to argue on their behalf. Sure enough, within hours, the tone of discussion on the forum shifted from mocking Li Ziyuan to a few people beginning to express admiration and even worship for Chen Yu. So this seemingly simple business is actually not simple at all. Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would some people go bankrupt after just half a month? I think you can just call him by name, Li Ziyuan. I've disliked this guy for a long time. Last month he was showing off in front of my girlfriend, trying to steal my girl. Damn, he's really lost all sense of shame. What a clown. He truly has no bottom line. So in comparison, Chen Yu has done very well. Yeah, although he didn't issue discount coupons like Li Yu, and I now understand that Chen Yu was expressing his firm resistance to the phenomenon of excessive competition. He can be considered a warrior against excessive competition within the school. I previously complained about him not issuing coupons. It seems I was too shallow. Chen Yu, expressing resistance to excessive competition. You all really can read between the lines. You truly can exaggerate. Thank you all. Chen Yu felt that he was doing quite well, but it wasn't as impressive as you all say, right? If you keep this up, I might become the conscience of the industry, the benchmark of the field. As the saying goes, listening to too much flattery can lower one's intelligence. So after watching for a while, Chen Yu quickly closed the forum, not daring to look again. It's all just praise for him. I really can't stand it. Chen Yu went downstairs for breakfast, and when he returned, he received a message from Song Enya. Junior, the campus publicity office has made a decision and wants to select you as the student entrepreneurship representative. They will also award you a prize. Great. Chen Yu thought for a moment. He had always heard that awarding prizes in school is quite complicated. The process is tedious and requires writing 1,000 words of remarks by hand. If done poorly, one might even have to give a speech elsewhere, which is incredibly annoying. Following the principle of less is more. He replied, however, since I haven't really done much, there's no need for the award. Are you afraid of trouble? Song Enya surprisingly guessed his thoughts immediately. You really understand me, senior sister. Chen Yu had no choice but to admit. All right, since you don't want to accept this award, then just give it to Su Meixian or Zhang Chaoyang. What about Wang Lele? She's not even in consideration. Her milk tea shop closed down yesterday. Song Enya replied. Chen Yu silently nodded. This was not surprising at all. In fact, during the previous dinner, Chen Yu was already well aware that Wang Lele's milk tea shop wouldn't last long. This market is too competitive. Now the unit price cannot be raised and the rent is high, so one can only wait and lose money. Junior, now you're a celebrity. The leaders here at the school have also noticed you. You must keep pushing forward. Song Enya encouraged gently. Of course, don't worry, senior sister. I will definitely grow stronger. I might have some things to do on my end, so you should get busy too. Okay, goodbye. Over here, Song Enya put down her phone, and a voice came from across the desk. Enya, how's it going? When is that student named Chen Yu coming to receive the award? The speaker was a young man around 25 years old. His white shirt and black trousers were almost spotless. His face was fair and scholarly, and he had a hairstyle that seemed far too extravagant for his age. He said he doesn't want to receive the award and wants us to give it to someone else. Song Enya casually replied. What? This Chen Yu doesn't want to accept this award? Yes. He quite arrogant, isn't he? The young man's small eyes squinted under his extravagant hairstyle. This young man does not know his place. The publicity office kindly offered him an award, and instead of graciously accepting it, he rejected it. How ridiculous. Qin Tingwen, your coffee. At this moment, Wu Haitao walked over carefully, holding a steaming cup of coffee. This cannot be spilled. Qin Tingwen, the young man with the extravagant hairstyle, is the president of the student council at Moda University, the head of the publicity office for students. At the same time, he is also the nominal campus heartthrob of Moda University. Although there were suspicions that he bought votes during the forum selection for this campus heartthrob title, the result was that he was elected as the #1 heartthrob. This young man not only has wealth and status, but also completely overshadows Wu Haitao in terms of talent and connections. Over the years, with his presence, Wu Haitao dared not entertain even a hint of affection for Song Enya. In his presence, Wu Haitao felt too insignificant. The gap was just too large. Enya, are you free tonight? Avengers 9 is being released. Shall we go watch it together? After taking the coffee from Wu Haitao, Qin Tingwen asked Song Enya, with a gentlemanly smile on his face, confident and composed. Sorry, I'm not free, Song Enya replied without even looking up. Qin Tingwen's smile froze. A hint of anger flashed in his small eyes. His expression suddenly turned somewhat ugly. Song Enya is really not giving me face. It's one thing to reject me once or twice, but to keep rejecting me, where am I supposed to put my face? Am I not worthy of you? It's infuriating. What made Qin Tingwen even angrier was that clearly, when Song Enya just spoke on the phone, she was very gentle with that guy named Chen Yu. She seemed to be in a good mood. But why does it change when it comes to me? Not only did she refuse me without looking up, but her tone was also so cold and indifferent. Why? Qin Tingwen looked at the girl he had admired for 3 years, utterly perplexed. Right, she is so cold to me, yet particularly warm towards that junior. Does that mean she likes that junior? This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Song Enya is mine. How dare you, a nobody junior, try to dig at my corner? Do you not regard me at all? Huh. Qin Tingwen adjusted his emotions, flipped through the documents on his computer, found a phone number. Chen Yu, he dialed. Chen Yu and Song Enya exchanged a few casual remarks. A few minutes later, a strange number called in. Not marked as a spam call. Let's see who it is. Chen Yu answered the call. Hello, is this Junior Chen Yu? A somewhat greasy voice came from the other end. For some reason, the voice sounded not only greasy, but also particularly phony smooth talking. It made one want to crawl through the phone line and kick the person on the other side. Chen Yu frowned as he listened. This is Chen Yu. With the confirmation, the other party continued in the same tone. Junior, this is the school's publicity office. We're calling to inform you that you must come to the publicity office to collect your Outstanding Entrepreneurial Student Award by 5 p.m. tomorrow, or else. I don't want that award. Just give it to someone else. That's it, goodbye. Before he could finish, Chen Yu interrupted and hung up the phone. Qin Tingwen, listening to the busy tone on his phone, was a bit confused. He originally wanted to say something threatening to put this oblivious junior in his place. But he never expected that Chen Yu would completely disregard his threats and just hang up. Qin Tingwen was unwilling. He called back. Junior Chen Yu, regarding the award, I personally hope you can take it seriously and accept it humbly. Only then can you progress, only then can you. I don't want to progress, thank you. After throwing out that statement, Chen Yu hung up again. Qin Tingwen, damn it. This kid never plays by the rules. Why can he always shut down the conversation when I use common phrases on him? And then he hung up. Not a single extra word. Not a shred of respect. Qin Tingwen was truly angry this time, picking up his phone for the third time and pressing the dial button hard. Hello, Junior Chen Yu. In light of your outstanding performance this semester, I, on behalf of the Student Union of Moda University, would like to extend an invitation to you for a chance to join us. Junior, this opportunity is quite rare. You should cherish it. I don't want to join you, thank you. Before Qin Tingwen could finish, Chen Yu decisively rejected him again. But this time Chen Yu was truly growing impatient. I say, how can you not understand simple words? I made it very clear that I don't want that award, yet you still urge me to come collect it. Do you not understand Chinese? Also, you've called me 3 times, yet you haven't even introduced yourself. I don't even know your name. Don't you think that's quite rude? Let me say this one last time and tell you 3 things. First, I don't want to accept the award. Second, I don't want to join your student union. Third, don't call me again. Thank you. Before the busy tone sounded, Qin Tingwen heard 2 low mutterings from Chen Yu. Damn it, I had to repeat this trivial matter 3 times. Even my dog could remember it, come on. Qin Tingwen. He held his phone frozen, a bit dumbfounded. In just a short while, he felt almost dumbfounded by Chen Yu's scolding. Because Chen Yu spoke rather loudly, Song Enya, sitting across from the desk, heard everything. She struggled hard to suppress her laughter. But after a few seconds, she simply couldn't hold it in any longer. The corners of her mouth lifted gently, amused by Chen Yu's speech and that remark. She laughed beautifully, as if a single smile could illuminate the entire office. But in Qin Tingwen's eyes, it was mockery of him. Damn, this little brat dares to humiliate me in front of her. All right, Chen Yu, just you wait. Chen Yu hung up the phone, feeling disdain. What kind of person becomes the president of the student union? Damn, is there no one else in this university? How can someone who doesn't even understand human language be the president of the student union? Although he didn't know the person's name, his speech was simply terrible, like a greasy machine, making one want to crawl through the phone line and kick him. In the evening, Chen Yu gathered 3 of his dorm brothers, preparing to go out for a nice meal. At that moment, the socially awkward coder Zhang Chaoyang sent a string of messages. Brother Yu, the data for the app has come in after 3 days since its launch. I'll send it to you, I take a look. Following that was a chart. Chen Yu clicked to enlarge it. At the top was a large logo, pickled vegetables. This was the name Chen Yu had given the app. Scrolling down showed the various data from the pickled vegetables app in its first 3 days. The most important metric was the new user count. Because no matter what product it is, if no one uses it or gets attracted, it's all for nothing. On the first day, there were 3500 new users. On the second day, 3800. On the third day, 4500. Not bad, not bad. Chen Yu saw that the total number of new users over 3 days had already surpassed 10,000. He felt very satisfied. After all this was achieved without much promotion. In those 3 days, only Zhang Chaoyang had posted a few posts on forums of nearby schools, otherwise there was no promotion at all. Given the current growth trend, it was estimated that within a month the user base would exceed 2,000. This was something that many companies took years to achieve. Not bad, not bad, it seems I really have an eye for this. After reviewing the data, Chen Yu felt elated. In fact, during the dinner, he had the capacity to buy out more ownership of the project. However, in doing so, Chen Yu didn't want to be overly greedy. Moreover, letting Zhang Chaoyang retain 30 equity would also encourage him to keep working hard. Chen Yu tucked his phone into his pocket and immediately led his 3 roommates to find a better restaurant. To eat hot pot. This meal is on me, don't hold back. Chen Yu waved his hand grandly. Wow, the third brother is amazing. Okay, brother Yu, you can doubt your stinginess, but when it comes to eating others' food, I've never held back. Huh. Eat. Make the third brother cry. Guo Jiechi Song Hao and Zhou Zhifei each took a menu, flipping through it quickly, soon ordering a large table of meat. Various meats and tripe filled the entire large table. Why are you trying to make me cry on the way back? Chen Yu glanced at the spread and pretended to say, Cry. It's too late for you to want to cry now. We've already ordered. The three waved their chopsticks, eating joyfully. Chen Yu also began to eat heartily. It's impossible to make him cry with food. After all, he was someone with a net worth of over 100 million. Spending a few hundred or 1,000 on hot pot was merely a drop in the bucket. My sister said she rented a big flat for only $300 a month. Damn, I said that's too cheap. How can that be possible? Moreover, she mentioned that the house is located in Jing'an. How could anyone rent it for just 3,000 yuan? Hearing this from Song Hao, Chen Yu nearly choked. Are you okay, old three? Did you choke? Guo Jiechi asked, patting his back with concern. Brother Yu, you're well informed. Tell me, can you rent a whole large flat in Jing'an for 3,000 yuan? Song Hao looked at him curiously. Chen Yu chuckled awkwardly. It should be possible, right? I think not. Song Hao shook his head vigorously. I've checked on the app. Rents in Jing'an are ridiculously high. One bedroom costs over 2,000 yuan a month, and a one-bedroom apartment starts at 5,000. If it's like my sister said, a large flat of over 200 square meters, it would cost around 300 to 400 to rent for a month. Could your sister be lying to you? Zhou Zhifei asked curiously. I'm suspicious too. But my sister has never lied to me since we were kids. Song Hao said seriously. That's why I asked her if she could take me to see where she's renting next time. What did she say? She said she wouldn't let me come. Song Hao said somewhat angrily. She said because that house belongs to her boyfriend, and it's inconvenient for me to go there. Puff, cough, cough, cough. Chen Yu exclaimed. What the hell, old three, what's wrong with you again? Are you feeling all right today? How come you choked twice while eating? Zhou Zhifei looked at him suspiciously. It's fine, cough, cough. I'm doing well. You all continue chatting, keep chatting. Chen Yu gestured for everyone to continue enjoying the hot pot while he muttered to himself. My house should definitely be rented at a cheaper rate. Fortunately, Song Enya didn't let Song Hao go over. Otherwise, if that kid goes over too often and gets familiar, it would be troublesome if he just casually drops by. Song Hao, you better not go. However, Song Enya actually told Song Hao that the house belongs to her boyfriend. Chen Yu couldn't help but think. This should not just be an excuse to reject Song Hao, but in her heart Chen Yu now indeed occupies a somewhat special position. Just saying it's a boyfriend might not be enough, but it's probably close. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Chen Yu signed in, as usual, and received 300 yuan in cash for the day. Then there was a ding sound. Task objective: ensure the sustainability of your business until the competitors fall. Completed. Reward cash of 10 million yuan. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received 100 yuan. Wow, that's a generous reward, Chen Yu exclaimed. Moreover, in a certain sense, this 10 million yuan could be considered a gift from Li Zhiyuan. After all, if Li Zhiyuan had come to stir things up and snatch business, this task wouldn't have triggered. I wonder if this kid would be so angry to pass out if he knew he just gifted Chen Yu 10 million. Not long after, a voice message from Zhang Chaoyang arrived. Brother Yu, that pickled vegetable app has gained a larger user base, and I'm short on hands, so I'd like to hire a few people. What do you think? Chen Yu thought his pickled vegetable app has already accumulated over 100 users and is continuing to grow, so it is indeed appropriate to hire a few more people. So Chen Yu replied, no problem. Hire one programmer, one graphic designer, and one operations person, all from our school. Is that okay? That's great, Brother Yu. Then it's settled. Zhang Chaoyang responded. After discussing with Zhang Chaoyang, Chen Yu opened Song Enya's profile picture. Senior sister, I miss you. Song Enya immediately replied, speak plainly. I'm looking to expand the team for that pickled vegetable app one invested in and create a proper team. Chen Yu said honestly. Are you planning to hold a recruitment fair on campus? Not really, I'm just hiring 3 people, no need for such a big event. Chen Yu said, one programmer, one graphic designer, and one product operations person. Senior sister, could you help me promote this a bit in the relevant professional groups? Salary is negotiable, and those interested can come for an interview. Sure, I got it. He'll arrange it. Thanks, senior sister, love you. Are you getting cheeky again? Fist. Bye. Song Enya was very efficient. Just a few hours later, news about the recruitment for the pickled vegetable app had spread to many students. They began discussing. Did you hear that pickled vegetable is hiring on campus? Yes, this app seems to have just launched, and it's already hiring so soon. Maybe it got a great response after launching. I wonder how much salary they will offer. Probably not much. Whatever, I'll just go see. If the salary isn't high, I won't go. Come on, as if they would definitely hire you. By the morning, this matter had spread. By 5 p.m., after the last class ended, the recruitment fair for the pickled vegetable app officially began in a conference room at the teaching building. Chen Yu and Zhang Chaoyang sat in the middle. Ding. Triggered temporary task for company recruitment. Host receives recruitment fund of 1,000 yuan valid for 2 hours. This fund is for promising monthly salaries to new employees. At the end of the period, the total promised monthly salary will be refunded at 100 times. As Chen Yu settled into his seat, a series of voices rang in his mind. 1,000 for recruitment fund, 100 times return on promised salary. That means as long as the total is within 1,000, the higher the salary I promise to new employees, the more I get back. Isn't that simple? Chen Yu smiled slightly. Song Inya was taking notes beside him. Besides her, Qin Tengwen also took the time to come over. He wanted to see just how impressive this Chen Yu was, who dared to confront him 3 times over the phone. The recruitment began. The first 5 people who entered were all programmers. When Zhang Chaoyang saw the last one, he secretly exchanged glances with Chen Yu. This was what they had previously discussed. It meant that Zhang Chaoyang thought this person was perfectly fine. Chen Yu understood. He then nodded and asked, Wang Lei, what is your expected salary? This student named Wang Lei, a senior computer major, thought for a moment and hesitantly said, 15000. Huh. Chen Yu frowned. Wang Lei thought he had asked for too much and scratched his head. How about 12000? No, 10000 is fine. I really don't have much experience. No. Chen Yu waved his hand. I mean, 15000 is too little. Offering such a low salary is simply insulting to someone with your talent. My conscience wouldn't allow it. How about this? Let's set it at a flat 50000. If you're willing to come, just sign right away. A monthly salary of 50000. This compensation is something that many large companies outside might not even be able to offer, especially considering the applicant is just a newcomer. What the hell? Wang Lei thought he was experiencing tinnitus. How much? 500. Chen Yu repeated helplessly. Can you come? Absolutely. Brother, that's incredible. After confirming, Wang Lei nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Earning 500 right after graduation is not the peak salary in today's market, but it's definitely high, likely surpassing 99 of graduates. Of course he could go. Great, come over here to sign the contract. Song Inya gestured with a stack of documents. She had already written down the salary, and Wang Lei hurried over to sign. Even at that moment, he felt a bit incredulous, his hand shaking while signing. However, there was someone in that room who was even more incredulous than he was. Qin Tengwen. At that moment, he was staring at the contract, clearly stating a monthly salary of 500, completely taken aback. 50000. How many big bosses would easily offer such a salary? But Chen Yu dared to offer it. The key was that after making the offer, he appeared completely nonchalant, as if it were nothing. Qin Tengwen, while shocked, worked hard to maintain his composure. Stay calm. What does this mean? It just means the salary is slightly higher, right? As long as he doesn't manage it well, the business will still close down. Now you act all high and mighty with your high salary, but when you go under, you'll have something to cry about. Next. More than half an hour later, Chen Yu signed a product operation girl for a salary of 2,000. Next, we're just missing an art designer. Actually, Chen Yu had thought about recruiting Lin Xiyu since she happened to be a major in art. But after a bit of consideration, he quickly abandoned that idea. The reason was simple. First, Lin Xiyu loved the animation industry very much and was really happy working at an animation studio. Second, for the continued development of the Xian Kai app, it's likely that Song Inya will need to assist thereafter. If Lin Xiyu also worked at Xian Kai, she would inevitably have to interact with Song Inya. Chen Yu thought that this was not a good situation. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Those who understand know. Fortunately, in the art department of Magic City University, the student skills are generally high, providing many options. Chen Yu. At that moment, a beautiful girl walked into the conference room. As soon as she sat down, she looked at Chen Yu. Zhou Mingyuan. Chen Yu remembered this girl. She was Lin Xiyu's roommate. Previously, after he dealt with the delinquent Lu Kai in the back alley, Zhou Mingyuan had tried to flirt with him during a meal. To be honest, this girl was quite good-looking, scoring around 70, which placed her among the top in the class. Chen Yu thought that if it weren't for having top beauties like Lin Xiyu and Song Inya by his side, he might have considered getting to know Zhou Mingyuan better, since she was making a move. After all, one shouldn't waste a bad girl. In front of him, Zhou Mingyuan was surprised to see Chen Yu. This was unexpected because the publicity stated that the head of the Xian Kai app was Zhang Chaoyang, an inconspicuous boy from the computer science major. No mention had been made of Chen Yu. She still didn't know that Chen Yu was the real boss, holding 70 of the shares. Chen Yu, it's you. Zhou Mingyuan threw him a smile laced with 3 parts charm. Chen Yu frowned at this. What the hell, don't do this. We don't seem to know each other that well. Moreover, there are a bunch of people here. If you act like this, what will others think? Indeed. Just as Zhou Mingyuan subtly threw him a flirtatious glance, Song Inya's beautiful eyes blinked lightly, and then she glanced at Chen Yu. Chen Yu could only smile awkwardly and gave her a look. Senior sister, I'm not familiar with her. You have to believe me. But Song Inya just shifted her gaze back, the corners of her mouth curled upward. It was as if she was saying hem in. Chen Yu felt a bit speechless. Women are truly too possessive. The thing they like to consume the most throughout history has only ever been jealousy. That one isn't suitable next. He waved his hand lightly. Zhou Mingyuan? What? Her eyes widened in disbelief. I haven't even said anything yet. Besides, you haven't even seen the drawings I've made or the designs I've done. How can you determine I'm not suitable? Why is that? She had originally hoped to take this opportunity to get closer to Chen Yu. Unexpectedly, he just glanced at her and said she wasn't suitable. That was too much. Humph. Zhou Mingyuan stood up and left angrily. In the end, Chen Yu selected a girl wearing glasses who looked very quiet to be the art designer. With a monthly salary of 3,000, the recruitment meeting that lasted nearly 2 hours came to an end. However, the news sparked by this recruitment exploded within Magic City University. That night on the campus forum and various chat groups, everyone was discussing one topic: the Xian Kai app, created by students, recruited 3 students. The highest salary was as much as 5,000 and the lowest was 2,000. It was simply explosive, although it may not seem particularly exaggerated at first glance. In reality, many people were deceived by the various high salaries reported in the news. Few can earn more than 2,000 annually right after graduation. For ordinary students, graduating with an annual income of over 1,000 is already quite good. That night, who knows how many regretted not attending Chen Yu's Xian Kai recruitment meeting. Perhaps if they had gone, they could have been the one earning 5,000. Ding. Temporary mission completed. The host has used the entire 1,000 recruitment fund and will soon receive a refund of 10 million. Your account ending in 5518 has received 1,000 yuan. After glancing at the notification on his phone, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. This feels great. Truly a winner in life system. He hadn't even done much yet, and he already had 2 small goals in his account. After leaving the conference room and walking a few steps, Song Enya approached from behind. Wait a moment. Huh. Senior sister, is there something you need? Chen Yu turned around looking at this beautiful school flower. Song Enya paused for a moment and said, the school issued 2 movie tickets for Avengers Endgame. Do you want to go watch it with me? Chen Yu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. What's going on? Is she asking me out? It's well known that going to the movies, dining, or my pet rabbit doing backflips are just codes for dates. If it were any other girl, it wouldn't be that surprising. After all, Chen Yu was handsome, and now he was a prominent figure in the school, quite popular, making it normal for girls to ask him out. But Song Enya was different, as she usually gave the impression of being an icy queen. That she would take the initiative to speak up was truly rare. Sure, let's watch it together, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Okay, see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Bye. After saying those 2 sentences, Song Enya immediately turned around and walked away. Her previously calm and composed expression suddenly turned as red as fire. I actually said it out loud. Did I really just ask a boy out? Is this really me? Song Enya touched her cheek, which was still slightly warm. Her heart continued to thump. At this point, she had to admit that she indeed felt a certain fondness for Chen Yuxing, and it was the kind that could lead to a romantic relationship. This feeling was inescapable. With each encounter, her fondness continued to grow. Song Enya summoned her courage and began to think. Rather than passively being governed by this fondness, it would be better to take the initiative. She wanted to see what Chen Yu's reaction would be if they really went on a date. Was he truly the one she was starting to like? Meanwhile, after parting with her, Chen Yu was also surprised. The senior actively invited him to watch a movie. This was certainly a good thing. There was a high probability that it could be an opportunity to boost their mutual affection. If they could raise it to 80, he could achieve another small goal. Lost in thought, he opened his phone messages. There were several unread messages from Lin Xiyu, all sent while he was at the job fair. Chen Yu, are you busy? I will officially start work the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow is my last day off. I bought 2 tickets for Avengers 9. The showtime is at 5:10 p.m. tomorrow at the World Trade Center. Would you like to go see it with me? If you don't reply, I'll take it as a yes. Oh. Lin Xiyu wanted to invite him to the movies. Chen Yu felt a surge of happiness and was just about to reply, but his fingers suddenly paused in midair. His expression changed. Wait, that's not right. Senior Song also invited me tomorrow at 1 p.m. Lin Xiyu at 5 p.m. Oh no, didn't this mean a conflict? Chen Yu thought for a moment and quickly checked the screening times for Avengers 9 at the World Trade Center. The 1 p.m. show would end at 4:35 p.m. The next one started at 5:10 p.m. There are 35 minutes between 4:35 and 5:10. If I want to meet Lin Xiyu within those 35 minutes, I must send the senior back immediately after the show, and I absolutely cannot go shopping with her again. Then I can speed over to meet Lin Xiyu. I should be able to make it. However, if I just watch a movie with the senior and then say goodbye immediately, it might seem a bit dismissive. If I lose her fondness, that would be a huge loss. So I should ask the senior out beforehand, preferably to hang out in the morning, have a meal, and then say goodbye after the movie to avoid seeming dismissive. Yes, that's the plan. After making the plan, Chen Yu couldn't help but frown. This operation of his. Why did it feel a bit like time management? Moreover, the ones he was managing were the two biggest beauties in school. If other boys found out about this, they would probably go crazy. Resolute, he quickly sent a message to Song Inya suggesting they have dinner a bit earlier. Song Inya quickly agreed. Great, that should work. Chen Yu put down his phone and had a good sleep. The next day at 11 a.m., Chen Yu waited in the parking lot. In less than 5 minutes, Song Inya appeared. She had clearly dressed up today, wearing a knee-length bodycon skirt that accentuated her already curvy figure. She was followed by Wu Haitao. Inya, where are you going? Not far. Do you need me to help you hail a cab? By the way, the weather forecast says it might rain this afternoon. Did you bring an umbrella? Should I help you go back and get one? As they walked, Wu Haitao kept asking from behind. However, Song Inya clearly couldn't be bothered to engage with him, maintaining a calm expression on the surface. Senior, over here. Seeing her, Chen Yu waved from beside the car. As Song Inya quickened her pace, a smile immediately appeared on her face, leaving Wu Haitao dumbfounded. How wonderful it would be if the goddess smiled at him like that. But then looking up, she saw Chen Yu. Damn, it's that guy. Seeing this, Junior Wu Haitao's heart felt like it shattered again. He still remembered the noise he heard a few days ago when he was on a business trip with Song Inya. And the next morning, seeing Chen Yu sleeping with Song Inya, his hands wandering everywhere. His heart was broken. He was furious, but all of that had already happened. Chen Yu noticed Wu Haitao from a distance and felt that this clingy guy's face was alternating between green and white, unsure of what to think. Senior, let's get in the car. The lights of the Continental GT flashed twice, and Song Inya got in. Chen Yu stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. Upon arriving at the World Trade Center after accompanying Song Inya for a bit of shopping around noon, she casually chose a nearby Sichuan restaurant for lunch. With her beauty and figure, she attracted a lot of attention, even drawing several glances from the waiter at the entrance. After finishing lunch, the movie was about to start. Chen Yu was feeling a bit tense throughout. After all, this was his first time managing time. It would be impossible to say he wasn't nervous at all. Moreover, both Song Inya and Lin Xiyu were going to the same place. If anything went wrong, it would be a disaster. Junior, why do you seem a bit nervous today? While Chen Yu was pondering, Song Inya's beautiful eyes looked over. Her words nearly made his heart skip a beat. Oh, it's nothing. I was tired after the recruitment yesterday and didn't sleep well last night, ha. Then let's head to the cinema. Okay, senior. After more than 3 hours, the movie finally ended. Song Inya bought Chen Yu a cup of milk tea and apologized. I'm really sorry for inviting you out today when you didn't rest well last night. It's fine, senior. I'm doing all right. You just one night without good sleep is nothing. Chen Yu chuckled, seeing the timing was right, and quickly suggested, Senior, how about I take you back to school now? No, I'm not going back to school today. I want to go to Jinggan Huafu, Song Inya said. All right, I'll take you there. Jinggan Huafu is even closer than Moda University, saving even more time. Chen Yu drove the Continental GT, almost adhering to the speed limit. When they were about to reach Jinggan Huafu, it was only 4:45 p.m. There was plenty of time. After dropping off the senior, he should have no problem getting back to the World Trade Center before 5:10 p.m. Chen Yu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just then he saw a car approaching that looked quite familiar. It was a white Audi A7. Damn, isn't that the A7 I bought for Lin Xiyu? On a two-way 4-lane road, an Audi A7 approached Heaton. Chen Yu instantly panicked upon seeing it. This lane was not particularly wide. At the point when his car and Lin Xiyu's would be closest, if she looked over, she would definitely see what was happening inside the car. She would surely see Chen Yu and Song Inya. This is definitely going to end in a crash. Damn it. Chen Yu, who had just been relaxed, was now sweating profusely. Truly, a slight oversight can lead to disaster. He calculated the timing perfectly. However, he did not anticipate that Song Inya would choose to return to Jinggan Huafu. Even more unexpected was that the apartment Lin Xiyu rented was also near Jinggan Huafu. She set out from there just as Song Inya was heading back. With both of them going back and forth, they collided directly. Chen Yu's speed was quite fast. As countless thoughts flashed through his mind, he suddenly passed by the A7. Chen Yu could only keep muttering, "You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me," praying for a miracle to happen. Fortunately, at the moment their cars nearly brushed past each other, he caught a glimpse of the situation inside the A7. Lin Xiyu had intentionally tied her long hair into a ponytail, her fair arms stretched, straight hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her large eyes were especially focused on the road ahead, not daring to relax for even a moment. She looked completely like a nervous new female driver. Moreover, she didn't notice the Bentley Continental GT coming from the opposite direction at all. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief once more. Junior, what's wrong with you? Song Inya, who had been looking at her phone, suddenly raised her head and asked curiously. It's nothing, nothing. Senior, should I take you downstairs now? Chen Yu wiped his sweat and said, No need, I can get off at the entrance just fine. All right. Song Enya's affection for you 5. Song Enya's current affection for you 75. At the entrance of Jinggan Huafu, after bidding farewell to Song Enya, Chen Yu took a small detour and headed straight for Shimao Tianjia. To almost crash while managing my time for the first time, that was way too thrilling. And this is just managing 2 people. What if I have to manage 3 or 4 in the future? Wouldn't that be as dangerous as walking on a tightrope? I can't even imagine it. Chen Yu returned to Shimao Tianjia, where he met Lin Xiyu, who had been waiting for him at the parking lot entrance. Here, I bought you some milk tea. She cheerfully handed him a cup of drink and then took out 2 movie tickets, saying, Avengers Alliance 9, haven't you been wanting to see it for a long time? Yeah, I've been wanting to see it for a long time, haha. Chen Yu scratched his head. Then let's hurry. Lin Xiyu took light steps. Her dress, adorned with purple petals, danced with her, attracting the attention of passers-by. Thus, walking with her, Chen Yu once again became the center of attention, experiencing a stream of envious and jealous gazes. Arriving at the cinema entrance, they were just 5 minutes early, perfectly timed. At the entrance of the screening hall, the guy handing out 3D glasses paused for a moment as he handed one to Chen Yu. Hadn't he just seen this guy with a pair of glasses? Why is he here again? Looking again at the person beside him, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The anger of the single man nearly ignited. This guy had just brought a stunning beauty, leaving a deep impression on him. It seems only a short while has passed. He's back again, and he has brought another stunning beauty with fair skin and long legs. How on earth is he doing this? In a single day to date 2 such beautiful women consecutively. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Damn it. It's either feast or famine. The life of a single man is not worth living, right? Entering the screening hall, Chen Yu relived the plot once more. Finally, after more than 3 hours, when the movie ended, Lin Xiyu excitedly discussed the plot with him. Chen Yu cooperated very well, debating with her about the age-old question of who is stronger, Thor or the Hulk. As they chatted and walked, Lin Xiyu casually chose a restaurant. Chen Yu, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Shall we eat something there? Chen Yu took a look and was once again stunned. The restaurant Lin Xiyu pointed to was the very one he had just had lunch at with Song Enya. Not only did you both choose to meet on the same day, but you even chose the same restaurant. Is this how it's going to be? As they walked into the restaurant, the waitress glanced at Chen Yu and then at Lin Xiyu. Then her expression turned strange. Fortunately, they had seen similar situations before. Even if they had a rough idea of what was happening, they could still quickly regain their composure. This is what you call professionalism. After dinner, the 2 strolled for a while and then found an outdoor chair to sit and rest. Looking at the starry night sky, Chen Yu felt a bit dazed. To be honest, when Zhao Yiqian proposed breaking up, Chen Yu could let go, but still felt quite hurt. Having been together for more than a year, he had invested genuine feelings. So when this relationship collapsed, Chen Yu once thought it would be hard for him to like another girl again. Love can also drift further away from him. But unexpectedly, when he was with Lin Xiyu and Song Enya, he began to understand romance again. Why does it feel a bit strange to say this? The moonlight was hazy and the gentle breeze made him feel a bit hazy. Chen Yu took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Lin Xiyu's shoulder, letting her lean against him. Lin Xiyu's slender little body trembled, but ultimately did not resist, obediently leaning against his shoulder. Their cheeks flushed like they were on fire. They leaned like this for a while. Chen Yu slowly pointed forward and said, "Look." Moi. Lin Xiyu followed his gaze. In that direction was a Hilton hotel. "Oh, you are so bad." Suddenly pointing at the hotel, the implication couldn't be clearer. Lin Xiyu's face turned even redder. Her heart raced wildly. Is he finally going to make that request? What should I do? Should I agree or not? It's so sudden, I wasn't prepared at all. Is this really okay? Lin Xiyu's affection for you 5. Lin Xiyu's current affection for you 85, huh? Chen Yu looked at the information popping up beside him, feeling a bit stunned. I only pointed at the fireflies in that tree over there. How did my affection level increase? Looking again at Lin Xiyu's face, it was simply blushing uncontrollably. Like a ripe apple, it made one want to take a bite. Just as Chen Yu pondered whether there was a chance tonight, Lin Xiyu stood up and said, "It's getting late. I think I want to go back and rest. Seems like 85 points of affection aren't enough." Chen Yu felt a bit regretful. However, the girls who require a high affection level to win over are definitely more precious. Those who can be invited to play basketball with just a few points of affection are actually not that interesting. Driving the A7 he bought for Lin Xiyu, Chen Yu arrived at the entrance of her apartment complex. All the way, Lin Xiyu kept contemplating whether to invite Chen Yu upstairs for a bit, but ultimately decided against it. She really liked Chen Yu now. However, her bottom line was something she still couldn't cross for the time being. Just after sending Lin Xiyu upstairs, Chen Yu's phone rang. It was a call from Song Enya. Chen Yu, can you come over? I'm feeling a bit scared." As soon as he received the call, Chen Yu was startled. Damn, if you had called just a minute earlier, I would have been in real trouble. Fortunately, he had already sent Lin Xiyu back. "Oh, senior sister, is there something you need?" Chen Yu asked. Nothing much, it's just that after I returned today, my roommate recommended a horror movie, and now I'm feeling a bit scared, Song Inya said timidly on the other end of the line. I can't sleep, can you come over and keep me company for a while? Oh sure, I'll be there right away. Please hurry up. Chen Yu's spacious apartment, almost 280 square meters, felt a bit empty for just one girl living there. If she watched another horror movie, she would start to feel paranoid and uneasy like Song Inya. Chen Yu took a taxi to the World Trade Center, and after more than 20 minutes he arrived at Jingdonhuafu. As soon as he entered, Song Inya hurried over and hugged him tightly. Damn! In an instant, Chen Yu felt a heavy pressure on his chest. He could hardly breathe. Senior sister, please let go, I can't breathe. Although he was somewhat enjoying it, being trapped between those two mountains was genuinely overwhelming. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, have a seat, I'll pour you some water. Song Inya's face turned slightly red as she hurriedly went to get water. It was already past 11 at night. Calling Chen Yu at this hour gave her a feeling of inviting a wolf into the house. This junior was never really trustworthy. But there was no way around it. After watching a horror movie, she was genuinely scared. Senior sister, I'm going to take a shower, Chen Yu said after sitting for a few minutes. What are you showering for? Song Inya suspiciously questioned his intentions. What do you mean? I'm tired, I'm going to wash up and sleep afterward. That's fine then. There's a bathrobe in the bathroom. Chen Yu was trying out time management for the first time today, it had been an adventurous experience, but slightly exhausting. Song Inya felt an ominous premonition as her heart raced. She maintained a cold and aloof demeanor, but inside she was starting to panic. After all, the last time she slept with Chen Yu, he had taken considerable advantage of her. Everything that could be touched he had touched. Was it going to happen again? What on earth am I thinking? Recalling that night, Song Inya felt a warmth creeping across her body, wishing she could travel back in time to that night and kick Chen Yu off the bed. That would certainly relieve her anger. Soon Chen Yu finished his shower and came out. The bathrobe he wore was thin, perfectly accentuating his well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. Senior sister, it's your turn to shower now, Chen Yu reminded her. Two already showered. Oh. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards her. At that moment, Song Inya had just emerged from another shower room. Instead of a bathrobe, she had changed into a short dress with thin straps. The dimensions of her upper body made the dress bulge, while her lower body revealed a large expanse of fair long legs. She looked like a delicate daffodil waiting to bloom. Senior sister, do you want to sleep? But I'm still a bit scared. Can you stay next to me for a while longer? All right then. To be honest, Song Inya's outfit was very easy to misinterpret. Her stunning figure combined with her glasses was incredibly alluring. As a 20-year-old sunny straight guy, Chen Yu found it hard to resist. Song Inya's current affection level for you is 75. If the affection level were 95 instead of 75 right now, I would really want to try something, Chen Yu thought as he sat down by Song Inya's bed. A distinct feminine fragrance enveloped him. It felt quite pleasant. Suddenly there was a loud thunderclap outside. The flash of lightning and the rumble of thunder startled Song Inya, who was still lying on the bed. She let out a small cry and immediately lunged towards him. Her fair hand reached out and grabbed something particularly satisfying. Damn, senior sister. Feeling that pressure, Chen Yu exclaimed. He was about to lose control. This was outrageous. Who would have thought such a delicate hand could have so much strength? Lightning streaked across the sky and the thunder roared in succession. Most people wouldn't be so afraid of thunder, right? Is it that thing called astrophobia? Regardless, it was difficult for Chen Yu to maintain his composure now. This was truly a case of being held in Song Inya's grasp. Moreover, the distance was too close. Song Inya lay across Chen Yu's lap, burying her face in his waist. Her nervous breaths brushed against him. It felt both warm and ticklish. Damn, this time I really can't hold back any longer. Chen Yu gasped repeatedly, thinking it was too much to handle. After a full minute. Senior sister, if you really can't sleep, I can get you some milk. Milk? The thunder had mostly stopped, and Song Inya slowly lifted her head. At this moment, she gradually regained her senses. You're so annoying, she pouted, realizing something was not quite right in her hand. Hey you. Upon realizing, Song Inya quickly released her grip, startled, and retreated back into the blanket, her cheeks flushed. You little rascal, being so naughty at such a young age. What kind of milk are you offering, senior sister? Chen Yu, feeling a release of pressure, immediately sighed with relief. He then took out a box of milk from his bag. I bought this specially from the supermarket downstairs. Drinking milk helps you sleep. Didn't you know that, senior sister? You. Song Inya glanced at the milk, and then at Chen Yu, sensing he wasn't joking. The milk you're talking about is this? She asked with confusion. Yes. What else did you think it was? I thought it was. You're really so annoying. Chen Yu was left confused. What on earth was Song Inya thinking? I just bought you a box of milk. Did you really have to blush like that? All right, I'll give it a try, she said. A minute later, Song Inya took the milk and gently sipped. So can I sleep now? Can I sleep now? Chen Yu asked, genuinely feeling quite tired. He had been on edge all day, worried about potential mishaps. I'm going to sleep. You too. Hey, what are you doing? Just as Song Inya nodded, she hadn't finished her sentence. Chen Yu climbed onto the bed. In an instant, she recalled the last time she had slept with Chen Yu, her heart racing in a flurry of panic. Instinctively, she wanted to push him off the bed, but hesitated, allowing him to lie there comfortably. Song Inya glanced at the wall clock. At this moment, the hour hand pointed to 1 a.m. Today was the day she had called Chen Yu over. It was evident that Chen Yu was very tired. Yet he still came. Not only did he patiently accompany her, but he also thoughtfully brought along some sleep-inducing milk. Chen Yu was truly kind to her. Recalling the events of the night, Song Inya's heart gradually softened. In less than a minute, Chen Yu's breathing became steady, accompanied by a faint snoring sound. Little brat, Song Inya looked at him, a hint of a charming smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Forget it, it's not the first time I've shared a bed with him. This is already the second time. Why am I still being pretentious? After recalling the last experience, she felt relieved. Let it be. At least I hope this kid's hands can be a bit more honest than last time. No wandering hands. Otherwise, sister might just kick you off the bed again. The milk was effective. It could also be because it was indeed very late. Not long after Chen Yu fell asleep, Song Inya began to feel sleepy, as well, quickly drifting off. In a hazy state, the skyline outside slowly brightened. Song Inya vaguely opened her eyes. She felt something hard pressed against her back. Strange, why is there such a hard object on the bed? Is it my phone? But I left my phone on the table. She tried to shift her body to avoid being poked by that object. But she found that she couldn't move. A muscular arm was pressing down from behind. Wait, why is there another person's arm on my bed? Oh no. At this moment, Song Inya's consciousness fully awakened. However, it was too late. That arm was so strong. Once it pressed down, it wrapped around her completely, using a mountain peak as leverage to hold her tightly. Song Inya immediately shivered, her fair, egg-shaped face flushed red. Last night, she had seen Chen Yu was too tired and couldn't bear to push him to the sofa, so she allowed him to sleep here. She thought as long as she kept a little guard up, the embarrassing situation from last time, where he took advantage of her, wouldn't happen again. However, Song Inya didn't expect that she was too sleepy and fell into a deep slumber. As soon as her eyes closed, she lost all awareness of what happened throughout the night. And when she finally opened her eyes in the morning, she found herself completely restrained by Chen Yu. Trying to break free was futile. It was truly a miscalculation. You little brat, you're too despicable. Let go of me. But she didn't expect that not struggling was better. As soon as she did, Chen Yu's hand began to move in his dazed state. Song Inya instantly felt electrified, both soft and numb. She felt like a little kitten that had lost its ability to resist, only able to fluff up and show its teeth, yet completely devoid of any aggression. At this moment, Chen Yu woke up from his slumber. Before fully opening his eyes, he mumbled, "This pillow is really nice. It would be great to hug it every day." Huh. Wait, this isn't a pillow, it's a woman. I have a woman in my arms. Chen Yu focused his gaze, realizing the situation before him. His brain quickly resumed operation, recalling the series of events from last night. It's senior sister. Did I cuddle with her all night again? Why use again? Chen Yu felt a bit numb. But to be honest, it was indeed comfortable. This feeling was simply extraordinary. No imitation could create such a sensation. Sorry, senior sister, Chen Yu started to apologize. It's okay, last night I called you over. Song Inya turned her back to him. But from the small patch of her cheek that was visible, her face was already so red it seemed about to smoke. I was relatively well behaved while sleeping, right? Chen Yu asked. I didn't do anything inappropriate to you, did I? Shouldn't have. That's good. Senior sister, I'm really sorry. Let me apologize again. Chen Yu said earnestly. You just apologize. Song Inya mumbled, trembling slightly. But before you apologize, can you stop squeezing? Little brat, can you apologize while squeezing at the same time? Does your apology really have any sincerity? You speak politely, yet your hands are quite honest. Huh. Hands. Oh right. Chen Yu suddenly realized. His hands were resting on a snow-white peak. No wonder the sensation was so good. Reluctantly retracting his hand, he quickly got off the bed. He began to put on his pants. Song Inya, freed from her bonds, could finally move. Turning over, seeing Chen Yu's appearance, she couldn't help but let out a gentle hum. You little brat, you're quite something. You just want to pull up your pants and leave, huh? Am I not worth a moment of your lingering thoughts? For a moment, she began to doubt whether her charm was lacking or if her figure was not good enough. In her moment of distraction with a clang, Chen Yu had already dashed out the door. He looked exactly like a scoundrel who ran off after finishing his business. Do you really need to run so fast? Are you afraid I'll cling to you? Song Inya felt utterly speechless. After a fierce rant, she also got out of bed. She carefully checked the sheets. Finding no bloodstains, she felt a bit reassured. After brushing her teeth, while changing clothes, Chen Yu walked in again. But Chen Yu didn't carelessly enter the bedroom. Instead, he just knocked on the table twice in the living room and said something. Senior sister, I bought breakfast from the Hilton across the street and left it on the table for you. Remember to eat it later. I'll be leaving now, bye. After saying that with another clang, the living room returned to silence. Song Inya slowly walked out of the bedroom, looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she couldn't help but lift the corners of her mouth. He really is a thoughtful little brat. Song Inya's affection for U5. Song Inya currently has an affection of 80 ding. Main quest increased the affection level of 2 people with a beauty score above 85 to 80. Completed. Reward 100 million cash. Disbursed. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received 1,000 yuan. Chen Yu returned to school and had a meal with his roommates. Staring at the pop-up information in front of him, he felt a bit dazed. Has the affection level increased again? He thought it would take until next time to raise Song Inya's affection above 80. Unexpectedly, it worked this time. A small goal achieved once again. I say, Lao San, your pickled vegetable app pays so well, why don't you bring us along? The good stuff shouldn't flow to outsiders, right? Guijechi complained. Boss, why are you in such a hurry? Once Lao San develops well, we will definitely benefit. Zhou Zhifei chuckled. He knew Guijechi was just joking. He was well aware of his own worth and knew he wasn't cut out for real work. I say, all we need to do is remember to cling tightly to Lao San's leg. Song Hao chimed in. By the way, Lao San, have you seen my sister these past 2 days? Your sister? I've never seen her before. Chen Yu felt a bit guilty and quickly wanted to change the topic. Do you think tofu pudding should be sweet or savory? Go away, Lao San, I'm talking about serious matters. Song Hao pulled the topic back with a slight frown. I wonder what kind of boyfriend my sister has. Are they already living together? Sigh. I hope my sister won't be taken advantage of by a scumbag. Lao San, why is your face red? After expressing his concern for his sister Song Inya's safety, Song Hao noticed Chen Yu changing color while chewing on a soup dumpling. Well, what could be wrong? It's just that the weather is too hot today, hehe. Chen Yu thought to himself. I can't let you know. You silly boy still worrying about this. In fact, your sister has almost been taken by me twice. That's right, it is indeed hot today. We have no classes in the morning, let's eat and go back to the 4th dorm. Guijechi suggested. Everyone agreed. As a result, an hour later the 4 had a very smooth 10 consecutive defeats. Lao Si, your Huangzhong is fine, but that wild man Li Bai is too weak. Right, if it weren't for that Wang Zhaojun constantly sending, I would have rampaged in the later stages. That wild man is still complaining, saying he can't carry 1 against 4. Come on, let's play another round. Doo-doo. She's just my younger sister, she said. Purple is very charming. At this moment Chen Yu's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Chaoyang, so he pressed the answer button. Hey, brother Yu. Are you busy? Not busy, what's up? I'm sending you some data, take a look quick. He said a bit hurriedly. Okay, send it over. Chen Yu hung up the phone and opened WeChat. It was the data list from the Xian Kai app from the past 2 days. In the new users section, there were obviously 15000 to 1000. Did you see it, brother Yu? Zhang Chaoyang asked. I saw it. Wow. New users broke 2000, that's amazing. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Chaoyang seemed so excited he was dancing. I thought breaking 100 would be impressive, but I didn't expect that just over a week later we'd break 200. Brother Yu, if this continues, can we break 300, 500? Can we reach 1 million users, 10 million users? Yes, of course we can. Chen Yu smiled. But first calm down and stabilize the server, don't let it crash. Everyone should stick to their roles and do what they need to do. Okay, I understand. Zhang Chaoyang agreed. Chen Yu thought for a moment and transferred another 500 over. With more users, the server might face pressure. Use this money to rent a batch of cloud servers, and if it's not enough, let me know. Zhang Chaoyang received the money feeling thrilled. The situation of the Xian Kai app was far better than he had previously anticipated. Every day, many new users were joining. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the registration for Xian Kai could break 1 million. Such a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. Speaking of which, Zhang Chaoyang now admired Chen Yu very much. Not only because Chen Yu had given him enough funding when he was at a dead end, but also because over the past few days, whenever Zhang Chaoyang encountered any problems, he would go to Chen Yu for advice. And Chen Yu was usually able to guide him, immediately solving his issues. So even though Chen Yu took most of the shares from the project he created, Zhang Chaoyang had never regretted it or felt that Chen Yu was being unreasonable. From his perspective, Chen Yu was definitely the absolute boss of this company now. As for himself, he just needed to be a happy coder. Over here, after transferring 500 to Zhang Chaoyang, Chen Yu played a round of 5 consecutive defeats with Guijechi and the others. Then he unexpectedly received a text message. As everyone knows these days, apart from receiving verification codes through text messages, normal people hardly send texts anymore. Chen Yu found it a bit strange and opened it. I am Qin Tingwen, the head of the school's publicity office. The school leaders want to meet you to discuss the Xian Kai app you are working on. This afternoon at 3 p.m. in the large conference room. Qin Tengwen. Chen Yu thought for a moment. This person had called him before, and he had rebutted him 3 times. No wonder he learned his lesson this time and switched to sending a text instead of calling. It seemed he was scared off by Chen Yu's rebuttals. To be honest, Chen Yu had a very poor impression of Qin Tengwen. He felt this person spoke in an official tone all the time, way too pretentious. However, since the school leaders wanted to meet, he might as well go. Perhaps the future development of the Xian Kai app would require help from the school leaders. Time quickly reached the afternoon. Just a few minutes before 3 p.m., Chen Yu arrived punctually at the school's large conference room. 3 people were already seated inside. One was Qin Tengwen. One was a man who looked to be in his 50s whom Chen Yu found familiar, seeming to be the vice president of Magic City University. The last person was a young man around 25 years old, looking quite cynical, and he bore some resemblance to Qin Tengwen. Chen Yu, this is Director Zhang Yajun, who supervises our school's recruitment and the career paths of graduates, Qin Tengwen introduced expressionlessly. The other is our school's outstanding student entrepreneur from the graduate school, Qin Tengfei, he said, nodding towards the young man. Chen Yu nodded lightly. Qin Tengfei. With such similar names and appearances, they were likely brothers. Hello, Director Zhang. Chen Yu greeted first. Zhang Yajun had a medium build and a slightly plump appearance, looking very approachable. You are Chen Yu, hello. I've heard quite a bit about your project these days, and I'm very happy for you as well as for our school to have a talent like you. The other party's tone was friendly, and Chen Yu replied, thank you for your recognition. We will continue to work hard in the future. Zhang Yajun nodded. Then he directed his gaze towards Qin Tengwen. It was clear that the previous conversation was just polite talk. The next part was likely to get to the main topic of today. Xiao Qin, didn't you have something to discuss with Chen Yu? Go ahead and say it now. Okay, Director Zhang. Qin Tengwen paused, then turned to Chen Yu. He said formally, today, besides expressing the school's concern for your entrepreneurial matters, there is another thing. This one. He glanced at Qin Tengfei next to him. This student, Qin Tengfei, is an outstanding entrepreneur representative from our school's graduate school and has won many relevant awards within the school. Last month, student Qin Tengfei led his team to create a very innovative mobile application, which has a very promising outlook. However, to push this app forward, student Qin Tengfei still needs more funding. As he said this, a cunning light flashed in Qin Tengwen's small eyes. Therefore, I hope that Chen Yu can invest some money in Qin Tengfei's team. 1 million, is that okay? Qin Tengwen finished speaking, his small eyes fixed intently on Chen Yu's face, still wearing an expression as if he were neither smiling nor frowning. What do you mean by that? You want me to invest 1 million? Chen Yu furrowed his brow in annoyance. Yes, that's right. What do you mean by that's right? Who are you? Qin Tengwen's face froze momentarily, speechless. Chen Yu, I am the president of the student council here, and also the head of the publicity office, as I just mentioned. Qin Tengwen squinted, repeating what he had just said with a restrained expression. Thank you, my memory is still good, I remember what you said. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow and said casually, I just think it's really strange that you would directly ask someone else for 1 million. First of all, I don't owe you any money. Secondly, I am not your father. Why should I give you money just because you ask? Chen Yu spoke bluntly. Qin Tengwen did not expect him to be so straightforward, leaving no room for him to maneuver. This left him stammering, unsure of how to respond to Chen Yu's words. Qin Tengwen felt as if he had been slapped in public. His neck and ears flushed a deep red. He certainly understood what Chen Yu was saying. After all, that was 1 million, not just 100. He secretly glanced at Qin Tengfei, his younger brother, who indeed needed a substantial amount of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up this scheme, trying to leverage his position and pressure from the school authorities to coerce Chen Yu into investing that 1 million. He also knew that 1 million was no small sum. He understood that his younger brother Qin Tengfei's so-called entrepreneurship was merely a guise to make money. Since 2 years ago, almost all the investments brought in had been squandered away by Qin Tengfei on frivolous pursuits. But he had no choice. After all, he was his younger brother, and he had to help. Besides, 1 million should be something that Chen Yu could easily afford. Why was he so unwilling to provide it? Chen Yu, please consider this carefully. The project of Qin Tengfei has been a key entrepreneurial initiative among our students for the past 2 years, and the school has always attached great importance to it. At this point, Qin Tengwen cast a meaningful glance at Director Zhang Yajun. He wanted to involve Zhang Yajun to apply pressure on Chen Yu. Therefore, even for the sake of the school, please take on some responsibility and generously invest this amount to help advance the project. After Qin Tengwen finished speaking, his slanted eyes stared directly at Chen Yu. Oh, I see. Chen Yu understood. They were trying to morally manipulate me, weren't they? The current situation was already quite clear. It was Qin Tengwen's own brother who needed money. So this older brother personally stepped forward to try to catch hold of Chen Yu, who seemed to be a wealthy sponsor, for a hefty profit. To exert pressure on Chen Yu, he even involved the school director. What a beautiful thought. Sorry, I have no interest in your so-called key project beside you, nor do I want to invest. Continuing to talk to me about this is just a waste of breath. I suggest you seek someone more competent. Whoever wants to be the fool can do so. Chen Yu shrugged. Moreover, I apologize, but throughout my life, I have never been afraid of moral manipulation. Because if you are morally manipulating me, it means you are not moral first. Since you are not moral, how can you demand that I be moral? Chen Yu, can't you consider something for the school? Seeing that Chen Yu was unyielding, Qin Tingwen began to get a bit anxious. He directly addressed Director Zhang Yajun, who had been watching from the side. Director Zhang, could you say a few words? This project is really important for our school. Since 2 years ago, it has been a key, incubated project on campus. If this project is terminated, it would be a loss for the entire school. Qin Tingwen earnestly pleaded. On the surface, he appeared sincere. Behind the scenes, however, he was calculating business. So far, Qin Tingfei had raised over 8,000 yuan from school funds and students. Qin Tingfei not only squandered all of that over 8,000 yuan, but also owed over 1,000 yuan in external debts. If he didn't manage to secure more funds to fill this hole, they might have to dig into their own pockets to repay the debt. Director Zhang Yu. He cast a pleading glance at Zhang Yajun, hoping that this school leader would quickly fan the flames and make Chen Yu cough up the money. However, Zhang Yajun still smiled pleasantly and did not speak. Qin Tingwen had to keep pushing, saying, Chen Yu, can't you consider the school and support this project? Sorry, I've made myself very clear. I'm not interested. Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, appearing completely indifferent. Chen Yu, I represent the school publicity office and solemnly warn you. If you do not cooperate with me, then any activities your company wishes to hold on campus in the future will be off the table. Qin Tingwen shouted angrily. Clearly, he was a bit desperate. At what level are you at that you can represent the entire publicity office? Chen Yu smiled faintly, feeling that this person's words were quite absurd. Who do you think you are scaring? The publicity office is definitely governed by higher authorities. When did it become your call as a low-level staff member who stayed on after graduation? Qin Tingwen's face flushed red with anger, left speechless. Chen Yu was not only unafraid of moral manipulation, but also impervious to both hard and soft tactics. In just 2 sentences, he had utterly frustrated him. Brother, stop wasting your breath on him. It's like we're begging him. At that moment, Qin Tingfei, who had been lounging nearby, spoke up. Isn't he just a slightly wealthy loser? If he wants to spend the money, then fine. If not, then why should we beg him? What a joke. Qin Tingfei had an utterly indifferent demeanor, and after speaking, he shot a very dismissive glance at Chen Yu. Slap. Shut your mouth. But the next moment, Qin Tingwen slapped Qin Tingfei across the face. It wasn't excessively hard, but it was certainly a solid slap. Qin Tingwen couldn't hold back. On one hand, he had just been repeatedly confronted by Chen Yu, which left him feeling frustrated. On the other hand, his younger brother was being too reckless. At this point, it was urgent to figure out how to get someone to lend them money to repay the debt, yet his brother was acting completely unconcerned. Qin Tingwen made his move. Qin Tingfei was utterly stunned. What the hell, brother, why did you hit me? Because you aren't using your brain. Qin Tingwen growled quietly. Why am I not using my brain? Qin Tingfei felt very wronged, covering his face and pointing at Chen Yu. I think the problem lies with you. That is 1 million. This guy, while looking quite handsome, does not seem like a wealthy person. How can you pressure him into giving money? Qin Tingwen listened to him and pursed his lips without speaking. To be honest, he thought that what his brother said was not entirely wrong. This Chen Yu may not be able to come up with as much as 1 million. But whatever he can gather, it will be something. You owe so much money outside now, and your creditors have come knocking several times. Of course you should gather whatever you can. If not, 1,050,000 will do. It's better than having nothing at all. Qin Tingwen looked over. Classmate Chen Yu, what my brother just said is incorrect. At this point, he no longer pretended and directly admitted that Qin Tingfei was indeed his brother. If you think the investment amount of 1 million is too much, you can invest less. 800,000 or 500,000 will work. What do you think? Not interested. Chen Yu replied impatiently. I've made myself very clear to you. I have no interest in whatever project your brother is involved in. You want me to invest? Sorry, I can't invest a single cent. All right, let's not argue for now. At this moment, the director Zhang Yajun, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Tingwen, you cannot force classmate Chen Yu to invest, nor should you pester him over this. Don't you think so? Since he said that, Qin Tingwen understood that today's plan to take advantage of Chen Yu was likely doomed. Yes, director, you are right, but it's my fault. He could only respond politely. His expression darkened. Not being able to take advantage of Chen Yu meant that Qin Tingfei's debt problem would be even harder to resolve. If things go poorly next, their family might have to sell their house to pay off debts. I'm sorry, director, my work was not done well this time. I will learn from this and be more careful next time. Zhang Yajun nodded. He certainly understood the purpose of Qin Tingwen holding this meeting today. He was even clearer that Chen Tingfei's project was utterly worthless. No matter how much investment he gets, it would certainly be a waste of resources. The matters between these two brothers originally had little to do with him as the director. He came here today with his own agenda. Chen Yu. Zhang Yajun smiled as he looked over. Director Zhang, is there something you need? Chen Yu raised his head. Yes, there is something. Let's not beat around the bush. Zhang Yajun said, the school is preparing to establish a startup alliance, and there are 5 student representative spots. Are you interested? Am I eligible just because I'm interested? Chen Yu asked. Yes, if you're interested, I can give you a spot immediately. Zhang Yajun's eyes flickered as he continued. At the same time the startup alliance is established, a startup fund will also be created. If you can inject some funds into the fund, your influence within this alliance will be greater. Of course, this fund will not only attract student entrepreneurs like you for investment, the school will also help pull in some external investments to collectively form this fund. So what do you think? Would you like to consider it? After he finished speaking, Chen Yu immediately understood. The school wanted to create a startup fund. They wanted to pull him in. Ideally, they could get him to invest some money. Chen Yu's mind raced. Joining this alliance would make it much easier to promote and recruit within the school, which would definitely benefit the development of the Xiankai app. However, they wanted him to invest Ding. Life winners should seize opportunities to expand their influence. Host receives special investment limit 20 million. This money can be used to invest in the school's startup alliance fund and cannot be used elsewhere. Chen Yu was startled by the information that popped up before him. A temporary limit. Is this support for me to invest? He hesitated for a moment. After all, the money in his pocket was his own, and nobody wants to casually spend their own money. But if it's money from the system, why not spend it? After all, even if he didn't invest, this money would not end up in Chen Yu's hands. All right, I will invest in this project. Chen Yu smiled slightly and said, Oh. Director Zhang Yajun's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He did not expect Chen Yu to be so straightforward. Are you planning to invest right away? Actually, he had come today intending to just get Chen Yu into the alliance. The investment was merely a side note. It's fine if you invest, it's also fine if you don't. But now you actually want to invest. Classmate Chen Yu, how much do you plan to invest? Zhang Yajun asked, suppressing his excitement. I will invest 20 million. Chen Yu replied with a faint smile. 20 million. As he finished speaking, Chen Tingfei was delighted. Chen Tingwen had an expressionless face. Director Zhang Yajun, on the other hand, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Classmate Chen Yu, did I hear you wrong? You said you want to invest 20 million in the school's startup alliance fund. Yes, you heard me right. Chen Yu nodded slightly. Zhang Yajun did not speak immediately. This level of veteran, no matter what thoughts he had, would not express them immediately. He felt what Chen Yu said was quite unbelievable. That's 20 million. In the school's original plan, the entire fund was expected to be around 10 to 20 million. This was only achievable after attracting external funds. Yet Chen Yu alone was stating he would contribute 20 million. It must be said it was somewhat shocking. Classmate Chen Yu, if you have already made up your mind, we can sign a letter of intent shortly and discuss the timeline to finalize the funding. Zhang Yajun's words were a confirmation to see if you really intend to invest this much money. Implicitly, this is not a place for jokes or games. If your previous statement was not serious or you do not have such strength, then it is best not to continue the discussion. He did not want to joke around. All right, I've made my decision. Chen Yu leaned back in his seat. I can sign the letter of intent right away, and the 20 million can be ready immediately. However, I have one condition. He shifted the topic. The 20 million I invest must be spent at my discretion on which projects to fund. What do you think? This, Zhang Yajun hesitated for a moment. But if you are certain that you can inject 20 million into the fund quickly, then I can agree to you right now. All right, then please, Director Zhang, write this condition into the letter of intent, and I will transfer the funds as soon as we sign it. Okay. Classmate Chen Yu, please follow me. Zhang Yajun stood up, seriously gesturing for him to go ahead. Then he personally opened the door for Chen Yu. Respectfully. His attitude was akin to that of treating a superior. If Chen Yu could indeed make the 20 million come through, then, without a doubt, he would be the major financier of this startup alliance. Zhang Yajun's respect, and even flattery towards him, would be entirely justified. Chen Yu walked ahead, followed by Zhang Yajun, as the two left the meeting room, leaving Chen Tingwen and Chen Tingfei behind. No one was paying attention. Did they leave? Just like that. Chen Tingfei was stunned. They don't care about us. Smack. The answer was another slap. Nonsense. I care because I am your brother. They have no blood ties to you, why should they care? Seeing his brother's bewildered expression, Chen Tingwen became even angrier. But what about the debt I owe, brother? Over 800,000 with interest, it will be 1 million. How do I repay that? Chen Tingfei said nervously. How do you plan to repay it? Now you're suddenly panicking. Why were you acting so nonchalant just a moment ago? Chen Tingwen scolded, pointing at his nose. I thought that even if this Chen Yu didn't want to spend money, there was still that fund, right? As long as you are still working here, it shouldn't be too hard to draw money from that fund in the future, right? Qin Tingfei was trying to curry favor. Damn. Listening to this, Qin Tingwen just wanted to curse. He truly wanted to curse. He wondered why his mother had to give birth to such a brother. He wouldn't handle serious matters, just indulging in shady paths. Drawing money from the fund. Was he trying to send his brother to jail? The two brothers fell silent for a moment and calmed down. Qin Tingfei spoke up. Brother, by the way, is this Chen Yu really that rich? Can he really take out 20 million to invest in the school's entrepreneurial fund? I can't say for sure. Qin Tingwen frowned. That Chen Yu has a small business in the cafeteria earning tens of thousands a month. Additionally, he started a pickled vegetable app, a second-hand trading platform specifically for students. It hasn't been long, so I don't know how it's doing now, but he certainly can have earned 20 million. But regardless, I feel like he isn't joking around. Only a fool would joke so grandly with the school leaders, especially with 20 million on the line. To joke about something so significant, does he not want his diploma anymore? At this point, Qin Tingwen couldn't help but feel shocked. Could it be that Chen Yu is really that wealthy? Investing 20 million is not something you can accomplish just by having 20 million. For instance, many big bosses outside claim to have fortunes in the billions. But if you ask them to invest 100 million, they will think it over carefully, and even if they decide, it will take them several days to gather the funds. It's impossible for someone like Chen Yu to make a decision on the spot and transfer the money immediately. In other words, if Chen Yu can come up with 20 million on such short notice, his real financial capacity likely far exceeds that amount. Could this guy's net worth be in the hundreds of millions? Meanwhile, director Zhang Yajun signed the investment contract with Chen Yu. On the spot, Chen Yu transferred 20 million to the fund account. After seeing the funds arrive, Zhang Yajun was completely convinced. Even though he was initially doubtful, he truly believed now, because the reality was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe. Student Chen Yu, from now on you will be a director of our school's entrepreneurial alliance. If you encounter any issues in the future or want to know about the use of the entrepreneurial fund, you can come directly to me. Director Zhang Yajun said very solemnly. His tone no longer regarded Chen Yu as an ordinary student. To put it bluntly, status is determined by strength. With the ability to casually take out 20 million Chen, you could completely be on par with the director here. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Alright, take care. Zhang Yajun saw Chen Yu off from the teaching building with his attitude and treatment at their peak. In the following days, the news about the entrepreneurial alliance at Magic City University quickly spread. At the same time, the user base of the pickled vegetable app steadily increased. After more than a week, the registered users had exceeded 5,000. Within the school, the team behind the pickled vegetable app went from being slightly known to becoming a household name. Almost all students at Magic City University had heard of a project being developed on campus, and it was growing rapidly with a very bright future. Rumors even started circulating that companies outside the school wanted to spend tens of millions to acquire the pickled vegetable app. That night in the girls' dormitory 502, Zhao Yiqian held her phone scrolling through the campus forum. Before long, she discovered that on almost every page of the forum there were at least 2 posts related to Chen Yu. She felt a huge sense of loss. Qian, what's wrong? You seem unhappy tonight. Her roommate and best friend Zhang Mingming came over to ask. I don't know what's wrong with me, Zhao Yiqian replied, dazed. What are you looking at? Zhang Mingming glanced at her phone screen. Then she said, by the way, Qian, it seems like Chen Yu has become a celebrity at our school. Yeah, I saw that too. Zhao Yiqian murmured in response, looking rather down. I never expected that, Zhang Mingming sighed. In the past, he only contracted the cafeteria, and back then I didn't think he was impressive. Later, I heard that Chen Yu started a mobile application project called Pickled Vegetables and was recruiting on campus, offering a programmer a monthly salary of 5,000. By the way, did you download that pickled vegetable app? Zhang Mingming asked. I did, Zhao Yiqian replied. I think a few of my friends are using it too. Zhang Mingming nodded and continued. It seems like more and more people are using this app. I never realized that Chen Yu is quite capable. And I heard that there are companies outside that want to invest in acquiring his project. Upon hearing the word acquire, Zhao Yiqian immediately became curious. What does acquire mean? You don't know that. Zhang Mingming explained. It means that other companies are interested in your project and want to spend money to buy your project and your entire company. Well, then how much does an acquisition cost? I read in the news that it usually needs to be at least several million. Several million, Zhao Yiqian silently repeated. Could someone really spend so much money to buy Chen Yu's project? Oh my. So if someone really comes to acquire it, does that several million really all belong to Chen Yu? Zhao Yiqian asked in disbelief. Of course. Zhang Mingming nodded emphatically. Zhao Yiqian's heart immediately skipped a beat. However, this depends on how much ownership Chen Yu holds in that project, which is essentially the equity. Zhang Mingming added, oh. Zhao Yiqian felt as if she were dreaming. Chen Yu, the boy she had once abandoned, the one she had deemed too poor. Now he had become so dazzling. As long as he sold the application project he could earn tens of millions. With this money, even if he was not completely free from financial worries, he could live a carefree and easy life. It was truly enviable. Yet, what use is it to feel envious now? She had already dumped Chen Yu and turned to the wealthy second-generation Lu Xiang whom she had favored at the time. Thinking back on what she had done, Zhao Yiqian wanted to slap herself. Lu Xiang, the senior who had a wealthy second-generation persona in school, looked glamorous on the surface. In reality, he was just a good-for-nothing. I once thought he was superior to Chen Yu. I was truly blind. Now it seemed clear that Chen Yu was far better than Lu Xiang. Compared to Chen Yu, Lu Xiang is simply nothing. How could I have thought that way? Zhao Yiqian felt increasingly regretful. Zhang Mingming noticed something and asked, Qian, are you regretting breaking up with Chen Yu? Zhao Yiqian couldn't help but nod. Actually, I've come to understand now. What I truly liked was Chen Yu, not Lu Xiang. I broke up with Chen Yu out of impulsiveness and stubbornness, and Lu Xiang deceived me with sweet words, leading me to make the wrong decision. This whole situation is Lu Xiang's fault. Seeing her serious expression, Zhang Mingming couldn't help but frown. You really still like Chen Yu? That sounds somewhat nauseating. When you dumped him, you were so resolute. Were you out of your mind back then? The key is, if Lu Xiang had truly been willing to spend money on you, and Chen Yu had not achieved his current success, would you still think that you really liked Chen Yu? You would probably end up liking Lu Xiang again. So ultimately, you don't like a person, but money. Now that you find Lu Xiang has no money, you're casting blame on him and saying that the person you truly like is Chen Yu. Isn't that disgusting? Mumming, do you think if I give Chen Yu another chance, would he still pursue me? Zhao Yiqian asked in a coy manner. I don't know, he probably won't. You dumped him before, so he must be very hurt. Zhang Mingming replied while looking at her phone. But he should still like me, right? I don't know. Oh. Zhao Yiqian noticed that Zhang Mingming seemed unwilling to continue the conversation, so she obediently fell silent and sat on the bed lost in thought. The next morning, Chen Yu went out for breakfast with a few people from the dormitory. In the cafeteria, while eating, Guo Jiechi patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. Hey, you go. Look, your ex-girlfriend is over there. He pointed not far away. Zhao Yiqian was there eating, occasionally glancing this way. You go, is she looking at you? Zhou Zhifei chuckled. Who cares? Let's eat our food and leave after we're done. Chen Yu didn't even look up. In the following 2 days, every time Chen Yu and his roommates went to the cafeteria, they would coincidentally encounter Zhao Yiqian, and she always sat not far from him. Yuga, could it be that Zhao Yiqian wants to get back together with you? Song Hao speculated. Chen Yu glanced over indifferently. Zhao Yiqian's current favorability towards you 50. Wow, incredible. Chen Yu was genuinely surprised. He remembered the day Zhao Yiqian had broken up with him, her favorability was at 10. Later it even dropped to 90. How could it have suddenly turned to a positive 50 after not seeing her for a few days? I didn't do anything. Can this favorability increase on its own? Zhao Yiqian noticed Chen Yu's gaze and did not shy away, as she even silently blinked at him a few times. Then she opened WeChat on her phone and waved it at him. Chen Yu understood that this might be Zhao Yiqian wanting him to unblock her. It seemed she genuinely wanted to reconcile with him. But where was she when it mattered? Looking back at the time when she was with Lu Xiang, wasn't she seemingly very happy? Why is she thinking of me now? Chen Yu curled his lips, but ignored her. Just like that, another day passed. I must say Zhao Yiqian is indeed persistent this time. Once again, Chen Yu and his roommates met Zhao Yiqian in the cafeteria. This day, she was even bolder. She sat directly at the neighboring table of the 4 boys from Chen Yu's dorm, only a meter apart from Chen Yu. Through her observations, Zhao Yiqian noticed that Chen Yu was most likely still single. To her surprise, even after becoming wealthy, he still maintained his integrity, not casually flirting with other girls. He truly is a good man. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 10. Zhao Yiqian's current favorability 60. Chen Yu, what is this? This woman keeps wanting to cling to me, yet I ignored her, and my favorability keeps increasing. Chen Yu looked at the information above Zhao Yiqian's head, puzzled. At this moment, Guo Jiechi, while eating, curiously asked, by the way, where did you get the investment for your project? Are you talking about the pickled vegetable apps? Yes. That project doesn't need external investment. Oh, I can cover it myself, Chen Yu replied calmly. This reached Zhao Yiqian's ears, and it immediately made her eyes light up again. The pickled vegetable app project is entirely funded by Chen Yu. He didn't ask for money from anyone. This means that most, if not all, of the ownership of this project will belong to Chen Yu. If someone outside spends tens of millions to acquire it, that money will basically fall into Chen Yu's pocket. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 15. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 15. Zhao Yiqian's current favorability 90. Chen Yu caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and was utterly stunned. Wow, I have to work hard to increase the favorability of Lin Xiyu and Song Enya, and it takes ages to raise it by just 5 points. But how did Zhao Yiqian's favorability soar without me doing anything? Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? You go, but I see you seem to have a lot of free time every day. Song Hao curiously said, doesn't the pickled vegetable project need your attention? No, I don't need to manage that. I just need to provide funding, Chen Yu explained. Actually, that project was originally done by someone else. I just invested a bit and partnered with him. In reality, he holds the major share of the project. Oh, I see, Song Hao nodded and continued eating. Chen Yu also continued eating with his chopsticks. No one noticed. Just a meter away, Zhao Yiqian, who had been acting normal, suddenly changed her expression. Her hand holding the chopsticks suddenly froze in midair. Wait, did Chen Yu say that project was done by someone else, and he only held a minor stake? So Zhao Yiqian furrowed her brows, her mind racing. In other words, Chen Yu is not the absolute owner of this project. If that's the case, even if the project sells, would Chen Yu not get much money? Oh. Thinking of this, Zhao Yiqian felt an emptiness in her heart. It was as if something she had kept bottled up inside for days suddenly vanished. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 50. Zhao Yiqian's current favorability towards you is 40. Huh. Chen Yu felt something was off as soon as he took a bite of his meal. In his field of vision, a number had changed. It was Zhao Yiqian's favorability. Suddenly, it dropped by 30 points. What the hell? What did I do to you? You'll soon gain favor again. Then it suddenly dropped again. What the heck? Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 30. Zhao Yiqian's current favorability is 10. Damn it, it dropped again. Chen Yu felt a bit numb. In fact, he didn't care at all about Zhao Yiqian's favorability. However, the roller coaster-like fluctuations of this favorability genuinely made it hard for him to maintain his composure. What the hell is wrong with you for treating me like this? At that moment, Zhao Yiqian suddenly stood up and expressionlessly spoke to Zhang Mengming, who was sitting across from her. I'm full. Mengming, let's go. Oh, Zhang Mengming looked puzzled as Zhao Yiqian's expression shifted from sunny to cloudy. She had no choice but to stand up and follow Zhao Yiqian out of the cafeteria. Later at dinner time, Chen Yu and his roommate came back to the cafeteria. They did not see Zhao Yiqian's figure again. Hey, Hugo, why hasn't your ex-girlfriend come to find you? Zhou Zhifei asked curiously. How would I know? Chen Yu replied with a nonchalant expression. It's better if she doesn't come out of sight, out of mind. In fact, at that moment, Zhao Yiqian was not far outside the cafeteria. She was walking with Zhang Mengming, watching Chen Yu and the others enter the cafeteria. Qian, aren't you going to find Chen Yu? Zhang Mengming asked in confusion. It seemed that Zhao Yiqian had made up her mind to look for an opportunity to reconcile with Chen Yu. Every time she saw Chen Yu come to eat, they would follow closely behind to create opportunities for Zhao Yiqian. But this time, why didn't you go? Mengming, I think I might be wrong, Zhao Yiqian said with great distress. I keep thinking about Chen Yu. Maybe it's just because after breaking up with Lu Xiang, my heart has been empty, and I want to find someone to fill that void. It's because Chen Yu was very good to me before that I thought of him so suddenly. But now I feel that maybe he's not the ideal type I truly want to find. I shouldn't force myself to be with him just because I haven't completely forgotten him, right? She asked. All this. After Zhao Yiqian finished speaking, Zhang Mengming felt a moment of speechlessness. She didn't even know what to say. Didn't you just recently decide to win Chen Yu back? Why did it suddenly change? Was it just because she heard Chen Yu say during their last meal that the mobile app project was a partnership with others where others took the majority and he only took a small share? To be honest, Zhang Mengming thought that this was indeed the case. Zhao Yiqian's words about not being the ideal type she wanted to find were all nonsense. The real reason was that Zhao Yiqian suddenly realized that the mobile app project rumored to be acquired was not solely Chen Yu's, and that Chen Yu might only hold a very small share of ownership. Even if the project were really acquired, it didn't mean that Chen Yu would get much money. This was far from her initial assumption that Chen Yu would receive tens of millions. In Zhao Yiqian's eyes, Chen Yu had suddenly transformed from a wealthy millionaire into a slightly better-off average guy. The sense of disparity was simply too great. While the two of them were chatting, Chen Yu finished his meal and walked out of the cafeteria. He instinctively glanced over and unexpectedly made eye contact with Zhao Yiqian. Zhao Yiqian seemed to let out a light hum before coldly turning her head and walking away with Zhang Mengming. Zhao Yiqian's favorability towards you 10. Zhao Yiqian's current favorability is 0. Chen Yu looked at the changing information in front of him and silently shook his head. After the time spent eating earlier, he had figured out why Zhao Yiqian had been sending him secret glances a few days ago, but today she suddenly disappeared. To put it simply, it was still about money. Zhao Yiqian's old money-loving habits had resurfaced. Chen Yu wasn't even surprised by this. She's just my sister, said. Purple is very charming. I'm worried you might misunderstand. Chen Yu's phone rang. It was a call from Zhang Chaoyao. Hey Hugo, are you busy? I'm not busy, what's up? Yes. I do have something. My girlfriend asked me to meet her at Qingdao Plaza. I just got so engrossed in coding that I forgot about the date. Now I can't seem to get a taxi. Zhang Chaoyang said awkwardly. Hugo, do you have a car? If it's convenient, could you give me a ride? Thanks a lot. Qingdao Plaza right. Okay, come to the campus parking lot to find me, and I'll take you there. Chen Yu quickly agreed. Zhang Chaoyang was a capable assistant and also a partner. It wasn't too much to give him a ride. Sure. Damn, thanks, you go. Hurry over, don't mention it. After hanging up, Chen Yu let Guijechi and the others head back to the dormitory. He himself headed directly toward the parking lot. Chen Yu had only been there for a couple of minutes when Zhang Chaoyang rushed over panting heavily. You go, I'm here. Get in the car. Chen Yu pressed the key and a Bentley's headlights flashed a couple of times not far from the parking lot. Zhang Chaoyang was immediately stunned. Most boys recognized these luxury cars. A Bentley. That's worth several million. Driving such a luxury car, truly deserving of being my Yugo. Zhang Chaoyang cautiously pulled open the door handle and got into the car, handling it, as if he were afraid his rough hands might accidentally scratch the paint. Buckle up, let's go. As Chen Yu stepped on the gas, the car sped forward. Meanwhile, near the school gate, Zhao Yiqian and Zhang Mingming were walking side by side. As they walked, Zhao Yiqian couldn't help but complain. Mingming, do you think I've been too humble these past few days? I've been so proactive in approaching Chen Yu, but he doesn't even respond to me. Even if I was the one who dumped him before, does he really have to hold a grudge against me like this? Don't you think he is being too excessive? I think it's okay, maybe he just thinks you two aren't really suited for each other, so he doesn't want to waste each other's time, Zhang Mingming replied thoughtfully. However, what she really thought was, what do you Zhao Yiqian think of Chen Yu? Is he just a dog that comes when you call and goes when you wave him off? Why should he have to cooperate with you and get back together just because you want to reconcile? He thinks we aren't suitable. Zhao Yiqian coldly snorted and said, hey good, I also think I'm not suitable for him. Boom. Before her words were even finished, a brand new Bentley drove up from behind her. Zhao Yiqian was startled and quickly turned around. Wow, Mingming, what kind of car is that? It looks so special. Is it very expensive? Zhao Yiqian asked curiously in a low voice. Look at that logo with the winged letter B. It seems to be called Bentley. This brand of car is super expensive, usually costing several million. Zhang Ming replied. Zhao Yiqian gasped. Does that mean one of these Bentleys could buy 10 of Liu Xiang's BMW 3 Series? Heavens, how rich must the person driving such a car be? Just as she was pondering, the Bentley drove past her. Zhao Yiqian couldn't help but glance inside the car. She was instantly petrified. Sitting inside was Chen Yu. What was going on? Zhao Yiqian covered her mouth, completely stunned. Zhang Mingming hurriedly asked, what's wrong, Qianqian? That car. What about that car? It's Chen Yu. Huh? Zhang Mingming was taken aback for a moment. But Zhao Yiqian was utterly shocked. Qianqian, you can't be mistaken, can you? No way, I saw clearly it is Chen Yu. He was wearing that t-shirt he has had for several years. Is Chen Yu really that rich? He drives a car worth several million. Zhang Mingming was also puzzled. How can this be possible? Zhao Yiqian felt a surge of anxiety. Mingming, didn't you say he doesn't hold a significant stake in that project? Even if it got acquired, he wouldn't get much. Yes, and that project shouldn't have been sold yet. Zhang Mingming thought for a moment. If a student startup project was acquired, it would definitely be big news. The school would surely promote it as a positive example. They would want everyone to see it. As students, they couldn't possibly be unaware. Since he hasn't received the acquisition funds, yet why is Chen Yu so rich driving such an extravagant car? How would I know? Zhang Mingming said. Maybe Chen Yu has always been wealthy. Qianqian, think about it. Chen Yu could independently fund that startup project, which indicates he already has some level of capability. It's not surprising for him to drive an expensive car. She rationally analyzed. As Zhao Yiqian listened, her heart gradually sank. Indeed, even if Chen Yu doesn't hold a majority stake in that project, his ability to fund its development indicates he has at least some strength. Chen Yu also ran a cafeteria, and the app project he developed, even if unsold, would still generate income. Just based on these, Chen Yu's financial strength is definitely not lacking. Zhao Yiqian raised her head, looking at the taillights of the Bentley Continental as it drove further away. She felt a sense of loss. She regretted it. Once again, she wanted to slap herself. I really was so foolish. Clearly Chen Yu is such a great guy, why was I still hesitating? In these past few days, although he hasn't accepted me, he hasn't outright rejected me either. I clearly had a chance, why did I give up? Zhao Yiqian stood there in a daze. Zhang Mingming comforted her. Qianqian, you don't need to think too much about it. After all, even though Chen Yu is wealthy, he's not your ideal type. You can't force yourself to be with him just because you can't forget the past, right? After saying that, she patted Zhao Yiqian's shoulder. The few short sentences sounded both harsh and familiar in her ears. Zhao Yiqian realized. Didn't I just say that myself? She was rendered speechless by Zhang Mingming. This was her own words being used against her. You Zhao Yiqian just said clearly that you think Chen Yu is not your ideal type. You said you felt that you just hadn't completely forgotten the past, which is why you thought of Chen Yu again after breaking up with Liu Xiang. You said you shouldn't force yourself to be with Chen Yu because of that. Aren't these all things you've said yourself? What's going on? Does a fart still have a smell for a minute? You just said those words, and now you want to take them back. Seeing that Chen Yu drove an expensive car, you regret it again. You want to chase after Chen Yu. Don't you have any shame? Zhang Mingming glanced at Zhao Yiqian with indifference. Zhang Mingming truly felt no sympathy for this so-called best friend. So materialistic and capable of drama. Always trying to act like a pure and innocent person. As if the whole world was wrong except for her. Such a great guy is given to you, yet you don't cherish him. You insist on being dramatic. Now that you have nothing, who can you blame but yourself? On the road from Magic City University to Qingdao Plaza Chen, you didn't notice Zhao Yiqian near the school gate at all. Because Zhang Chaoyang was in a hurry. He had agreed to meet his girlfriend at 6 o'clock, but when he left the school gate it was already 6:30. Plus it was rush hour, and there was some traffic. By the time they arrived at Qingdao Plaza, it was already 7:05. They were over an hour late. Zhang Chaoyang kept checking his phone, realizing that the girl hadn't messaged him. He felt that the girl must be angry and ignoring him. It made him extremely anxious. When they reached the entrance, Chen Yu queued to enter the underground parking lot. Zhang Chaoyang nervously said, "Brother Yu, I need to go to the restroom. I can hardly hold it anymore." "Damn, you're this nervous just to meet a girl. Is this all you've got?" Chen Yu said, exasperated. "Hurry up and come back." "Okay." Zhang Chaoyang nodded and dashed out. Chen Yu waited in line for 2 minutes before entering the underground parking lot of Qingdao Plaza. The silver-white Bentley was extremely eye-catching. Chen Yu had just parked the car. A young girl walked over. She was also in her early 20s, about 162 centimeters tall, with a 7 out of 10 appearance, wearing a floral dress and Balenciaga black stockings with white high heels on her feet. As soon as she approached, she lightly tapped on the Bentley's window. "Excuse me, do you know where there is a restroom nearby?" the woman asked in a delicate voice. Chen Yu casually pointed ahead and said, "There's one in the mall. But this mall seems quite large. I'm afraid I won't find it. Could you possibly take me there?" the woman said with a pitiful expression. Chen Yu frowned upon hearing this. The mall is too large. Can't find a restroom. What a cliché excuse. It was obvious that this woman wasn't really looking for a restroom, but trying to strike up a conversation with him. Sure enough, she was subtly throwing him flirty glances while occasionally looking inside the car with a hint of desire in her eyes. This is a Bentley, one of the standards for the wealthy. Moreover, sitting inside is a handsome guy. The girl didn't want to give up and launched another attack. "Excuse me, are you shopping alone?" "No, I'm waiting for a friend," Chen Yu replied without looking up. "Are you waiting for a girlfriend?" "A guy." Upon hearing this, the woman showed a delighted expression. If he's not waiting for a girlfriend, then she has a chance. Besides, a wealthy guy's male friend must also be wealthy. Perhaps this time she could meet 2 wealthy guys at once. It would be a win-win. She wins twice. "Excuse me, if you don't mind, could we exchange WeChat?" The woman took out her phone. At that moment, Chen Yu looked up and said, "No, my friend has arrived." In the distance, Zhang Chaoyang was jogging over. Seeing that woman, he immediately widened his eyes. "Rongrong, what are you doing here?" "You." Zhang Chaoyang. The woman turned her head to look, momentarily startled. "How did you get here? Didn't I say we would meet at Heideleo? I forgot something in the car, so I came to get it," Zhang Chaoyang explained under Lu Rong's gaze. Zhang Chaoyang walked to Chen Yu's car and said, "Brother, you open the car door. I left my phone inside." Chen Yu replied, pressing the unlock button. At this moment, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Clearly, Zhang Chaoyang knew this woman. Could it be that this woman named Lu Rong is the girlfriend Zhang Chaoyang mentioned? What the heck? She clearly had a date today, yet she was flirting with someone else. Chen Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows. From her fluent pickup lines and her shameless demeanor, it was evident that this wasn't her first time doing this. She was a veteran. How many rich guys had she flirted with before? Where did Zhang Chaoyang find such a terrible woman? "Hey handsome, do you know each other?" Lu Rong asked in disbelief. Chen Yu nodded indifferently. At this point, Lu Rong felt embarrassed instantly. This Bentley handsome guy just happened to know her boyfriend. So the handsome guy she was waiting for was actually Zhang Chaoyang. And she was flirting right in front of Zhang Chaoyang. How awkward. Lu Rong was a bit flustered but tried to appear calm. Meanwhile, Zhang Chaoyang got into the car to look for his phone. Chen Yu seized the opportunity to speak. "Is this girl the one you were supposed to meet today?" "Yeah," Zhang Chaoyang nodded. "Listen, you can't handle this kind of woman. Break up with her quickly, and he'll introduce you to someone better," Chen Yu advised seriously. "Why?" Upon hearing that he was to break up, Zhang Chaoyang immediately became unwilling. "Why? We've arrived at Qingdao Plaza more than an hour late compared to your agreed time. You think you were late, but that woman actually arrived later than you. She only just arrived when I parked." Zhang Chaoyang. "Also, when you weren't around, that woman was actively flirting with me. She was flirting just because she saw a luxury car. I don't need to elaborate on that." Chen Yu quickly explained the situation. Lu Rong actively flirted with you." Zhang Chaoyang widened his eyes in disbelief. He had only seen Lu Rong seemingly close to Chen Yu's car, but he hadn't seen what she was actually doing. He never expected she was flirting with Chen Yu. "How do you know this girl? How do you know her?" Chen Yu countered. We were high school classmates who I always liked her, but she never paid much attention to me before. And then, oi. What made her willing to date you later? Chen Yu asked again. Maybe because I told her I was starting a business and had a project that was developing quite well, Zhang Chaoyang replied, feeling quite gloomy. Although he was somewhat dull, he could write code clearly, so he wasn't stupid. At this point, he began to understand what was happening. In the past, Lu Rong ignored him. Now that she knew he seemed to be making money, she suddenly agreed to date him. The reason was self-evident. Lu Rong was after his money, wanting to reel him into her net. The goddess he had admired for 3 years in high school turned out to be a gold-digging woman. This reality was hard for Zhang Chaoyang to accept, because once he acknowledged it, it felt as if the belief of his youth was collapsing, which was incredibly painful. Seeing Zhang Chaoyang lowering his head in silence, Chen Yu decided to help him again, leaning over to whisper a few words. Listen to me, just say this to her later. Is that okay? I understand, brother Yu. Zhang Chaoyang nodded after hearing this, gritting his teeth. He then got out of the car and walked into Qingdao Plaza with Lu Rong. At the entrance of Haidaleo, Zhang Chaoyang suddenly stopped. Rong, I think this place is a bit expensive. How about we switch to a cheaper one? He said, mimicking the way Chen Yu taught him. In reality, Chen Yu's monthly salary was over 5,000. Eating 3 meals at Haidaleo every day was more than enough. Haidaleo is expensive. Lu Rong frowned. To an ordinary college student, Haidaleo was not cheap. But Zhang Chaoyang should have made quite a bit of money. Why was he complaining about this being expensive? Seeing Lu Rong's expression change, instantly Zhang Chaoyang felt a sinking feeling and chose to confess. I'm sorry, Rong. Actually, I lied to you out of vanity. I'm just a worker. That project has nothing to do with me, and I haven't made much money, he said, looking at Lu Rong with a complex expression. At this moment, Zhang Chaoyang was filled with a strong hope. He hoped Lu Rong would finally realize his genuine heart for her and agreed to go on a date. Not just for his money. He wished that the goddess he had pursued for 3 years in high school wasn't a materialistic woman without feelings. He hoped she was the beautiful and pure girl he imagined. However, reality slapped Zhang Chaoyang hard in the face. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Rong's expression and gaze changed instantly. They became cold and ruthless. Is what you said true? She asked, tightly frowning. Rong, can you please not be angry for now? You know I truly care for you. I really like you. Although I don't earn much right now, once I graduate, I will definitely work twice as hard to buy a car and a house in the Magic City, ensuring you have nothing to worry about. Zhang Chaoyang poured out his feelings with reddened eyes, praying that Lu Rong wasn't the kind of gold digger brother you mentioned and wouldn't care about whether he had money now. He prayed that what mattered more to Lu Rong was his heart. But the next second, Lu Rong pushed him away without hesitation. Zhang Chaoyang, are you kidding me? What date are you talking about if you have no money? You think after you graduate you'll work twice as hard to buy me a house? Do you know how much a square meter costs in the Magic City? It's over 100,000. And as a programmer, how much can you earn right after graduation? Even 3 years of not eating or drinking might not be enough to buy a toilet in the Magic City. Even if you save enough for a down payment, I'd have to give up on poetry and dreams, struggling with you to pay off the loan, worrying about daily expenses. That's not the life I want. Lu Rong said in a tone as hard as iron. With every word she spoke, Zhang Qioliang's heart grew colder. Rong, can't we work hard together? Isn't love about supporting each other? By this point, his vision was already a bit blurry. Sorry, that's the love you think. The love I envision is a beautiful life, shopping, traveling, yoga, enjoying poetry and dreams. Zhang Chaoyang, you can't give me these, so please have some self-awareness and don't contact me anymore. After saying this, Lu Rong turned and left without hesitation, leaving Zhang Chaoyang standing there in a daze. His whole body trembled. Hey, isn't that Rong? She hadn't taken a few steps when a young man around 23 waved at her. Lu Rong looked closely, and her expression instantly changed from gloomy to sunny, turning into a smile. Tian Tsung, what a coincidence to run into you here. Over here. Chen Yu watched as Zhang Chaoyang and Lu Rong entered the Qingdao Plaza together, feeling uneasy about that guy. So Chen Yu decided to get out of the car and check the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the mall, he ran into a familiar face. Zheng Tianzong. That guy was shopping with 2 enchanting girls, happily embracing them. What the heck, isn't that my brother Yu? From dozens of meters away, Zheng Tianzong spotted Chen Yu quickly releasing the girls' waists and greeting him. What a coincidence, brother Tsong. Chen Yu waved back. Don't joke with me. How can I dare to call myself brother in front of you? Zheng Tianzong smiled, knowing Chen Yu was just showing him respect in front of the women. The two chatted for a bit before strolling towards the vicinity of Haidaleo. Chen Yu saw Zhang Chaoyang being humiliated by Lu Rong walking away from him. Then surprisingly, Zheng Tianzong waved at Lu Rong. Oh, Rong is here shopping too. Brother Tianzong, what a coincidence to run into you here. Lu Rong immediately put on a smiling face. She strutted over in her high heels, swaying her hips. Zhang Tiansong was unabashed, grinning widely as he casually draped his arm over Lu Rong's shoulder. Lu Rong did not shy away, only showing a shy smile. This scene made Chen Yu frown. Clearly Lu Rong knew Zhang Tiansong. This wasn't surprising, really. She actively flirted with rich guys everywhere, and Zhang Tiansong was someone who often hung around this area. It was quite reasonable for them to hit it off. Moreover, judging by their boundaryless interaction, they had probably discussed life in depth. At this moment, Lu Rong was being all flirty, with Zhang Tiansong completely disregarding the other two girls nearby. After all, everyone was here to cling to the rich second generation. There was no need to pretend to be innocent. When it was time to let loose, one had to let loose. Brother Tiansong, you haven't messaged me in days. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could that be? I've just been a bit busy lately. I was actually planning to find you today. Zhang Tiansong casually fabricated his excuse. Really? Really? Haha, speaking of which, my Rong, it's been a few days since we last met, and you seem to have grown. Zhang Tiansong's gaze unabashedly glanced at Lu Rong's curves. You're so naughty. Brother Tiansong, you're too bad. Lu Rong shyly shot him a glance, but her actions were bolder as she accentuated her curves. The two were flirting back and forth. If this continued, it would surely lead to some confrontation tonight. At that moment, Zhang Chaoyang also approached. Seeing this, his heart sank completely. The young man in front of him, slightly older than him, clad in designer brands, exuded an aura of wealth. Lu Rong, who once stood before him like a goddess, had instantly transformed into a different person in front of this young man. She was no longer reserved. Gone was her aloofness. Instead, she became incredibly flirty and casual. Looking at her now, one would never associate her with the goddess from high school. It truly echoed the saying, the goddess of the poor is the plaything of the rich. Fine. I was young and ignorant. I was blind. My youth was wasted. I accept it. Lu Rong noticed Zhang Chaoyang approaching again, and a hint of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Did this loser still not want to give up? Brother Tiansong is still here. It would be bad if he misunderstood. So Lu Rong turned her back, unwilling to meet Zhang Qiuliang's gaze, hoping this loser would be smart enough not to ruin her good fortune and quickly leave. Compared to Zhang Tiansong, Zhang Chaoyang was truly worthless. A regular guy like him, no matter how hard he worked, could never catch up with Zhang Tiansong. She would rather lower herself to compete for attention with Zhang Tiansong's little beauties than suffer in poverty with Zhang Chaoyang. Brother, you let's go. Back to school. Zhang Chaoyang said flatly, his tone devoid of emotion. Okay. Chen Yu nodded, and then said to Zhang Tiansong, I'll take my leave first, you enjoy yourself. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Tiansong stopped him. Hey brother, you wait a minute. Is there something? Chen Yu turned back to ask. It's nothing, Zhang Tiansong said with a smile, glancing at Zhang Chaoyang. I just wanted to ask brother you where this brother made his fortune. If it's convenient, let's get to know each other. After saying that, he looked towards Zhang Chaoyang. Chen Yu understood his intentions. To Zhang Tiansong, if the person was ordinary, he wouldn't bother. However, anyone appearing alongside Chen Yu here likely had an extraordinary background, making it worth getting acquainted. Despite Zhang Tiansong's casual demeanor, he had long grasped the principle of more friends, more paths. Brother Tiansong, he's just an ordinary loser, no need to get to know him. Lu Rong, leaning on his shoulder, whispered. At the same time, she cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Chaoyang. However, Zhang Tiansong completely ignored her. He even pushed Lu Rong aside and shot her a cold glance. Stupid girl, do I need your guidance for what I want to do? Do you really think you're something special? Know your place. You're just a plaything. With one look, Zhang Tiansong left Lu Rong dumbfounded, scared to the point of trembling all over. Then let me introduce you all. Chen Yu stepped forward. This is Zhang Tiansong, my friend, the young master of a top 5 transportation company in Modu. This is Zhang Chaoyang, my partner for projects at school. Hello, young master Zhang. Zhang Chaoyang extended his hand awkwardly. Zhang Tiansong immediately shook it enthusiastically. Oh, it's brother Zhang Chaoyang, truly promising at a young age. Being able to partner with brother Yu on a project is impressive. By the way, what was that project you mentioned at school called? Is it pickled vegetables? He suddenly asked curiously. Yes, it's pickled vegetables. Chen Yu nodded slightly. Wow, that's impressive. I know quite a few college students who are using it. Zhang Tiansong exclaimed in shock. I also heard from people in the circle that it seems 3 major companies in Modu are very interested in this app and are willing to spend over $1 billion to acquire it. He spoke with excitement, and as he talked, his face was filled with envy. This wasn't just flattery, it was genuine admiration. He was really envious because those rumors were solid, not fabricated by him. There were indeed big companies considering acquiring that app. Wow, over $1 billion. His father worked hard for most of his life to build this family business, and his net worth was only around 5 or 6 billion. But these two in front of him were only 20 years old, and by working together on a project, they developed an app that could be worth over $1 billion. From a financial perspective, these two were already more impressive than his idolized father. Nice to meet you. Wow, brother Chaoyang, you have a bright future ahead. Huh. If you don't mind, let's add each other on WeChat. He'll scan you. Zheng Tiansong said with a smile, taking out his phone and getting ready to scan. His attitude was exceedingly friendly. There was no sign of the arrogance he had just displayed. While Zheng Tiansong was adding Zhang Chaoyang on WeChat, Lu Rong was left dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Tiansong had gone from doting on her to discarding her like trash, turning instead to laugh and joke with Zhang Chaoyang. Lu Rong was utterly bewildered. The cause of her confusion was not only Zheng Tiankong's sudden 180-degree change in attitude, but also Chen Yu's words. That handsome guy driving the Bentley, said Zhang Chaoyang, is his business partner. Lu Rong's mind raced. Although she was materialistic, she was not foolish. Based on Chen Yu's words, it was clear that Zhang Chaoyang had likely deceived her. Zhang Chaoyang was not just an ordinary worker. He was a genuine business partner. No wonder this underdog could associate with that handsome guy in the Bentley. No wonder he as an underdog could gain the recognition of a rich second generation like Zheng Tiansong. How infuriating. How did I not realize this earlier? This was truly outrageous. How foolish of me. Lu Rong felt as if she were about to go crazy from her own frustration. Zhang Chaoyang. A partner. A project worth over 100 million. Each piece of information struck her mind like a sledgehammer. Even if Zhang Chaoyang only held a small portion of the shares, he could still pocket tens of millions. At just 20 years old, he could earn tens of millions. This underdog whom she once despised was actually a super potential stock on the brink of financial freedom. But she had let him slip right through her fingers. The words he had just spoken were merely a test of her. To her shock, she had truly taken the bait, revealing her true self and letting this prime catch escape. Regret. Remorse. No, I cannot give up like this. I must fight for another chance. Lu Rong steeled her resolve and walked forward again. Zhang Chaoyang, I am hungry now. Can we go eat? She said, feigning nonchalance. She was taking a gamble. She gambled that this boy still harbored feelings for her, that he still had nostalgia for their high school days. If that were the case with her status, she would still have a chance to win Zhang Chaoyang over. For Zhang Chaoyang, she was willing to give up on Zheng Tiansong. However, the next moment, all she received was a dim yet resolute gaze. Lu Rong, just go. You were right. I can't give you the kind of love you want, so let's not contact each other anymore. You and I. That gaze was so unfamiliar, so different from the dull, infatuated science boy she had known. Lu Rong immediately panicked. Zhang Chaoyang, didn't you like me for a long time? Didn't you always want to pursue me? I'm giving you the opportunity now. Why do you no longer like me? Have you changed your heart? Zhang Chaoyang, are you this fickle? She unleashed one of her best tactics, ignoring the facts. Ignoring her own actions and the reasons for his behavior, she focused on his flaws. Many boys would fall into this trap, shifting from being proactive to passive, while she could seize the initiative. But she did not realize that once a boy had made up his mind, her little tricks were worthless. Lu Rong, what you want is just to reap without sowing, not love. Since that's the case, I truly cannot give you what you want. Just leave. I will not contact you again. Zhang Chaoyang had become completely resolute. No longer soft-hearted. Lu Rong was almost in tears. A big catch was slipping away. She regretted it. She was unwilling. Yet Zhang Qiuliang's attitude was so firm that she could hardly see a glimmer of hope. Lu Rong quickly turned her head in another direction. Tiansong Gu. She walked delicately towards Zheng Tiansong in her high heels. Can you stay with me? I'm really sad today, as someone just bullied me just as she got closer. Zheng Tiansong distanced himself in disgust. Get away from me. Lu Rong was once again dumbfounded. What do you mean? My brother Zhang Chaoyang told you to scram. Can't you understand? Zheng Tiansong spoke clearly. He was very aware of the situation before him. To him, Lu Rong was not even a girlfriend. At most, she was just a plaything. There were plenty of gold diggers with some looks. Kick one away, and there would be countless others. But Zhang Chaoyang was a genuine, promising youth who might be someone in the future. Between these two, he would undoubtedly choose Zhang Chaoyang without hesitation and kick Lu Rong away. Seeing this, Lu Rong finally broke down. She stood there, tears gradually welling up. She cried heartbreakingly. Yet even so, no one believed her anymore, and no one sympathized with her. Zheng Tiansong glanced at her and chuckled lightly. There was nothing strange about this. He had seen this kind of thing many times. The endings for gold diggers were generally the same. Neither love nor money remained. At this moment, Zheng Tiansong had already sent the two girls who were initially beside him away. Brother, you don't go yet. I still have something to discuss with you. What is it? Chen Yu asked, smiling. Do you know about the Hope Pearl Industrial Park? It's right next to your Moda University. Zheng Tiansong inquired. Chen Yu, upon hearing this, recalled something. I think I've heard of it. What's up? He nodded. Brother, you, to be honest, my dad recently acquired several buildings from that park and is currently looking to lease them. I wonder if you're interested. Actually, moving all the people working on your project into the industrial park would be quite suitable. After all, brother you have talented people, and it might be a bit inconvenient to do it at school, huh? Ding. Life winner system triggered task. Gain special funds 30 million yuan usable for leasing or purchasing office space for the company. Task reward 30 million yuan. As soon as Zheng Tiansong finished speaking, a notification echoed in Chen Yu's mind. You want me to use this 30 million to acquire office space, right? After pondering for a moment, it seemed quite reasonable. The team for the Xiankai app project had already exceeded 10 members. These people usually worked scattered in their respective dormitories, making communication quite troublesome. If there were a place for centralized office work, it would be absolutely perfect. Moreover, using the system's funds to secure a venue was a no-brainer, and there were rewards for using it. Sure. Thinking along these lines, Chen Yu nodded. When can young Master Zheng take us to check out the buildings? I'm always free. Seeing the opportunity, Zheng Tiansong was immediately overjoyed. How many employees do you have over there, brother you? 11. Chen Yu replied. 11? That's so few. Zheng Tiansong was stunned upon hearing this. With so few people, they had managed to create such an impressive project that earned over 1 million as a small target. Compared to Chen Yu and Zhang Chaoyang, he felt like a complete waste after all this time. Damn, sometimes the gap between people is even greater than that between people and dogs. Let's set it for tomorrow. Chen Yu said decisively. Tomorrow, I'll take the team to check out the buildings. No problem, brother Yu. See you tomorrow. Zheng Tiansong exclaimed excitedly. To be honest, his father had been worried about this matter lately. Their family used to be involved in transportation. However, in recent years, the profits from transportation had dwindled, and last year, they even incurred losses of several million. This prompted his father to decisively expand their business ventures and try commercial real estate, leading to the acquisition of 5 low-rise office buildings for leasing. As a result, after over a month of seeking tenants, only 1 floor of 1 building was rented out. This nearly drove his father crazy. Therefore, for Zheng Tiansong, if he could secure a business deal this time and facilitate Chen Yu's team in moving in smoothly, his father would surely praise him and give him some recognition. After bidding farewell to Zheng Tiansong, Chen Yu had a casual meal with Zhang Chaoyang before returning to school. After today's events, Zhang Chaoyang admired Chen Yu even more. Because Chen Yu was both decisive and truly capable, he managed to expose Lu Rong's true intentions, helping him abandon that thought and avoid being trapped by a gold digger. Moreover, he had quite a few connections. Even Lu Rong, who willingly sought to please wealthy second-generation individuals, had to bow and call him Brother Yu upon seeing Chen Yu. This was sufficient evidence that Chen Yu possessed enough strength to be the big brother of this project. Upon returning to school, Chen Yu sent a message in the project group instructing everyone to gather the next morning to check out the office space. Then he sent a message to Song Enya. Senior, I miss you. Within less than 5 seconds, he received a reply. Get to the point. Don't use this sweet talk on me. I want to bring a few people tomorrow to check out the office building in the Hope Pearl Industrial Park next to the university. If we like it, I'll have them move in directly for work. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Song Enya thought for a moment and replied, the people in your project are mostly seniors, and they'll be graduating soon, so working off campus shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, not only is it not a problem, but the school also encourages situations like yours. Encourages? Yes. Song Enya explained, getting a job before graduation, especially in a tech field related to their major with high salaries. Of course, the school will encourage it. Furthermore, in recent days, news about major companies being interested in your project has been circulating everywhere, and even the school leaders are basically aware of it. The prices those big companies are offering seem to be quite high, she exclaimed. Initially, they estimated around 70 million, but then it quickly rose to over 100 million. Do you know, Junior, this is one of the most sensational events to happen at our school in years. A student startup valued at over 100 million within 3 months. Such news, when publicized, will surely bring great honor to the entire school. You are truly impressive. You flatter me, Senior, haha. Chen Yu joked. Ahem, by the way, I have a position available here. What position? Personal secretary, 24 hours a day. Senior, would you consider it? No way, I wouldn't be your assistant. I'm not joking, sister. Let me know the time you plan to check out the office building tomorrow. I could use that as material for a report. Okay, Senior, at 9 a.m. See you then. Alright, see you then. After putting down his phone, Chen Yu enjoyed a good sleep. The next day, he woke up at 8 a.m., tidied up, and had breakfast. At 8:30 a.m., everyone from the project had gathered, and Chen Yu led them out in a grand fashion. The Hope Pearl Industrial Park was nearly adjacent to Magic City University, just a 10-minute walk away. Upon reaching the main entrance of the industrial park, an Aston Martin DB12 was parked on the roadside, and Zheng Tiansong was leaning against the car, coolly smoking. He turned his head to see Chen Yu arriving with people. Zheng Tiansong immediately flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, stepped on it twice, and approached with a beaming smile. Brother Chaoyang, you're here. While greeting, he took out a box of Evian bottled water from the car and distributed a bottle to each person. He aimed to provide excellent hospitality. Everyone don't mind me. I'll take you all to see the building later. If you're thirsty, feel free to drink some water. If it's not enough, just let me know. Zheng Tiansong said warmly. At that moment, a tall beauty, about 171 centimeters, approached Chen Yu. Song Inya was wearing a white shirt today, looking very capable. However, from a glance downwards, the second, third, and fourth buttons looked like they could pop open at any moment. On the bottom, she wore a pair of light blue jeans that accentuated her perfect figure and leg shape. Senior, you're here, Chen Yu greeted with a smile. I'm not late, am I? No, we just arrived as well. Chen Yu and Song Inya's familiarity left the others stunned. Especially Zheng Tiansong. This beauty was excessively stunning, and with her exquisite figure, she could easily be deemed top tier. Comparing her to the girls Zheng Tiansong usually hung out with, he felt they were simply not worth looking at. Truly no wonder he was Brother Yu's friend. There was always such a stunning beauty by his side. Zheng Tiansong sighed internally and led everyone into the industrial park. In Magic City, where every inch of land is precious, this park, while not particularly large, was indeed designed very exquisitely. There were a total of 15 three-story small office buildings, each covering over 300 square meters. Zheng Tiansong led the way as a dozen people entered the building marked Building 8. Brother Yu, what do you all think of this place? After entering, many, including Zhang Chaoliang behind Chen, you were visibly impressed. The entire building was already fully renovated with materials and selections of high quality, clearly indicating a high standard of renovation. Are you satisfied? Of course they were satisfied. Among these people, many had previously interned and seen what typical office environments look like in other companies. It could only be said that there was simply no comparison to what lay before them. If they could work here in the future, it would be incredibly enjoyable. Young Master Zheng, what about the price? Chen Yu, seeing the delight and satisfaction in everyone's eyes, asked Zheng Tiansong. Brother Yu, the prices are negotiable. You can rent by the square meter. Just designate an area, and I'll arrange for someone to put up partitions. For 1 square meter, it's 5 yuan a day, and I'll cover water, electricity, and property management for you. Zheng Tiansong earnestly reiterated. But inwardly, he began to feel apprehensive. This price was actually not high considering the high-quality renovations here. It could even be said to be quite cheap. However, the current market conditions were indeed not great. Many nearby office buildings had lowered their prices, yet it was still very difficult to rent them out with high vacancy rates. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have brought in 5 buildings only to rent out 1 floor. If Chen Yu wanted to settle for less and choose slightly older office buildings, he could save a lot of money. Plus, since they weren't numerous, there was no need for such luxurious office space. It all depended on how he wanted to choose. 5 yuan per square meter per day? Chen Yu asked. Yes, Brother Yu. You choose the area, and I'll cover the cost of the partitions. Zheng Tiansong replied enthusiastically. I just want to ask how much for the entire building. What? Zheng Tianchao was momentarily stunned, thinking he was hearing things. The whole building. I asked you what is the price for the entire building. Chen Yu calmly repeated. This time Zheng Tianchao could hear clearly. What the heck, the whole building? No way is he thinking of renting the entire building. But there are only 11 of them. For such a small number of people to take the whole building, isn't that a bit excessive, big brother? Zheng Tianchao was momentarily dazed and quickly took out his calculator. Brother Yu, the whole building is about 1,100 square meters. If you want all of it, I'll just calculate it as 1,000 square meters for you. Then it's 15,000 yuan a month, 1.8 million a year, he replied. If you pay for 2 years in one go, I can waive the deposit. Awesome, if I can rent out the entire building at once, I can show off in front of my dad later. No, what I mean is if I were to buy your building, how much would it cost? Chen Yu asked lightly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tianchao completely lost his composure. Brother Yu, am I hearing things? You don't want to rent, you want to buy the entire building directly. Yes. Chen Yu thought to himself, since the system had given him 30 million in funding to secure a location. It would be a waste not to spend it. If he only used 3.6 million to pay the rent, wouldn't the remaining 20 million be wasted? It would be better to find out how much this building costs. If the price is reasonable, just buy it outright. Wow, Brother Yu, you're really giving me a tough question. I really can't decide on this. Wait a moment, let me drink some water. I'll call my dad. After saying that, Zheng Tianchao took out his phone and ran outside. 5 minutes later, he hurried back. Brother Yu, I asked, it's for sale. This building, no. 8 is a bit more expensive than the others priced at 35 million. But if you buy it, I can give you a discount, just 30 million. However, my dad has one condition. He only accepts cash, no loans. What do you think? Zheng Tianchao said with a forced smile. Damn, that's 30 million. He couldn't even come up with 30 million, let alone 3 million. But now the person asking him about the price is Chen Yu. Zheng Tianchao knew that Chen Yu had the financial power because he had witnessed it before. The luxury apartment at Jinggan Huafu was bought outright by Chen Yu. From this, it was evident that a 30 million office building wouldn't be a big deal for Chen Yu. That's why Zheng Tianchao specifically called his dad of both father and son valued it highly and discussed it thoroughly. So 30 million in cash, right? Alright, I'll buy it. In less than 5 seconds, Chen Yu nodded and made his decision. Zheng Tianchao was taken aback. So fast. Big brother, are you being a bit rash? 30 million worth of property. You didn't even take 5 seconds to decide to buy it. What the hell? At this moment, Zheng Tianchao felt a bit overwhelmed. Usually he was the one throwing money in others' faces. But today, for the first time, he seemed to experience the feeling of being on the receiving end. Brother, you really decided. Don't you want to take another look? No, I think this building is quite good. Chen Yu walked around twice and was indeed quite satisfied. The decor was understated yet high quality, and the layout and lighting were also quite good. Overall, there were almost no flaws to be found. Okay, then I'll go draft the contract. Brother, you wait for me a few minutes. Zheng Tianko's family office was in a nearby building, so he quickly printed out the contract. When he returned, his hands were trembling with excitement and nervousness. Chen Yu glanced over the contract briefly before immediately signing it and transferring the money. Everyone, starting tomorrow, you can move here to work, he announced. Everyone present was silent for a few seconds. Chen Yu added, I've bought this building, it's ours from now on, feel free to use it. What the heck? Brother, you bought the whole building. I didn't mishear, did I, eh? Not renting but buying outright. Could it be that Brother Yu is like those rich characters in novels? After a brief moment of confusion, everyone cheered together. Renting and buying are still different. Buying means it's yours, you have the final say, and you can use it however you want. Moreover, with just over 10 of them, everyone was absolutely thrilled with this place. They had interned at many places and seen numerous office environments in the magical city during their junior year. There was no company environment that could surpass this one. Working here felt like living in a villa, much more comfortable than those so-called 5A high-rise office buildings. Zhang Chaoyang and the others were all shocked and extremely happy. Meanwhile, Song Enya was quietly writing something nearby. He treats his employees well, is gentle and sunny, decisive in his actions, doesn't sweat the small stuff, and is calm and carefree, she wrote at some point. Suddenly, Chen Yu appeared behind her and read aloud what she was writing. Hey! Song Enya was startled, saw it was Chen Yu, and hurriedly closed her notebook. Her cheeks flushed immediately. Why are you so annoying? Can't you walk without making a sound? She scolded softly. I was just wandering around, senior sister. You didn't notice me because you were too focused, Chen Yu said, scratching his head. What were you writing just now? What does gentle and sunny even mean? None of your business. Stinky little brother, go do your thing. Song Enya turned and walked away, her cheeks and ears flushed and still huffy. What did I do to you? Chen Yu muttered to himself. Song Enya's affection towards you 5, Song Enya's current affection towards you 85, huh? Why did my affection increase? One moment she calls me stinky little brother, and the next moment it rises again. Can someone please explain this to me? What on earth is going on? Chen Yu was totally bewildered. Women's thoughts are truly too difficult to decipher. Looking at the current situation, now that there is a venue, equipment must be arranged as well. Although there was no system task this time, Chen Yu felt he could completely fund it himself. Everyone, each of you will have a budget of 1,000 yuan to get a new computer. Please don't skimp on the expenses. As his words fell, cheers erupted again. 1,000 yuan is enough to get the most top-notch configuration currently available on the market. Using it will definitely be much more enjoyable than the laptops they've been using for 4 years at university, which are now barely functional. They might even be able to run the hottest game right now, Black Myth Wukong. At that moment, Zheng Tianchao asked boldly, Brother Yu, is that beautiful lady your secretary? Chen Yu glanced at Song Enya. Are you asking her? Yes. No. He shook his head. She's just a senior from our school. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tiankong's eyes darted around. His mind quickly conjured up a multitude of ideas. A senior, haha. Bro, it's fine, I understand. Call her senior during the day, and at night call her something else. Directly jumping into a competition is too monotonous. Adding this contrast between day and night makes the competition much more interesting and enjoyable. Thinking of this, Zheng Tiansong admired Chen Yu even more. Damn, I never thought I would be completely outclassed by Brother Yu in terms of career. Even compared to Brother Yu, I can't even figure out how to flirt. After playing for so many years, I'm still stuck in conventional methods. I'm really a waste. After some self-reflection, Zheng Tiansong, holding a contract worth 30 million, became happy again, grinning from ear to ear. His father worked hard for many days just to rent out 1 floor of a building. Yet with one move, he sold an entire building. Now that I think about it, when I get back home, I wonder if that old dang would still dare to give me a hard time. Zheng Tiansong asked happily. Brother Yu, since you don't have a secretary, yet do you want me to recommend a few girls for you to meet? I guarantee they all have slim waists and long legs, and they can work. When he said the words can work, he deliberately changed his tone, making it sound suggestive. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back, his hairs standing on end, as if something dangerous was staring at him. He slightly turned his head and found that Song Inya was casting a glance at him. Cough, cough, no need, I don't have many people here anyway, so I don't need a secretary right now. Chen Yu replied cautiously. After he said this, Song Inya's gaze shifted away and the dangerous aura dissipated. No need. Well, if you ever want to get a secretary, just send me a message. Haha, I won't disturb you guys any longer. If there's anything, just call me directly, or have someone go to Building 1 to find our company's property management, that's fine too. I'm off now, brother, you bye. Chen Yu nodded, and Zheng Tiansong happily walked away. The contract worth 30 million. With just this deal, his family could earn over 1 million, making him extremely happy. Ding. Task use, special funds 30 million yuan. To procure a venue for the company, completed reward cash 30 million yuan disbursed. Your construction bank account ending in 5518 has received 30 yuan. Glancing at the message on his phone, Chen Yu smiled faintly. Zheng Tiansong made quite a bit, but it's nothing compared to what Chen Yu made. That afternoon, everyone moved their things over. Several computer assembly workers from nearby computer stores also drove over with a bunch of computer hardware and worked hard for a while, setting up new top-notch machines for everyone. In the evening, Chen Yu took everyone out for a big meal, and joy radiated from everyone's faces. As the gathering was nearing its end, Zhang Chaoliang found Chen Yu and said, Brother Yu, I almost forgot to tell you something. What's up? Our Xian Kai app now needs a few animations, and we want to outsource them. Do you know anyone who does this? Chen Yu thought for a moment. Speaking of animations, isn't Lin Xiyu in the animation field? She mentioned before that she would be going to work at an animation company. Thinking of this, Chen Yu nodded. I know someone would just send me the requirements later. Okay. Zhang Chaoliang gave a gesture and left. At 1 a.m., the dormitory had already been locked up by the dorm manager, so Chen Yu had to find a Sheraton to stay for the night. Lying in bed, Chen Yu sent a few messages to Lin Xiyu. Lin, the campus beauty, are you asleep? I have a few animation requirements to send to you. Can you see if your company can do them? After sending the message, Chen Yu put down his phone, preparing to calm his emotions to sleep. Unexpectedly, not even 2 minutes passed before his phone buzzed continuously. Lin Xiyu, we can do it. Chen Yu, aren't you going to sleep this late? Lin Xiyu's avatar changed to typing, then back again, and then back to typing several times before she finally sent a few words. He'll sleep soon. He'll come find you tomorrow and go to your company with you. Chen Yu continued typing, after confirming he'll sign a contract over there directly. Come by at 8 o'clock and call me when you get downstairs. Got it. After confirming with Lin Xiyu, Chen Yu finally got to sleep. Unknowingly, the eastern sky outside began to brighten. It was already 7 a.m. Chen Yu's car wasn't here, and with the morning rush hour, it wasn't convenient to take a taxi, so after having breakfast, he took the subway directly to the building where Lin Xiyu rented. It was just 2 minutes until 8 a.m. Chen Yu called her, and Lin Xiyu quickly came downstairs. She wore a clean white sports t-shirt paired with denim shorts, looking like a spirited sports girl. Get in the car, she greeted with a smile. In the parking spot, a white Audi A7 flashed its lights, and Chen Yu got in. As the car slowly drove out of the community and onto the road, Chen Yu couldn't help but frown. Because at that moment, Lin Xiyu was in a completely different state compared to a few minutes ago. She seemed to be completely tense. Her two fair and slender arms stretched out straight, her small hands tightly gripping the steering wheel, her big eyes fixed ahead in her, but shifting slightly in the seat. Xiyu, I think you might be a bit too nervous. Actually, driving is something you should relax about. Being too tense will make you uncomfortable. Chen Yu advised calmly. Oh, I am just nervous. The car is going so fast right now. After Lin Xiyu finished speaking, her two slender hands gripped even tighter. Too fast. Chen Yu frowned again. He felt that cars were constantly passing Lin Xiyu on both sides. Looking at the speedometer, 35 km/h. I'm driving at 80, and I still think it's slow. You're telling me 35 is too fast. Chen Yu was completely at a loss. Speeding is indeed not good. Safety comes first, so if you need to slow down, just slow down. He comforted her. If I'm speeding too fast, you'll be nervous too. Lin Xiyu said as she pressed the brake, causing the speed of the A7 to drop to 30 km/h. Only then did she let out a slight sigh of relief. Chen Yu felt numb all over. He couldn't urge her anymore. He could only lean back and appreciate the extreme driving skills of this novice female driver. When they arrived downstairs at Lin Xiyu's company, it was already 9:09 a.m. Chen Yu, can you stop the car for me? I need to go up to clock and I'm going to be late in 1 minute. All right. Chen Yu switched to the driver's seat and drove the car into the underground parking lot. He also called the front desk of the animation company and greeted their general manager. Lin Xiyu hurriedly ran into the elevator. At the company entrance, a young man was standing there. When he saw Lin Xiyu approach, his expression changed. Lin Xiyu, I've been looking for you. How have you thought about the business trip? Lin Xiu lightly furrowed her brows and walked straight over to clock in. Beep, clock in successful. The man, around 25 years old, styled his hair in a slicked-back manner and wore formal attire with shoes so shiny they could reflect light. Xiu, I'm asking you a question, he asked while his small eyes sparkled, glancing at Lin Xiu from time to time. Yang Wei, I already told you I don't want to go on a business trip. Lin Xiu walked towards her workstation. Xiu, can you think it over a bit more before making a decision? This business trip is really important. If you agree to go with me once we return, I will definitely talk to the supervisor about getting you promoted early. The man named Yang Wei urged her earnestly, yet his eyes were darting around constantly. Coupled with his overly styled appearance, he looked downright sleazy. There was no way around it. The girl in front of him was simply too beautiful. With exquisite looks and a figure along with an alluring charm that mixed cuteness with purity, she was unforgettable to many men after just a glance. However, despite Yang Wei's multiple attempts to strike up a conversation, he hadn't even managed to add Lin Xiu on WeChat. Thus, he started plotting other ideas intending to take advantage of the business trip opportunity. Yang Wei's eyes turned, and he suddenly asked seriously, Xiu, have you heard of the Xian Kai app? I've heard of it, YA. Lin Xiu sat down at her workstation. To be honest, this business trip is related to the Xian Kai project. Yang Wei pretended to look serious. This is a big deal. At this moment, Chen Yu parked his car and arrived here, being guided by the receptionist to find Lin Xiu. As he walked from a distance and hadn't even seen them, yet he heard someone mention Xian Kai. Xiu, that project is very famous right now, isn't it? Several large companies are preparing to acquire it. And I just happen to know the boss of the Xian Kai project. Hearing this, Chen Yu took a closer look at the two from a few steps away. He couldn't recall ever knowing such a person. Aren't you just some guy? Do I know you? Xiu, I'm not lying to you, I'm quite familiar with their boss. Yang Wei continued with his exaggerated claims. This business trip is a cooperative opportunity I've secured through my relationship with their boss. If the cooperation goes smoothly, I can also obtain some initial shares from them. When the project gets acquired, it'll be financially free. Chen Yu, who the hell is this guy? He speaks so boldly without flinching, I almost believe him too. Come on, what does another company have to do with you? How could they possibly give you initial shares? Your financial freedom is your own business. For the business trip, you should find someone else. Faced with Yang Wei's incessant persuasion, Lin Xiu remained completely unmoved, her attitude still icy. Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Yang Wei immediately switched to another approach. Xiu, if you continue to be uncooperative with my work, the promotion might be delayed for several more months. You're still on probation, you'll only get a few thousand. After paying rent, how much will you have left? As long as you agree to go on the business trip, you won't have to wait long to get promoted after we return. By then, you'll definitely earn over 100 a month. Moreover, Xian Kai is a project currently attracting a lot of attention in the market. Gaining some work experience there will be greatly beneficial for your future development, right? Yang Wei exerted all his efforts to persuade her again. However, Lin Xiu simply opened her computer and continued with her work. Xiu, the car is parked, shall we go meet your supervisor? Chen Yu, led over by the receptionist, said casually. Sure. Upon seeing him, a sweet smile immediately appeared on Lin Xiu's face. This smile was something Yang Wei had never seen before. He was momentarily stunned. However, Lin Xiu's smile was only for the man who had just arrived. Who are you? A new intern, eh? Yang Wei snapped back to reality, squinting at Chen Yu. This young man looked to be around 20 years old. He was indeed handsome, but had never been seen before. He probably was a new intern. What the hell was an intern doing here causing a ruckus? Couldn't he see that they were busy? Moreover, why did it feel like this person wanted to flirt with Lin Xiu? Gutsy. Team leader Yang, this one is not an intern. At that moment, the receptionist who was leading the way spoke up to introduce him. He is a junior student at Moda University, a classmate of Miss Lin Xiu, and also the person in charge and boss of the Xian Kai app, Mr. Chen Yu. Wait a moment. After hearing what the receptionist said, Yang Wei nearly fell over on the spot. The key was in the last sentence. The person in charge and boss of the Xian Kai app. This person is the boss of that project. Yang Wei was completely stunned. He looked at Chen Yu in disbelief, his face turning red and pale in turns. Mr. Chen Yu is here to discuss business with our company. He has already greeted our boss. The receptionist added. At this point, Yang Wei, who had been somewhat skeptical, had to believe it. The young man before him was indeed the big boss of Xian Kai. Holy crap. So earlier when he was boasting about knowing the boss of Xian Kai, the real boss was right next to him. Yang Wei was boasting in front of the actual person, and he was doing it with such flair. Fortunately, the real boss was cultured enough not to expose him immediately. Awkward. This was truly a grand level of awkwardness. Come on, I'll take you to meet the supervisor. Lin Xiu cheerfully pulled Chen Yu along and walked towards an adjacent office. The receptionist also left. Only Yang Wei was left standing there. The scene of him showing off just now still lingered in the air. Did I just become a clown? If I had known the actual person would come, I wouldn't have tried to show off about Xian Kai at all. How utterly embarrassing. He nearly wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Watching Lin Xiyu holding the hand of that guy Yang Wei felt an intense wave of jealousy wash over him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyu and Chen Yu entered the supervisor's office. After explaining their intentions and discussing the requirements, the other party quoted a price of 800,000. This is the price for ordinary quality. If you want better quality, it will have to be an additional 300,000, totaling 1 million, said the middle-aged supervisor with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Lin Xiyu cautiously glanced at Chen Yu and asked, "Isn't that a bit expensive? If you think it's pricey, how about we negotiate with the supervisor?" Chen Yu nearly couldn't hold back his laughter at that. Even if you're going to negotiate, Lin, you can't discuss it right in front of the supervisor. Such matters should be discussed privately, you know. Sigh, this girl is truly innocent. Not only was Chen Yu unable to contain himself, but even the Mediterranean supervisor across from them was somewhat speechless. You're an employee of our company, and you want to help the client negotiate a better price. Is that appropriate? Whose side are you on anyway? Forget it. Chen Yu shook his head. Just over 100,000 is a trivial matter to him. It's not worth expending time and energy over. To produce high-quality animation, 1 million, right? He'll offer 2 million, but with 2 conditions attached. The supervisor of the Mediterranean was momentarily taken aback. I want 1 million. If you don't want to negotiate, fine, but why are you adding to the price yourself? However, upon hearing that Chen Yu had 2 conditions, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Mr. Chen, what are the conditions?" First, immediately promote Lin Xiyu to a full-time position. Second, fire the person with the slick-back hair from earlier. Chen Yu said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiyu immediately lowered her head shyly and tugged at his arm with her small hand. "You don't need to trouble yourself over my promotion. It's just a simple matter," Chen Yu replied softly. Promoting her and firing someone. The Mediterranean supervisor pondered silently after hearing this. Promoting Lin Xiyu immediately posed no problem. She was capable of being a formal employee. Moreover, it seemed that her relationship with Mr. Chen was quite special. Promoting her would also give Mr. Chen face, potentially leading to more opportunities for collaboration in the future. This way, the supervisor could also achieve better results. However, the second condition, to fire Yang Wei, was a different matter. Yang Wei was his trusted aide, trained over 2 years. He couldn't just terminate him on a whim. Chen Yu did not waste words. He simply waited silently for the other party to consider. Earlier, when he saw that slick-haired guy acting pretentious, he didn't confront him directly, but that didn't mean he could endure it. This kind of fool was like a toad. Although it didn't bite, it was disgusting. Thus, he should not continue to appear in front of Lin Xiyu. The Mediterranean supervisor contemplated for several minutes before speaking awkwardly. "Mr. Chen, firing Yang Wei might not be convenient. How about this? I will start the promotion process for Lin Xiyu now, and it can be completed within 3 days. As for the price, it remains at 1 million. No need to increase it. Does Mr. Chen find this acceptable?" He looked over tentatively. However, Chen Yu shook his head expressionlessly. "I don't think that's acceptable. Today, this person must be dealt with. You may flaunt your connections, but how dare you target Lin Xiyu? Who else would you fire if not him?" Seeing Chen Yu's firm attitude, the Mediterranean supervisor's anger began to rise. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Yang Wei walked in. He had been eavesdropping at the door during the conversation and realized that Chen Yu was actually trying to get the supervisor to fire him. Yang Wei finally couldn't hold back. "Chen, aren't you just a small startup boss? What's so impressive about that? So what if your valuation is over 100 million? If something goes wrong with your project in a few days, your valuation will drop to 0. Our supervisor is sincerely cooperating with you, and yet you propose such excessive demands. Aren't you being too arrogant?" Yang Wei was genuinely anxious. If he didn't hurry up, he might lose his job. Still, he believed that the Mediterranean supervisor would be able to protect him. This guy entered and shouted loudly. The Mediterranean supervisor did not speak to stop him. Both men stared at Chen Yu, joining forces to pressure him. Lin Xiyu immediately became tense, gently tugging at Chen Yu's clothing and whispering, "Stop making a scene. I know you mean well, but don't escalate things this seriously. There's no need to make it difficult for them. They're the ones making it difficult for you, not me. The current situation is of their own making." Chen Yu lightly patted Lin Xiyu's small hand. He had grasped the situation. The Mediterranean supervisor surely had an unusual relationship with Yang Wei. They might have even done something unsavory together, like embezzling from the company or taking kickbacks. Both had leverage over each other, which was why the Mediterranean supervisor was so protective of Yang Wei. Otherwise, someone like Yang Wei, who casually bragged and deceived colleagues within the company, would have been fired long ago. There's no way they would have waited until today. To put it bluntly, it was all due to the supervisor's protection. The unfriendly gazes from the two across made Lin Xiyu feel extremely anxious. But Chen Yu's calm demeanor beside her eased her worries slightly. He'll ask one last time, you really don't want to fire this person, do you? Chen Yu asked lightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but I really can't comply with this request. Yang Wei is a formal employee here, and his performance has always been good. I shouldn't casually fire such an employee, right? The Mediterranean supervisor pretended to be troubled. For him, this deal could be skipped. He might even abandon future collaborations with Pickles. But he absolutely could not fire Yang Wei. This was protecting Yang Wei as well as protecting himself. Fine. Seeing the other party's attitude, Chen Yu didn't bother with pleasantries. Yang Wei was clearly a scoundrel. Why would this supervisor insist on protecting him? Thus, I could only conclude that you are also a scoundrel, since you can't do it right. Fine. If you can't do it, then don't. Chen Yu stood up, stretched lazily, and then took out his phone to dial a number he had just called. Hello, Mr. Joe, this is Chen Yu. Yes, we just spoke on the phone. Indeed. A few minutes ago, while parking, Chen Yu had asked the receptionist to inform their general manager. The other party placed great importance on this cooperation. Although the amount was not high, just over 100 million. However, Pickles had immense potential and had even gained some reputation in the investment circle. As long as they cooperated with Pickles and promoted the news, the benefits this animation company could gain would far exceed that sum. They could not only enhance their visibility, but also make a name for themselves in the investment circle. In the future, whether for financing or project acquisition, they could achieve more with less effort. Thus, Chen Yu made the call. The general manager on the other end was incredibly warm. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Yu briefly explained the situation he had encountered since entering, including how Yang Wei had been bragging and how he had been full of lies, as well as the Mediterranean supervisor's reaction afterward. The general manager on the other end did not waste words and asked Chen Yu to hold on. Chen Yu hung up. Within 5 seconds, the Mediterranean supervisor's phone rang. Odds me good morning, Mr. Joe. As soon as the phone connected, a roar immediately echoed from the other end. Now? Right away. Immediately. Get your subordinate named Yang Wei to get lost. Damn it. Just hearing that name gives me bad vibes. These loud words could be heard by Chen Yu, startling him. After all, less than a minute ago, this Mr. Joe had just spoken to him on the phone, leaving a relatively friendly impression. But unexpectedly, he immediately turned around and unleashed his fury on the Mediterranean supervisor. He was fierce. It turned out that the attitude varied depending on who the other party was. Mr. Zhou Yang has been performing well here, working diligently and sincerely with others. It might not be suitable to just fire such a good employee. Could you please consider it again? The Mediterranean, wiping sweat, replied. He could tell that Zhou was genuinely angry, and quite a bit too. Treat people sincerely. Are you kidding me? Just because I'm not in the company often, do you think I don't know what kind of employees you are? I told you to fire him, can't you understand? Fine then, how about this, you two get out together? Huh. Zhou's words left the Mediterranean stunned. Get out together. He never expected that just for speaking up for Yang Wei, Zhou would directly fire him too. Zhou, are you joking with me? The Mediterranean supervisor was sweating profusely. Am I so bored that I would joke with you? You two will go handle the paperwork together, skip the handover process, and get out as soon as you're done. Zhou said, impatiently furious. I've been in this company for nearly 10 years and you're just going to casually kick me out like this. The Mediterranean replied unwillingly. He wanted to play the sympathy card, but Zhou wasn't falling for it and instantly fired back at him. Stop talking nonsense. Don't you know what kind of guilt you've got on your conscience? Do I need to show you evidence? I left you a way out, and you need to cherish it. It don't go and self-destruct. Some things don't weigh on the scale until they've reached 100 pounds. Since I didn't mention it, why did you bring it up? Are you wanting to get burned? This question hit the Mediterranean like a heavy hammer, causing his head to buzz. Clearly, Zhou probably knew all about the little mischief he had done before. And not only did he know, but he also had evidence. Damn, he was sweating profusely. These matters were no joke. Just taking kickbacks alone was enough to get burned. The Mediterranean supervisor was completely dumbfounded. He truly didn't expect that merely defending Yang Wei once would escalate things to this severity. Ultimately, it was probably because Yang Wei had provoked someone he shouldn't have. That Chen Yu. He initially thought he was just a university student and wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Yang Wei's misconduct could be brushed aside. Who would have thought that this Chen Yu was so ruthless, so decisive in his actions, and wouldn't tolerate any nonsense? He was doomed. This time he was truly doomed. And it was in front of a university student. What a tragedy. Seeing Zhou finished handling those two, Chen Yu took out his phone and called again. Zhou, thank you for your trouble this time. Don't mention it, Chen. This is just an internal problem for our company. Handling it is necessary. We can't let such a mouse droppings affect our collaboration, right? I understand it won't affect anything, Chen Yu acknowledged. The other party directly fired 2 people, one of whom was a supervisor, which showed enough sincerity. Chen Yu felt that Zhou was someone he could cooperate with long term. How about this, Zhou? This deal isn't that big anyway. I'll just discuss it with Lin Si. No need to find other supervisors. Zhou's voice paused for 2 seconds, but that old fox quickly grasped Chen Yu's intention. No problem, Chen Yu can talk to her. Additionally, I'll have HR arrange for Lin Ce to be promoted to regular status right away. Huh, thank you. Chen Yu hung up. He then looked at Yang Wei and the Mediterranean supervisor. Both of them looked like deflated balloons. They seemed pitiful. But Chen Yu was well aware that such people weren't worthy of sympathy. They had to pay for what they had done. In this world, one must repay their debts sooner or later. Chen Yu took Lin Ce out of the office. What are we doing now? Lin Ce asked quietly. Discussing the contract. Discussing the contract. You and me. Yeah. Chen Yu replied as he approached the front desk, asking the receptionist to arrange a small meeting room without cameras. How can we discuss this? Lin Ce's mind was in a mess, but she saw Chen Yu directly signing the contract. See, you've already closed the deal. But I haven't done anything. Just a little reward is enough? Chen Yu pointed at his face. You're really annoying. Lin Ce said she found him annoying, but still blushed and leaned in for a sip. Is that enough? Can we have something else? This has already been unlocked, Chen Yu said expectantly. What unlocking are you talking about? What else do you want to unlock? Lin Ce's face was burning. For a moment, she really thought of something that could be unlocked. She lightly thumped her thigh. But even after that, her mind was still fragmented, filled with wild thoughts. I'm leaving first, Chen Yu said, greeting her before leaving. Lin Ce's favorability was now at 85. For a girl like her, a proactive kiss was probably the limit of her favorability. As he exited the meeting room, a few girls behind him whispered, Is that the Chun who came today? The boss of that pickled vegetable. Oh my, he's so young. I thought he would be a big fat uncle, but he's so young and handsome. Will this Chin come back to our company again? I wonder if I can add him on contact. If I had known, I would have dressed up today. These girls were all young, most of them graduates from art majors, and their looks, temperament, and figures were not bad. At this moment, they were all secretly watching Chen Yu's back. So young and already a boss. Moreover, the company was doing so well. And he was so handsome. Simply perfect. Several vixens in the company were nearly swooning. Lin Ce immediately felt a sense of crisis rise within her. She gathered her courage and suddenly chased after him, wrapping her arm around Chen Yu. It was like declaring ownership. I am afraid you might get lost. Let me take you out. Huh? Chen Yu was startled. Afraid I might get lost. The company entrance is just a few meters away. Oh, I'm not blind. What is Lin, the campus belle, thinking? However, there was no time to think, because she was so close. A full and soft sensation transmitted from the outer side of his arm, rising and falling like waves on the sea. This was killing him. It's a bit smaller than Song Shueijia, but not too far off. Lin Ce usually wore loose clothing, which didn't really show off her figure. Only by getting this close could one realize her true power. Lin Ce held on to Chen Yu and felt a bit more reassured. These vixens in the company were no pushovers. If they managed to seduce Chen Yu, it would be dangerous. Lin Ce's favorability towards U5, Lin Ce's current favorability towards U90. Chen Yu was both bewildered and enjoying himself. The sensation was truly exceptional. Both he and senior sister Song had their merits, each being a marvel in their own right. Suddenly Chen Yu noticed that his favorability rating had increased by 5 points, reaching 90. It's at 90 points, should I give it a try? Chen Yu, thick-skinned, stretched out his arm and wrapped it around Lin Ce's slender waist. In that instant of contact, she trembled slightly, her face turning even redder than before, yet she did not pull away. Could it be that there's a chance? Chen Yu's mind stirred. With his hand still around her waist, he cautiously turned the steering wheel, gradually driving downward. Lin Ce's figure appeared slender yet curvaceous, with sharply defined lines. The vehicle soon encountered a steep slope. Upon reaching the incline, Lin Ce trembled again, her ears turning a deep shade of red. What a nuisance, where are you touching? Chen Yu smiled faintly. His hand did not retreat, but instead pressed up the slope. The incline was not only steep, but also exceptionally smooth, the curvature captivating. Unfortunately, just moments later, Lin Ce could no longer bear it. Like a startled deer, she jumped several steps away. The elevator has arrived, hurry and get in. The elevator doors opened and Lin Ce gestured, her face flushed. Chen Yu regrettably withdrew his hand for the time being. One must admit, physical attributes are indeed dependent on one's natural endowment. Zhao Yiqian practiced dance, and her physique was indeed much better than that of an average girl. However, when compared to the naturally gifted Song Enya and Lin Ce, Zhao Yiqian fell far behind. It could even be said that there was simply no comparison. Anyway, the favorability is already at 90. I just need 10 more points to reach 100. Chen Yu opted to retreat for the time being. After stepping out, Chen Yu hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Hope Pearl Industrial Park, the place where he had purchased a building yesterday. Now the 8th office building here completely belonged to Chen Yu and the entire pickle company. Chen Yu walked around for a bit. He found that everyone was working very diligently and the atmosphere was quite good, so he happily entered his office. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. He directly took out his phone and transferred 10 million to Song Inya. Soon her phone rang. Did you just transfer money to me? Yes, indeed. I thought it was a scam, or did you make a mistake? Should I transfer it back to you? Song Inya seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Receiving an unexpected deposit of 10 million from a bank transfer would certainly raise suspicions for most people. No, senior sister, don't transfer it back to me. Chen Yu stopped her. I sent you this money because I want you to help me manage it, pay the employees' salaries, and handle insurance and such. Previously, I was transferring money to each person individually, which was too informal. Now that the company is officially operational, it's better to keep the process more organized. Song Inya replied, so you thought of me. You want to pass this task to your senior sister. I originally wanted to hire a secretary for these tasks, but you wouldn't let me hire one. Chen Yu helplessly replied, so I had to trouble you, senior sister, haha. Upon hearing this, Song Inya fell silent for a moment. To be honest, this task was not particularly troublesome. She didn't truly want Chen Yu to hire a secretary, but she also didn't want to admit that. If she accepted the task of paying salaries and social insurance, it would be tantamount to indirectly admitting that she didn't want Chen Yu to hire a secretary. This would make it seem as though she cared a lot about whether there were women around Chen Yu. Do I really care about him? It seems I do a little. Song Inya felt rather puzzled. Ever since getting to know Chen Yu, it seemed as if she had been gradually drawn to him. Or it could be said that Chen Yu's commendable traits were so striking that she unknowingly began to fall for him little by little. By the time she realized it, it seemed like it was already too late. Senior sister, have you agreed? If you don't agree, I'll go hire a secretary. No. I agree. Seeing Chen Yu bringing up the idea of hiring a secretary again, Song Inya immediately could not hold back. I agree. Don't hire a secretary. Oh, all right, thank you, senior sister. Chen Yu curiously asked, by the way, why are you so opposed to me hiring a secretary? Because I've heard some people say if there's work, the secretary does it. If there's no work, they just hang around. What do they do when there's no work? Oh, I'm not going to discuss that with you. Song Inya seemed a bit flustered. In any case, they'll take care of the salary payments and social insurance for your company. You must not hire a secretary. Did you hear me? I'm okay with that, no problem. If you don't want me to hire one, then I want. Chen Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Senior sister, I've sent you the payroll. You just need to pay the salaries according to the amounts listed. What about performance bonuses? How do I assess how much to give each person? Song Inya asked. No need for assessment. Each person gets 30 performance bonus every month. Just pay them all accordingly. You're way too generous. What about the end of the year? I haven't really thought that through yet. Ding. Detected that the host is troubled by salary payment issues, granting a salary fund of 1 billion. The host can use this money for salary payments and benefits. Note, salaries and benefits cannot exceed the general market price too much, otherwise they cannot be distributed. Wow, you're giving me 1 billion to pay salaries. Is it really that impressive? How about this, senior sister, at the end of the year, let's directly give everyone an extra 12 months salary. Chen Yu replied, this number should be within the reasonable range set by the system, right? On the other side, Song Inya was utterly stunned. An extra 12 months. You mean by the end of the year, each employee will receive an additional 12 months salary? Yes, exactly. After saying this, Chen Yu opened his mobile banking app and found a new card was automatically linked. The amount inside was exactly 1 billion. Chen Yu tried to use this card to transfer 20 million to Song Inya, and it actually went through. It seemed the system could determine the purpose of this money, so as long as Song Inya was using it for salary payments, she could normally receive the funds from Chen Yu's card. Ding! A sound rang out. Song Inya received a new message. Chen Yu had transferred another 20 million to her. She was astonished. Just yesterday, Chen Yu had spent 30 million to buy a building. Today, he transferred her 10 million, 20 million to help with salary payments. Such power was simply unfathomable, leaving Song Inya somewhat in a dreamlike state. Senior sister, what is your monthly salary now? It's over 6,000 after tax, she replied. Chen Yu calculated, over 6,000 before tax should be around 7,500. Meanwhile, on his side, even the lowest salary in the Pickle project team was 2,000 before tax monthly. In comparison, Song Inya's salary was far too low. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu directly transferred another 1,000 to her. Song Inya asked, what is this money for? I'll take care of you. Chen Yu replied, take care of you. You cocky little brother, your guts have grown bigger. Just be careful, or I might just bite you. I'm joking, this is your salary. Oh, I can't let you work for nothing. No need, just consider it compensation for renting me the house at a low price. Song Inya returned the 1,000 yuan. Seeing her reluctance, Chen Yu had no choice but to retract. By the way, Chen Yu, there's something I need to tell you. Song Inya said. Go ahead, senior. This afternoon, there's an internet celebrity from our school who wants to come to your company to shoot a video. Do you think it's okay? Internet celebrity. Chen Yu thought for a moment and immediately replied, sure, it's just a video, it could enhance my visibility. Okay, I'll let her know. By the way, senior, what's the name of this internet celebrity? I'll look her up online, Chen Yu asked. You don't need to search, you should have heard of her. Her name is Su Mingqi. Song Enya replied. The name indeed sounded familiar. A few seconds later, Chen Yu remembered. Yes, she was the girl ranked third in the Magic City University flower rankings whose name was indeed this. Chen Yu had heard that there was a campus beauty in the school who was an internet celebrity with quite a few fans, over 1 million. It was this Su Mingqi. She should arrive around 3 p.m. Don't forget to host her well. Okay, got it, senior. Bye. Chen Yu put down his phone and worked out in the company's gym for half an hour. The dorm leader Guijiechi called again. Hey brother Yu. Wow, Su Mingqi is going to live stream at your place. Did you know? This guy was visibly excited right from the start. Yeah, I know. Chen Yu answered nonchalantly while exercising with the speakerphone on. What do you mean you know? Su Mingqi is going to live stream at your place, brother Yu, and you're this calm. Isn't she just an internet celebrity? What's there to be agitated about? Chen Yu retorted. Wow, have you never watched Su Mingqi's videos? Seems like I haven't. Then you should take a look. Wow, she's really something. Her online name is Chi Chi Can't Get Enough. After watching, you'll surely not be so calm. Guijiechi said before hanging up. Chen Yu frowned. If you were talking about something else, I wouldn't be interested at all. But if you're talking about something exciting, then I won't be sleepy. Chen Yu picked up his phone and typed in Chi Chi Can't Get Enough. To be honest, the name is quite catchy, Can't Get Enough. Soon Chen Yu found Su Mingqi's profile on Douyin and clicked in. Wow, he exclaimed. Su Mingqi's video content was quite simple. It mainly consisted of her dancing to some not very difficult routines like Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. But the key was that in most of the dances, Su Mingqi's outfits were particularly revealing. The lower half was mostly various super short skirts and ultra short shorts. The upper half consisted mostly of crop tops or tank tops, showcasing her fair, slender, long legs, tiny waist, and defined abs. Combined with her pure appearance and long black straight hair, it immediately created a striking contrast that was both cute and alluring. She's indeed something, just a little fairy. Chen Yu sighed. With that appearance, dancing, who cares what she dances or how well she dances? Just watching her legs is enough. At 2:55 p.m., a car stopped outside the industrial park in Alfred. The door opened, and a long-legged girl stepped out holding a selfie stick. She was about 165 centimeters tall, had long hair down to her waist, and bangs on her forehead. She wore a white short sleeveless top, a white ultra-short skirt, and flesh-colored wedge sandals, revealing her delicate feet, painted with pink nail polish. Hello everyone, I'm Chi Chi Can't Get Enough, and I'm live again today. The girl held up the selfie stick and flashed a sweet smile at the camera, walking while chatting with the fans who just entered the live stream. Today is an outdoor live stream. I have come to the Hope Pearl Industrial Park in the Magic City. Newcomers might not know yet, but I study at the Magic City University, and I'm quite the academic star. Why am I here? Because recently there's a startup team in our school that's particularly popular, so today I came to visit their office. What? Am I riding on someone else's coattails again? Yes, if I don't ride on coattails, my live stream will be dead. Please everyone support me a bit more. Su Mingqi chatted occasionally, making some cute expressions, and not long after starting the stream, she received several sports car gifts. Soon she walked inside the industrial park and found building No. 8. Ding ding ding. This is my goal today, the headquarters of the Pickled Vegetable app. Villa. No, this is not a villa, dear. This is a villa-style office building. Many newly built industrial parks are designed this way. I'll take you inside to have a look and you'll understand. The door was open as she knocked twice and walked in. Hello, handsome, is the boss in? I'm here for a live stream appointment. I'm Chi Chi Can't Get Enough, she said to a guy in front of her. Chen Yu turned around saying casually, I am. Huh. Su Mingqi was taken aback. Not only her, but a flood of comments also appeared in the live stream. This guy is the boss of Pickled Vegetable. He looks too young. And he's so handsome, he doesn't look like a cunning capitalist at all. One look and I can tell he's fake. Do you believe he's the boss, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Su Mingqi was stunned for a moment, blinking her big eyes and carefully looking at Chen Yu. Then she revealed a look of realization. It's him. Oh dear, you might not know. Pickled Vegetable is a project created by a group of students in our school, and even the investors are students from the school, so their boss is just a junior male student from our university. How old is Chi Chi? Chi Chi is 36. See? No, not 36 anything. I'm in my second year of college, 19 years old. Please don't tease me, she pouted playfully, and 2 hot air balloons floated in. By the way, I remember seeing a picture of the Pickled Vegetable boss somewhere. It seems to be this guy. His name is Chen Yu. Su Mingqi briefly introduced. She walked up to Chen Yu. Hello, President Chen. I'm Su Mingqi, a small streamer, and also your junior, she said while lightly twisting her little waist, her slender long legs in the ultra-short skirt dazzlingly white. Her gaze also carried a hint of allure. Hello, I'm Chen Yu. Su Mingqi's beautiful eyes sparkled as her mind raced. She had only seen Chen Yu's photos on the school forum before, and even then she thought this boy was quite handsome. However, upon seeing him in person today, she found him to be even more handsome than in the photos. But if a boy is merely good-looking, it doesn't make him particularly special to her. In the circle of streamers that Su Mengqi belonged to, various events were often organized, and so-called male god streamers frequently participated. Having seen many handsome guys, they all seemed rather ordinary. But Chen Yu was different. He was not just another pretty face with muscles. Chen Yu was talented and wealthy. Selling his company before graduation would grant him absolute financial freedom. He was indeed a genuine super potential stock. Although Su Mengqi usually entertained in her live stream, she was well aware that those fans could not provide her with a future, so she had never truly invested in anything. Only someone like Chen Yu, a super potential stock, was worth her active pursuit. Hello, Senior Chen Yu, I'm sorry to disturb you. No problem. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Yu led Su Mengqi into the company, helping her with explanations for her live stream. Of course, Chen Yu's focus was on promoting his pickled vegetable app. You go. Not long after, a familiar voice came from behind. Chen Yu turned around and saw Guijieqi and Zhou Zhifei standing at the door, sneaking a peek inside. Come in and stop acting like you're stealing chickens. With a wave of his hand, the two guys quickly walked in, their movements quite awkward. What are you two doing here? He stepped a few paces away from Su Mengqi and whispered, we're fans of Chi is not full. I've been following her for 2 years. It's not every day you get to see her in person, so we came together to take a look. Zhou Zhifei said excitedly. Su Mengqi, with her real beauty rating close to 8.5, combined with her pure yet fiery temperament and a figure worthy of a comic book, had captured the hearts of many young men. In fact, many boys regarded her as their cyber white Moonlight. You two can look, but don't be sneaky like before looking all suspicious. Oh, okay, you go. Guijieqi and Zhou Zhifei replied and ran to find a place to stand, looking as if they were employees of the company. They looked at Chen Yu and Su Mengqi walking together with envy. They strolled around the floor. The livestream room of Su Mengqi was filled with admiration for the work environment of Chen Yu's company. This office area is so comfortable. If I could work here, I can't imagine how great it would be. Did you notice? The computers here seem to be top-notch. That by Jia Yin monitor, I remember, costs over 8,000 each. Wow, now that you mention it, it really seems so. The keyboard that guy next to me is using looks like it costs over 2,000. Damn, is all this provided by the company? This is too extravagant. They treat their employees so well. Is this company still hiring? I could apply to be security. After interacting with her fans for a bit, Su Mengqi suggested checking out the gym on the second floor of the company. Chen Yu nodded and took her upstairs. As soon as they arrived upstairs, Su Mengqi's eyes sparkled. This was not only because the gym was very beautiful and well-equipped, but also because it was the second floor where there were few people. The employees were all working on the first floor, leaving only her and Chen Yu on the second. It's time to make my move, Su Mengqi resolved. This gym was the place where she intended to win over this boy today. Wow, this place is amazing. There are yoga mats too. Senior, I usually practice yoga as well. May I try it out here? Her big eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course you can, Chen Yu nodded. Su Mengqi's live stream time was almost over. She directly turned off the live stream, put her phone and selfie stick aside, and excitedly walked towards the yoga area in the gym. Finding a random spot, Su Mengqi adjusted her breathing and slowly knelt down. Then she leaned her upper body forward, trying her best to touch the ground. Her soft waist bent at an extremely alluring angle. At the same time, her hips arched high behind, as if waiting for something. Damn, this pose is too deadly. Chen Yu observed from the side, unable to help but think it was too much to handle. The key point of this pose was that the waist had to be soft enough and the back had to be sufficiently arched. Otherwise, one could not achieve this effect. Su Mengqi happened to have an excellent figure that completely met these 2 points. With gentle twists, she maximized the temptation of this pose. Moreover, today she was wearing a crop top and a super short skirt. After executing this move, if viewed from another angle, she would undoubtedly expose herself, giving Chen Yu a full view. Fortunately, Chen Yu held back. He simply stood to the side, admiring the graceful curves of Su Mengqi, without turning to the back. Oh no. Aye. At that moment, Su Mengqi suddenly let out a soft exclamation. What happened? Chen Yu frowned. My waist cramped. Come help me, senior, hurry. Huh. A cramp. Hearing this, Chen Yu didn't think too much and quickly walked over. He supported Su Mengqi's shoulders from behind, carefully lifting her up. But just as he exerted force, Su Mengqi's body leaned back. The peach that had been raised during yoga now pressed closer. It quickly collided directly with Chen Yu's gun barrel. What the hell? At this moment, Su Mengqi was facing away from him, perfectly positioning the situation. If it were someone else, it could easily lead to a situation that would punish this little demon thoroughly. Don't rush, or we can't go too fast. Right now, with you cramping, if you move too quickly, it would be unbearable for you. At the same time, Guijieqi and Zhou Zhifei squatted downstairs, feeling bored. They noticed that Su Mingqi and Chen Yu had gone upstairs, but it seemed like nothing else happened. They couldn't find an excuse to follow, so they were feeling frustrated. Zhou Zhifei opened the live stream of Chi is not full on his phone only to find that the stream had already ended. Huh, why did it suddenly stop broadcasting? Could something have happened that prevented the stream? Guojiechi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Both of their faces gradually turned to shock. No way could it be that the third one and she. Guojiechi and Zhou Zhifei were both dumbfounded. I thought the third one was just playing around, but I didn't expect him to be this bold. What should we do? The third one is enjoying himself upstairs while we wait down here. What else can we do? How about we go to the stairway? Even if we can't see, at least we can listen to what they're doing. I think that's okay. The two quickly reached an agreement and quietly made their way to the stairway on the second floor. He listened carefully. It was indeed Su Mingqi's voice. She sounded a bit distressed and weak. Senior, please hurry up. I'm not going to make it. Then came Chen Yu's voice. Don't rush, this can't be done too quickly. You're cramping now. If you move too fast, it will only make it worse. Guojiechi and Zhou Zhifei gasped in shock. Their eyes widened in astonishment. In their little heads, they had already conjured up an exceedingly thrilling picture. Chen Yu and Su Mingqi were currently in the gym. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. They quickly moved a bit further away. Guojiechi exclaimed, "Wow, the third child is truly something. I really didn't expect this. I've been following Su Mingqi for so long. She's my cyber white moonlight." Zhou Zhifei said, pulling a long face as if wearing a mask of pain. "I can't accept this. I really can't." Every word he heard felt like a knife stabbing fiercely into his heart. The moonlight in his heart shattered. It's over. Every night in the future when I rewatch Su Mingqi's videos, I might think of this incident. What am I going to do? This has already become a shadow in my heart, Zhou Zhifei said dejectedly. He felt that he would struggle with even the simplest tasks from now on. Guojiechi was slightly better off. Although Su Mingqi's image was no longer perfect, he still had Lin Xiyu, so he felt he would be okay. At that moment in the gym, facing Su Mingqi's approach, Chen Yu nearly lost control. This peach was truly lethal. Damn. Chen Yu helped her up and quickly moved away from the battlefield to avoid further conflict. After all, it was his first time meeting this girl. If something were to happen, it wouldn't be possible to occur so quickly. Making any inappropriate moves now would not only invite the girl's disgust, but could also lead to a sewing machine incident, which wasn't worth it. Senior, I want to try that side over there. Is that okay? After resting for 2 minutes, Su Mingqi sweetly asked. Sure, go ahead. Chen Yu nodded, but this time he chose to keep his distance. I'm going downstairs to get some water. Okay, thank you, Senior. No problem. Chen Yu swiftly retreated to the water dispenser on the first floor. Turning around, he saw Guojiechi and Zhou Zhifei huddled together silently wailing, especially Zhou Zhifei, who looked as if the sky had fallen. Upstairs, Su Mingqi reopened her live stream. She was fixing her hair in front of the camera. Sorry everyone, the internet was bad just now, so it disconnected for a bit. It just happened that the internet got bad as soon as I entered the gym with someone. How coincidental is that? You say the internet is bad while live streaming from an IT company. Are you kidding me? Come on, streamer, spill it. What happened during those 10 minutes when you were offline? Was that part behind a paywall? If so, you should have said so earlier. The viewers aren't short of that little money. You're so annoying. What do you mean by pay content? Facing the fans' questions, Su Mingqi responded playfully. But clearly not many bought it. After all, she had just exercised for a while, and a thin sheen of sweat glistened on her skin, combined with her slightly disheveled hair. Moreover, she had just been with a handsome and wealthy guy. It's hard not to let one's imagination run wild. The fans all believed that even if the streamer hadn't had any substantial interaction with that handsome guy, it was at least very likely that some intimate interaction had occurred. Damn, rich people really know how to play. Next time, streamer, don't end the stream directly. I just point the camera at the wall, and I'll listen to the sounds. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The fans were collectively indulging in their fantasies. Suddenly, a cruise ship effect filled the screen, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Brother Jia is here. Welcome, Brother Jia. A row of welcome Brother Jia comments flooded the screen. The atmosphere was lively. Su Mingqi's expression changed, and then she showed a beautiful smile, making a cute gesture towards the camera. Thanks for the cruise ship, Brother Jia. Thank you, Brother Jia, sending heart. This Brother Jia, whose online name was Kiki's Guardian Jia. He was indeed Su Mingqi's #1 supporter. In less than half a year, he had given her gifts worth over 500 yuan, spending quite lavishly. Today, he immediately sent 3 consecutive cruise ships. Each cruise ship was worth 600 diamonds, equivalent to 600 yuan, totaling nearly 200 yuan, which is equivalent to the living expenses of many university students for a month. Brother Jia is generous. Awesome. Kiki's Guardian Jia said, Hee, I just got back from a drive, came up a bit late, thanks for your support, everyone. Damn, Brother Jia, you just arrived, and it seems you don't know yet. While you were out driving, your Chi-Chi has already been taken. What the hell, how could she be taken? You must have watched too many Japanese adult films. Ha ha ha. Kiki's guardian Jia. What? Of course he knew what taken meant. He just couldn't believe it. The streamer he had worked so hard to win over had actually been taken away by someone else. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Assuming she was right here live streaming, everything seemed normal. These fans were definitely deceiving him with their fantasies. At this moment, Chen Yu walked over with 2 cups of water. He handed one to Su Mingqi. Thank you, senior. She politely took the cup, took a small sip, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Yu. That sweet gaze left brother Jia dumbfounded. He had sent her so many gifts. He had never seen Chi-Chi look at him like that. Not once. What the hell? Who is this guy? Brother Jia was furious. The viewers hurriedly explained. This handsome guy is a senior from the same school as Chi-Chi. He seems to be in his 3rd year of college. He is now the boss of an IT startup. Quite impressive. The viewers chattered. Brother Jia was getting more and more furious. Damn it, he's just a little boss. How dare he flirt with the woman I have my eyes on? What kind of startup is this? How many startups succeed these days? He claims to be a boss. In a few days he might just be bankrupt. Don't compare chicken feathers to me. You guys stop talking. I trust Chi-Chi, as she would never betray me. Brother Jia said in the live stream. Over here Chen Yu also glanced over, and a few lines of semi-transparent information popped up. Su Mingqi's affection for you 10, Su Mingqi's current affection for you 75, huh? Why did the affection information suddenly appear now? Since binding with the system Chun, you could see the beauty scores of every girl, but he had only seen affection scores from Zhao Yiqian, Lin Siyu, and Song Enya. Could it be that the other party must have an interest in me or once had an interest for the affection to show? Perhaps that is indeed the case. While Chen Yu was pondering, new information appeared before him. Ding, after the system's assessment, gifting the streamer Chi-Chi can't get enough gifts can effectively help promote the host company. Gifted the host a 100 million yuan Douyin gift fund, which can only be used to gift on Douyin, and the target for gifts must be streamers who help promote the host. The phone vibrated twice. Chen Yu opened it and discovered that his Douyin account had been linked to a new bank card. Is this the gift fund? Let me check the recharge interface. Chen Yu tried to open it. Senior, what are you looking at? Is it some business secret? Su Mingqi joked as she looked over. No, I'm just trying to recharge my Douyin account, Chen Yu explained. Do you often send gifts to female streamers, senior? Su Mingqi asked curiously. I don't send gifts, I don't have money, Chen Yu replied honestly. In the past, most of the money he had was spent on Zhao Yiqian. Even if he didn't spend it on Zhao Yiqian, the little money he had was nowhere near enough to spare for female streamers. However, now saying this would only make Su Mingqi think he was joking. Senior, you're really funny, she said sweetly as she leaned closer. Then Su Mingqi witnessed something that left her utterly shocked. Chen Yu began to recharge. He opened the interface, which showed options for 10 diamonds, 60 diamonds, 100 diamonds, 200 diamonds, and 300 diamonds. Chen Yu selected none of these and directly clicked on input amount. He then started frantically adding zeros after the 1. This left Su Mingqi dumbfounded. Normally recharges are usually for 50 or 100. How much are you trying to recharge anyway? Huh, why isn't it working anymore? After pressing a few times it seemed unresponsive. Is my phone malfunctioning? Senior, don't you know this? Su Mingqi said in shock. The input amount option can only accept a maximum of 1 million, anything more won't be accepted. What? Only 1 million? Yes. So I can only recharge a maximum of 1 million at a time. Chen Yu asked in disdain. That's right, Su Mingqi nodded with wide eyes. Isn't 1 million enough? That's 1 million, not just 100. Meanwhile, Chen Yu thought to himself. With a maximum limit of 1 million, if I want to inject the 100 million gift fund provided by the system, wouldn't I have to recharge 100 times? Thinking of this, Chen Yu felt a headache coming on. However, since there was no other way, he could only proceed with the recharge. In his life, it was indeed the first time he felt dissatisfied with the recharge limit. With a light sigh, Chen Yu began to recharge. 1 million, once, 1 million, twice, 1 million, 3 times. He repeated the payment process 35 times. Chen Yu felt his fingers starting to tingle. At that moment, Su Mingqi was even more stunned than his fingers. After witnessing Chen Yu's continuous recharging process, she felt a chill run down her spine, her heart shaken. This was no joke. Right before her eyes, Chen Yu had recharged a total of 35 million into Douyin. She counted it clearly. She had thought Chen Yu might be quite wealthy, but she never imagined he would be this wealthy. To recharge for a live stream, just casually spending over 30 million. Such extravagance would almost place him among the top wealthy individuals on Douyin, right? Calm down, ooh, I can't appear too flustered. I am a streamer and my persona is that of a youthful, radiant moonlight. Su Mingqi reminded herself, placing her hand over her chest. Just then Chen Yu spoke up casually. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. I'm too tired to keep recharging. What? You stopped because you're tired? After just regaining some composure, Su Mingqi almost lost it again. She could hardly remain calm. Then Chen Yu began to send gifts. Sending small ones had no effect. Since the goal was to use this live stream to promote the company, he should send gifts with special effects, preferably those that have a broadcast. I wonder which ones have broadcasts. Choosing the most expensive ones should be safe enough. Chen Yu entered Su Mingqi's live stream, casually browsing through the gift list before finally stopping at the carnival, clicking a few times. You sending to Chi Chi can't get enough to eat Carnival X1. You sending to Chi Chi can't get enough to eat Carnival X2. You sending to Chi Chi can't get enough to eat Carnival X3. The effects and broadcasts instantly flooded the screen. The fans in the live stream were dumbfounded. Everyone's first reaction was to assume this was a gift sent by Jiegu, with a row of Jiegu is generous popping up. But only after realizing did they find that the gift sender was not Jiegu, but a new fan. What could this be? That young boss account. That's impressive. 3 carnivals right off the bat. I thought it was Jiegu. Damn it. They thought this was the end. But in fact, this was just the beginning. Chen Yu did not stop continuing to click for a while. You sending to Chi Chi can't get enough to eat Carnival X48. You sending to Chi Chi can't get enough to eat Carnival X49. You sending to Chi Chi can't get enough to eat Carnival X50. Damn, my little brother lacks education. A single woe travels the world. Is this really that boss who's still in his 3rd year of university? This is just too extravagant. First time in the live stream, and immediately sending 50 carnivals. Good-looking and rich, and no wonder it seems Chi Chi is about to be taken. At this moment, Su Mingqi was even more bewildered than those fans, because she was watching Chen Yu send out the carnivals right before her eyes. Each carnival costs 3,000 diamonds, equating to 3,000 yuan. Chen Yu casually clicked one after another without any pressure or hesitation, as if he was just clicking a trivial toy. These 50 carnivals amounted to 15,000. In Chen Yu's eyes, it was just like playing around, and he sent them out effortlessly. This scene left Su Mingqi deeply shocked. However, she also understood that since Chen Yu could recharge over 30 million into Douyin in one go, casually sending a few tens of thousands in gifts might truly be nothing. Thanks for the 50 carnivals, Senior. Thank you so much, Senior, for coming to my live stream and supporting me. Thank you. He'll perform a dance for the Senior in person later. Su Mingqi's pretty face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling shyly. Seeing her in such a state, Jiegu on the other side of the internet couldn't sit still. His real name was Han Zijie, 22 years old, a young master of a clothing company with a fortune of 7 or 8 billion, with the company located in the suburbs of Modu. Because of the proximity, it was convenient for them to meet, so he had his eyes set on Su Mingqi, trying to win over this top university beauty in Modu through live stream gifts. However, he had only recently secured the position of the top supporter. Suddenly, a senior emerged today. Not only was he better looking than him, he also sent out 3 carnivals as soon as he appeared, wanting to take away his love. How could he endure this? Han Zijie felt that if he could endure this, what was the difference between him and a turtle? Jiegu, come on. What's wrong? If Jiegu doesn't send gifts soon, Chi Chi might really be taken away. Could it be that Jiegu has lost heart? Huh. Damn, don't worry, I'm recharging money. Wait until I recharge. Han Zijie exclaimed furiously. The live stream room fell silent for a moment. Finally, a carnival effect appeared on the screen. Then came the second and third, and then there were no more. When the third carnival effect disappeared, the live stream room was suddenly plunged into silence. No new carnivals appeared. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. However, after waiting for a long time, they ended up with nothing. Some viewers began to lose patience. Jiegu, is that it? 3 carnivals. Is that all? Damn, Jiegu, you're so short. Huh. A large number of viewers bubbled up, saying they were almost laughing to the point of tears. Jiegu, you said to wait for you to recharge. We waited, and then what? We waited for so long just to see these 3 carnivals. Jiegu, did you take so long to recharge just to count coins? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Faced with the ridicule, Han Zijie trembled with anger. In truth, he did want to show off. He really didn't have that much money. Originally, after seeing the IP called, "You used 3 carnivals," his phone lagged a bit, and he thought there were only those 3. Only after using 3 himself did he realize that it wasn't 3, but 50. Damn, 50 of them. That's 150,000. Although Han Zijie's family claimed to have 7 or 800 million, the cash he could actually access was less than 50 million. Moreover, this money was his parents'. Han Zijie could only get less than 50,000 as his pocket money each month. How could he use that to show off 50 carnivals? It was simply a global joke. Seeing him speechless, the ridicule in the live stream surged higher and higher. This is how these viewers are. Essentially, they are not fans of anyone, they are just there to watch the drama. As everyone knows, those who watch the drama are never afraid of trouble. When Jiegu was thriving, they would support and flatter him. But once he faltered, they would immediately turn their guns against him, ridiculing and trampling him without mercy. From a shrinking turtle to a down-and-out guy to a swollen-faced poser, they threw every insult at him. Han Zijia looked at the bullet screen so angry he wanted to throw his phone. But there was simply no way out. He couldn't go to his father now and ask for tens of thousands saying he wanted to give gifts to a female streamer. His father would slap him 10 times on the spot. Inside Building 8 of the Mingzhu Industrial Park, Su Mingqi danced for Chen Yu in front of the camera. Her fair legs and slender waist were simply dazzling in the sunlight. They made the viewers watching the live stream envious to the point of jealousy. After the dance, the fans started to cheer again. Can we have another wave of Carnival's big shot? This time add more, not 50, but 500. Damn, 500, what a fantasy. Chen Yu glanced at the bullet screen smiling, but internally scoffing. 500 carnivals, how much would that be? 1,050,000. It's not that I don't have that money, but I'm not some sycophant of Su Mingqi. Just because she danced a bit, I should spend over 100,000. Is my head kicked by a donkey? 50 carnivals had already brought the heat to Su Mingqi's live stream. The number of viewers surged from just over 5,000 to tens of thousands. Chen Yu's promotional goal for the company had been achieved. There was no need to keep throwing money at her. So he just smiled at the camera, remaining silent, maintaining his persona as a young boss. But in Su Mingqi's eyes, hearts were about to pop out. Su Mingqi's affection for U5, Su Mingqi's current affection for U80, damn, it increased so fast. Chen Yu was taken aback. If this continues, could he raise her affection to 100 after seeing her a couple more times? Later that afternoon around 6 p.m., Su Mingqi reluctantly left Chen Yu's company. Chen Yu certainly didn't know yet. Although Su Mingqi appeared to have a high emotional intelligence and dressed attractively, dancing cutely, while being enticing, she was like a seasoned seductress. But in reality, she had never even dated a boyfriend. Those big brothers online who sent her gifts she hadn't even met in person, let alone added them on WeChat. One could say she had her own bottom line. However, at the same time, Su Mingqi was a very goal-oriented girl. She knew very well what she wanted. She understood that holding on to her bottom line was not to remain single for life. Rather, it was so that when she met someone she liked, she could proactively make a move. The next morning at 8 a.m., Chen Yu had no classes and was lying in his dormitory reading novels. The other 3 in the dorm were debating who should go buy breakfast. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? A girl's voice came from outside the door. It was sweet, soft, and melodious. It startled Guijechi and the others. Damn, who is it? Is a girl knocking at the door. Zhou Zifai's eyes widened as he quickly put on his pants and got off the bed. Moda University separates dormitories by gender. Generally speaking, boys cannot enter the girls' dormitory and girls cannot enter the boys' dormitory. However, if someone needs to find someone for a special reason, they can register at the dormitory supervisor's office, and they must leave within 10 minutes after entering. Which girl is coming to our dorm? Knock, knock, knock. There should be someone inside. Can you open the door? I'll go and see who it is. Song Hao stood up and walked towards the door. Wait a moment, let me tidy up the toilet paper on the table. Guijechi and Zhou Zifei hurriedly said. After tidying up quickly, Song Hao opened the door. A girl who looked like she scored over 80, almost 90, was standing cutely outside the door. It was Su Mingqi. Today she wore a small vest and paired it with a knee-length white skirt, looking youthful and vibrant, while also very artistic. At Moda University, although Lin Xing and Song Inya consistently held the top 2 spots in the school flower rankings, quite stable. Su Mingqi, due to her identity as a dance area streamer, is regarded as a cyber white moonlight by many boys. Thus her popularity in school is quite high, even more famous than the low-key Lin Xing and Song Inya. Many boys consider her on par with those 2 school flowers. Excuse me, is Senior Chen Yu here? Hehe, Chen Yu is here. Upon seeing her, Guijechi and Zhou Zifei immediately became nervous. Feeling unsure where to put their hands, Chen Yu turned his head from the bed, glanced at her, and asked lightly, I'm here, is there something you need? It's nothing, I just came to bring breakfast for my senior. Saying this, Su Mingqi took out a bag, walked in, and placed it on Chen Yu's desk. Opening it revealed eggs, dumplings, wontons, and milk. Quite a feast. What the hell? What's going on? Guijechi, Song Hao, and Zhou Zifei were all dumbfounded. Their eyes wide open, their jaws almost dropping to the floor. Su Mingqi actively came to deliver breakfast to Chen Yu, and she brought it to the dorm. Oh my goodness. Old 3, you are too lucky. How did you manage that? And in front of us, single dogs, damn. This caused tons of critical damage. But that's not all. After setting up breakfast, Su Mingqi spoke again. Senior, my laptop is broken. After you finish eating, could you come to my dorm to help me fix it? Fixing a computer? Su Mingqi wants to invite Lao San to her dorm to help her fix her computer. The 3 single dogs, Guijechi, Song Hao, and Zhou Zifei, immediately sensed something amiss. As everyone knows, reasons like fixing a computer, unclogging a drain, or coming to see my cat do a backflip are mostly just excuses. When someone says such things, they usually have other motives. At this moment, a pure and alluring little beauty stood in their dorm, causing their hearts to race and their movements to become a bit stiff with nervousness. However, this little beauty now took the initiative to invite Chen Yu to her dorm, claiming it was to help her fix her laptop. Since it's a laptop, why not just bring it over? Why does she have to call Chen Yu over? The intention is too obvious. Damn. Although Su Minky's words had a basket full of flaws, even the 3 single dogs beside her could see through them. But they couldn't expose her on the spot. They could only envy each other while shaking in excitement. Chen Yu was hesitating whether to visit the girls' dorm to help Su Mingqi with the repairs when his phone rang. It was Song Inya calling. Chen Yu answered immediately. Senior, is there something wrong? Chen Yu, could you come to the publicity office? Something happened here. Song Inya's voice sounded heavy as if she was indeed facing an issue. It seems there's a problem with the 20 million you invested in the school. You might want to come and take a look. Chen Yu furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this. That 20 million was the campus entrepreneurship fund he had invested in not long ago. How could there be a problem with it? I understand, Senior. I will come over shortly. After hanging up, Chen Yu turned to Su Mingqi and said, Sorry, Junior, I have something urgent to attend to. Let's postpone the computer repair for another time. Oh, really? That's too bad. Su Mingqi pouted regretfully. Junior, I can fix computers too. How about I help you with it? At this moment, Zhou Zhifei gathered his courage and nervously scratched his head, saying, Guijechi and Song Hao were stunned. Damn, has Lao Sis' courage grown so fat? You actually want to cut in on the opportunity that Lao San missed. Do you have what it takes? Both of them scoffed. Sure enough, the next moment Su Mingqi politely replied, Thank you, but it's fine. I have something else to attend to today, so I'll leave first. Bye-bye, Senior Chen Yu. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu tidied up after getting out of bed, finished the breakfast that Su Mingqi had brought him, and then left the dormitory, heading to the school's publicity office to find out what had gone wrong with that sum of money. At the same time, in the corner of the hallway outside the publicity office, Qin Tingwen was on the phone looking serious with furrowed brows. What do you mean the money I gave you last time wasn't enough? Not enough, brother, came the voice of his younger brother Qin Tingfei from the other end of the line. I still have a lot of debt left unpaid, and someone just knocked on the door again. It's probably another debt collector. You need to save me. After hearing this, Qin Tingwen's brows tightened even more. Didn't you say before that you only owed less than 1 million? I already transferred 1 million to you. Why are you still saying the debt isn't settled? How much do you owe outside? You can't be serious. You're telling me you owe 5 million. After saying 5 million, his voice dropped in guilt. Upon hearing this, Qin Tingfei was dumbfounded, completely shocked. He thought he was hearing things. 5 million. You actually owe 5 million. Yeah, damn. Are you kidding me? 5 million. You owe 5 million outside. You mean the 1 million I transferred to you before was just the interest on the 5 million? Yes, that's right, brother. Damn. Qin Tingfei was almost going crazy. 5 million. How is his brother Qin Tingwen going to pay that back? Even their parents couldn't come up with such a large sum of cash in a short time. If the creditors pressed too hard, their family might have to sell their house to pay off the debts. Brother, you really have to save me this time, Qin Tingfei said with a sobbing tone. The 1 million you transferred to me before, I have already paid the interest. I thought that as long as I paid the interest, those creditors wouldn't pursue me so closely. I didn't expect that I just paid them less than 3 days ago, and they came chasing after me for the principal. Brother, this isn't my fault. Blame those people who want money, they're just too much. Damn, blame those people for wanting money. If you hadn't borrowed money from them, would they come after you? Qin Tingwen was quite speechless. Alright, I get it. This matter can't be entirely blamed on you. Originally, if you didn't spend so extravagantly, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. Those wealthy people tempted you, lending you money to spend, which led to your lavish habits. Speaking of which, they do bear some responsibility for how things turned out today, right? You're absolutely right, brother. Seeing that his brother finally sided with him, Qin Tingfei quickly agreed. The phone fell silent for a few seconds. He tentatively asked, Brother, could you help me get some more money so I can pay off this principal? Brother, don't worry. As long as I pay off this principal, I promise I won't borrow money or take out loans anymore from now on. Really, I promise. You, Qin Tingwen anticipated that Qin Tingfei would respond this way. However, once it was said, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Because the 1 million he had previously given to his brother was illicit. Do you know where that money came from? Qin Tingwen lowered his voice, speaking nervously. I'm not sure, but I guess it was stolen from the campus entrepreneurship fund by you, right? Qin Tingfei said. Upon hearing the word stolen, Qin Tingwen involuntarily shivered. His brother wasn't wrong. That money was indeed stolen from the campus entrepreneurship fund. Otherwise, with his ability, he wouldn't have been able to gather 1 million in such a short time. But that was still theft. If discovered, such a large sum would be enough to send him away and make him feel the burn of the sewing machine. What if he encountered a few domineering big brothers? He might even experience the feeling of being surrounded by burly men. Just imagining it made Chen Tingwen's heart tighten. Since you know what's going on, why are you making me take the risk of stealing again? Chen Tingwen said through gritted teeth. Brother, stealing once is stealing, and stealing twice is still stealing. There's no difference. If you don't help me, I really will have to let our parents sell the house. You sigh. Chen Tingwen gritted his teeth, and after struggling internally for a while, he finally nodded. Song Inya had arranged to meet Chen Yu. Therefore today she arrived at the office more than 10 minutes earlier than usual. She had just approached the door. She heard rustling sounds coming from inside the office. Huh, is someone here? Song Inya felt puzzled. She had worked here for a long time and knew that the people in this office rarely came in early. Lunch break lasts until 1:30, and usually they only come in around 1 to 8 or 1 to 9. Who could it be? She frowned and walked straight to push open the door. Aunt! Instantly a startled exclamation came from inside. Song Inya looked into the office and saw Chen Tingwen quickly darting several steps away from the director's computer. What are you doing? Song Inya asked curiously. Nothing, Chen Tingwen chuckled, but he clearly looked very guilty. His hands were still trembling. What were you doing at the director's position? Wasn't doing anything, I just left something on the director's desk before, so I went to get it. Song Inya looked at him with suspicion. Chen Tingwen usually had a serious demeanor, acting like a leader. Every gesture was deliberate and graceful, making him quite pretentious. So now this flustered appearance seemed very out of place. Song Inya said nothing and walked toward the director's computer. To her surprise, the computer was on, just locked. The director hadn't even come in today. How could the computer be on? Song Inya felt even more puzzled. The lock screen password had been shared by the director in the work group so that everyone could use his computer in case of emergencies. So Song Inya sat down at the computer intending to unlock the screen and see what was going on. But just as she entered a few keystrokes, Chen Tingwen suddenly rushed over and snatched the keyboard away. No, wait, don't unlock it. Chen Tingwen's face turned red with anxiety, startling Song Inya. You have to listen to me. He was instantly sweating profusely, his expression conflicted. No, he absolutely could not let Song Inya unlock the screen. Once it was unlocked, he was finished. Just a minute ago, Chen Tingwen had been using the director's computer privileges to operate the school's entrepreneurship fund bank account, trying to transfer 5 million yuan out. He intended to use it to pay off his brother Chen Tingfei's debts. However, Chen Tingwen had not anticipated that the director's account privileges were not very high, allowing only 5 yuan to be transferred at a time requiring 10 operations to get 5 million. He had been at it for a while, which was when Song Inya had caught him. At this moment, Chen Tingwen was extremely anxious. With such a large sum of money, and such a serious matter, if Song Inya truly found out, she would definitely speak out, and then Chen Tingwen would undoubtedly be in deep trouble, losing his job. Not just him, several days ago, he had already stolen 1 million using this method, which was then spent by Chen Tingfei. In other words, once something went wrong, both Chen Tingwen and Chen Tingfei would be in big trouble. This couldn't happen. Gritting his teeth, Chen Tingwen finally spoke up. Inya, you know I've always liked you. Song Inya was momentarily stunned, feeling that Chen Tingwen must have lost his mind. Inya, I really have no other choice. I truly have no other choice. What exactly did you do with the director's computer? Inya, you like me too, right? If you like me, could you help me this once and not report me? Chen Tingwen asked earnestly. Song Inya was thoroughly disgusted. First, I don't like you. Second, I just want to know what you did with the director's computer. Inya, please tell me. What have I done wrong? I like you so much, do you think I'm not worthy of you? Chen Tingwen was already hysterical, but Song Inya couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Give me the keyboard. She extended her hand. No way. Senior sister, you're here. At that moment, Chen Yu strolled in leisurely from outside. After greeting, he noticed that Chen Tingwen and Song Inya seemed to be in a heated argument, looking dumbfounded. What's going on here, senior sister? Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. As soon as he entered, Chen Tingwen felt that things were going south. He could still try to persuade Song Inya alone, but with Chen Yu added, persuasion alone would definitely not suffice. Chen Tingwen thought about cutting the power, so he dropped the keyboard and quickly crawled towards the electrical outlet under the workstation. Song Inya reacted quickly and immediately realized what he was trying to do. Hurry, don't let him cut the power. Huh. Chen Yu was momentarily puzzled, but his body moved very quickly and was highly agile. In just a few steps, he rushed behind Chen Tingwen. Chen Yu grabbed his ankle and pulled him out. Then he firmly pinned him to the ground. Got it, senior sister. Song Inya had thought they would have to struggle for a while. After all, Chen Tingwen was around 185 centimeters tall and probably weighed about 85 kilograms, looking even sturdier than Chen Yu. But unexpectedly, as soon as Chen Yu made a move, Chen Tingwen was immediately subdued. His hands were held tightly behind his back by Chen Yu. Seeing this, Song Inya hurriedly took back the keyboard, input the lock screen password, and unlocked the director's computer. She then exclaimed, Chen Tingwen, what did you do with the director's account? Song Inya took a look and roughly understood the situation. Chen Tingwen was stealing money from the school's entrepreneurship fund. At the same time, she realized that this was both the scene and the evidence, so she had to keep things intact and immediately dialed 110. Inya, why can't you just help me? I've been so good to you, and I really like you. Why can't you help me? And you? He struggled to turn his head to look at Chen Yu. You have 20 million. That's so much money you can take it out easily. Why can't you let me have a little? I really need money right now. If I can get another 5 million, I can solve my family's problems. Why won't you let me take it? Chen Yu listened while feeling extreme disbelief. Finally fed up, he slapped him directly. Slap. Chen Tingwen was stunned by the hit. His mouth shut. Dumbass, you need money, but others have to help you. Are others your father? The reason you need money is because of you and your brother's own doing. If you don't correct your ways and keep making mistakes, when the time comes, you'll be the one in trouble, and you won't be wronged at all. Soon Chen Tingwen was taken away. Many photos of the computer at the scene were taken, which were solid evidence of Chen Tingwen using the director's account to steal funds. Just a little later, a couple in their 50s arrived at Moda University and found Chen Yu. Are you the investor of the entrepreneurship fund?